the global temperature dropped by 100 degrees. When everyone was on the brink of starving and freezing to death, this man was leisurely enjoying warm air conditioning and eating top-grade steak in a luxurious safe house. It was because the man was reborn and possessed a treasure that could replicate any item. In his past life, the man was betrayed and killed by a friend in the icy apocalypse. This time after rebirth, the man planned to use his past life experience to build a top-notch safe house to survive the icy apocalypse. The first thing the man did after rebirth was to find an ordinary bowl in the room. This bowl was a family heirloom. The man never understood why his father cherished this broken bowl so much until after Doomsday, when he discovered a huge storage space hidden inside the bowl, along with the ability to replicate any real-world item. However, to unlock this ability of the bowl, a special ancient coin must be found. Only that coin could restore the special ability of the broken bowl. The man knew time was running out, with less than 3 months before the frozen apocalypse arrived. He couldn't afford to waste any more time and set off to find the ancient coin he had found in his past life at the antique market. Early in the morning, the antique market street was bustling with hundreds of stalls and a lively crowd. The protagonist Lin Chen had found the key item to repair the treasure basin with Zhao Xiao here in his past life, a special patterned ancient coin. The ancient coin from his past life was dug out from thick snow, and Lin Chen could only determine that it was in this antique market, but the exact location was unidentifiable, so he had to search one by one. The most common item in the antique market was ancient coins. Almost every stall had piles of them, hundreds in each pile. After searching for 2 hours without finding the special patterned ancient coin, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. Just inquired, the antique market only gathered on weekend mornings, and the stall owners who came each time were not fixed. This was undoubtedly bad news. If the stall owner with the special ancient coin only appeared on the day of the apocalypse, wouldn't he have to wait 3 months to find it? This would greatly diminish his advantage of being reborn. In another hour or two, the stalls on this street would close, and if he didn't find it, he can only come back next weekend to try his luck. Phew! Lin Chen exhaled, calmed down, and continued to search the next stall. Lin Chen? A familiar voice came from behind. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, a flash of killing intent passing through his clear eyes. This voice Lin Chen would never forget even in his dreams. Zhao Xiao, Lin Chen's classmate and friend from junior high to high school, who betrayed him after 8 years of hardship in the apocalypse. Suppressing the killing intent in his eyes, Lin Chen turned his head in surprise and asked, Zhao Xiao, what are you doing here? Zhao Xiao, dressed in urban management uniform, walked up and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. I should be asking you the same. What? The top student wants to play antiques now? Zhao Xiao teased, looking at Lin Chen's handsome face and expensive outfit, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen, who had lived a life longer than Zhao Xiao, took note of this jealousy and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Zhao Xiao was already dissatisfied with him in his past life. Zhao Xiao, a temporary worker at the Urban Management Bureau, appearing here was not surprising. He casually brushed off Zhao Xiao's hand on his shoulder and said, just free on the weekend. Heard there are many antiques here, so came to take a look. Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly, having worked nearby for almost a year, he knew all the items on this street were scams. Many people came with the idea of picking up bargains, but in reality, only a few could actually find anything valuable in a year. Last time, a naive person was scammed out of tens of thousands and caused trouble. However, he wouldn't tell Lin Chen about this, as he hoped Lin Chen would fall for it, knowing that Lin Chen wasn't short of money. Superficial relationships still need to be maintained. Otherwise, how can we deceive Lin Chen, this poor guy? Zhao Xiao smiled and said, there are many fake goods here, but there are also genuine ones. Half a year ago, an old man spent 200 here and picked up a genuine Han Dynasty item, which he sold for 500,000. A normal 19-year-old would feel excited upon hearing this. Even those who were just browsing around would consider buying a few items to try. Lin Chen remained expressionless on the surface, but sneered in his heart. How did he not notice how cunning Zhao Xiao was before? He nodded at Zhao Xiao and said, then I must take a good look. At this moment, there was a commotion not far away. Many people gathered around. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chen also walked over. Seeing the crowd congested, Zhao Xiao shouted, make way! Make way! Urban management is handling the matter. The crowd indeed made way. Lin Chen walked to the front. A young man in his mid-20s looked excited, spitting as he held an ancient coin, saying, old man, I had it appraised yesterday, and it's a modern imitation. Fake. You actually sold it for 100,000 each. Refund. You must refund me today. The stall owner was an old man in his 70s, dressed in coarse clothes, with wrinkles on his face that had been etched by time, now twisted together. This is truly a treasure passed down in my family. What a lousy treasure. Are you going to refund or not? If you don't refund soon, I'll call the police. Onlookers all had the look of enjoying the show. Even Zhao Xiao leaned in and whispered to Lin Chen, "This kind of thing happens here every few months. If it were in the past, this kid would have to be beaten up." In the antique world, there is a rule that once an item is purchased, even if it is a fake, it cannot be returned. If one is deceived, it is considered a lesson learned. However, it was clear that this young man either genuinely did not understand or pretended not to understand and insisted on a refund. Lin Chen saw the ancient coin in the young man's hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It was the ancient coin that opened the treasure basin. The old man trembled and said with a pained expression, "This is truly passed down in my family, from my grandfather's generation." "Young man, I did not deceive you." Many onlookers looked at the young man with unfriendly eyes. Didn't this young man understand the rules? Some people thought the old man seemed quite genuine. If it had been appraised, could a genuine item be mistakenly identified as fake? Lin Chen took a deep breath, walked up to the young man, and asked with curiosity, "Can I have a look at the ancient coin in your hand?" Chapter 3 Two Ancient Coins. Qin Tai saw that the newcomer was a student younger than him and impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Go away. Go play somewhere else." Lin Chen was not upset and said, "I like to collect different coins. I am interested in the coin in your hand, and I would like to buy it from you." Upon hearing this, the people around whispered among themselves, "Is this kid stupid? It's clearly fake, and he still wants to buy it? Is he even a student? Does he have that much money?" Zhao Xiao was also stunned, wondering why Lin Chen would want to buy something he knew was fake. He knew Lin Chen was wealthy. He would have to work as an urban management officer for 3 years without eating or drinking to have that much money. It would be so much better to give him the money. Why buy this worthless coin? A hint of envy flashed in Zhao Zhao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Chen. Why was Lin Chen's life so much better than his, even though they were the same age? When Qin Tai heard that Lin Chen was willing to take over, his eyes lit up, and he immediately handed the ancient coin to Lin Chen. It was a coin that looked like gold but wasn't, with a gold ingot engraved on one side and several strange characters and images on the other. Many people came over to take a look but shook their heads and stepped back. Most of the surrounding crowd were people who frequented the antique market looking for opportunities to pick up valuable items, and they had sharp eyes. This ancient coin is brand new. The pattern is not like any known currency of any dynasty, but more like a copper coin for children to play games in the arcade. The crowd looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool with a lot of money. An old man kindly reminded, "Young man, be careful when buying things." Lin Chen felt the warmth emanating from the treasure basin in his backpack behind him, confirming that this was what he was looking for. Regardless of whether this ancient coin is valuable or not, being able to open a storage space, this ancient coin is priceless to Lin Chen. Lin Chen casually asked, "How much are you willing to sell?" Qin Tai's eyes turned, looked at Lin Chen's attire, and said, 15,000, take it. Just not clamoring for a refund, Lin Chen now asked to buy and raised the price, and the people around immediately cast disdainful glances. 50,000, Lin Chen said. Qin Tai snatched back the ancient coin, shouting, "I took it for 100,000. What are you thinking?" Lin Chen smiled and walked away. He counted to 3 in his heart, and this person would definitely call him back. Sure enough, before he had taken a few steps, someone stopped him, not Qin Tai, but the old man at the stall. "Young man, if you want this kind of ancient coin, I have another one here. I'll sell it to you for 80,000. Lin Chen suddenly turned his head. "You still have one?" The old man tremblingly took out a cloth bag from his chest and took out another ancient coin from it, handing it to Lin Chen hopefully. He was really short of money. His son was sick with leukemia, otherwise he would not have taken out this family heirloom coin to sell. The ancestors instructed that the 2 ancient coins must not be lost, but now if he does not sell them, he will have to cut off his descendants. Selling these 2 ancient coins will also cover his son's surgery costs. Lin Chen took the ancient coin, lowered his eyes to conceal the shock and joy in his eyes. It was indeed exactly the same. The treasure basin also reacted. Unexpectedly, there is not just one of this kind of ancient coin, but 2. "Old man, how many more of these ancient coins do you have?" Lin Chen asked. "Only these 2, passed down from ancestors. If I didn't need money urgently, I wouldn't sell them." The answer was expected. The quantity of these special ancient coins must not be many. The one in his hand should be the one he found in his past life. The one in Qin Tai's hand was not discovered in the past life. "Okay, I'll take this one." Lin Chen nodded at the old man and transferred the money with his phone. Seeing Lin Chen had already paid the money happily, Qin Tai carefully looked at the ancient coin in his hand, wondering if there was something mysterious about this ancient coin. The old man happily packed up his stall and prepared to leave after selling the ancient coin. Lin Chen saw Qin Tai's expression and knew he was suspicious. He was determined to get this second ancient coin, but from the exchange just now, he already knew that Qin Tai was a greedy person. If he discovered any clues, he would definitely raise the price or even refuse to sell. So after transferring the money to the old man, Lin Chen turned and walked away, seemingly showing no interest in the ancient coin in Qin Tai's hand. This made Qin Tai, who was waiting for Lin Chen to reveal something, a little flustered. In the end, he chose to trust his cousin and quickly stopped Lin Chen. "Buddy, why don't you take this one in my hand too?" Lin Chen said displeasedly, "I already have one now, this one in your hand is not very meaningful to me." Qin Tai glanced at the old man who was about to leave and did not entangle him further. He knew that the chance of a refund was slim. After all, the rules of the antique world were there, and he was just trying to be difficult because he was young. He quickly said, "Now I'll sell it to you for 100,000. I took it for 100,000 too, not making a profit from you, is that okay?" Lin Chen gave him a faint glance and said, 50,000. After some bargaining, Lin Chen also spent 80,000 to buy the second ancient coin from Qin Tai. Lin Chen looked at the two ancient coins in the palm of his hand, a faint smile on his lips. If he hadn't come today, this ancient coin would have been missed. He couldn't wait to see what changes the treasure bowl of this life would bring. After sending away Zhao Xiao, who looked sour, Lin Chen hurried home. Zhao Xiao would be dealt with sooner or later, but not now. Back home, Lin Chen locked the door, walked into the windowless storage room, and closed the door. The commotion caused by the opening of the treasure bowl was not small and couldn't be discovered by others. He took out the slightly warm treasure bowl. Lin Chen first put one ancient coin into it. The treasure bowl floated up and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The dirt and patina on it fell off piece by piece, revealing the true face of the treasure bowl. Then it turned into a golden light and flew into Lin Chen's forehead. Lin Chen's vision blurred, and a game-like interface appeared before him. Treasure bowl function, storage space 3*3*3 money points required for upgrade, 1000 space unit is in meters, space appeared. When he opened the treasure bowl in his previous life, a similar digital interface appeared. At that time, Lin Chen didn't figure out anything, so this time he didn't waste time figuring it out either. Existence is reasonable. Getting the space, Lin Chen clenched his fist, unable to hide his joy. The size of the space was equivalent to a small room, and anything that could fit in could be accessed with intent, except living creatures. Time and the space stood still, and the items placed in the space retained their state when placed. Most importantly, this space could also be upgraded with gold and silver jewelry. In his previous life, Lin Chen tried to upgrade the space with gold and silver. Unfortunately, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, these things were buried under thick snow, and he didn't even complete the first level of upgrade. I wonder if having one more ancient coin in this life will cause some other changes to the treasure bowl? Lin Chen picked up the second ancient coin and placed it on his forehead. Immediately, Lin Chen felt a heat on his forehead, and the ancient coin in his hand disappeared. The interface of the treasure bowl in front of him seemed to be scrambled, becoming blurry. After a moment, the interface, which had become clear again, indeed underwent a huge change. Treasure bowl function, storage space 3*3*3 money points required for upgrade, 1000 function, item duplication *3 money points required for upgrade, 10,000. An extra item has been duplicated. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Is it the duplicate he had in mind? He immediately started to experiment. With only 3 duplication attempts, he couldn't waste them casually. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then went back to his bedroom, opened the safe, and took out the most valuable thing in the house, 500G gold bars left by his father. Holding them in his hand, Lin Chen whispered, item duplication. In a flash of golden light, the next moment, 5 gold bars appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky and making a crisp sound as they landed on the ground. Lin Chen immediately squatted down to pick up the gold bars, comparing them one by one on the table with the one in his hand. The size and weight of the 5 duplicated gold bars were exactly the same as the one in his hand. Even a small flaw on one of the gold bars was perfectly replicated. Lin Chen glanced at the interface of the treasure bowl. The item duplication section had changed to item duplication *2. The current international gold price is 430 yuan per G, and the pawnshop's gold price is 10 yuan lower than the market price. The 5 gold bars in his hand, left by his father, could now be sold for 1.05 million. After the item duplication, the treasure bowl suddenly increased his assets by 1.05 million. Treasure bowl, this is a real treasure bowl, Lin Chen murmured. This incredible wealth-gathering ability was definitely the legendary treasure bowl. There was a legend about the treasure bowl in the Xia kingdom, with various versions. The most famous one was about a man named Shen Wansan. It was said that Shen Wansan had obtained a treasure bowl by chance, which could be filled with anything he put in it. As a result, Shen Wansan became a famous wealthy man in the Ming dynasty, with wealth that could rival a country. If his treasure bowl had no limit on the number of item duplications, becoming as wealthy as a country would only be a matter of time. Could this not be its complete form? Lin Chen stared quietly at the 10 gold bars in front of him, calming his fiery heart. Although he knew that triggering another duplication could possibly turn his 10 gold bars into 20, the duplication count on the treasure bowl interface was only 2 times left. He didn't know if this total count of 3 times could only be triggered 3 times or could be replenished. If it could only be triggered 3 times, he had to save the remaining 2 times for a more critical moment. Moreover, it was rumored that Shenwan-san, because of his massive wealth, attracted the suspicion of the emperor and eventually died because of it. The innocent suffer for the guilty. If he suddenly gained so much wealth, he could also be targeted by the country. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided to use the duplicated 5 gold bars to upgrade the treasure bowl. He picked up one of them and silently said, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, several red words flashed on the treasure bowl interface. Duplicated items cannot be used for upgrades. Can't be used for upgrades? Lin Chen carefully examined the gold bar in his hand, which was no different from a regular gold bar. Confirming that there was no loophole to exploit, Lin Chen felt a little disappointed. But it was also understandable. He then picked up the original gold bar he had taken out of the safe, silently saying, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface flickered and changed to treasure bowl, function, storage space 3x3x3, upgrade cost, 500 monetary points, function, item duplication *2, upgrade cost, 10,000 monetary points. A 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 monetary points, with 1 gram of gold equivalent to 1 monetary point. This was something Lin Chen had known from his past life. If it were silver, it would take 100G to exchange for 1 monetary point. Lin Chen consumed another gold bar, and the interface flickered as the space was upgraded. Treasure basin function, storage space 6*6*6 money points needed for upgrade, 2000 function, item duplication *2 money points needed for upgrade, 10,000. The space has increased, not just doubled in numbers, but the volume has increased by 8 times. And the money points needed for upgrade have also doubled. 2 gold bars worth 420,000 disappeared in an instant. If this were 3 years ago, he wouldn't even have the qualification to upgrade the treasure basin. 3 years ago, Lin Chen's father died in an accident, leaving behind an inheritance and a high death compensation of 10 million. The treasure basin is something his father left for him. Besides the house and these gold bars in his hands, he also has 14.52 million in cash. This amount may not be much in a city full of millionaires, but for a 19-year-old, it's already a huge sum. Yet, for Lin Chen, this amount is far from enough. Upgrading to the next level of space requires 4 gold bars, equivalent to 860,000 in cash, while upgrading item duplication requires 4.24 million. He also needs to stockpile a lot of supplies and build shelters, which will require a lot of money. After some contemplation, Lin Chen had some ideas. He took out his phone, found the numbers of several real estate agents, and called them one by one. First, Lin Chen wanted to sell his house near the city center. His experience from his past life told him that in the extreme cold apocalypse, these high-rise buildings in the residential area were not suitable for living. The city was flat, economically prosperous, and filled with tall buildings. However, this couldn't save the lives of tens of millions of people in the city. Most buildings in the south were good at heat dissipation but not cold resistance. As a result, when the apocalypse came, most people in the southern cities froze to death. The extreme cold apocalypse arrived in June. The average temperature in the city suddenly dropped from 20 to 27 degrees Celsius to -50 degrees Celsius to -80 degrees Celsius. The steel and concrete of those tall buildings would deform and crack in extreme cold, and the beautiful glass windows would be destroyed by blizzards. In just 1 or 2 years, most of these tall buildings would collapse. Some people didn't die from the cold but from the collapsing buildings and houses. In his past life, Lin Chen's building didn't collapse, but the one next to it did, causing his building to collapse as well. Fortunately, Lin Chen discovered it early and escaped. In this life, it was impossible to continue living there. The location of this house was excellent, close to the city center. Over the past decade, housing prices in Xia country had soared, and the prices in the city had remained high. Even Lin Chen's old 128 square meter house had risen to a high price of 80,000 per square meter. It was worth millions. Lin Chen had only 2 requirements for selling the house: a quick sale and full payment. These 2 requirements seemed difficult, but there was no shortage of wealthy people in the city. Lin Chen set the bottom line price at 9 million. He made it clear that he had contacted multiple agents, and regardless of how much they sold it for, he would only take 9 million. Whoever could sell it earlier would get the extra commission. These real estate agents, driven by the high commission, would do their best to help Lin Chen sell the house. Although time was tight, even if they sold it for 9.1 million, they would still earn 100,000. The agents who received the information about the house were already speculating in their hearts whether Lin Chen was a second-generation rich kid who squandered his wealth. Selling the house, no matter how cheap, would take time, so this was the first thing Lin Chen needed to do. His next plan required as much money as possible. In the next step, he planned to use all his assets to buy gold bars from the bank, double them with his duplication skill, sell the duplicated gold bars back to the bank, and retrieve the principal. The remaining gold bars could then be used to upgrade the treasure basin. After listing his house, Lin Chen called his counselor to ask for leave due to a family emergency. The apocalypse was approaching, and continuing to go to school would be a waste of time. But if you don't go directly, you will also be bombarded by the counselor's phone calls. So it's more convenient to just take a leave of absence directly. Anyway, being alone, no one will expose any lies. Lin Chen thought about whether to notify the country 3 months in advance that an SSS-level solar flare would erupt. This way, human casualties and national losses might be minimized. But this idea was immediately rejected by him. Not to mention how a commoner like him could contact the country's top officials. Even if he went to the police, the security officers would not believe what he said. He had no way to prove that what he said was true. He would only be seen as a madman by the police. Posting doomsday messages online was also useless. In recent years, the climate environment on Blue Star has been getting worse and worse, and many people have speculated that various apocalypses may occur. Even if he spoke convincingly, he would only be seen as one of the many doomsayers. It would also leave him with hidden dangers and risks. In the end, he was just a selfish mortal. Lin Chen drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his family's safe were bought by his father at a gold shop over a decade ago, and could only be sold to gold shops and pawn shops. Selling the 5 replicated gold bars, 1.05 million was credited to his account. After doing all this, it was already dark outside. Lin Chen had a grilled fish meal and returned home contentedly. In the evening, Lin Chen made an exercise plan for himself for the next 3 months. In the extreme cold apocalypse, the elderly and children are the ones who die the most, and the survival rate of physically strong young people is the highest. A strong physique can resist the cold, increase the chances of survival, protect oneself, and deal with the mutations that occur after the apocalypse. Just as he finished writing the plan, his phone beeped with a message. Lin Chen opened his phone and saw a message from his high school classmates' group chat. This was a small group chat with only 6 people, and Lin Chen pinned this group message to the top, showing that this group was very important to him in the past. The top message was from Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, hey guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let's get together. At everyone Huang Miao, I'm free, where are we going this time? Lin Ge will take us flying. Manually insert a funny face. Zhao Xiao, let's go to the Flower Tide Club. I've spent all my salary for these months there, and I want to treat you to a good meal. You guys are my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong, Zhao Ge is domineering, but I won't be in the coastal city these days. Crying, Su Feifei, I'm in. Cute expression, Zhao Xiao, Feifei, girls are not suitable for such places. Su Qin, alas, I'm studying in another city. You guys enjoy your meal and drinks. Let's meet again in the summer vacation. Lin Chen looked at the messages and remembered many details from his past life that he hadn't noticed before. Although Lin Chen and Zhao Xiao were middle school classmates in their past lives, Zhao Xiao always had his own small group, and they were just acquaintances. Looking back now, the time when Zhao Xiao's attitude changed coincided with the time when Lin Chen's father passed away. At that time, the news of his father's sky-high death compensation was all over the coastal city. After that, Zhao Xiao, along with a few others who were close to Zhao Xiao, began to treat Lin Chen like a brother. They would often come up with various reasons to ask Lin Chen out for food and fun. Considering that everyone was a student and didn't have much money, Lin Chen would always insist on paying the bill when they went out. Looking back now, after spending more than 3 years together, out of the hundreds of times they went out, these few people never paid once. Especially Zhao Xiao, who would openly and secretly cry poverty to Lin Chen, instilling in him the idea that brothers should share blessings and face difficulties together. Although he would say he would treat them, he would definitely find ways to make Lin Chen pay in the end. The expenses at the Flower Tide Club were not something that Zhao Xiao's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan could afford. After being reborn, Lin Chen was no longer the naive Lin Chen from his past life, and he understood these things as soon as he thought about them. It seemed that the incident of buying ancient coins today had stimulated Zhao Xiao, and he couldn't wait to fleece him. Seeing that Lin Chen did not reply to the message, the group of people in the chat began to mention him. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. So be it, let's collect some interest first. Lin Chen, alright, but I won't be free until after 8 o'clock tonight. The next day, Lin Chen, who was used to waking up early, naturally woke up at 5 o'clock. The interface of the treasure basin did not change, and the duplicated items that were used did not recover. Lin Chen remained calm. If it can only be used 3 times, then the practicality of the new ability brought by this ancient coin is far less than that of the space. Moreover, the cost of upgrading the ability to duplicate items is 10 times that of the space. This proves that this ability must be more valuable and powerful than the space. He stopped thinking about it. When he upgrades with gold, everything will become clear. After washing up, Lin Chen went downstairs to do a morning run warm-up first, and then began to systematically exercise his whole body muscles. He did not engage in intense exercise, but exercised and stretched in a relaxed manner, strengthening muscle strength while making muscles and joints more flexible. In the apocalypse, he had already summarized a set of exercise methods that were most suitable for himself, and now he only needed to progress gradually. The intensity of the first day's training should not be too high, and Lin Chen returned home at 8 o'clock. After taking a shower and having breakfast, Lin Chen began to make a list of supplies. There are many things needed in the extreme cold apocalypse, and Lin Chen listed all the things that would be needed according to his experience from the previous life. In the afternoon, Lin Chen called the agent and rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for 1 month, with a deposit and a month's rent, totaling 60,000. He arranged to sign the contract the next day and hung up the phone. The warehouse is to divert attention, and the supplies he will purchase later will be delivered to the warehouse first before being put into the space. There is also a small guard room in the warehouse, and Lin Chen has decided to live in the warehouse in a few days until the supplies are ready. As night fell, in the group chat on the phone, Zhao Xiao and others had already started urging to go out early. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, and only changed into a new outfit when it was close to 8 o'clock, then drove to the Huaqiao Club. When Lin Chen arrived, Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei had already drunk quite a bit in the private room. Su Feifei's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen entering, and she blushed as she came up and took Lin Chen's arm, coquettishly saying, "Lin Chen, why are you so slow? Long time no see, do you miss me?" Su Feifei has a sweet appearance, fair skin, and big twinkling eyes. When she looks at people, it makes them feel like she is all about them, creating an illusion that Su Feifei is interested in them. In fact, she treats everyone in her circle this way. In the previous life in the apocalypse, Su Feifei lived much better than herself. Lin Chen gestured to the others and pulled his arm out. Su Feifei was taken aback. Before she could think deeply about the difference in Lin Chen today, Huang Miao had already called Lin Chen over. "Lin Gu, come over quickly, we're going to have a wild night today." Zhao Zhao's gaze swept over Lin Chen's arm that was held by Su Feifei, and the smile on his face visibly faded. "Lin Chen, Miao, I have prepared a great show for you today," Zhao Xiao said mysteriously. Huang Miao curiously asked, "What kind of show?" Soon, 4 hot and sexy girls walked into the private room. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. They actually called hostesses, not bad for a night of fun. Lin Chen glanced at the alcohol on the table. It would cost at least 10 to 20,000. He wanted to see if Zhao Xiao could come up with that much money today. Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Lin Chen, this is for you and Miao. Thank you for being my brothers. Come on, let's have a drink." Lin Chen didn't take the glass, but said, "I have a slight cold today, took some antibiotics, can't drink, you guys go ahead." Hearing this, the 3 of them didn't mind. The 3 of them then sang and drank in the private room. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 a.m., and the table was full of empty bottles. Except for Lin Chen, everyone was a bit drunk. Su Feifei, with drunken eyes, said she wanted to go home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to take her home. Huang Miao's eyes lit up, and he added, "I'm going the same way as Zhao, let's go together." "Then let's split the bill and leave together," Lin Chen said with a smile. The waiter went to get the bill. Zhao Xiao walked up to Lin Chen, hooked his shoulder, and with a hint of cunning in her hazy eyes, said, "Lin Chen, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. My parents really want to see you. Last time my mom wanted to adopt you as her godson, what do you think?" Lin Chen took a few seconds to recall what Zhao Xiao said. When he visited Zhao Zhao's house last month, Zhao Zhao's parents showed strong affection towards him and proposed to adopt him as their godson, wanting him to become part of their family with Zhao Xiao. Lin Chen's father had moved from another city to settle in the coastal city, and Lin Chen had never had contact with relatives from his father's side. His mother had remarried after his father's death, and there was no contact with her side of the family either. Zhao Xiao and these people had timely filled the void in Lin Chen's heart, earning his trust. Although Lin Chen had not agreed to be Zhao's godson in his past life, he had grown closer to Zhao Xiao. When Zhao Xiao's family bought a new house, they even lent him $1 million. Later, during the apocalypse, Zhao Xiao's parents died in the early stages, and the money was never returned. It was almost time for Zhao Xiao to ask for the money back. No, I'm not used to being someone's son, Lin Chen smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Zhao Xiao had always approached him with a purpose. In his past life, he had considered Zhao Xiao his best friend, overlooking many things. Now, without the filter of friendship, Lin Chen saw through Zhao Xiao's tricks easily. This was also related to encountering many treacherous people during the apocalypse. Zhao Xiao, rejected by Lin Chen, was slightly stunned. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the bill. The total bill was over 38,000, rounded down to 38,000. The waiter handed the bill to everyone. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What are you all looking at me for? Zhao Xiao said he's treating. Zhao Xiao seemed to have just realized, awkwardly checked his pockets, took out his phone, and said, "Oops, my phone is dead." Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Chen for help. In his past life, Lin Chen would have paid without a second thought. But now, Lin Chen smiled slyly, and with a hint of mockery in his eyes, said to the waiter, "Get him a charger." The waiter's expression turned sour, disdainfully glanced at Zhao Xiao, and left to get a charger. As he left the room, he warned the people outside to be careful. The atmosphere inside the room became tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged a glance. They were used to Lin Chen always offering to pay the bill, and this scene today was unexpected. Although Zhao Xiao had always claimed a treat, they knew who would end up paying. Had Lin Chen and Zhao Xiao fallen out? Huang Miao gave Zhao Xiao a questioning look. What's going on? Zhao Xiao was also puzzled, a flash of anger crossing his face. Lin Chen's actions had embarrassed him. His phone was not dead, he had just turned it off to have a reason to let Lin Chen pay. Did Lin Chen want him to beg? Zhao Xiao was already resentful towards Lin Chen, but he managed to force a smile and said, "Lin Chen, you pay for today, and I'll treat you next time." Lin Chen naturally wouldn't give Zhao Xiao any face and said in confusion, "Zhao Xiao, today you said you would treat us, so you called everyone out, right? Don't tell me you invited us out without bringing any money?" Zhao Xiao's smile froze on his face. Huang Miao and Su Feifei both looked at Lin Chen with incredulous eyes. They had witnessed how good Lin Chen had been to Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years, so they were surprised to see him act this way. There were still 4 hostesses in the private room, who hadn't even received their tips yet, and now a scene of skipping out on the bill was unfolding before their eyes. At first, Zhao Xiao had confidently claimed that he would treat everyone, but now he was met with disdainful, scornful, and astonished looks from everyone. Just then, a waiter entered with a charger and placed it in front of Zhao Xiao, gesturing for him to use it. Zhao Xiao hesitated, feeling trapped. The waiter urged coldly, "Charge your phone, sir. We'll be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's face changed colors rapidly, from red to white to black. Despite his scheming nature, he was just a 19-year-old who couldn't contain his anger anymore. "Enough!" Zhao Xiao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, please settle the bill first. We can discuss the rest later, okay?" He still thought he might have unintentionally offended Lin Chen, and if he just acted as he used to, following Lin Chen's lead, everything would be fine. But the Lin Chen who had experienced Zhao Xiao's betrayal would not be the same pushover as before. Lin Chen's expression turned cold. "So, you really invited us out without bringing any money?" Zhao Xiao felt his pride being trampled on and rubbed into the ground, his eyes turning red with anger. "Yes." Lin Chen chuckled and glanced at everyone. "Since that's the case, let's split the bill." "What? Split the bill?" Now even Huang Miao and Su Feifei were no longer calm. Su Feifei frowned. "Are you guys expecting me, a girl, to foot the bill when we go out?" Huang Miao, looking embarrassed, said, "I didn't know we were going Dutch today, and I didn't bring any money." Huang Miao nudged Zhao Xiao, whose face was as dark as a pot. "Zhao, how did you offend Lin? Apologize to him." Zhao Xiao, looking at Lin Chen's half-smiling face, wanted to punch him. He couldn't remember what he had done to upset Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored the 3 of them and paid for his own drink, a $30 lemonade. Zhao Xiao couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Didn't we agree to split the bill?" His mind was spinning at this point. Lin Chen smirked, genuinely pleased with Zhao Xiao's reaction. "Yes, we did agree to split the bill. Each person pays for what they consumed. I only had a juice tonight. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage." At this point, the club had to check the surveillance footage, confirming Lin Chen's words. After paying $30, Lin Chen left. As he pushed open the door and walked away, leaving the 3 of them staring daggers at him, the waiter coldly reminded them, "You still owe $37,970. Please settle the bill." Did Lin Chen really just leave like that? The 3 couldn't believe that the usually easygoing Lin Chen had become so cold-hearted. By the time they realized it, Lin Chen was already far away. "Lin Chen, wait for me." Su Feifei wanted to catch up with Lin Chen, but the waiter stopped her. Why are you stopping me? That guy in front is my boyfriend. Su Feifei glared angrily at the waiter, her tone sharp. The waiter sneered, then you can call your boyfriend and ask him to pay for your share too. Su Feifei was seething but didn't dare provoke the intimidating waiter. She turned to glare fiercely at Zhao Xiao. What are you waiting for? Pay up. I don't have that much money. Losing face in front of the girl he liked, Zhao Xiao now hated Lin Chen more than ever. He had not saved up to 4 figures in less than a year. How could he afford 38,000? Lin Chen guessed right. It was just yesterday that he saw Lin Chen spend tens of thousands in just a few minutes. Zhao Xiao felt sour and decided to take Lin Chen out today to fleece him. Zhao Xiao knew that Lin Chen would definitely pay, and he couldn't do without their only good friends. Even if it hurt, he would compromise. It had always been like this before. Why did it seem like a different person today? Zhao Xiao stubbornly called Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who walked out of the club feeling refreshed, hung up Zhao Xiao's call, blocked all of them, and went home. Zhao Xiao's call was hung up, and when he tried again, it wouldn't go through. Now he truly believed that Lin Chen would no longer care about them. Faced with the watchful eyes of the waiters and several club security guards, Zhao Xiao whispered, "Let's go Dutch." Huang Miao and Su Feifei naturally refused. One was just working, and the other was a student. They had no money. It was Zhao Xiao's idea to come to the club, and he said he would treat. Even the hostesses were called by Zhao Xiao. The three of them quarreled, and in the end, the club called the police, and they had to call their families to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, wanting to trick Lin Chen, drank the most expensive drinks, so he had to pay 18,000. Huang Miao also drank a lot and had to pay 13,000. Su Feifei reluctantly paid 7,000. The three of them left the club in a bad mood. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao had a big fight, blaming each other, almost breaking up. Su Feifei also didn't give Zhao Xiao a good face and blocked him when she got home. Just one gathering, not only did good friends and oneself fall out, even the beloved girl kicked him out of her circle. Zhao Xiao hated Lin Chen to the core. However, when Zhao Xiao returned home, he not only did not find comfort, but was scolded by his father and slapped. His father angrily scolded Zhao Xiao for being immature. The family was preparing to buy a house and borrowing money from Lin Chen, and now this happened. He ordered him to apologize to Lin Chen immediately. Zhao's father thought that Zhao Xiao's motive to fleece Lin Chen was too obvious this time. Offending Lin Chen would make Lin Chen angry. Lin Chen was unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The next day, Lin Chen still got up early to exercise, and shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The agent was a young woman named Chen Qingqing. "Mr. Lin, I have a client who wants to see a house. When are you available?" "So soon?" Lin Chen was slightly surprised. "I'm available now, you can bring them over." 15 minutes later, Lin Chen heard the doorbell ring. Opening the door, a middle-aged man in a jacket followed the young and beautiful Chen Qingqing in. Chen Qingqing began to detail the advantages of this house. Lin Chen stepped aside. These agents were professionals in selling houses. He just had to wait. After seeing the house, the middle-aged man readily agreed to buy it in full. The price negotiated by Chen Qingqing was 9.45 million. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. It was much faster than he had imagined. As the two left, Lin Chen saw the middle-aged man making inappropriate advances towards Chen Qingqing, and he understood immediately. Shortly after they left, Chen Qingqing returned. "Mr. Lin, I have negotiated with the client. We will handle the transfer procedures tomorrow. Please prepare everything in advance." This big deal, Chen Qingqing was pulling out all the stops. Okay. Although surprised by the woman's methods, Lin Chen was satisfied with the result. The sooner he sold the house, the sooner he could move on to the next step. Chen Qingqing continued to explain in detail what needed to be prepared for the transfer. As she spoke, Chen Qingqing slowly leaned in. Lin Chen took a few steps back, his cold gaze sweeping towards Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing, 25 or 26 years old, was in the prime of her life, with a decent figure. But he felt nothing for such ruthless women. Under Lin Chen's gaze, Chen Qingqing felt her heart turn cold. She had never seen such a cold look from a young boy before. But thinking about the substantial commission, Chen Qingqing still managed to put on her most beautiful smile. "Mr. Lin, you said before that anything over 9 million would be considered commission. I keep my word. Once the deal is done, I will transfer it to you. I have to leave soon, so I won't keep Miss Chen here." If someone could make 450,000 from a single deal, it was their skill, and Lin Chen naturally wouldn't back out. With this money, he could move on to the next step of his plan. Hearing this, Chen Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took her leave. Lin Chen also prepared to leave, having arranged to sign the contract for renting a warehouse today. Lin Chen looked around the warehouse and was satisfied. He had made several requests before renting it. He wanted fewer people around, good confidentiality for the warehouse, and no visibility from the outside, among other things. This agent was also meticulous and had found the warehouse according to Lin Chen's requirements and had come to inspect it beforehand. The contract was signed smoothly. Once his house in the residential area was handed over tomorrow, Lin Chen could move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, Lin Chen stopped the agent. This agent was a man in his 30s named Liao Peng. Lin Chen thought this person was meticulous and steady in his work. With less than 3 months left until the end of the world countdown, he needed to collect a large amount of resources, upgrade the treasure bowl, which couldn't be done in just a few days. Building a shelter was time-consuming and laborious. He needed help. Mr. Liao, are you interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Lin Chen dangled a big carrot. Liao Peng was stunned. An annual salary of 500,000 yuan? That was 20 to 30,000 more than his salary at the real estate agency. But he was unsure and suspected if Lin Chen was joking with him. He cautiously asked, "What do you need me to do? I can't do anything illegal or unethical." Lin Chen organized his words and said, "Well, I am a doomsday survival enthusiast and I want to build an independent safe house in Sha City, but I can't leave High City, so I hope someone can help me." A doomsday survival enthusiast? Safe house? Even someone as steady as Liao Peng couldn't help but feel his face twitch at Lin Chen's words. As a real estate agent, he had rented and sold all kinds of houses and naturally knew that some wealthy people had peculiar ideas. Because of rumors online about a possible Third World War or natural disasters, some wealthy bosses who were afraid of death would build an extreme environmental survival system in the basement of their villas. But those were all bosses over 40. It was the first time he had been asked to help build a safe house alone. If it weren't for the young man in front of him who had just closed a deal with him, Liao Peng might have thought it was a scam and walked away. Lin Chen also knew that talk was cheap, so he signaled for Liao Peng to take out his phone payment code and transferred 100,000 yuan to him. This is more than 2 months' worth of salary. This time, Liao Peng believed Lin Chen's words. Who would joke around with so much money for no reason? However, being cautious, he still requested to sign a contract with Lin Chen. Lin Chen also had this in mind. The shelter was closely related to his future survival, and he couldn't expect Liao Peng to work wholeheartedly for him with just a few words. After discussing the details of the contract, they signed an agreement. The contract basically stated that Lin Chen would employ Liao Peng as his personal butler for an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He would be responsible for handling the construction of the new house in Sha City, supervising and inspecting it, as well as assisting Lin Chen with some miscellaneous tasks. Lin Chen would ensure Liao Peng's salary and other rightful benefits. With the tight timeline Lin Chen required, Liao Peng promptly resigned and took up the new position. With this job, he would be able to buy a house in the suburbs of Haisha in just a few years, much better than working in a real estate agency. He secretly made up his mind to work hard and show Mr. Lin his abilities. However, he didn't know that this job would only last for 3 months. Lin Chen never intended to hire him for long. Once the shelter was built, Liao Peng's job would be over. Lin Chen directly ordered, "Liao Peng, go to Shashi first, find a residential land willing to sell according to my requirements." Lin Chen's requirements were that the land should be high, flat, surrounded by no tall buildings, remote, with a large land area, and ready for construction. This was Liao Peng's expertise, so it shouldn't be difficult for him. "Okay, boss." Liao Peng quickly got into character and immediately booked the earliest flight. Shashi in the southern province is a famous tourist destination and the city closest to the equator, with no winter all year round. After the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, human living space drastically shrank, with the northern temperatures becoming too low for human habitation. Even though northern buildings were more cold resistant than those in the south, the natural gas pipelines in the north quickly froze and cracked. Without heating, the outdoor temperature reached an average of -70 degrees, almost cutting off the food supply, forcing people from the north to migrate south. And this was just the situation in summer. Only a few areas with national granaries could barely survive and establish survivor shelters. Although the equator couldn't resist the extreme cold, at least its temperatures were 30 to 40 degrees higher on average than those in the north, ranging from -30 degrees Celsius to -50 degrees Celsius. Moreover, Shashi was by the sea, and the authorities occasionally broke the ice to fish out frozen sea fish, so food wasn't as scarce as in the north. Lin Chen was well prepared in this life, not for the official resources but for the ability to carry a large amount of supplies with him. Safety became Lin Chen's top concern. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse wasn't the extreme weather but humanity itself. In the extreme cold without food, desperate people resorted to extreme measures, and incidents of murder and looting were not uncommon. No city had stable order. Shashi had the largest official shelter in Xiagua, where most of the country's high-ranking officials, scientists, and military personnel gathered. Naturally, the order there was much better than in other places. Moreover, in his previous life, Lin Chen heard that Shushi had developed crops that could be grown in extreme cold conditions. In this life, if he wanted to excel in nature, he had to build his shelter in Shushi. After reminding Liaoping of the relevant matters regarding building the shelter, Lin Chen returned home. The next morning, after his usual morning exercise, Lin Chen stored all the things he could take with him into his space. He threw away some useless items downstairs. Before leaving, Lin Chen took a last look at the empty house and left without any nostalgia. It was just a house, he was at home wherever he was. Lin Chen didn't know that shortly after he left home, Zhao Xiao went to his house looking for him. Unable to find Lin Chen, Zhao's father and mother scolded her in the following days. Lin Chen went to handle the house transfer procedures as agreed. After the money was transferred, he sent 450,000 to Chenqingqing. Then he went straight to the bank. Xiaogua Bank, the largest headquarters in Haishur, was located in the city center. Because he needed a large amount of gold and was afraid the bank wouldn't have enough at once, Lin Chen had already made an appointment with the customer manager yesterday once the house transfer was confirmed for today. When he arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon. He bought a suitcase on the way to carry the gold. Lin Chen's savings had now reached 25.4 million. His original savings, selling 3 gold bars, deducting warehouse rent, payments to Liaoping, and miscellaneous expenses, left him with 15.4 million. He sold the house for 9 million and borrowed 1 million through various online loan apps. If it weren't for the rule that one person cannot borrow more than 1 million from different formal platforms, Lin Chen would borrow more. Now Lin Chen has a total of 25.4 million in funds, which can buy 60 kilograms of gold. Calculating according to the rule that the wealth points double with each level increase in the wealth pool. 60 kilograms of gold can be upgraded 4 times in space, and then the item duplication can be upgraded twice. Upgrading the space 5 times alone or upgrading the item duplication 3 times is not enough. The volume of the space is now 6 by 6 by 6, 216 cubic meters, which is almost enough after upgrading 4 times. Lin Chen wants to know what changes will occur after upgrading the ability to duplicate items. There are many people in the bank, and Lin Chen, carrying a suitcase, walked in very conspicuously. Immediately, a bank staff member came up and asked, "May I help you with something?" Lin Chen said, "I am here to buy gold. I made an appointment yesterday. May I ask which manager you contacted?" The surname is Chu. Soon Lin Chen was taken to an office door. Chu Xiaodai is the customer manager of the head office of Haishur Xiaogua Bank. Yesterday, a customer with a deposit of tens of millions called her and said he wanted to buy 60 kilograms of gold at the bank. Chu Xiaodai was very surprised. What is the concept of 60 kilograms of gold? Although the international gold price has dropped a few dollars these days, the price of gold is still 413 yuan per gram, plus the bank's minimum fee of 5 yuan. 60 kilograms of gold requires 25.08 million. Generally, wealthy people invest in gold stocks or gold futures, and few people will buy so much physical gold. Moreover, in recent years, the situation has been unstable, and the price of gold has been high, making it very easy to lose money by buying so much physical gold. Chu Xiaodai curiously checked the customer's information. The data showed that this person's name is Lin Chen, only 19 years old. Chu Xiaodai has a deep impression of this boy. 3 years ago, in the largest new energy company in Haishur, Tianqi New Energy Company, Ltd., an electronic power engineer died in an accident at work. Tianqi New Energy Company, Ltd., waved its hand and compensated with 10 million. It was widely praised at the time. Not long after, the son of the electronic power engineer received the compensation, and Chu Xiaodai handled the business for him. Chu Xiaodai remembered that the boy was named Lin Chen. Chu Xiaodai checked the bank's physical gold inventory and confirmed that there was inventory before replying to Lin Chen that he could come anytime to handle the purchase procedures. She waited all morning, occasionally looking towards the door. She waited for half a day but no one came. At noon, she was ready to rest for a while when she heard a knock on the door. "Manager, the customer who wants to buy gold is here." Lin Chen waited in the lobby for a while, and a woman with a charming figure and wearing a uniform came out. He glanced at the nameplate on the woman's chest. "Customer manager, Chu Xiaodai." "Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Xiaodai smiled politely and said, "Please follow me." Lin Chen nodded and followed Chu Xiaodai to the VIP lounge. Chu Xiaodai first explained the process of buying physical gold bars to Lin Chen. Buying physical gold, if the price of gold does not rise by more than 10 yuan, it is equivalent to losing money. Because when buying, you have to add processing fees, service fees, etc. But Lin Chen is not buying gold for investment. losing more than 10 yuan is not a big problem for him.
I have already understood. Let's proceed with the procedures now.
Select the specifications, open an account, fill out the forms. Except for the look in the eyes of this customer manager that made Lin Chen a little uncomfortable, the rest of the steps went smoothly.
With Lin Chen's 25.
For a million in savings, based on today's instant international gold price of 412/G, after deducting fees and service charges, he can buy 61,000 G gold bars. Lin Chen chose 1,000 G himself. Anyway, they all have to be sold back, so there is no need to choose a style. 1,000 G is also more convenient for upgrading, as long as 2 bars can upgrade to the next level of space. After purchasing the gold bars, you can choose to store them in the bank or take them home.
Lin Chen naturally chose to take them home.
Chu Xiaodai counted out 60 gold bars from the safe.
Each bar was placed on the counter one by one. Lin Chen's eyes became increasingly eager.
Being able to invest so much in gold, Lin Chen was definitely a big client. Thinking about the commission he would receive for completing this deal, which was equivalent to 2 months' salary, Chu Xiaodai found the young man in front of her more and more pleasing to the eye. Lin Chen shifted his gaze elsewhere. When he brought back the replicated gold bars tomorrow, this woman would probably want to swallow him whole. The VIP room and the lobby were separated by a huge frosted glass, with slight stripes allowing a view of the situation in the lobby. Lin Chen boredly scanned the bank's lobby, then suddenly his gaze froze.
He noticed something off about one person in the crowd. Upon closer observation, he realized it was not just one person, but 4. These 4 individuals were dressed casually, seemingly lounging in different areas of the bank as if waiting in line. Not even the bank security could detect anything unusual.
But Lin Chen had survived the end of the world chaos and had encountered many villains and possibly killed many people during the 8 years of the apocalypse. At a glance, he could sense a murderous aura emanating from these 4 individuals. It was still a time of peace. How could ordinary people exude such a murderous aura? Could it be possible? He couldn't help but wonder if not being present would have led to a bank robbery. Lin Chen tried to recall if there had been any news of bank robberies in the pre-apocalyptic high city in his previous life, but he couldn't remember. Had his return caused some sort of butterfly effect? Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, one of the individuals turned his head, prompting Lin Chen to quickly avert his eyes. High City was one of the safest cities in Xia country, and for the largest bank in High City to be robbed was unthinkable.
Wasn't this seeking death? It was widely known that bank robbery was definitely not proportional in terms of profit and risk. Perhaps he was overthinking. With obstructions in place, others couldn't see his situation. Yet, Lin Chen couldn't shake off his unease. Better safe than sorry. This was his entire fortune and life at stake. If he were truly robbed, he would have nowhere to cry. Turning his head, Lin Chen whispered to Chu Xiaodai, who was still counting the gold, "Hold on, I won't make the purchase today." He wasn't sure when these 4 individuals had entered. He had been very conspicuous earlier carrying a suitcase and coming from the VIP room. If these people had ulterior motives, he might have already been targeted. What? Chu Xiaodai thought she had misheard. "I said, I won't make the purchase today. I'll come back another day." Lin Chen lowered his voice. However, upon hearing that Lin Chen wasn't going to make the purchase, Chu Xiaodai felt that Lin Chen was playing with her. After all the trouble of taking out the gold bars, he now said he wouldn't buy them? What about her commission? Chu Xiaodai was angry, and her voice rose. "Sir, your transaction has already been completed. The amount has been deducted. If you want a refund." "Refund?" Lin Chen interrupted Chu Xiaodai, hoping the customer manager would quickly put away the gold bars. Chu Xiaodia's face turned red with anger, but she forced a smile. She didn't take back the gold bars but instead wanted to continue arguing with Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, these gold bars are already yours. If you want a refund, it means the gold bars will have to go back through the purchase process, and you will incur processing and service fees." Lin Chen glanced sideways and saw one of the 4 individuals moving closer to the VIP room. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in black casual wear, with a crew cut and an average appearance. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of fierceness in his eyes, indicating he had seen bloodshed. Although he was of Asian descent, his features gave Lin Chen the impression that he was not a native. At a glance, Lin Chen felt even more certain that his guess might come true. Chu Xiaodai was still talking incessantly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen secretly cursed this brainless woman. Lin Chen lowered his voice and said, "Quickly put away the gold bars. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences if they get stolen." Chu Xiaodai, seeing that Lin Chen was not listening, was so angry that her chest heaved. "Mr. Lin, these gold bars are still on my side of the counter. Even if they are stolen, it is my responsibility. Please do not interfere." Lin Chen's focus shifted,
Are you saying that if they are stolen now, it's not my fault? At this moment, the security guard also noticed something and walked over. VIP rooms usually involve large transactions, so when he saw someone suddenly approaching, the security guard became alert. The security guard walked up to the man with a crew cut and blocked his path, saying, "Hello, for regular transactions, please line up in the lobby."
"Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know."
The man with the crew cut showed an apologetic expression, as if he was about to apologize. However, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. A black handgun quickly emerged from the man's pocket with a crew cut and was pointed at the security guard's abdomen, followed by a gunshot. The security guard fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from his abdomen, staining his once clean uniform. The other three thugs also pulled out their guns in the next second. One of them shot at the security guard who had taken out an electric baton.
Gunshots and screams echoed through the entire lobby, followed by a piercing alarm. A bank staff member sitting at the counter immediately pressed the alarm button.
The man with the crew cut had already broken open the door to the VIP room with a shot. Lin Chen locked eyes with the man with the crew cut. Seeing the greed and murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Chen immediately crouched down.
He moved to the corner, hands covering his head.
If you were to ask him what to do in a dangerous situation, Lin Chen would confidently tell you, fight if you can win, run if you can't, and surrender if you can't escape. They had 4 guns, he had nothing.
Stand up to them? Don't be ridiculous, isn't it better to stay alive? Lin Chen quietly crouched in the corner.
The other people in the lobby had already been subdued by the robbers. These 4 robbers had clearly come prepared, with specific roles assigned. One observed the situation outside, one guarded the hostages, and another was walking towards the man with the crew cut with a bag in hand. Chu Xiaodai behind the counter was already terrified.
Someone actually dared to rob the main branch of the Xia Country Bank?
The man with the crew cut went straight to the counter, pointing his gun at Chu Xiaodai behind the bulletproof glass, threatening, "Bring out the gold bars, quickly!" Chu Xiaodai did not comply, but instead started to pack up the gold bars to lock them back in the safe. Although they were scared, they had also received training. The bulletproof glass at the main branch would not be penetrated by a regular handgun. This was the city center, and the bank's alarm system was connected to the nearest police station.
Within 10 minutes, the police would arrive.
However, there were still other bank staff outside the counter. One of the robbers directly pointed a gun at a staff member's head and brought them to the entrance of the VIP room. The staff member was scared on the spot.
"Bring out the gold bars as quickly as possible. If you're 10 seconds late, I'll kill someone." Chu Xiaodai could only comply.
Lin Chen hid in the corner, quietly watching the scene unfold. He noticed that the robbers did not go to the other counters to steal cash.
Their target was clear, the gold in the VIP room. It made sense, slightly smarter robbers wouldn't rob cash from a bank.
After all, every banknote in a bank is recorded, and stolen money cannot be easily spent.
However, stolen gold can be melted down and circulated in the market.
But there was a question mark here. The gold inventory on the counter was limited, and the bank's large gold bars were kept in the vault.
If they didn't get a huge amount of gold, the risk and reward of robbing the bank would not be proportional. How did these robbers know there would be a huge amount of gold at the bank counter today?
There are definitely not many people like himself who spend 25 million to buy physical gold. Lin Chen looked at Chu Xiaodai, who was trembling as she handed the gold bars to the robbers. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Perhaps someone leaked the information that he would come to the bank today to buy a large amount of gold bars.
With this thought, everything became clear.
They had been waiting for this batch of gold bars to appear. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart, his eyes cold and terrifying. Fortunately, he did not take the gold bars, and with the security personnel noticing something unusual, he narrowly escaped a disaster. Otherwise, when he was about to put the gold bars in the suitcase, he would have been in great danger if he had not been on guard.
60 gold bars were quickly handed out through the window by Chu Xiaodai and collected by the robbers in a handbag.
The gold bars didn't look big, but the weight of 120 pounds was real, making it a bit difficult for one of the robbers to carry. At this moment, the bald man noticed the suitcase next to the counter. Lin Chen cursed inwardly.
Sure enough, the bald man noticed Lin Chen.
Because he had to pack the gold bars, the suitcase Lin Chen bought was small, black, and had a combination lock. The bald man looked fierce as he said to Lin Chen, "Come here. Open this suitcase."
Lin Chen showed a fearful expression and walked over to obediently open the suitcase.
The robber placed the handbag containing the gold bars into the suitcase. Lin Chen kept a close eye on the robber's movements throughout the process. With 25 million worth of gold all in a small suitcase, if he were to use his space ability to put these gold bars into space at this moment.
No.
Lin Chen immediately dismissed his idea.
The bank's surveillance equipment was still functioning normally. If this suitcase suddenly disappeared in front of a group of people, it would be too conspicuous. 25 million worth of gold disappearing out of thin air would definitely be traced back. If the treasure basin was exposed, it would not be worth the risk. The distant sound of police sirens could already be faintly heard. The robbers' actions were not slow, but the Xia State Police acted even faster. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers seemed visibly flustered. They were about to leave immediately. Before leaving, the bald man glanced at Lin Chen again. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Lin Chen. Lin Chen instinctively tried to dodge and fight back, but suddenly, he thought of something and forcibly restrained his instincts, not moving. The bald man grabbed Lin Chen, pressing the gun against his back, and sternly said, "Go." Lin Chen obediently followed the robbers out of the bank. There was already a getaway car waiting outside the bank. Lin Chen was pushed into the car. There were a total of 5 robbers. It was an off-road vehicle, and the 4 big men in the back seat were very crowded, but not one of the robbers complained. They all accepted that the bald man was taking Lin Chen with them. Just as Lin Chen was being taken into the car, not far away, a journalist who had been working nearby rushed over to capture the video of Lin Chen being kidnapped. High City Xia State Bank headquarters robbed by robbers, a young man unfortunately taken hostage. Through the short video, this news was quickly pushed to the forefront. Countless netizens saw the scene of Lin Chen being taken into the car in the short video. Damn, in my lifetime, I actually get to see some idiot robbing a bank? Damn! Someone dares to rob the headquarters, they must be really bold. I bet these robbers won't escape for a day. These robbers actually have guns. I bet half a day. I believe in the strength of our country's public security officers. The guy being held hostage, I guess his luck isn't looking good, right? The guy being held hostage looks like my high school classmate. Isn't the guy being held hostage my college classmate Lin Chen? Damn, my high school classmate is also named Lin Chen. Soon, some people realized that the Lin Chen they knew was the same Lin Chen. Thus, another short video was born. Top student from a prestigious university was kidnapped by bank robbers, life hanging by a thread. A short video was quickly produced and went viral. In the video, there was a clear picture of Lin Chen's face. Looking at Lin Chen's handsome yet slightly immature face in the photo, numerous older ladies and sisters felt anxious and prayed for him. They also tagged the official account, demanding a successful rescue of the hostage. The university classmates who posted this video gained a large number of followers as a result. Lin Chen was still unaware of his sudden fame. Not long after the vehicle started moving, the sound of police cars behind them grew closer. The 5 people in the car were visibly breathing heavily. One of them spoke rapidly. It was then that Lin Chen realized that none of these 5 people were from Xia country. At that moment, the golden suitcase was placed under the feet of one of the robbers. Lin Chen could reach it with his foot. As long as his hand could touch the suitcase, he could transfer its contents into his space. Yes, Lin Chen had come for this suitcase of gold. When the gold was stolen, it was still inside the counter and had not passed through his hands, so the bank would naturally be responsible for the loss. He would still receive compensation of 60 kilograms of gold from the bank. If he were to transfer the stolen gold into his space, regardless of whether the robbers escaped or not, they would be blamed for the missing gold. He would then possess 120 kilograms of gold. After duplicating and doubling it, he would have a total of 240 kilograms. Upgrading the wealth basin with 120 kilograms of gold would double his original plan. Fortune favors the bold. He would only be safe if these 5 robbers were safe. At that moment, Lin Chen sat with 3 robbers in the back row, very close to the suitcase. However, bending down to touch the suitcase would be too deliberate. He was waiting for an opportunity. The robber driving the off-road vehicle had excellent skills, weaving in and out of traffic at speeds of 80 miles per hour. He narrowly avoided other vehicles multiple times, keeping the police cars at bay. However, the robbers soon noticed 2 helicopters following them from above. Lin Chen heard the bald man curse in international slang. Shortly after, a roadblock appeared ahead on the road. The sharp spikes in front of them made it impossible for even an off-road vehicle to break through. A group of special police officers stood ready behind the roadblock. The screeching sound of emergency braking filled the air, causing everyone in the off-road vehicle to lean forward. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. A perfect opportunity. While everyone's attention was focused on the roadblock and the special police officers ahead, Lin Chen bent down, quickly touched the suitcase, and then stood up straight. None of the robbers noticed anything unusual. They were unaware that the gold they had worked so hard to steal had vanished, all hidden in Lin Chen's space. Now, he needed to find a way to escape. The off-road vehicle reversed frantically, turned around, and headed towards a small road. The helicopters followed. On one of the helicopters, a camera was pointed directly at the robbers' off-road vehicle. The vehicle seemed to circle around, and after about 10 minutes, a flyover appeared ahead. Underneath the flyover, traffic flowed back and forth, but Lin Chen's body tensed up. There was a black sedan parked under the flyover. Lin Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. Even in emergencies, most people would park on the roadside outside the flyover, not underneath it. The area under the flyover happened to be a blind spot for helicopter surveillance. It was highly likely that these robbers had prepared in advance to evade pursuit. If the robbers got out of the car, they would discover that the gold bars in the suitcase were missing, putting them at a disadvantage. As it turned out, Lin Chen's intuition was correct. The off-road vehicle made an abrupt stop under the flyover. If they weren't changing vehicles and there were no other cars ahead, there was no need for such a sudden stop. Just as the off-road vehicle braked suddenly, Lin Chen, seated between two robbers, suddenly reached out and touched the hands of the two robbers holding guns. The two robbers were about to react, but their hands were empty, the handguns were gone. Suddenly stunned. In an instant, a gun appeared in Lin Chen's hand, aimed at the third robber in the back row with a gun, and shot him in the head. Then he shot the two robbers in the back row who were empty-handed. With such a close distance, Lin Chen didn't need to aim at all. Hearing the gunshots from the back row, the bald man in the front subconsciously turned around. Before he could react, Lin Chen's gun was already pointed at his head. The bald man's pupils shook. He didn't expect that the seemingly powerless rich second-generation hostage could grab the gun from his companion. Skillful actions, quick and accurate shooting, and a coldness that didn't match his appearance. The bald man opened his mouth as if to say something, but Lin Chen had already pulled the trigger. All of this may sound long, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. The robber sitting in the driver's seat kept his hands on the steering wheel. Realizing something was wrong, he reached for the gun at his waist. Before he could even release the safety, his head exploded. With that, all 5 robbers were down. Surprisingly, the off-road vehicle was equipped with bulletproof glass, relatively soundproof, and since no other vehicles passed by, it didn't alert anyone else. After shooting the robber in the driver's seat, Lin Chen quickly got out of the car, avoiding the sight of passing cars, placed his hand on the car body, and stored the car and the bodies in his space. Then he swiftly walked towards the black sedan. He pulled open the door and got in. The car was indeed unlocked, and the keys were still inside. Lin Chen stepped on the gas, and the vehicle sped away. 10 minutes later, after confirming that there were no helicopters tracking his location, Lin Chen drove the car to a remote mountain forest. The car switch was so quick that the helicopter didn't realize the criminals had changed vehicles. Also, there were passing vehicles under the bridge, so Lin Chen quickly drove away from official surveillance. After confirming there was no one around and no surveillance, Lin Chen stored the black sedan in his space and took out the off-road vehicle. He began to collect the spoils. 5 handguns from the robbers, a total of 10 magazines. Lin Chen picked up a gun and efficiently replaced the empty magazine. In his previous life, he had handled guns, but gun control in Xia country was strict, making it very difficult to obtain handguns. Firearms, whether before or after the apocalypse, were extremely valuable commodities. Taking such a big risk this time, he aimed for both the gold bars and the handguns. With a handgun, his survival ability in the early stages of the apocalypse would undoubtedly greatly improve. Lin Chen searched the car compartment for a while. He found a small amount of cash and 2 daggers. He stored all these items, including the gold bars. Although there was an unexpected incident in buying gold bars from the bank this time, the harvest far exceeded his expectations. After confirming nothing was missed, Lin Chen stored the off-road vehicle back in his space. After the apocalypse, he would casually throw these people into the sea, letting them be frozen under thick ice forever, never to be found by anyone. Lin Chen, who had taken care of everything, walked a distance, hailed a taxi, and went to the Public Security Bureau. On the other side, police cars arrived under the overpass where the off-road vehicle was lost, only to find no one there. The robbers and the off-road vehicle seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The surveillance cameras under the overpass had been sabotaged by the prepared robbers. All the law enforcement officers returned empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the Public Security Bureau in the city center. So, you're saying that after they drove the car to the mountains and let you go, they drove away again? Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went? The security officers asked in succession. The Xia Country Bank's headquarters was robbed of 25 million worth of gold bars by the robbers, who also took a hostage. This incident had attracted widespread attention in the city and even nationwide. Although the hostages are safe now, the robbers and the gold bars are missing, causing a headache for the downtown security bureau leaders. Lin Chen answered all the questions truthfully when facing the security officers. If he couldn't answer, he innocently claimed not to know, not to be sure, or not to have noticed. The robbers and the car have both disappeared, and the more lies he tells, the more loopholes there are. Lin Chen just needs to play dumb. Although he is also a suspect, as long as the security officers investigate, they will know that he had never had any contact with the robbers before today. Just a few days ago, he was a legitimate college student. There is no need for perfect lies. Official investigations can clear Lin Chen's suspicion. Officer, can the gold bars be recovered? If they can't be recovered, will the bank compensate me? After finishing his questions, Lin Chen became concerned about his gold bars. The security officer was about to speak when Chu Xiaodai and a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the police station. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he asked, "Have the hostages been found? Where are they? What about the gold bars?" The security officer said to Lin Chen, "The bank's people are here. The older one is the bank's vice president. You can communicate directly with him." Soon, Xiaogua Bank's vice president Li Chongbin sat across from Lin Chen. The security officer had left, leaving only Lin Chen, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin in the room. "You are the hostage? You're back? The gold bars are lost?" Li Chongbin's tone was questioning, making Lin Chen slightly displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. "You can ask the security officer those questions. I want to know when you will give me my gold bars." Li Chongbin frowned and glanced at Chu Xiaodai. Chu Xiaodai handed a document to Lin Chen and said, "Mr. Lin, your gold bars were taken by the robbers. If these gold bars are not recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50% of the loss. If you have no problem, please sign on this document." The incident of the stolen gold bars has already caused a stir on the internet. If they don't want this incident to damage the bank's reputation, they must resolve it quickly. 50%? Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Chu Xiaodai with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Isn't it your bank's responsibility if it's stolen?" Chu Xiaodai's gaze shifted, but thinking of the instructions from the vice president before coming out, she still had a firm expression and said, "The loss of the gold bars was caused by a third party. 4 of our bank's security personnel died in this incident, and 2 were seriously injured. We have fulfilled our duty. We are also very sorry that this happened. If the gold bars can be recovered, we will definitely give you the full amount." Lin Chen glanced at the document Chu Xiaodai handed him. A series of professional terms were densely packed on it. The general idea was that if the gold bars couldn't be recovered, the bank would compensate Lin Chen for half of the gold bars, and Lin Chen couldn't hold the bank accountable. Lin Chen almost laughed. They were so self-serving. Did they think of him as a 3-year-old? Lin Chen glanced at the vice president. He looked calm and seemed to think that compensating half was already their kindness. "I remember those gold bars were taken by the robbers from the counter. If the gold bars are not given to me, the transaction between the bank and me is not complete. Your bank losing the gold bars has nothing to do with me." Li Chongbin was somewhat surprised that a 19-year-old young man like Lin Chen could remain so calm after being held hostage by criminals. He said earnestly, "Lin Chen, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely the fault of our bank. How about this? We compensate you 60%. In addition, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university and can help you secure a spot for further studies. What do you think?" "I'm not interested." Lin Chen refused decisively. Seeing Lin Chen indifferent, Li Chongbin's face turned ugly as he said in a harsh tone, "Young man, don't be too greedy. I heard that there is no adult in your family, only you. You are still young, inexperienced in society, unaware that young people nowadays need to learn to compromise, otherwise offending the wrong people could affect your future." He, "Are you threatening me?" A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Chu Xiaodai intervened, "Mr. Lin, we are here to negotiate compensation with sincerity. But we want to know, how did you know that these people were going to rob the bank? These robbers are ruthless, yet they spared you." "Mr. Lin, do you really not know these robbers? Are you suggesting that I am in cahoots with the robbers?" Lin Chen chuckled. The two did not speak, evidently implying agreement. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, Lin Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He stood up and walked out. "You two can assist the police in finding evidence. I won't accompany you. I will reclaim my belongings through legal means. The chances of winning the lawsuit against the bank are high, but it will take a long time. However, since I already have the gold bars, I won't lose. As for the threat mentioned by the bank's vice president, I hope he can still stand and talk to me in 3 months." A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Thinking it was an advertisement, Lin Chen answered the call on speakerphone. A woman's voice came through the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? I am a reporter from XX City News. Would you have time for a special interview?" Lin Chen was taken aback. A reporter from the city? Why would a reporter want to interview him? Just as he was about to refuse, another call came in. Another unfamiliar number. Sorry, I need to take another call. Lin Chen hung up and answered the second call. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen, we are XX New Media, we would like. Before the person could finish, another call came in. Lin Chen hung up in confusion and continued to answer, Is this Lin Chen? I am a reporter from the Central News of Xia Country. Central News of Xia Country reporters were calling him too? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Instead of hanging up, he started talking to the CCTV reporter. I am Lin Chen, what can I do for you? Lin, do you have time for an interview? The public is eager to know how you escaped from the robbers' hands. Lin Chen hesitated. He didn't want to become famous. The internet users in the 21st century were too scary. If his actions were exposed, it would be over. Although killing the robbers could be considered self-defense, swallowing the gold bars was a fact. Glancing sideways, he noticed Chu Xiaodai and the vice president staring at him intently, seeming a bit nervous. His intended refusal turned into an acceptance. Okay. After arranging the time and place, Lin Chen hung up the phone and continued walking out. Li Chongbin looked frustrated. He had wanted to take action before the reporters arrived. Who knew Lin Chen would be so unyielding? Wait, let's talk again. Chu Xiaodai tried to grab Lin Chen's arm, but he evaded her. Lin Chen turned to look at Chu Xiaodai, raised an eyebrow as if remembering something, and said, Oh, I provided the police with a clue about the robber's motive for the robbery. What clue? Chu Xiaodai asked instinctively. When I was kidnapped, I heard the robbers say that a bank employee leaked information about my purchase of gold, which is why they targeted these gold bars to rob the bank. This statement was actually fabricated by Lin Chen, as he couldn't understand the robbers' conversation. But it doesn't stop him from wanting to deceive this woman for a bit. If someone leaked their information, this woman in front of him is the most likely. Chu Xiaodia's heart thumped, as if she had figured something out. A hint of panic flashed across her face. Seeing Chu Xiaodia's increasingly panicked expression, Lin Chen originally only had a 50% certainty, now he has 100%. TSK, causing the deaths of 4 security guards, and making the bank lose over 20 million. I wonder how many years that leaker will be sentenced to. Watching Chu Xiaodia's distracted appearance, Lin Chen smirked maliciously and turned to leave. No wonder the bank robbery that didn't happen in the previous life happened in this life. It was indeed the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth to the bank to buy gold bars. Li Chongbin glared angrily and shouted at Lin Chen's back, Stop! Seeing Lin Chen continue to walk away, Li Chongbin firmly grabbed Chu Xiaodia's arm. What's going on? In a situation where the bank is not entirely responsible, he came to negotiate with Lin Chen. Never did he expect that even the robbers were attracted by their own people? What negotiation is there to talk about? It wasn't me. Chu Xiaodai shouted sharply. Seeing Chu Xiaodia's guilty appearance, Li Chongbin couldn't help but understand. Was the leaker that Lin Chen mentioned Chu Xiaodai? Lin Chen has already contacted the TV station. He must end this matter before it is exposed. Li Chongbin didn't even look at Chu Xiaodai again. He walked away, leaving Chu Xiaodai sitting on the ground, murmuring repeatedly, It wasn't me, it wasn't me. After receiving a call from Lin Chen yesterday about purchasing 25 million worth of gold, Chu Xiaodai was very happy. That night, while having dinner with her boyfriend at the restaurant, in her pride, Chu Xiaodai mentioned the matter of a customer wanting to buy 25 million worth of gold. In the past, when customers made large deposits, she would also boast to her boyfriend, but she never mentioned the customer's name. This doesn't count as leaking customer information. How did it attract the robbers? However, sometimes things just happen coincidentally. At the restaurant where Chu Xiaodai was dining, sitting behind her booth were 2 of the robbers. Walk the night road often, and you will eventually meet ghosts. When Lin Chen left the police station, it was already evening. Finding his car, he drove to the warehouse he rented. In no time, Lin Chen received several calls. This time it was from an advertising partner. Opening his phone and scrolling through, Lin Chen realized he had become famous. There were many messages from university classmates, high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates whom he rarely contacted. Lin Chen cleared all the messages. He didn't want to be famous. If he didn't know that the apocalypse was coming in 3 months, perhaps he could use this wave of popularity to make some short videos with ads to earn some money. But the apocalypse was approaching quickly, and he didn't have the energy to deal with these things. Internet users nowadays are too scary. If any clues are found, he would be done for. After tidying up a compartment in the warehouse, eating some bread stored there, Lin Chen lay down and fell asleep. After a day of mental and physical battles, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Waking up in the morning, Lin Chen felt refreshed. After finishing his morning exercise and going out for breakfast, Lin Chen received a call from the bank. Mr. Lin, your gold transaction at our bank yesterday has not been completed. When would you have time to come and collect the gold? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. So soon? Originally, he wanted to use Chu Xiaodia's incident to leverage his current online fame to create a wave of public opinion, forcing the bank to quickly complete the interrupted transaction with him. Unexpectedly, the bank's response was even faster. Lin Chen responded, 30 minutes. After breakfast, Lin Chen arrived at the bank. He thought he would need to argue with the bank, but everything that followed went smoothly. The bank manager personally received him, sincerely apologized to him, and handed the gold bars to him personally. Several gifts were also given as compensation for mental distress. Lin Chen also reciprocated by agreeing to the manager's request for a photo, taking a picture with the gold bars and bank staff. When Lin Chen left, the bank staff and security personnel voluntarily helped him carry his belongings and escorted him to the car, waving and smiling until his vehicle disappeared. This scene was captured by journalists who had been monitoring the bank's movements. The photos quickly appeared on news websites, with netizens praising the bank's service attitude. However, these matters were no longer relevant to Lin Chen. Originally, Lin Chen was prepared to accept interviews, expose the vice president's recording, and Chu Xiaodia's affairs. Now, he had achieved his goal in the shortest time possible, saving time wasted on trivial matters. Whether he could survive in 3 months was unknown, so why waste time on those doomed individuals? Lin Chen's attention was now focused on the gold bars. On the bed in the small room of just over 10 square meters, 2 piles of dazzling gold bars were neatly stacked. One pile was just retrieved from the bank today, while the other was snatched from the bank robbers yesterday. There were also 3 smaller bars left from before, a total of 50 million in gold. The thought of these gold bars potentially doubling to 100 million made Lin Chen's heart beat faster. With 120 kilograms of gold, Lin Chen naturally could not hold them all in his hands like the first time. He placed his hands on the gold bars separately. Item duplication. As the words fell, a dazzling golden light appeared in the small room. Gold bars appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Chen, with the sound of heavy objects landing on the bed continuously. The iron bed frame creaked under the weight, but Lin Chen didn't care if he had to sleep on the floor that night. He counted and duplicated 123 gold bars, 120 weighing 1000 G and 3 weighing 500 G, not missing a single one. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing a look of ecstasy. 25 million had turned into 100 million in 2 days, making anyone ecstatic. Initially, he wasn't sure if he would succeed. What if the cornucopia had a duplication limit, or if it could only duplicate gold bars touched by the body, or if there were other limiting factors that could cause his duplication to fail? Fortunately, he had worried too much. The item duplication was even more powerful than he had imagined. At this point, the cornucopia interface also changed. Cornucopia function, storage space 6*6*6 upgrade cost, 2000 money points function, item duplication *1 upgrade cost, 10,000 money points. There was only one chance left for item duplication. Would this number change after the upgrade? Lin Chen first organized the gold bars. Each gold bar from the bank had a serial number. He first organized the duplicates of the 60 gold bars he had retrieved today and set them aside to sell back to the bank. Then he placed the other 63 duplicates on the other side, which he could find a way to melt down and sell through channels. Lin Chen picked up 2 original 1000 G gold bars and silently said in his heart, "Space upgrade." Suppressing his emotions, Lin Chen first upgraded the space according to the original plan. As soon as his hands were empty, the cornucopia interface began to change. In the blink of an eye, the length, width, and height of the space in his consciousness doubled, and the volume increased 8-fold. Cornucopia function, storage space 12*12*12 upgrade cost, 4000 money points function, item duplication *1 upgrade cost, 10,000 money points. The next level of upgrade required twice as many money points. Without stopping, Lin Chen continued to pick up 4 gold bars to upgrade the space. Then 8. 16. After using up a total of 31,000 G gold bars and upgrading 4 times consecutively, the storage space has now become treasure basin storage space, 96*96*96 money points needed for upgrade, 32,000 function, item duplication *1 money points needed for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space has increased to over 9,000 square meters, with a volume of nearly 900,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum. In terms of standard shipping containers, it is equivalent to the size of over 29,000 containers stacked together. This large space is currently sufficient. There are still 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500 G gold bars left for upgrading. This time, Lin Chen picked up 10 gold bars with anticipation. Upgrade item duplication. As soon as the words fell, the gold bars in his hand disappeared. The numbers on the interface quickly jumped until they stopped. Treasure basin storage space, 96*96*96 money points needed for upgrade, 32,000 function, item duplication *4 money points needed for upgrade, 20,000. The number of duplications has indeed increased, and it increased by 3 at once. This means that as long as he continues to upgrade, he can obtain more duplication opportunities. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. If he repeats the trick of buying gold from the bank, he could potentially upgrade the treasure basin infinitely. However, he quickly calmed down. Buying gold bars from the bank and then selling them back is something that can be attributed to youthful ignorance if done once and incurred a loss. Doing it again would surely raise suspicions. Furthermore, the duplicated gold bars cannot be used for upgrades and are not easy to sell. Currently, every citizen's account in Xia country is under national surveillance, and large sums of unexplained funds entering would quickly trigger investigations by relevant authorities. Apart from the original 25 million, any additional money cannot see the light of day. Not to mention spending it. Upgrading the treasure basin is to prepare for the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. If valuable accumulated resources and time are wasted on upgrading the treasure basin, it would completely go against the original intention. Moreover, the best time to collect gold is after the apocalypse arrives. Within a month of the apocalypse, there is a large-scale death of animals and plants worldwide. Human food supply drastically decreases, and by then, a few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold. No one would care about gold and silver jewelry that cannot satisfy hunger or keep warm. After understanding this, Lin Chen directly placed his hands on the remaining gold bars and continued to upgrade item duplication. As the gold bars quickly disappeared from his hands, the numbers on the treasure basin interface kept jumping. When the gold bars completely disappeared, the treasure basin interface changed to treasure basin storage space, 96*96*96 money points needed for upgrade, 32,000 function, item duplication *22 money points needed for upgrade, 58500. Lin Chen was ecstatic, with a smile on his face. The number of duplications obtained each time is double that of the previous level, plus the remaining one, equal to 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 12. A total of 22 duplication opportunities. Following the current upgrade pattern, the next item duplication upgrade will give him 24 duplication opportunities. However, that is all after the apocalypse. The most important thing now is to stockpile resources. At this moment, Lin Chen has 320,000 yuan left. He needs to sell the duplicated gold bars from the bank to recover the funds. Considering that he just received the gold bars today, Lin Chen decided to sell them at the bank in 2 days for a more secure approach. Since that's the case, he decided to get rid of another batch of gold bars that cannot see the light of day. Lin Chen first found someone online in Heist City. It was someone who spent all day idling online with nothing to do. Using a reward of 20,000 yuan as bait, he persuaded the person to go to a manufacturer in the suburbs of Heist City to buy a small-scale gold melting machine for producing high-frequency heating equipment. Then he found another person to buy several crucibles from another factory. He found a third person to buy molds. He had these 3 people place the items in 3 relatively remote and less monitored locations, and then he went to retrieve them in disguise. He knew that the authorities must still be watching him, but so what? Even if someone found out that he had bought these things, there was no evidence to prove his connection to the robbers. And now Chu Xiaodia's situation should have started to ferment. He believed that the authorities should be able to trace the origin and motive of the robbers along this lead. Plus, with Lin Chen being so cautious, he wouldn't be caught for the time being. After bringing the items back to the warehouse, Lin Chen began to work on them. Melting, casting, shaping. He worked until 3 in the morning, processing all 60 bars of 1 kilogram into 180 bars of various sizes. Lin Chen had already figured out how to deal with these gold bars. There was a pawnshop in the eastern suburbs of Heist City. On the surface, it was a pawnshop, but in reality, there was a group inside the pawnshop that sold all kinds of prohibited items. They accepted everything and sold everything. Lin Chen knew this because this pawnshop still existed after the apocalypse. It was said that someone had once exchanged several hundred pounds of rice for a 54 pistol. Lin Chen decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars to investigate tomorrow. If it was just a rumor, he could also exchange these gold bars for cash. After storing the gold bars and tools in the space, Lin Chen finished his work for the day and fell into a deep sleep. Hoo. With rhythmic breathing, Lin Chen slowly stretched his body, then suddenly clapped his hands, and gently retracted. Sometimes as quiet as a virgin, sometimes as agile as a rabbit.
His movements were like flowing clouds in water, somewhat similar to Tai Chi but also somewhat different. This was an exercise method designed by scientists in the Xia kingdom of the previous life to help humans survive better in extreme cold. One needed to have a certain level of physical fitness to start practicing. After several days of basic training, Lin Chen clearly felt that his flexibility had improved significantly, and his strength and endurance had also increased. He began to try practicing the technique called resonance. In the previous life, scientists speculated that after a geomagnetic storm erupted, a mysterious substance appeared in the air during the changes in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, when absorbed by organisms, could greatly improve their physical condition. The evidence was that after surviving the first 3 years of the apocalypse, both animals and plants began to mutate, with their blood and muscles containing this mysterious substance. The surviving animals grew larger and larger, while a small number of plants could grow in the snow at temperatures below freezing. However, the changes this substance brought to humans were minimal, except for making them more resistant to freezing in extreme cold. So, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists jointly developed this exercise method. And in the 7th year of the apocalypse, it was popularized among survivors. These movements could accelerate the absorption of this substance by humans. In the previous life, after practicing for more than a year, Lin Chen could stay outdoors for 2 to 3 hours even without wearing a down jacket in extreme cold. At that time, it was said that some people in the military could reach the point of unlocking their genetic code. It's unknown if it was true. As he finished a set of movements, Lin Chen felt warm in his body. He took a shower, had a hearty breakfast, and then drove to the eastern suburbs. Lin Chen drove to the eastern suburbs, searched for over an hour, and finally found the pawnshop next to an old apartment building. Sincere Pawnshop. The sign was somewhat faded, the shop door was small and not transparent. After some thought, Lin Chen took out the pistol from the space, checked the bullets, put the pistol in the inner pocket of his shirt, and then got out of the car. Better safe than sorry. With a backpack containing 5 kilograms of gold on his back, he walked into the shop. Walking into the store, the first thing that catches the eye is a folding screen with a huge character. Beyond the screen, a man is tinkering behind the counter, so focused that he doesn't even notice Lin Chen entering. Knock, knock. Lin Chen walks over and taps on the counter. The man looks up, alert at the sight of a stranger. Lin Chen then notices the crossbow in the man's hand. It is entirely black, with sleek lines full of tension, and there is an unassembled scope and some accessories on the table. From its overall appearance, this is a crossbow produced by the Lighthouse country. It is much more powerful than a handgun, capable of penetrating an elephant's skull within 150 meters. It has a shooting speed comparable to a handgun, high accuracy, low operational difficulty, and can be disassembled and assembled as needed. It makes less noise than a handgun, and the arrows can be reused. If he had such a crossbow in his previous life, he could almost walk through the wilderness in the apocalypse. He is indeed in the right place. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Xia Jinqing quickly covers the unassembled crossbow with a piece of cloth. Although he doesn't think the young man in front of him can figure it out, Xia Jinqing still explains, "Kids at home like to play with these toys. Do you need anything, young man?" Lin Chen doesn't expose him and takes off his backpack, placing it on the counter. He unzips it to reveal the gold inside. Xia Jinqing's eyes light up as he picks up a gold bar to examine. "Sell or pawn? Cash or transfer?" "I want to exchange for something," Lin Chen says. Hearing this, Xia Jinqing becomes attentive and gives Lin Chen a serious look. Ordinary people wouldn't know they could exchange for something here. Those who come here to exchange for something are either acquaintances or people introduced by acquaintances. Since the apocalypse has not yet arrived, Xia Jinqing naturally hasn't fully opened up his business. "Who referred you here? What do you want to exchange?" Xia Jinqing asks. Lin Chen goes straight to the point. "Can I exchange for that crossbow you just had?" Xia Jinqing scans Lin Chen up and down, seemingly assessing his age, and asks, "Do you know what that is?" Before Lin Chen can respond, the door behind him is pushed open again. Before seeing the person, his voice is heard, "Lao Xia, has my goods arrived?" A tall and burly man walks in from behind the folding screen. It is only now that he notices there is another person inside. He immediately looks Lin Chen up and down warily. Xia Jinqing tells the burly man, "The goods have arrived but are not assembled yet. You go inside and wait. I have some business to attend to here first." At this moment, the burly man notices a bag of gold on the counter. A greedy glint flashes in his eyes. Seeing the burly man enter the small door behind the counter, Xia Jinqing continues, "What do you want to exchange? Hurry up, I have a customer waiting. I want to exchange for the intercepting crossbow on your counter, or the elite crossbow, or the stealth one, all with matching arrows. I also need 54 handgun bullets, the more the better," Lin Chen says.
Xia Jinxin's pupils contract, and he carefully assesses Lin Chen once again. In their line of work, having sharp eyesight is crucial. Xia Jinxin can usually determine with just a few glances whether a person is suitable for a trade or not. He would never exchange his items with desperados to avoid trouble, nor with ordinary people who have no use for his goods. He only trades with those who frequently travel on the border or mercenaries. These people often put their lives on the line and, after obtaining the equipment they desire, they are grateful. Xia Jinxin has been in business for many years, relying on his sharp eyesight. However, he is somewhat unsure when looking at Lin Chen. At first glance, Lin Chen seemed like a student, probably coming to pawn something. But upon closer inspection, Lin Chen's calm and sharp eyes reveal a different story. The body is tense, with limbs appearing relaxed but actually ready to strike at any moment. Xia Jinxin had only seen this level of alertness in old folks who often walked the line between life and death. However, the young man in front of him had skin and hands that were too fair to belong to someone who had experienced such life-threatening situations. There were no calluses on his hands, and he didn't exude the same aura of danger as those on the run. Yet, Xia Jinxin could tell at a glance that the unassembled item in his hands was a crossbow. Xia Jinxin hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to trust his instincts. "Kid, what you want can't be bought with just these gold bars. As long as you have what I want, money is not a problem." Xia Jinxin nodded. "Follow me." Xia Jinxin turned and pushed open the door behind the counter. The burly man from before seemed to have never left, as he was standing by the door when it opened. "Lao Xia, why did you bring this kid in?" "Lao Jin, hold on to your stuff for now. Let me have this young man make his choice first." It turned out that the burly man was called Lao Jin, and Lin Chen could sense the ferocity emanating from him. Lao Jin glanced at Lin Chen and said disdainfully, "Lao Xia, have you gotten so desperate for money that you're taking on any business? Selling goods to a kid who hasn't even grown a single hair? Aren't you afraid that your place will be raided in a couple of days?" Xia Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile fading a bit. "I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry about it." Lin Chen mentally completed Xia Jinxin's unfinished sentence. "Humph. I'm just worried that this kid will ruin the business we've been running for so many years." Lao Jin snorted unhappily, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen maintained a calm gaze. In the face of a fierce beast, one must remain composed to avoid being seen as prey. Xia Jinxin was no longer interested in arguing, so he waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to follow. Following Xia Jinxin through a dark corridor, they arrived at another thick aluminum alloy door. Xia Jinxin unlocked the door with a key, then reached inside for a few seconds before the lights inside the room turned on. Lin Chen saw rows of wooden shelves through the crack of the door. "Come in." Xia Jinxin led the way into the room. Inside, there were rows of wooden shelves with wooden boxes of various sizes placed on them, all sealed shut, concealing their contents. Lin Chen followed Xia Jinxin to a row of shelves, where Xia Jinxin took down a wooden box and used a screwdriver to remove the seal. Opening the box and removing the straw inside revealed an unassembled crossbow. "This is the crossbow. Price is non-negotiable at 200,000. Xia Jinxin stared at Lin Chen, not missing any expression on his face. The asking price was high, but if the young man in front of him didn't know any better, he could make a good profit. Lin Chen remained unmoved, saying with a displeased expression, "A sniper rifle costs only tens of thousands, and you dare to sell me a crossbow for 200,000? I remember the Interceptor's market price in Lighthouse Country is only around 8,000 US dollars. Give me a sincere price. I need a lot of things, and I won't let you make a small profit." He had to exchange for many more items and couldn't afford to be taken advantage of. He. Lao Xia chuckled, showing no sign of embarrassment on his face. "Where did you come from, kid? Fine, I'll give you a fair price, 100,000. I had to pull some strings to get this item in, so I can't sell it at Lighthouse Country's price." Lin Chen gestured with his hand. 60,000. 90,000. Can't go any lower. 65,000. In the end, Lin Chen settled for 80,000. He also requested 50 arrows to go with the crossbow. Since arrows were reusable, Xia Jinxin didn't have that many in stock, or else Lin Chen would have asked for more. Next up were the bullets for the 5.4 pistol. Lin Chen took all of Xia Jinxin's inventory, 2,000 rounds. The items here can be considered complete. There is a wide variety of sniper rifles, pistols, and other firearms. But apart from the Type 54 pistol, Lin Chen only took 2 King of Guns AK-47s and the accompanying ammunition. Originally, Lin Chen also wanted some Xiaoguo rifles, as Xiaoguo rifles are also world famous for withstanding harsh environments. However, Xia Jinxin said that Xiaoguo firearms are too difficult to obtain. Lin Chen did not want any other firearms.
Precision firearms like sniper rifles become useless in extreme cold. Due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction in extreme cold, the resistance of firearm components increases, gun oil becomes viscous, and the more precise the firearm, the more likely it is to jam. Some even crack in extreme cold. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, and some high-precision pistols cannot be used. On the other hand, the Type 54 pistol, a simple and crude firearm, can still be used. The AK-47, which can normally be used in extremely harsh environments, goes without saying. However, even without jamming, the lifespan of these firearms is greatly reduced, and they need maintenance after firing a few shots to continue using them. Otherwise, in extreme cold, the gun barrel will freeze due to the water vapor generated by the heat of the gun barrel. Snowflakes can easily fly into the gun barrel during a blizzard. Their deterrent effect far outweighs their practicality. If only for self-defense, pistols are barely sufficient. After all, Lin Chen has more than one pistol. But for hunting and collecting supplies, cold weapons are more useful. The era of cold weapons has also risen after the extreme cold apocalypse. Finally, Lin Chen set his sights on 3 Nepalese military knives and 3 daggers. Faced with Xia Jinxin's promotion of Tang swords, Lin Chen declined. "I thought you young people liked this kind of sword?" Xia Jinxin muttered a few words. Tang swords have indeed been popular online in recent years. Although very sharp, Tang swords have a straight and long blade, making them prone to breakage when colliding with hard objects or weapons at very low temperatures. Lin Chen smiled without explaining and asked, "Do you accept reservations here?" Xia Jinxin confidently said, "Just say what you want. As long as it's not something big, I can get it for you. I want the best military cold weather combat suit, matching cold weather boots, combat gloves, and helmet. Top notch, the most cold resistant kind. Can you get them?" Xia Jinxin widened his eyes. Top-notch military cold weather combat suits, with as many as a dozen pieces inside and out, capable of combat in temperatures below zero, come at a high price. Each set costs at least tens of thousands. Lin Chen added a number behind it. "I want 50 sets, all according to my size." 50 sets? Xia Jinxin's eyes widened in astonishment and asked, "Are you going to war? This kid is so rich?" Lin Chen said seriously, "I'm planning to spend a few years in Antarctica." Xia Jinxin naturally didn't believe this lie. But after listening to what Lin Chen wanted next, he thought that Lin Chen might be telling the truth. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military walkie-talkies, 20 single-person integrated tents resistant to low temperatures, and 50 cold weather military sleeping bags. In addition, get me a few more military crossbows like the interception crossbow, and more arrows. Get as many bullets as you can. Xia Jinxin roughly calculated that these items were already worth over 10 million. "If you want to order so many things, you'll have to give me at least 1 million in advance. I only accept cash and gold." Xia Jinxin's request was reasonable. Lin Chen nodded, "I'll come back later tonight." There were still many gold bars in the space, but they couldn't be taken out directly. After setting a time, Lin Chen left the pawnshop with a mountaineering bag given by Xia Jinxin. After Lin Chen left, Xia Jinxin continued to assemble crossbows for Lao Jin. Lao Jin asked with a hidden meaning, "Lao Xia, is this sheep fat or not?" "Old Jin, don't scheme against him." Xia Jinxin unexpectedly spoke up for Lin Chen. He couldn't see through this young man and didn't want trouble. Just now when he asked for the deposit, that young man didn't hesitate at all. Being able to easily produce so much cash or gold, and purchase so much equipment, he definitely couldn't be an ordinary person. Most importantly, he had never seen such calmness and composure in a young man in his 20s. After listening to Xia Jinxin's words, old Jin fell silent, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Leaving the pawnshop and returning to the car, Lin Chen stored the items in the space after confirming there were no surveillance cameras around. After dinner, Lin Chen took out 5 kilograms of gold from the space and went to Xia Jinxin's pawnshop. The suburban area was already quiet at night. Lin Chen walked straight into the pawnshop and handed the gold bars to old Xia for inspection. Xia Jinxin checked the gold and said, "All right, pay the final payment when the goods arrive. Then I'll leave." Lin Chen wasn't afraid of old Jin running away. Firstly, this person was so famous in the apocalypse because of his good reputation. Although his prices were high, he delivered genuine goods once he received the money. Secondly, he couldn't use the gold himself, so if it really went missing, he wouldn't suffer much loss. Lin Chen turned to leave but was stopped by Xia Jinxin. "Wait." After hesitating for a moment, Xia Jinxin said cautiously, "Be careful at night." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then realized, "Thanks. Be careful at night. What should a grown man be careful of?" Naturally, he should be careful of people. Someone was targeting him. The car drove on the relatively quiet street. Lin Chen didn't drive fast because he was cautious.
After a short while, Lin Chen hit the brakes. A row of nails appeared on the road ahead. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, shifted to reverse gear, stepped on the gas, and reversed. When he backed up to the intersection he had just passed, he quickly changed gears, adjusted the direction, and drove towards another road. This unexpected change was completely beyond the ambusher's expectations. Normally, people would either have their tires punctured and have to go fix them, or get out of the car to check and move the nails aside. Who would turn around and run without saying a word? In the alley not far from where the nails were scattered, old Jean, dressed in all black with a motorcycle helmet, was waiting for his prey to take the bait. Seeing this scene, old Jean cursed in an international language, twisted the throttle, and chased after Lin Chen, who was leaving. Lin Chen drove a few hundred meters, and the sound of a motorcycle engine came from behind. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw a figure in black clothes and a helmet, their face indiscernible under the dim streetlights. Lin Chen drove towards a secluded road. The motorcycle closely followed behind him. Old Jin's entire face was covered except for his eyes, which gleamed with malice. He was risking his life outside, barely making a living every few months. If he could capture this fat sheep and extort hundreds of millions from him, he could live carefree for a long time. These rich second-generation individuals were most afraid of death. As long as he used some means, threatened a bit, and took some incriminating photos, they would obediently pay to save their lives. Old Jean had done these things before and had never failed several times. Lin Chen's lavish spending and youthful appearance made Old Jean consider his options. After passing through a residential area, Old Jean revved the engine and drifted in front of Lin Chen's car, blocking his path. At the same time, he secretly gripped the dagger on his leg. As long as Lin Chen got out of the car, he could subdue the kid immediately. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, still early. Although the suburban area was remote, there were still sporadic pedestrians in the distance. This time was when people were most likely to let their guard down. Normally, rich second-generation individuals would have cursed and gotten out of the car by now. The surveillance along the way had already been destroyed by Lao Jin. He just needed to be quick, to directly abduct the person along with the car when the person got off, making it difficult to trace him. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was not an ordinary young man, but a survivor who had experienced the ugliest side of human nature in the apocalypse. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he gripped the steering wheel. He stepped on the gas and rammed forward. The speed, originally 60 miles per hour, immediately soared to over 100. How many seconds would it take to cover a distance of over 10 meters at a speed of 100 miles per hour? The next second, Lao Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A loud noise, followed by the muffled sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Lao Jin and his car were sent flying over 10 meters by the massive impact. The front of the car was severely damaged in the collision, with debris from the headlights scattered on the ground and a large chunk of the bumper dented in. In comparison, Lao Jin's motorcycle suffered even more severe damage. Twisted motorcycle parts were scattered all over the ground. The motorcycle, originally prepared for agility and smooth escape, became the main reason for Lao Jin's failed mission. If it were a car, Lin Chen would have taken more care to strike in a deserted area. But Lao Jin, riding a motorcycle, was asking for trouble by blocking his way, regardless of whether he was in the wrong place. Hearing the loud noise, people in the distance began to investigate the source of the commotion. However, due to the distance, they couldn't see what was happening. Lin Chen calmly got out of the car and approached Lao Jin. Lao Jin, still conscious with his helmet on, spat out blood, his limbs contorted unnaturally, his eyes staring viciously at Lin Chen but unable to speak a word. Having hunted geese all day, he ended up being pecked by a swallow. He never expected such ruthlessness from a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Without knowing the reason, he dared to ram into him like this. Wasn't he afraid of hitting the wrong person? Lin Chen walked to within a meter of Lao Jin's side and whispered, "Isn't it strange why I dared to hit you, Lao Jin?" Lin Chen's calm and indifference made Lao Jin's pupils contract. He had misjudged the situation. The person in front of him was not an easy target but a ruthless criminal who could kill without blinking an eye, just like him. Understanding, Lao Jin struggled to say. The recent impact had completely shattered his left thigh, with ribs on the left side piercing his internal organs. His right hand slammed into the ground, contorting and deforming, rendering him immobile. If he had the strength to fight back, he would definitely kill the kid in front of him. Lao Jin silently vowed that once he recovered from his injuries, he would make sure Lin Chen died a gruesome death. However, Lin Chen did not give him that chance. He squatted down, picked up a steel pipe that had fallen from the motorcycle, and plunged it into Lao Jin's throat in his terrified eyes. Lao Jin's eyes almost popped out, his mouth opening and closing, the fierce light in his eyes seemingly wanting to torture Lin Chen. Lao Jin couldn't understand even in death. He didn't dare to kill in such a place, so how could Lin Chen dare? Lin Chen murmured softly, as I drove here, I noticed that several surveillance cameras along the way were broken. Was that your doing? Thank you for digging your own grave. Ha, ha, Lao Jin struggled to say something. However, soon after receiving the fatal blow, his eyes quickly lost their luster. With a thought, Lin Chen collected Lao Jin's body, all the scattered fragments at the scene, and even his own car into his space. On the deserted road, when people arrived after hearing the commotion, all they saw was a dazzling pool of blood. A vigilant resident reported to the police, who extracted the blood and found it to be human. But there was no evidence at the scene to prove that a crime had occurred. With all surveillance cameras destroyed, no victims, and no witnesses, this incident couldn't even be filed and was simply closed. After walking a distance, Lin Chen hailed a taxi and went back home. This is not his first time killing, so naturally there is nothing to be afraid of. In the end times, everyone is a hunter, and everyone is also prey. He is not a good person, dare to have ideas against him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Lin Chen returned to the warehouse to take a shower and went to sleep. The next day, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already March 7th today, the 7th day since he was reborn. He checked the international gold price for today and found that the price had actually risen by $5 in the past 2 days. So he decided to sell the gold today to cash out and continue with the next step of his hoarding plan. After morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Chen took a car to the bank. Lin Chen was still a celebrity at the bank a few days ago. As soon as he walked into the bank with his suitcase, he was recognized by someone. Mr. Lin, what business do you want to handle? Since the incident of Chu Xiaodai leaking customer information was exposed by Lin Chen, although the bank did not publicize it for reputation's sake, they had quietly dismissed Chu Xiaodai. Now Lin Chen's customer service manager is another man in his 30s named Feng Jian. Feng Jian became Lin Chen's customer service manager after recognizing Lin Chen's potential and buying a cigarette from his superiors. Originally, Feng Jian was handling a credit card for a customer. When he saw Lin Chen, his eyes lit up. When he saw the suitcase Lin Chen was carrying, his eyes almost sparkled. This momentum, this suitcase, wasn't it exactly the same as when Lin Chen angrily bought 25 million worth of gold bars that day? At that time, when he heard that Chu Xiaodia's client wanted to buy 25 million worth of gold bars from her, he and the other customer managers were so envious and jealous. He didn't expect such a good opportunity to come to him so soon. Feng Jian immediately left the customer who was originally going to apply for a large credit card and asked another colleague to assist. Compared to the commission from selling 25 million worth of gold, what was the commission for processing a credit card? Feng Jian quickly approached Lin Chen with the most sincere smile on his face. Mr. Lin, hello, I am your new customer manager Xiao Feng. What business do you want to handle today? Let's talk inside. Okay, this way please. Feng Jian warmly led Lin Chen to the VIP lounge, taking in the envious and jealous looks of his colleagues, feeling somewhat proud. Lin Chen casually spent 25 million to buy gold. There must be more deposits in other banks. If he could attract these deposits, his performance would skyrocket. This was what several other bank employees were thinking as well. For them, performance equaled salary. High-quality customers were like parents providing for their livelihood. But Feng Jian acted too quickly, so they could only curse him secretly. This scoundrel. Lin Chen walked to the VIP counter, about to speak. Feng Jian hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait for a moment. After speaking, he quickly left. Lin Chen could only sit and wait. Soon, Feng Jian returned with an exquisite gift box in his hand. The bank prepared gifts for high-quality customers every year, with different grades of gifts based on different levels. This year, the bank prepared 2 bottles of Moutai liquor for the highest-level customers. Lin Chen was not originally the highest-level customer at the bank, but in order to retain Lin Chen as a big customer, Feng Jian personally prepared a gift for him. As long as Lin Chen completed a large financial transaction at the bank again, not only could he recoup the cost, but his performance and salary would increase rapidly. Originally planning to call Lin Chen in the next 2 days to deliver the gift, Feng Jian didn't expect Lin Chen to come directly. Mr. Lin, this is the gift for you this year. There are also some personal thoughts from me inside. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention and just nodded. He went straight to the point and said, help me with the gold bar repurchase procedure. After speaking, he opened the suitcase, revealing a whole box of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was stunned. The expression on his face was extremely vivid. He confirmed, you mean, you want to repurchase these gold bars? Lin Chen nodded. Feng Jian took a look at today's international gold price and forced a smile, saying, Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, you will incur a loss. Lin Chen had already prepared a reason on his way here. I know. I have already realized that buying so many gold bars was an impulsive decision. Now I understand that investing in gold bars is not profitable. I am planning to invest this money in something else. Despite several attempts to persuade him, Lin Chen's mind remained unchanged, which made him impatient. Reluctantly, Feng Jian had to start the process of buying back the gold bars. The repurchase process was much more complicated than the purchase process, requiring verification of the coding on the certificate of each gold bar and the numbering on the gold bar, confirming that the gold bar packaging was not damaged, and checking for scratches on the gold bars, among other things. It was not something that could be completed quickly. Feng Jian directly called a counterstaff to help him with the sorting. The counterstaff, upon hearing that Lin Chen was selling the gold bars he had just bought, looked somewhat smugly at Feng Jian. Feng Jian's expression darkened even more. He would not receive any commission for this, but instead, he had to put in extra effort during the repurchase process. If it weren't for the fact that he saw Lin Chen as a potential customer, Feng Jian would have given Lin Chen a few dirty looks. It took a whole morning to repurchase all the gold bars. Lin Chen's account received 24.78 million, resulting in a loss of over 600,000. Despite missing the target, Lin Chen didn't mind the small amount of money. After rejecting all of Feng Jian's financial projects, Lin Chen left with a smile on his face, taking 2 bottles of Maotai with him. Deep down, he was already regretting it. He had even paid over 1,000 yuan for this gift. He even spent a cigarette. What made Feng Jian even more annoyed was that he would be secretly mocked by his colleagues as a fool in the days to come. Lin Chen naturally didn't care about this. After leaving the bank, Lin Chen went directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. He ordered 100 tons of rice, 2,000 bags, 1,000 bags of flour, 100 boxes of cooking oil, and 1,000 boxes of table salt. Lin Chen stocked up on so much table salt because extracting salt from seawater after it freezes is now 100 times more difficult. The current salt was very cheap and didn't take up much space, so Lin Chen decided to stock up. He also ordered 100 boxes each of MSG, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. For instant noodles, sausages, ham, canned luncheon meat, noodles, etc. He ordered 1,000 boxes of each. He also ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base ingredients and various seasoning packets. In the extreme cold, enjoying hot pot and boiled meat every day was the real pleasure. Lin Chen bought various miscellaneous items as well. In total, the purchased goods filled 7 container trucks, costing Lin Chen over 1 million yuan. The bosses at the grain and oil wholesale market treated Lin Chen as a major supermarket customer, offering the lowest prices and looking forward to his next purchase. Loading these items as quickly as possible would still take several hours. Lin Chen requested that they send more workers to load and unload the goods. After paying a deposit and leaving his address, Lin Chen went to the neighboring farmer's market. He ordered thousands of caddies of various live fish, requesting that all internal organs and scales be removed. He bought a ton of chicken and duck, a ton of fresh pork, beef, lamb, and chicken eggs, each weighing 1 to 2 tons. Since it was already afternoon, these items could only be delivered the next day. Especially for live fish, as Lin Chen requested them to be freshly killed, each caddy cost an extra yuan, and it would take several days to deliver them all. He also ordered hundreds of caddies of dried sea cucumbers, various dried seafood, ginger, scallions, and garlic. The time-stopping property of the space meant that things stored inside would remain the same when taken out. If the space could accommodate live animals, Lin Chen would have prepared some fresh shrimp and crabs. Lin Chen also pre-ordered 3 tons of various vegetables and melons and 3 tons of fruits to be delivered early the next morning. Then Lin Chen went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Unlike food, individuals could not buy too much medicine. Lin Chen ran until night, visited over a dozen pharmacies, and bought 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, as well as various antiviral oral solutions. He bought 126 bottles of vitamins for $2 each, with 100 tablets per bottle. However, this was not enough. In the apocalypse, there was an extreme shortage of medicines, and a simple cold could be fatal in the extreme cold. Lin Chen planned to place another order online. At this moment, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had arrived near the warehouse Lin Chen rented. Upon receiving a call, Lin Chen drove back in a hurry. Just as he arrived at the warehouse gate, his phone rang again. It was a call from Liao Peng. Calculating the time, Liao Peng had been in Shashi for 4 days. It seemed like he had made some progress. Lin Chen answered the phone. Liao Peng's voice came through the phone. "Boss, I have been to 3 places in Shashi in the past few days that meet your requirements. I have sent detailed information to your WeChat, please take a look." "Okay, I am busy now, I will call you back later." Lin Chen first opened the warehouse gate and unloaded the goods with a dozen workers. It took over 3 hours to unload 7 containers and store all the goods in the warehouse. After the workers left, Lin Chen placed his hands on the pile of supplies and stored them all in his space. Looking at the small amount of supplies in the space, Lin Chen knew this was just the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Chen checked the information sent by Liao Pang. He had not mistaken Liao Pang. The 3 places in the information met Lin Chen's requirements. The locations were high, remote, with no tall buildings around, and could be developed at any time. One of the places was particularly spacious, located in the eastern suburbs of Shashi. It was more than enough to build his private shelter or even a small community. Lin Chen suspected that the official shelter in his past life was built in this location. If it was true and later requisitioned by the authorities, he would suffer a great loss, so he decided to pass on this location. There were 2 other places left. One was the back mountain of a village in the western suburbs, with a mountain only a dozen meters high, located several kilometers away from the first empty land. There used to be a Taoist temple on the mountain. Although the temple had collapsed, the foundation remained. The last place was a fishing village named Shidao along the coast of Shashi, where there was a cliff over 10 meters high with a spacious building site on top. Several families used to live there but later moved away. Lin Chen texted Liao Pang to survey the Taoist temple mountain and the cliff to check the geology. He did not want the foundation of the house to collapse unexpectedly. Although the cliffs were made of rock layers, continuous exposure to wind and waves might have weathered the rocks, making it unsuitable for building a shelter. In comparison, the mountain that used to be a Taoist temple seemed more suitable for his ideal shelter. However, he would have to wait for the results to know for sure. After completing these tasks, Lin Chen went to sleep. Over the next 3 days, fresh produce bought by Lin Chen at the farmer's market was delivered to the warehouse. Lin Chen hired 4 people to receive and transport the goods in the warehouse while he went to the timber market on the 8th. After the extreme cold, when humans lost electricity, natural gas pipelines in various countries froze and leaked. The demand for fire sources was high. Without fire, people could not cook or have hot meals, and most survivors resorted to a primitive way of living. Countless people froze to death in their sleep due to the cold. Therefore, wood became extremely precious. Lin Chen directly bought 500 tons of firewood. Firewood was much cheaper than regular wood boards, consisting of waste wood and scraps. Just this amount of wood required 25 containers to transport. Fortunately, Lin Chen had ordered a large quantity, otherwise, the timber market would not have been willing to load and unload the goods for him. Next, Lin Chen bought as many gas cylinders and coal as possible. Lin Chen bought a total of 800 tons of coal. Next, he purchased windproof lighters, fire starters, windproof matches, etc. He also placed an online order for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectant, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies. Additionally, he acquired survival equipment such as respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and explosion-proof suits. On the 9th, Lin Chen went to the largest power plant in the city to buy 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Apart from the industrial generators, he chose the quietest gasoline generators. The industrial generators were only for backup in cases requiring high power, using diesel but producing loud noise. The household generators were sufficient for normal use. Following this, he purchased electrical wires. In the extreme cold world, even if the circuits were not destroyed by an electromagnetic storm, outdoor exposed wires would likely freeze and break. Therefore, Lin Chen planned to connect the wires indoors to create a self-sustaining power loop for the shelter. To prevent power outages due to aging or short circuits, he bought tens of thousands of meters of various spare wires. Next on the list were diesel and gasoline. To use the generators, stockpiling diesel and gasoline was necessary. However, private trading of petroleum was prohibited, and it would take a considerable amount of time to accumulate enough fuel by filling up and exporting tanks. So Lin Chen visited this sincere pawnshop again. "You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I'm running a gas station?" Xia Jinxin looked at Lin Chen with an expression of disbelief. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. 100 tons was not a lot at all. The tank of a large SUV holds 100 liters, and filling it more than 10 times would amount to a ton. Naturally, he needed to stock up more. No one knew when the end of the world would come to an end. At least by the 8th year of the extreme cold, there were no signs of it ending. If even Xia Jinxin couldn't help, he would have to buy a vehicle with a large enough tank and collect fuel from different gas stations himself. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Xia Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can handle up to 10 tons for you." A flash of joy appeared in Lin Chen's eyes, but he quickly concealed it upon noticing Xia Jinxin's probing gaze.
What's the price? 10 tons of gasoline, 10 tons of diesel in exchange for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold were worth over 800,000. Well, the price of diesel was less than 10,000 per ton, and gasoline was over 10,000 per ton. Even if both were 10 tons each, it would only be around 200,000, but Xia Jinxing directly increased the price by more than 4 times.
Don't think it's expensive. I'm not in this business normally. I'm taking a big risk.
If you don't want it, forget it, Xia Jinxing said.
Lin Chen was not one to be manipulated.
He still had replicas of gold bars in his space, but the amount of the transaction was up to him to decide. 20 tons of gasoline, 20 tons of diesel, I'll give you 5 kilograms of gold.
Seeking wealth in danger, Xia Jinxing gritted his teeth and agreed.
Seeing Xia Jinxing's prompt agreement, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Can you get me some medicine?
We can discuss the price. Tell me, what are you planning to do with all these things?"
Lin Chen's requests were becoming increasingly strange. Although it was taboo to inquire about a customer's intentions, he was too curious. Cold weapons, cold-resistant clothing, petroleum, and medicine, what was all this for? Was it really as this young man said, to settle in Antarctica?
Xia Jinxing began to consider this incredible possibility. Naturally, Lin Chen did not reveal his true intentions. Didn't I say it? I'm going to settle in Antarctica.
Next, Lin Chen listed antibiotics, cold medicine, and various medicines to Xia Jinxing. Xia Jinxing was skeptical but eventually agreed on the price with Lin Chen. After leaving the pawnshop, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to go to the electronics market to buy some appliances first. In the end times, it will take many years to acquire all the necessary electrical appliances. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the largest electronics store in Heisher. He bought 20 of each item such as rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, electric kettles, and 30 of items like electric heaters, electric blankets, heaters, and water filters. Then he went to a nearby store to buy pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Chen went to the largest mall in Heisher. Although he already had winter clothes for hunting and gathering, he needed to buy more clothes and warm items for everyday wear. He first went to a home goods store and bought 20 sets of down comforters, 20 sets of cotton comforters, 20 blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. Then he went to a well-reputed brand store known for its down jackets and expedition suits, which were said to be specially made for Antarctic exploration teams. These were made of the most advanced insulation materials, second only to military winter gear in terms of warmth. As it was almost spring, the winter clothes were on sale.
Lin Chen went to the winter clothing section to choose.
Inside the store, 2 sales assistants were chatting leisurely. Since this brand store sold high-end products with each coat costing thousands to tens of thousands, there were not many customers usually. When Lin Chen headed straight to the discount area, the 2 sales assistants showed expressions of disdain and continued chatting. After looking around for a while, Lin Chen couldn't decide which item was the warmest, so he asked one of the sales assistants, "Which clothing here is the warmest, able to keep warm even at -50 degrees? The sales assistant, who had turned away from Lin Chen, rolled his eyes and then turned to say, "These down jackets and expedition suits are all quite warm."
This was not the answer Lin Chen was looking for. I mean, which one is the warmest, able to keep warm at -50 degrees?
The sales assistant muttered under his breath and casually pointed at a few items. Lin Chen pointed to one of the items the sales assistant had indicated and said, "Bring me an XL size to try on."
The sales assistant was already impatient.
He thought to himself, this poor guy buying discounted items is asking for so much.
He looked at the down jacket on the shelf, which was in size L, and said, "Try it on first, if you like it, I'll get it for you."
At this point, Lin Chen also sensed the impatience of the sales assistant. His brows furrowed slightly, and just as he was about to speak up, 2 people walked in through the store entrance. It turned out to be Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, thin man. They seemed to be regular customers, and the other sales assistant greeted them warmly.
"Mr. Li, hello. We have recently added many new items to our shelves. Please have a look." The contrast in attitude between the 2 sales assistants was stark.
Especially when the other sales assistant saw the potential for a big commission, the sales assistant next to Lin Chen's face darkened even more.
Su Feifei noticed Lin Chen and exclaimed, "Lin Chen, you're here too?"
Lin Chen just nodded and ignored her, asking the sales assistant to bring him an XL size.
The sales assistant reluctantly went to get it.
Seeing Su Feifei staring at Lin Chen, Li Duoyu, who was with Su Feifei, became displeased.
"Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei seemed to have just come to her senses and replied, "He's my high school classmate."
Although Lin Chen had left the 3 of them at the club last time, Su Feifei always felt that it was Zhao Xiao who had offended Lin Chen, leading to Lin Chen's anger towards them. Lin Chen was rich and good-looking.
In Su Feifei's dictionary, a man who is both handsome and wealthy needs to be accommodated no matter what he does. The incident where Lin Chen was abducted by robbers at the bank had already spread among classmates. Also circulating was the news of Lin Chen buying 25 million worth of gold bars at the bank. Everyone thought that someone who could buy 25 million worth of gold bars for investment must have assets worth at least close to $1 billion. Su Feifei looked into Lin Chen's eyes, which were shining. The tour guide brought the clothes Lin Chen wanted, and Lin Chen took off his jacket to try them on. Su Feifei glanced at Lin Chen again and noticed that his figure had somehow become even better, with his chest muscles faintly visible under a thin base shirt. This made Su Feifei blush involuntarily. She took another look at the dry and thin Li Duoyu beside her and suddenly felt that Lin Chen was more suitable for her. She walked up to Lin Chen and complimented, "Lin Chen, you look really good in this outfit." Li Duoyu's face darkened. Lin Chen nodded, pointed to the clothes the salesperson had just mentioned, and said to the salesperson, "Bring me that one in XL to try on. And that one, and that one." The salesperson wore a sour face and reluctantly brought Lin Chen 3 pieces. Lin Chen tried them on one by one to confirm the size and flexibility of the clothes, as he would be wearing them for the next few years or even decades. But the salesperson didn't think the same way. She thought Lin Chen was just a poor person with too many problems, always trying on discounted clothes. She hated this kind of customer the most. If it weren't for the fact that there were more than one customer in the store at the moment, she would have been rude. Su Feifei kept praising Lin Chen for wearing the clothes well. But Lin Chen found the woman next to him too noisy and was about to drive her away when Li Duoyu, who had been ignored on the side, couldn't bear it any longer. "Feifei, if your friend can't afford to buy clothes, I'll pay for it, so he doesn't have to embarrass the salesperson." The salesperson next to Lin Chen immediately looked at Li Duoyu with grateful eyes. Su Feifei's expression became somewhat awkward. Lin Chen broke in directly before Su Feifei could speak, and said to the disdainful Li Duoyu, "Are you saying you're willing to pay for me?" Lin Chen could tell that this man named Li Duoyu was mocking and provoking him. It was clear that he was another pursuer of Su Feifei. The disdain on Li Duoyu's face deepened, and he threw a look at Su Feifei as if to say, "See, I was right, wasn't I?" Then, as if giving alms, he said, "Yes, I'll buy all these discounted items you're interested in." Lin Chen looked Li Duoyu up and down and said, "Do you have money? Let's see if you can keep your word." Li Duoyu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised his voice, "Of course. I'll pay for whatever you choose." He lacked everything except money. His monthly allowance was 300,000. A few discounted clothes were a matter of 20,000. To maintain his rich second-generation image in front of the girl he liked, he could afford this amount of money. Lin Chen realized that he wanted this frequent customer, a rich second generation, to foot the bill. The salesperson on the side also looked at Lin Chen with disdain and contempt. Lin Chen smiled. He wasn't just buying a few items, but dozens or even hundreds. If someone was offering themselves as a sucker, he wouldn't be polite. He said to the salesperson, "The ones I just tried on, give me 50 of each, pack them all up for me." "What did you say?" The salesperson thought she had misheard. Lin Chen repeated himself. He said, "Pay for all these items for me." Both salespeople were shocked by Lin Chen's audacious request. Their faces expressed, how could there be such shameless people in this world? The buyer didn't move and looked at Li Duoyu. Lin Chen looked at the stunned Li Duoyu, with a mocking smile on his face. "I just asked you, you said you can afford to buy a few more. Are you saying you can't afford it?" This was essentially throwing Li Duoyu's words back at him. Lin Chen just tried on 4 pieces, each costing 50, which is 200 in total. Even if they were all on sale, the average price per piece would still be 3,000. That's about 600,000 in total. Li Duoyu's monthly pocket money is 300,000, which is not even enough for himself. Lin Chen was about to spend his 2 months' worth of pocket money in one go. "Are you kidding me?" Li Duoyu's anger surged, feeling that Lin Chen was playing with him just to embarrass him in front of Su Feifei. It's not that he couldn't come up with 600,000, but he couldn't possibly spend 600,000 on a man. Which normal person buys 50 pieces of the same clothing? I was talking about the ones you want to buy. Even Su Feifei felt that Lin Chen was deliberately making things difficult for Li Duoyu. Who buys 200 pieces of such warm jackets? They wouldn't be able to wear them all even in 10 or 20 years, and they would be out of style by then. But she didn't say anything. Lin Chen was the man she had her eyes on, so she naturally wouldn't publicly contradict him. Lin Chen said, "I want to buy 200 pieces. Li Duoyu, in extreme anger, retorted, "Can a poor guy like you who buys discounted goods afford to buy 200 pieces? If you can afford to buy 200 pieces, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa." Lin Chen chuckled, his mocking expression undisguised on his face. "Call me grandpa? Who knows if you'll just let out a fart like you did before." No, even a fart makes a sound, your words aren't even worth a fart. Put. Hearing Lin Chen's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but laugh. The mocking laughter of the girl he liked hurt Li Duoyu's self-esteem. It made Li Duoyu explode completely, and his voice raised significantly. Nonsense. I always keep my word. But how can you prove that you're not deliberately saying you want to buy 200 pieces just to trick me? Li Duoyu's voice attracted the attention of a couple of passers-by. Lin Chen said, it's simple, I'll buy these 200 pieces first. If I can afford it, all my expenses in this mall today will be on you. And what if you can't afford it? The stakes between the two had escalated, and Li Duoyu naturally wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Lin Chen said, if I can't afford it, you can do whatever you want. Unconsciously, more people gathered outside the store to watch. Many people were whispering and pointing at them. In front of so many people, Li Duoyu couldn't afford to lose face, so he raised his chin and looked at Lin Chen through his nostrils, saying, fine, I agree. If you can't afford it, you have to kowtow to me a few times and call me grandpa 3 times. Li Duoyu didn't believe that this poor guy could really afford clothes worth tens of thousands. Today, he was going to tear off the face of this poor guy and trample it under his feet. Lin Chen turned to the salesperson and said, 50 pieces for each design, pack them up now. The salesperson pursed her lips and said displeasedly, sir, these clothes will cost around 600,000 in total. The implication was that if Lin Chen didn't have the money, he shouldn't be making a scene here. 200 pieces were not a small number, and if they had them brought over from the warehouse and Lin Chen didn't buy them, they would face criticism or even punishment. Lin Chen took out his card from his pocket. Let's settle the bill, I'll pay by card. The salesperson saw Lin Chen's black card and widened her eyes. She dared not be negligent and carefully took the card to examine it. Yes, it was the black card that required a deposit of over 10 million. They had been in this line of work for so long that they still had a keen eye. They realized they had underestimated him and quickly put on their most standard smile. Please wait a moment, have a seat first, I'll have the warehouse bring the goods over. Lin Chen sat down and poured tea and water, looking completely different from before. 200 pieces. Even with discounted products, this quantity would earn them a high commission. Another salesperson immediately called the warehouse. Lin Chen said directly, no need to deliver here, just send it to my residence. The salesperson agreed repeatedly and noted down the address Lin Chen provided. Soon, the total price was calculated to be 582,366, and the salesperson brought the card machine to Lin Chen. Lin Chen entered the password, printed the receipt, signed it, and completed the whole process smoothly. The salesperson was secretly delighted to receive a hefty commission, but Lin Chen's next words left her feeling as if she were in an ice cave. Now, bring your manager here. I want to file a complaint against you. The salesperson, who had always been rude to Lin Chen, immediately panicked, apologized profusely, and promised various gifts to Lin Chen. Li Duoyu, who had been prepared to see Lin Chen embarrassed, was dumbfounded. Unbelievably, he pulled the salesperson who had been serving Lin Chen back and forth and said, he really bought 200 pieces? Where is the receipt? Let me see. After looking at the receipt, Li Duoyu still couldn't believe it. Why would he spend 582,000 and still buy clothes in the clearance discount area? Is he crazy? Li Duoyu thought Lin Chen was targeting him. He always felt that Lin Chen buying 200 identical pieces of clothing was just to spite him, not because he really needed them. However, Lin Chen did indeed need them, and the bet was just to annoy this guy who was blabbering on the side. Have you seen clearly? Can you fulfill the bet now? Lin Chen looked at Li Duoyu, who was repeatedly checking the receipt, with a smile that was not a smile. Li Duoyu gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If he backed out now, there would be no chance with Su Feifei. If he didn't back out, he would definitely be taken advantage of today. Just as Li Duoyu was hesitating, 2 young girls walked into the store and headed straight towards the 3 of them. More precisely, they headed straight towards Lin Chen. These 2 girls were tall and slender, with delicate makeup, and their looks were no less than Su Feifei's. Even the conflicted Li Duoyu couldn't help but be drawn to them. The curly-haired girl among them flashed a brilliant smile and asked Lin Chen, excuse me, are you Lin Chen? Yes, I am. Lin Chen nodded, not recognizing the 2. Both girls had expressions of pleasant surprise on their faces. The girl with straight hair exclaimed in surprise, I'm your fan. You are even more handsome in person than in photos. I'm so happy to see you. It took Lin Chen a moment to react. His popularity hadn't waned since the bank robbery incident. The 2 girls sat on either side of Lin Chen and chatted with him. Soon, several more girls walked into the store, also heading towards Lin Chen. It turned out that most of the people who had just been outside the door were able to recognize Lin Chen, but were initially unsure. Under Lin Chen's deliberate promotion, everyone quickly learned about his bet with Li Duoyu. Some girls even started filming short videos to ride on Lin Chen's popularity. Li Duoyu, who was still thinking of reneging on the deal, was itching with hatred. If so many people knew about his bet with Lin Chen, he would be infamous if he backed out tomorrow. In front of everyone's eyes, Li Duoyu could afford to lose money, but he couldn't afford to lose face. Li Duoyu decisively took out his card and threw it directly at Lin Chen. I'm willing to admit defeat. From now on, I'll cover all your expenses in this mall. Although he said this, he already hated Lin Chen in his heart. Oh! The girls surrounding Lin Chen cheered. Then I won't be polite. Everyone, I still have some things to buy. Goodbye. Lin Chen waved goodbye to the girls and walked towards the exit. Li Duoyu followed, and Su Feifei followed as well. Next, Lin Chen went to the men's underwear store. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, 2,000 pairs of underwear. Altogether, it cost over 260,000. Lin Chen originally planned to buy these items at the wholesale market, but now he's using someone else's money, so he might as well spend it. Lin Chen's sudden purchase shocked the store clerks, who had to confirm multiple times before calling the manufacturer to ship the goods. The store's inventory didn't have that much stock. The delivery address was naturally Lin Chen's warehouse. Li Duoyu watched Lin Chen waste his money, his eyes shooting fire as he approached Lin Chen and gritted his teeth to say softly, "Isn't that enough? Let me remind you, moderation is key." He was more convinced that Lin Chen was playing a trick on him. Why would a normal person buy so much underwear and socks? Li Duoyu's card not only had his pocket money for the month but also a credit limit of 500,000. Lin Chen had already spent this month's living expenses, leaving Li Duoyu high and dry. Ignoring Li Duoyu's warning, Lin Chen squinted his eyes, revealing a bright smile with white teeth. "As you said, today I'll foot the bill for my shopping at the mall." "What? Having second thoughts?" Lin Chen's voice was loud, catching Su Feifei's disdainful and disgusted look towards Li Duoyu. She detested such dishonest men the most. Li Duoyu didn't expect Lin Chen to spend his card without giving him any face. His expression twisted, pointing at Lin Chen with his index finger. "Alright, you're good. Just wait for me." Li Duoyu glared fiercely at Lin Chen, didn't even want the card, and walked away. That look indicated he wouldn't let it go easily. Seeing him leave, Su Feifei reminded, Li Duoyu's father is said to be a shareholder of a listed company. "Oh," Lin Chen casually acknowledged. Having witnessed unimaginable darkness in the apocalypse, the methods of these young people in a peaceful world were just child's play in his eyes. With weapons in his space, what was there to fear? Moreover, Li Duoyu, the second-generation rich, wouldn't be one in 2 months. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and continued shopping. 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermal cups, 100 mountaineering bags, warm hats, gloves, and more. Lin Chen only stopped when Li Duoyu's card maxed out. He threw the card to Su Feifei, who had been following him all along. "Stop following me." With that, he left the mall, leaving Su Feifei looking annoyed in place. After spending an afternoon shopping with Lin Chen, her high heels had rubbed her feet raw, yet Lin Chen didn't even treat her to a meal. He wasn't like this before. Su Feifei stomped her foot in anger. Returning to the warehouse, Lin Chen found it filled with purchased electronics and the last batch of fish. The boss had thoughtfully placed ice blocks in each box of fish. There were also many medicines Lin Chen had ordered online a few days ago. After sending away the movers, he stored all the goods in his space. Now he had over 200 boxes of cold medicine, and hundreds of boxes of antiviral and antibiotic drugs for bacterial infections. He had prepared thousands of wound care supplies and bandages, as well as 200 boxes of frostbite ointment. He took out the shopping list he had prepared earlier and crossed out the items he had already bought. He still needed some windproof lamps, outdoor gear like sleds, and some toiletries. Lin Chen also ordered these items online. Shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and more. In fact, these items were considered luxury in the apocalypse. Survivors in extreme cold conditions rarely bathed to retain body oils and dirt for added insulation and skin protection. Besides, who would have hot water for a bath in extreme cold? Drinking hot water was a luxury. In his past life, Lin Chen had only washed a few times with snow in the 8 years of the apocalypse. But things are different now. He has been reborn, with time to prepare in advance. How can he not make himself live a little better? Lin Chen then purchased kerosene lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, water purification tablets, etc. from an outdoor sports brand store online. Skis are important extreme cold transportation tools. With the arrival of extreme cold, blizzards continue endlessly, and the thickness of the snow almost covers the entire Blue Star like a thick quilt. At first, the freshly fallen snow was particularly soft, and people would sink into it when they stepped on it, let alone vehicles. It was almost impossible to travel. As the snow gradually solidified, most vehicles had long been submerged under the increasingly thick snow. Even if some were preserved, they could not start due to the extremely low temperatures. Or if they did start, accidents such as skidding and fatalities would occur. The arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse caused human technology to regress by hundreds of years. In addition to regular skis, Lin Chen also bought 20 snowmobiles. This thing is the best means of transportation in extreme cold. Nowadays, most places rent them out as toys for people to use in snowplay. A good snowmobile can reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow. The price is not expensive, and those costing tens of thousands are already very good. The only drawback is that they are too conspicuous, and the noise is similar to that of regular motorcycles. Lin Chen wouldn't bring them out unless he was in a hurry. After finishing these tasks, Lin Chen casually freshened up and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He reached for his phone, glanced at the time, and it was already past 2 a.m. However, at this time, Lin Chen heard the sound of a truck's wheels moving, and the sound was getting closer. In the darkness, Lin Chen moved stealthily to the warehouse door like a cat. By the moonlight, Lin Chen saw a large truck indeed approaching from a distance. It kept driving until it stopped at the entrance of Lin Chen's warehouse. Lin Chen involuntarily squinted his eyes in vigilance. Although he had ordered many things in the past few days, what kind of things would be secretly delivered in the middle of the night? Lin Chen thought of Lao Xie's appearance. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he ordered a few days ago? Sure enough, as soon as he thought of this, 2 people jumped off the truck. Both were dressed in black and wearing masks. One of them looked very similar to Xia Jinxin in body shape. Lin Chen did not relax his vigilance, but instead took out a pistol from the space. Xia Jinxin got off the car and checked the door number at the warehouse entrance. Seeing that the address was correct, he lightly tapped the large iron gate. Bang bang bang! Xia Jinxin lightly tapped the door. The small door next to the main gate opened silently. What's the matter? Lin Chen hid half of his body in the darkness, staring coldly at the visitors. Oh my god, scaring people in the middle of the night. Xia Jinxin patted his chest. I've delivered your goods. Open the door. Seeing that the 2 men did not react, Lin Chen closed the small door again and opened the main gate. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Xia Jinxin patted the truck and said, the goods are all here. A biao. A biao. The truck driver, who was burly and tall, opened the back door of the truck, and the warehouse was filled with barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xia Jinxin gestured towards Lin Chen. No need, I trust you. Lin Chen did not step into the dimly lit truck compartment. Xia Jinxin smiled and waved to a biao, who walked into the carriage alone, pulled out an unloading slide, and rolled down the barrels of oil. Xia Jinxin caught them below and arranged them neatly. Lin Chen stood by and watched. He would never expose his back to someone he didn't trust. He had traded over 1 million gold with Xia Jinxin. Money moves people's hearts, and in the face of sufficient benefits, anyone can turn into a devil. Lin Chen naturally would not entrust his safety to Xia Jinxin's character. It wasn't until more than 3 hours later that the 2 of them finally gasped for breath as they unloaded all the oil drums. Xia Jinxin and Lin Chen bid farewell promptly, got on the truck with a bio, and drove away. Lin Chen kept watching the vehicle drive away into the distance, only retracting his gaze when it was no longer visible. It seemed like Lin Chen was being overly suspicious, but being cautious didn't seem wrong to him. Inside the truck, Xia Jinxin, who had been keeping an eye on the rearview mirror, only looked away when he could no longer see Lin Chen's figure. A bio, who was driving, grumbled, Lao Xia, are you being too cautious? We clearly had the opportunity to make a move just now. Having been in this business for so many years, Xia Jinxin was naturally not a good person. If there was a chance to take advantage of others, he would do it, but only when he was certain of success. Maintaining a good reputation had 2 conditions. 1. Completing transactions sincerely. 2. Ensuring cleanliness when resorting to underhanded tactics. Xia Jinxin smiled. It's not that I'm too cautious, it's that young man who's too cautious. Didn't you notice how alert he was towards us the whole time? A bio glanced at the rearview mirror where there was no one to be seen and said dismissively, he's just a greenhorn, I could have easily taken care of him. Xia Jinxin leisurely lit a cigarette, though his demeanor seemed relaxed, his eyes were filled with seriousness. I don't think so. When I was standing next to him just now, I had a feeling that any sudden move from me would have gotten me killed instantly. A bio also became more serious. Really? I didn't see him carrying any weapons, and even if he wanted to draw a gun, he couldn't be faster than you, right? Xia Jinxin had encountered buyers who resorted to underhanded tactics many times in his line of work, trying to get the goods without paying the final installment and resorting to violence. Xia Jinxin had managed to stay safe all these years thanks to his quick and steady gun-drawing skills. But he claimed that the young man was faster than him?
This revelation surprised Abayo, who had known Xia Jinxin for many years. You should know that my instincts have saved me many times.
Xia Jinxin exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you forgotten about the incident with Lao Jin's disappearance?
That day, I had a feeling that Lao Jin was going to make a move on that person, and I even casually mentioned it.
But since that day, Lao Jin disappeared, and he was unharmed. What does that tell you?
Being able to handle things so cleanly in Heisher City.
I may have underestimated this kid.
Today, before we came out, we agreed to just test the waters and leave if there was no opportunity.
The fact that we didn't act proves to be the right decision. If we had acted, at least one of us would have ended up there. Abayo opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent.
Xia Jinxin extinguished his cigarette and looked at Abayo, who still seemed somewhat dissatisfied. After knowing each other for so many years, you should know that I have a good eye for people. Trust me, don't provoke this kid in the future. I have a feeling that as long as he's alive, he won't go unnoticed in the future.
By the way, let's stock up on some diesel and gasoline, shall we? Stock up more goods recently. I have a feeling that something is about to happen.
After locking the warehouse door, checking all the oil drums for any issues, and ensuring that there were no monitoring devices like micro cameras installed, Lin Chen finally relaxed. He opened a few more drums of oil for inspection, and it turned out that all the oil was fine. 400 oil drums were neatly stacked in a square formation. After confirming once again that there was no one outside the warehouse, Lin Chen placed his hand on one of the oil drums and silently said to himself, "Item duplication." The number of duplicated items on the interface of the treasure basin in front of him changed from 22 to 21. And in front of him, with a burst of golden light, an additional 400 drums of oil appeared out of thin air. Lin Chen checked the duplicated items, and everything from the oil drums to the oil inside was perfectly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel became 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel. The excitement in his bright eyes was shining. Just 20 tons of diesel and 20 tons of gasoline wouldn't be enough. He needed oil that could support decades of use after the extreme cold arrived. The shelter would rely on this oil to power the generator, and his snowmobile also needed oil to start. Therefore, when negotiating with Xia Jinxin, Lin Chen thought of using the ability to replicate items to duplicate the oil. Now he had 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, but it still wasn't enough for Lin Chen. Gold that had been replicated once could be replicated again. But what about the replicas of the replicas? Could they be replicated again? Lin Chen did not continue replicating with the gold replicas because the previously replicated gold was difficult to circulate. However, even if it was a replica of a replica, as long as the items were the same, it wouldn't affect their use. Lin Chen connected the two piles of oil together. After some thought, Lin Chen also took out the generator and some supplies from the space and placed them next to the oil drums. Once again, he used the item replication ability. A burst of golden light flashed, and in the warehouse, the original 800 oil drums were joined by an additional 400 drums in the golden light. However, it turned out that only the original 400 drums of oil could be replicated. The replicated oil drums could not be replicated again. Lin Chen was somewhat disappointed. If the replicas could be replicated again, this time he would have gotten 800 drums, and the next time would be 3,200 drums. By replicating multiple times, he would have an endless supply of oil. Moreover, different items could not be replicated simultaneously. Lin Chen had already figured out the limitations of the item replication function of the cornucopia. 1. Replicas cannot be used for space upgrades. 2. Only the same kind of thing can be replicated at a time. 3. Items that have been replicated once can be replicated again, but the replicas of the replicas cannot be replicated again. Although they looked exactly the same, the items replicated by the cornucopia were not recognized. With a wave of his hand, he separated the replicated oil drums from the original ones and placed them in the space. Since replicas cannot be replicated again, he would have to use the replicas first in the future, and after using them up, he would replicate them again for continued use. It seemed that the current number of item replications might not be enough. The interface of the cornucopia now showed, cornucopia, storage space, 96 by 96 by 96, upgrade cost, 32,000 money points, function, item replication *20, upgrade cost, 58,500 money points. When the apocalypse arrives, he will have to find some gold and silver jewelry to upgrade the cornucopia. After returning and taking a nap, the next morning, Lin Chen, who was in his daily morning exercise, received a call from Liao Pang. Liao Pang brought the results of the rock and soil exploration from 2 locations. As Lin Chen had guessed, the rocks on the cliff were showing signs of sandification, which would be fine for living for decades in the current climate.
However, it was hard to say how long they could withstand the extreme cold. Surprisingly, there were many granite rocks inside the mountain at the site of the old Taoist temple, which were very stable. So Lin Chen decisively chose the site of the old Taoist temple. He asked Liao Ping to discuss the price first, and Lin Chen booked a flight to Sha City early tomorrow morning. He needed to personally see the specific situation and then design a shelter based on the terrain. The warehouse needed someone to guard it, so Lin Chen ordered many things online that required a signature for delivery, and some goods from the stores that hadn't been delivered yet needed to be unloaded and stored. After some thought, Lin Chen hired someone who was completely unfamiliar to the group of movers to watch over the warehouse. At the same time, he reminded this group of movers to pay attention to the quantity of goods. After completing all this, Lin Chen could finally relax and set off on the plane to Sha City. Sha City truly lived up to its reputation as the hottest city in Xia country. It's only March, and everywhere you can see girls flaunting their youthful bodies in cool short-sleeved shirts and shorts. As soon as Lin Chen got off the plane, he took off his jacket to reveal the loose short sleeves underneath. There were faint muscle contours on his arms and chest, not very obvious at first glance. From the outside, he just looked like he had a good figure. Only Lin Chen knew that after more than 10 days of training, his body was completely different from when he was just reborn. Lin Chen was very strict with himself, increasing the training volume every day. Now his strength was no less than those who regularly exercised in the gym, because he didn't exercise for fitness, but for combat. He wanted every inch of his muscles and bones to be able to exert their maximum power with just a thought. This required the muscles to be flexible enough to increase strength without becoming too bulky to affect agility. With just over 2 months left, it was not much time, and he had to cherish every day to make himself stronger. The cruelty of the apocalypse was not just about having enough resources to live well. On the contrary, having enough resources but no strength would only be more miserable than having nothing at all. Liao Ping arrived early at the airport exit to wait for Lin Chen to disembark. When he saw Lin Chen in the crowd, Liao Ping quickly raised the sign in his hand and waved it vigorously. Lin Chen spotted Liao Ping at a glance, and after they met up, the two left the airport and got into a car. In order to find a suitable homestead, Liao Ping also rented a car for convenience. Liao Ping took the initiative to bring up the topic and deepen their relationship. "Boss, let me take you to find a place to stay after a hard journey?" "No need, just tell me about the situation of the old site of the martial arts gym." Liao Ping said seriously, "I talked to the owner of that piece of land. It's on the mountain, in a remote location, and the price is not very high, only 500,000. I've negotiated it down to 480,000 for you." This price was even cheaper than Lin Chen had expected. In fact, the housing prices in Sha City were not high, with only over 20,000 per square meter in the city center. It couldn't be compared to High City. Places like this old site of the martial arts gym, located in the mountainous area, naturally were cheaper. "I saw in your information that it's over 300 square meters?" Lin Chen asked. "That's right, in fact, there are several hundred square meters outside the homestead. Although you can't build a house, it's very good for planting vegetables in the yard." Lin Chen nodded. The car drove for nearly an hour before reaching the foot of the old site of the martial arts gym. As Liao Ping had said, there was indeed a village at the foot of the mountain. The village consisted of low-rise houses, with the tallest being only 5 stories high. Most of the surrounding area was mountains, and this village was surrounded by a circle of mountains, with only one gap visible. The terrain was very good, able to block a lot of wind and snow. When the car entered the village, many people came out of their homes to watch. The village was not large, with only a few hundred households. Lin Chen was also very satisfied with this. Fewer people meant fewer troubles. Liao Ping had been here several times in the past few days, and his face was already recognized by the villagers. But Lin Chen was a new face, and many middle-aged women stood together pointing and whispering at the two of them. Because of the distance, Lin Chen couldn't hear what they were saying. "Boss, those are all villagers from the village. I checked. There are a total of 96 households in this village, with a total population of no more than 400. Lin Chen nodded to show that he understood. "It's just a 10-minute drive up this road." Liao Ping pointed to a cement road that could only accommodate one car. The mountain was not high, only about 10 meters above the ground, so they arrived quickly. The mountaintop was not as uneven as imagined, but rather very flat. It was about an acre in size. The previously built Taoist temple had collapsed, leaving only some wood, bricks, and half-collapsed walls. This was not a problem. Rebuilding after the collapse would be convenient. Lin Chen looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, when can we complete the formalities?" "The owner of this homestead is out of town, and it took me a lot of effort to find his contact information. After agreeing on the price yesterday, he said he would rush back as soon as possible to handle the formalities. When I contacted him this morning, he was already on the train and expected to arrive here this afternoon. Alright, let's head down the mountain first. Building a shelter is a big project, with tight deadlines and heavy tasks. To complete the shelter in just over 2 months, enough manpower must be arranged. Lin Chen already had a preliminary idea of the shelter in his mind and was planning how many people to hire. The two of them returned to the foot of the mountain. The procedures for transferring the land had to be done in the city, so Liao Ping and the other person agreed to handle it directly at the relevant department in the city in the afternoon, without staying in the village. The land transfer procedures went very smoothly. The original owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest, not with any immortal demeanor, but rather round-faced. After signing the transfer contract, he seemed hesitant to speak. But in the end, he didn't say anything and left in a hurry after receiving the money. This gave Lin Chen a slight sense of unease. Liao Ping, have you inquired about why the Taoist temple was abandoned? Liao Ping was taken aback by Lin Chen's question. He hadn't actually inquired about it. Liao Ping was also a smooth talker, and upon hearing Lin Chen's question, he immediately figured out something and quickly called the Taoist priest they had just met. 30 minutes later, Lin Chen, Liao Ping, and the chubby Taoist priest were sitting in a restaurant. The chubby Taoist priest mumbled as he earnestly stuffed meat into his mouth. The thing is, I didn't mean to hide it, but I've been really short of money lately. After speaking, he glanced nervously at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained calm, his expression revealing no joy or anger. It turned out that the Taoist priest had bought the land 5 years ago. In his words, he wanted to find a piece of feng shui treasure land to build a Taoist temple, so he chose that hilltop. He first spent a lot of money building a cement road, and then built the Taoist temple. Everything went smoothly in between, and the chubby Taoist priest originally thought he would retire in this Taoist temple. Unexpectedly, shortly after the Taoist temple was completed, villagers from the village at the foot of the mountain came with several people to his temple. They claimed that the mountain below was the dragon vein of their village and that the chubby Taoist priest's temple was suppressing their dragon vein. The land was originally acquired from the villagers, and when it was acquired, the chubby Taoist priest had made it clear that he wanted to build a Taoist temple. At that time, the villager did not say that the hilltop could not have a Taoist temple. No one stopped the construction process. But it was only after the Taoist temple was built that they came out with their objections. Building the Taoist temple had depleted all the money the chubby Taoist priest had saved over the years, and it was impossible to tear it down. At first, the chubby Taoist priest ignored these villagers. His temple was legal and compliant, and these villagers couldn't forcibly demolish it. However, things were not as simple as he had thought. Starting from then, villagers stood guard at the cement road at the foot of the mountain every day, preventing any vehicles from going up the mountain. The chubby Taoist priest opened the temple to attract worshippers, and without them, he lost a significant source of income. Then there were middle-aged women who came to the temple every day to curse. He couldn't drive them away, and the chubby Taoist priest was at his wit's end. He negotiated with the villagers several times and finally gave them 20,000 yuan to settle the matter. He thought the matter was over, but a month later, villagers blocked the road again. The chubby Taoist priest was furious and went to argue with the village chief. The village chief shamelessly claimed that the previous 20,000 yuan was for the previous month's expenses, and from now on, they would have to pay them 20,000 every month. This enraged the chubby Taoist priest, and he immediately reported it to the police. However, when the public security officers arrived, all the villagers in the village, from the 80-year-olds to the 3-year-old children, came out to testify that the money was a gift from the chubby Taoist priest to the entire village. This incident indicated that the people in this village had done such things before. Extortion involving 20,000 yuan was already a prosecutable offense. After receiving the money, each household distributed 50 yuan per person. What's even more infuriating is that the village is mostly populated by elderly people in their 60s, 70s, and even 80s, as well as young children. The security officer couldn't handle these elderly people, so he could only arrest a few young adults in the village, but they would be released shortly after. Subsequently, the villagers became even more audacious, with several elderly women in their 70s and 80s sitting on the village's tricycles at the entrance of the Taoist temple every day, demanding 100 yuan from each person before they would leave. Calling the police? They would cry and claim they fell inside the temple, demanding the fat Taoist priest take responsibility. Helpless, the fat Taoist priest had to close the temple doors, rarely venturing out, unable to stop these troublemakers. Periodically, the temple would experience power outages and water cuts, either due to cut wires or blocked pipes. Needless to say, it was the villagers' doing. Later, the fat Taoist priest spent money on surveillance cameras and caught the person cutting the wires. The culprit was sent to the public security bureau, but the fat Taoist priest, thinking he had turned the tables, did not anticipate the hornet's nest he had stirred up. From then on, the villagers became even more audacious. Their tactics were endless, and he was exhausted mentally and physically from facing 400 people alone. In the end, he had to give up the temple and seek another way out. After listening to the fat Taoist priest story, Liao Peng felt angry and guilty, unable to face Lin Chen. "I'm sorry, boss, it's all because I didn't inquire properly." Despite receiving such a high salary from Lin Chen, he had messed things up, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. "I'll go check if there are any other suitable places. Even if I buy this land myself, you can deduct it from my salary, boss." Lin Chen glanced at him. This made Lin Chen look at Liao Peng in a new light. Although the annual salary he offered Liao Peng was 500,000, it was just an empty promise. Willing to compensate for his mistake with a salary of 500,000 before receiving the money, this was not something an ordinary person could propose. Lin Chen waved his hand. "No need, just this piece of land. It's late today, go contact a reliable construction team, and start work tomorrow." This shocked both Liao Peng and the fat Taoist priest. "Boss, I have a solution, just do as I say." Lin Chen stood up, ending the meal. In fact, this matter didn't need to be resolved at all. Cause trouble after it's built? Would Lin Chen be afraid? Definitely not. By the time the shelter was built, at least 2 months later, the villagers would be too preoccupied with the extreme cold. Lin Chen also had experience dealing with villains. As long as he was more ruthless than them, he would be fine. Wait. The fat Taoist priest forcefully swallowed the food in his mouth and pulled out a yellowed booklet from his pocket. "Young man, you are a good person, and I didn't handle this matter properly. This booklet was used by me for health and fitness before. Now that the temple is gone, I have decided to return to secular life. This booklet is not so important to me anymore, so I'll give it to you. I always felt that you were quite likable." Lin Chen frowned at the visibly greasy stains on the yellowed booklet, but seeing the sincere look in the fat Taoist priest's eyes, he eventually accepted it. "Thank you." Leaving the restaurant, Lin Chen went to the hotel where he was staying and spent the night drawing the design of the shelter that he had already envisioned in his mind. The top half of the design was a semicircle exposed on the ground, while the bottom half was a square underground room. From an architectural perspective, a circular structure reduces wind resistance and is more solid. From a heat transfer perspective, a circular shape releases the least heat and is better for insulation. People who used to live in the Arctic built semicircular snow houses for the same reason. The outermost part of the building is welded with alloy, and the interior will use explosion-proof steel plate walls commonly used in banks, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. Inside the steel plate walls, a layer of the most cold-resistant constant temperature material will be added, followed by normal 3-proof materials. Lin Chen plans to build a fireplace in the middle of the circular building, which can be used for heating when it is inconvenient to generate electricity. A smoke exhaust pipe will be installed above for ventilation. There will be a separate power cycle above and below the building. Lin Chen has not considered the water issue. The water purifier he bought is not just for show. The details of the design drawings still need to be modified by professionals, but that's roughly it. After finishing the design drawings and preparing to sleep, Lin Chen glanced at the book he had casually placed aside. It was the one given to him by the fat Taoist. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and started flipping through it. To his surprise, the book turned out to be an illustrated book with a little figure demonstrating different moves, similar to martial arts manuals. Lin Chen became increasingly interested as he read through it. The more he read, the more serious his expression became, even somewhat incredulous. The movements in this book were somewhat similar to the resonance he practiced. This greatly shocked Lin Chen. He immediately jumped out of bed and started practicing the movements according to the book. As he practiced, he found that these movements were indeed somewhat similar to resonance, but much more complex and difficult to master. Fortunately, he had the experience of exploring resonance from his past life cultivation, and his body had been honed during this time, so he could barely perform these movements. With each breath and movement, there seemed to be a mysterious rhythm. As the first set of movements ended, Lin Chen was dripping with sweat, but his breath was not in the least disturbed, and he felt comfortable and warm all over. This effect was actually several times better than resonance. Although resonance also had a warming effect after practice, it was not as pronounced. Lin Chen solemnly picked up the dirty book again and turned to the written part. The 3 words "health preservation secret" were obviously added later, and the original title seemed to have been worn away. This was definitely not an ordinary health book. If he had not experienced the apocalypse, he might have thought it was just a martial arts manual that cost a few dollars on a street stall. But knowing the miraculous aspects of cultivating resonance in the apocalypse, Lin Chen knew that this was definitely a priceless manual. The magical substances that appeared in the apocalypse would be the time when this technique would have its greatest effect. At the same time, Lin Chen was also puzzled. Resonance only appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse, and it was said to have been jointly researched by scientists and martial artists. Could the rumors be wrong, or perhaps, the rumors were spread by the official shelters? But Lin Chen had a premonition that the appearance of resonance was definitely related to this book. Now that this book was in his hands, would it change the original future? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and stopped thinking further. Even if the future really changed, it was not something he needed to worry about now. And he was not the only one who knew this technique, there was also the fat Taoist. After waking up from a nap, and finishing practicing the health preservation secret, Lin Chen found that Liao Peng had already gathered people early in the morning to start work at the site of the Taoist temple. After breakfast, Lin Chen also went to the site. 2 excavators were clearing the debris of the original Taoist temple. Lin Chen found Liao Peng, handed him the drawings he had designed the night before, and explained the key points to him. Liao Peng patted his chest and said, "Alright, boss, I will have the engineer refine the design drawings. In addition, about the well you mentioned, there was originally a well here, buried in the ruins. The workers just told me about it." Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. This was a pleasant surprise. Over the next few days, Lin Chen stayed in Shashi, booking various building materials, discussing shelter design plans with engineers, etc. In his spare time, Lin Chen practiced the health-preserving secret book, and after a few days, he felt that his physical strength had increased more than the sum of the previous 10 days. With Lin Chen's unlimited investment, the original Taoist temple ruins were no longer visible, replaced by a large and deep pit. The shelter's basement had been excavated, and construction was about to begin. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, in the early hours of March 22nd, a phone call made Lin Chen give up the idea of continuing to stay in Sha City to follow up on the project. It was the warehousekeeper who called, with a panicked voice on the other end, "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Chen frowned. "How did it catch fire? What about the goods?" "I don't know, I was asleep and didn't hear anything, and somehow it caught fire. Luckily, I discovered it early, only a small portion of the goods burned." Lin Chen had to temporarily set aside the work there and entrusted it all to Liao Peng. Then he took a plane back to Haishur. It was raining heavily in Haishur. As soon as Lin Chen got off the plane and turned on his phone, he saw more than a dozen missed calls, all from the warehouse keepers. Lin Chen immediately returned a call, but no one answered. After checking the weather in Haishur for the past 2 days, he found that it had been rainy. Since it was raining, how could there be a fire? Just as he drove back to the warehouse entrance, he heard a loud voice from inside the warehouse, "Throw everything out. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the warehouse manager's voice. Several people were seen throwing boxes of goods outside. It was raining heavily outside, and some of these goods couldn't get wet. If they got soaked in the rain, they would likely be damaged. "What are you doing?" Lin Chen stood in front of the warehouse gate, his cold eyes scanning the people preparing to throw the boxes outside. The group was taken aback by Lin Chen's momentum and stopped in their tracks. "What are you doing?" A middle-aged, thin man walked over, saw Lin Chen, and Lin Chen saw him too. But Lin Chen didn't recognize this person. "Where did you come from? Get out of the way." The thin man looked fierce. "Who are you? Who allowed you to touch my things?" Lin Chen asked coldly. The warehouse manager, with a mournful face, ran to Lin Chen and complained, "Boss, you're finally back. I was just directing people to unload the goods, and these people suddenly ran in and claimed the warehouse was theirs, asking us to move our things out immediately. I couldn't stop them." The thin man showed a knowing expression, looked Lin Chen up and down, and said, "So you're Lin Chen?" Before Lin Chen could reply, the thin man pointed to himself with his thumb. "This warehouse is rented to me from today onwards. You burned the landlord's warehouse, and they don't want to rent it to you. Take your things and get out now." The warehouse manager said indignantly, "Even if we have to move the things, you should give us some time. I told you our boss would be here soon, and you're already throwing things out without waiting. Is there no reason to talk about? This is your problem. The warehouse is mine now. Your things are occupying my warehouse. What's wrong with me throwing them out?" The thin man picked his ear, looking indifferent, making the warehouse manager gasp for breath. Even a fool could see that this attitude was targeted at them. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his long, narrow eyes. "I have a contract. The lease has not expired yet. Whether to rent to me or not is not for you to decide. Let the landlord come with the penalty fee to discuss with me. I'll give you 1 minute to get out of my place now." "Oh, you're still wet behind the ears but trying to act tough. When I was out in society, you were still drinking milk. Get lost."
The skinny man reached out to push Lin Chen away as if shooing away stray cats and dogs. However, Lin Chen grabbed the skinny man's hand and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, accompanied by a scream. Ah! The skinny man's hand was dislocated. Although his face turned pale from the pain, the skinny man was also a tough character. Ignoring his already captured right hand, he swung a punch towards Lin Chen with his other hand, spewing curses. You bastard, you're dead. I'll blah blah blah. Lin Chen effortlessly caught the punch. In his eyes, this punch was weak and feeble, and the skinny man, despite his fierceness, had reached his limit. Crack! Lin Chen twisted the skinny man's left hand as well and kicked him out with a foot. Without his arms to support him, the skinny man fell flat on the ground, his teeth even drawing blood. The skinny man lying on the ground roared, "Are you all blind? Kill him for me." Things happened too quickly. Several people who had come with the skinny man were carrying things, and finally, they threw down their boxes and rushed forward. However, they were no match for Lin Chen, who had experienced countless real battles. Lin Chen kicked one person away, caught two incoming fists, and pulled with force. The two immediately staggered, lost their balance, and Lin Chen grabbed their necks and slammed them, silencing their screams. As soon as Lin Chen let go, the two fell unconscious on the ground. He easily dodged a punch coming from his side, countered with an elbow strike, and the person immediately crumpled to the ground. With just a few simple moves, not even considered a warm-up, 4 people lay on the ground. Lin Chen had decided not to show mercy and escalate the situation. If it were the end of the world, these people would already be dead. The skinny man, who had just turned around, saw this scene and knew he had hit a brick wall. He had thought it would be easy to deal with a college student, just a casual reach to complete the task and happily receive some money. Never did he expect to encounter such a tough opponent. The last remaining person caught a glimpse of the fierce light in Lin Chen's eyes, took a few steps back in fear, and instead of advancing, turned and ran into the rain to escape. Lin Chen did not pursue, walking up to the skinny man who had already sat up. "Who sent you here? Did you set the fire in my warehouse?" Lin Chen had a guess in his heart, but he wanted to confirm. However, even in this situation, the skinny man seemed unafraid, still threatening, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will make sure to kill you." A flash of killing intent crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He said to the warehouse manager standing behind, dumbfounded, "Call the police." The peaceful era's order saved these scum. The warehouse manager suddenly came to his senses, tremblingly took out his phone and called the police, looking at Lin Chen with awe and a hint of fear in his eyes. Soon, the public security officers arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. As soon as the public security officers arrived, the skinny man immediately turned the tables. "Officer, this person intruded into my warehouse and assaulted people for no reason. He dislocated both my hands. Who called the police?" Lin Chen raised his hand. "I did." "Explain the situation." The public security officer took out a recording pen. Lin Chen recounted how the group ran into his warehouse, threw away his goods, and initiated the altercation. There were still several boxes of goods at the warehouse entrance in the rain. The warehouse manager also confirmed Lin Chen's account. Lin Chen's actions were not too heavy-handed. Aside from superficial injuries and minor concussions, the group quickly recovered. The skinny man's dislocated hand was also reset by the emergency doctor. Lin Chen pretended to take something out of his backpack, but actually pulled out a lease contract. "This is the lease contract for renting this warehouse." The public security officer glanced at it, confirming that the contract was in order. "Things have become very clear." One of the security guards said, "Take these few back." "Hold on." Even now, the thin man remained calm and took out his phone to make a call. The phone rang outside the warehouse. A middle-aged man and a young man entered the warehouse. Lin Chen squinted his eyes slightly, recognizing one of the two. Li Duoyu. Li Duoyu saw Lin Chen and smirked. The middle-aged man, who seemed to be Li Duoyu's father, pulled one of the security guards aside. After saying a few words, he made a call and put it to the security guard's ear. Lin Chen frowned at the scene. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was the landlord. "Lin Chen, your worker almost burned down my warehouse. I won't rent the warehouse anymore. I'll refund the remaining rent and deposit to you. Please move out as soon as possible." Lin Chen furrowed his brows and replied, "There is no such clause in the contract. And the cause of the fire has not been investigated yet." The landlord sounded helpless and a bit urgent on the phone. "Don't investigate, it's all because of you. Please move out quickly. Consider it my plea, I will refund you all the rent for this month." After speaking, he hung up, and immediately refunded 60,000 yuan to Lin Chen. It seemed that the warehouse really couldn't be rented anymore. Lin Chen's things were almost packed up now, so moving out didn't matter to him. But being forced out like this was really unpleasant no matter how you looked at it. Li Duoyu walked up to Lin Chen, sneered at him, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, this is the consequence of offending me. The show has just begun, I will make sure you can't survive in Heisher.
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Duoyu in surprise, and said loudly, "What did you say? Aren't you your father's biological son?"
His loud voice attracted the attention of the people around.
Everyone looked at Li Duoyu in surprise.
Li Duoyu's face turned red, and he quickly explained loudly, "I didn't say that.
He's talking nonsense."
Li Duoyu glared at Lin Chen with hatred, as if his eyes could kill. He wanted to kill Lin Chen with just one look. The security guard who was quickly taken away by Li Duoyu's father came back and stood in front of Lin Chen, pointing at him, "Take this person back."
"Hold on."
Lin Chen frowned, not too surprised by the scene in front of him. From the thin man's initial confidence to the subsequent series of actions, Lin Chen had already guessed that these people must have some kind of backing. But he was not a pushover.
"I want to ask, why do you want to take me back?"
The security guard's expression was serious. "You are suspected of arson and intentionally harming others. You must come back to the station with me for investigation." Li Duoyu looked at Lin Chen smugly, his expression clearly conveying, "This is the consequence of offending me. Once you go to the police station, you're done for." Lin Chen remained calm, continuing to defend himself. "As I just said, they were the ones who started it. That's just your word against theirs. It can't be used as evidence." A hint of sarcasm flashed across Lin Chen's face.
"But that's not what you said just now."
The security guard's eyes showed a hint of anger. "The other party has more witnesses than you. We have the right to re-investigate.
Come with us first." "But I have evidence."
Lin Chen grinned, his eyes cold, and picked up his phone. "When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse."
"What you just said in the corner should have been recorded too."
The angrier Lin Chen got, the more his smile on his face grew, but the coldness in his eyes could freeze people. He suddenly began to miss the arrival of the apocalypse.
At least the evil in the apocalypse was absolute evil.
The security guards standing in front of him were all stunned by Lin Chen's almost crazy smile. This kind of expression generally appears on psychopathic killers.
"And what did he just say, video?"
The security officer's face changed, reaching out to snatch the phone from Lin Chen's hand. However, Lin Chen seemed to foresee it, calmly stepping back 2 steps before the security officer made a move.
"I'll show you the video,"
he said, then lowered his head to press the phone. Seeing this, the security officer quickly reached out to grab Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen seemed to have eyes on top of his head, agilely dodging the grab. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice surprised everyone present. This person's skills are unexpectedly good.
No wonder he could take down 5 people barehanded. Why suddenly try to grab my phone? I was so scared that I even uploaded the video online. Lin Chen innocently displayed the screen in front of everyone.
Li Duokai, the father of Li Duoyu, was so angry that his face turned green. Before coming, Li Duokai and the landlord confirmed that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse, but he couldn't resist his son's insistence and came to handle it personally. Clearly renting for only a month, installing surveillance in the warehouse was something even the landlord hadn't expected. The scene of the two talking in the corner, if it were really posted online and the situation escalated, not only would they both be in trouble, but it would also implicate several others.
The phone call Li Duokai just made was to the head of the city's public security bureau.
If the chief were implicated in this trivial matter, it would trigger a series of effects. The network of relationships that Li Duokai had painstakingly built up over the years in the city could be severely damaged. Li Duokai glared fiercely at Li Duoyu, but now was not the time to discipline this troublesome son.
Li Duokai had to intercept the video from being posted online before the situation escalated.
Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Chen's hundreds of thousands of fans online had already seen the video accidentally posted by Lin Chen and had started to madly share it. Li Duotsai's attempt to stop it was already too late. The thin man obviously also realized something, his expression visibly changing.
If there was surveillance, wouldn't the scene of him setting the fire in the early morning have been captured? Wasn't the previous confrontation also recorded?
The thin man looked like he was about to breathe fire as he stared into Lin Chen's eyes, no longer as calm and composed as before. He quickly caught up with Li Duokai.
"Take him away!"
The security officer shouted angrily, and the other security officers quickly stepped forward to take down Lin Chen.
Lin Chen didn't resist, smiling cooperatively, and his phone was also taken away. "I can go by myself."
"Lao Huang, tidy up the things in the warehouse, find a big truck to load them, park it in the nearby parking lot, and wait for me to come back."
The warehouse manager Lao Huang nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen got into the police car.
Only the warehouse manager Lao Huang was left in the warehouse. The scene today completely overturned his worldview. He had never seen such a bossy boss. But now that the boss had been taken away by the security officers, Lao Huang, with a bitter face, didn't know if he could still get his salary.
Lin Chen, who was sandwiched between two security officers in the car, showed no signs of nervousness. The car hadn't driven far when one of the security officers sitting next to Lin Chen received a call. In no time, he looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression and handed the phone to the security officer who had confronted Lin Chen earlier. "Captain, it's for you." So he was a captain, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The security officer called Captain took the call, and his face turned from white to red, then from red to black, just nodding continuously, "Yes, yes, okay, yes, yes." Hanging up the phone, he immediately said, "Stop the car." The car quickly pulled over to the side. "You can go now." The security officer called Captain looked at Lin Chen with a resentful look, seeming very unwilling, but he had no choice. Lin Chen smiled, extended his hand and said, "My phone? There is evidence in your phone that is needed for the investigation." Lin Chen shrugged, got off the car, and walked away. Lu Ting kept watching Lin Chen walk away before he withdrew his gaze. Lin Chen turned around to top up a card, then bought a new phone. The video he sent out had indeed made an impact. And it was a huge impact. If the apocalypse had not arrived, just this wave of actions alone, Lin Chen would have offended countless people. As a person with no background or identity, he might disappear into the vast sea of people at any time. But now he was not afraid of anything. Lin Chen took down the video and also deactivated his social media accounts. The goal had been achieved, he didn't want to become any more famous. Back at the warehouse, Lao Huang was still calling for a car, surprised that Lin Chen had returned so quickly. He was also taken aback. Lin Chen settled the wages, sent Lao Huang away, closed the warehouse door, and took stock of the items inside. Among the items burned were a small portion of sleds he had ordered online, a total of 10. Originally, Lin Chen had planned to buy some sled dogs to raise for the apocalypse. Since these items had been burned, he let it go. Some equipment was thrown into the rain, but there was no significant damage. After storing the items in his space, Lin Chen immediately booked a flight to leave the coastal city for Sha City. Soon after, news broke in the coastal city about a prominent business shareholder being implicated in high-level government corruption. That shareholder happened to be Li Duoyu's father. It seemed that without the apocalypse, the second-generation rich kid wouldn't succeed. This incident implicated many people, including a security officer who was dismissed. However, Lin Chen's focus was not on this matter but on the words Tianqi New Energy Company, a famous enterprise. A deep-seated hatred flashed in his eyes. A few days later, the school suddenly called Lin Chen, informing him that he had been expelled for not attending classes for a long time. Lin Chen knew someone had intervened, but such tactics were ineffective against him. Over the next 2 months, he supervised the construction of a shelter in Sha City. Most of this time was spent practicing the health cultivation formula. He took a break to return to the coastal city to pick up the goods he had ordered from Lao Xia, without staying long. This move also allowed him to evade a conspiracy against him. On May 25, the shelter was finally completed. The total construction period was over 2 months, costing Lin Chen over 9 million, all spent on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter had only a chimney and an entrance, with no windows. The entire shelter, when viewed from the back, resembled an iron ball embedded in the earth. There were 2 doors, an outer and an inner one, both heavy blast doors. Both doors had to be passed through for entry and exit. Some workers joked that this shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear blast. Inside the shelter, squat toilets, heated Kong beds, stoves, and fireplaces were designed not to rely on electricity. All wiring was done indoors, affecting aesthetics but making maintenance easier. A water pipe was installed from an underground well to supply water to the shelter. Lin Chen had the well completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing easily. All that was left was to put the living supplies into the space, and it would be ready for occupancy. With only 6 days left until the solar flare eruption, Lin Chen spent a day setting up the shelter, with everything prepared except for the electrical appliances. He also bought several carpets to lay in the shelter's rooms and living room. The electrical appliances would be released after the geomagnetic storm passed to avoid damage. After the shelter was built, Liao Peng had nothing to do but follow Lin Chen around. After some thought, Lin Chen said, "Prepare some supplies and put them in your rental house." The apocalypse was about to arrive, and he didn't mind giving Liao Peng a hand, considering it a reward for his diligent work over the past 2 months. The subsequent salary is impossible to be given to him. Of course, if he doesn't listen, Lin Chen won't remind him again. After sending Liao Peng away, Lin Chen took out his phone and removed a number from the blacklist. Zhao Xiao. Lin Chen dialed the number. "Lin Chen? Is it really you? Where have you been recently? Last time I saw you being taken away by the public security officers in a short video. Are you okay?" Zhao Zhao's voice sounded very surprised. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Over the past 2 months, he had been almost nagged to death by his parents, and the plan to buy a new house at home had been delayed because he couldn't borrow money from Lin Chen. Lin Chen said, "I'm fine, I've been feeling down lately, traveling in Sha City. Do you want to come over and play for a few days?" Zhao Xiao on the other end of the phone agreed without hesitation. "Sure. I'll take a few days off and accompany you." After chatting for a while, Lin Chen hung up the phone. How could he forget Zhao Xiao, the person who had killed him in his previous life? He couldn't go back to Heisher, but that didn't mean he would let Zhao Xiao off the hook. Dealing with Zhao Xiao in Sha City would be the same. Lin Chen also replenished 10 tons of bottled water in Sha City, along with some food he liked. In extreme cold, water was actually the least lacking. Everywhere was snow, and if you were thirsty, eating some snow could quench your thirst. Although this would make the body colder, compared to the difficulty of obtaining food, water sources were indeed not a concern for survivors. Viruses and bacteria were everywhere, and whether you ate snow or not had little to do with getting sick. Most survivors had developed antibodies a few years after the apocalypse. Eating raw meat, eating snow, wearing animal fur, humans were slowly adapting to the harsh living environment, and those who couldn't adapt had already died. Lin Chen prepared some water just in case. He also bought 2 computers and copied countless data and some movies, animations, and games online. This included information on making various tools, repairing electricity, generators, and so on. This information might become extremely valuable in the future. Besides the gold bars he copied, he had some money left, with less than 100,000 in cash. Everything was ready. 3 days before the SSS-level solar flare eruption, Zhao Xiao hurried over from Heisher. It was evident that Zhao Xiao had not been doing well over the past 2 months, as he had lost weight. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhao Xiao greeted him with apologies, showing great humility. Apologizing while observing Lin Chen's expression. "Lin Chen, I really treated you like a brother, that's why I didn't think too much. Can you forgive me? I will definitely do more for you in the future." Lin Chen's face revealed a mysterious smile as he nodded perfunctorily. "Stay here for a week and then leave, all expenses are on me." Zhao Zhao's face visibly lit up with joy. Indeed, Lin Chen was still the same Lin Chen who was easily deceived. It seemed that his actions last time had clearly angered Lin Chen. "Okay," Zhao Xiao readily agreed, as he still wanted to find an opportunity to ask Lin Chen for money. "By the way, when did you come to Sha City alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school, is it true?" Zhao Xiao seemed concerned, but the hint of schadenfreude in his eyes was poorly concealed. "It's true," Lin Chen nodded, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao pretended to comfort Lin Chen for a few more words and then discussed the arrangements for the next few days with him. These days, Lin Chen really wanted to relax. The risk was relatively high before the apocalypse, and Lin Chen couldn't wait for these few days. What he wanted to do was to keep Zhao Xiao in Sha City, let him experience the despair of the apocalypse, and die. Lin Chen never thought of himself as a good person. After losing the affection of his parents in his previous life, he had placed all his emotions on these few good friends like Zhao Xiao. At the beginning of the apocalypse, when money still had some value, he distributed the gold bars left by his father to several people, giving them hope to survive. In the apocalypse, when he depended on Zhao Xiao for survival, he always took the initiative to do dangerous things. However, despite all he did, he only received betrayal in return. This was partly due to his weakness and inability to judge people. Therefore, in this lifetime, he will not be soft-hearted anymore, nor will he believe in ridiculous emotions. Although many things from his past life, including betrayal, have not yet occurred, Zhao Zhao's nature remains the same, and even if given another chance, he would still fully exploit him. Lin Chen lowered his eyes, concealing the coldness in them. Isn't Su Qin also studying at the university in Shashi? Should we invite her to join us? Zhao Xiao raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen, giving him a look that all men understand. Su Qin is the second girl in the group of 6, besides Su Feifei. Lin Chen's impression of this person still lingered from 8 years ago. During high school, the others always tried to match him with Su Qin, talking about them being together. After hearing it so many times, Lin Chen started to have a different feeling towards this girl. However, for Lin Chen, it had been 8 years since he last saw her, and he couldn't even remember her face clearly. Bringing up this person again, Lin Chen felt nothing, but with Zhao Zhao's constant urging, Lin Chen casually agreed. They found a hotel, settled Zhao Xiao in, and Lin Chen stayed in the room next to Zhao Xiao. As expected, Zhao Xiao also arranged to meet Su Qin. On the next day, May 29th, with only 2 days left until the countdown to the SSS-level solar flare eruption, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiao arrived at the beach in Shashi and met Su Qin, whom they hadn't seen in 8 years. Su Qin was a student in the dance department of the School of Arts at Shashi University, and naturally had a great figure.
Because they were playing at the beach today, Su Qin boldly wore a bikini, catching Zhao Zhao's eyes. Lin Chen was wearing swim trunks under his clothes, and when he took off his shirt, his solid yet not bulky muscles caught Su Qin's attention.
Lin Chen, when did you get in such good shape?
Su Qin completely ignored Zhao Xiao, who had an average figure, and kept staring at Lin Chen's abs.
I've recently taken a liking to working out.
Lin Chen casually replied, set up a beach chair, put on sunglasses, and started sunbathing. In 2 days, people wouldn't need sunglasses to look directly at the sun in the sky. Before the arrival of the apocalypse, Lin Chen also planned to enjoy the last 2 days of warm sunshine, to relax his tense mood.
Su Qin also lay down next to Lin Chen to sunbathe.
The two chatted casually, completely ignoring Zhao Xiao. A shadow flashed in Zhao Zhao's eyes, but he still forced a smile and joined in the conversation between the two. The three stayed until the sun set, then left the beach, had a meal together, and went their separate ways. On the last day, Lin Chen spent the day in Shushi with Zhao Xiao and Su Qin.
Finally, the time came to June 1st, Children's Day, the day of the SSS-level solar flare eruption.
On the morning of June 1st, Lin Chen was practicing the health cultivation technique on the flat ground outside the shelter as usual. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving today, but he declined, using an excuse. He wanted to stay at the shelter to observe any differences in the sun during the solar flare eruption.
After today's solar flare eruption, the intense solar storm would not reach the Earth until June 4th.
So, before the 4th, Blue Star was still temporarily safe. The strange thing about this solar flare eruption was that no country had detected any anomalies.
With the current technology of Blue Star, this situation was very unusual.
At this moment, Lin Chen wore sunglasses, and although his body movements were constantly changing, his eyes never left the sun in the sky. Such a posture was undoubtedly somewhat ridiculous. Several villagers at the foot of the mountain saw this scene from a distance and began to discuss.
What is that young man doing? What method is he using? It looks quite mysterious. The thing he's building doesn't look normal at all. Do we still need to pay him?
Yes, we must. What are we afraid of?
Let's go ask for it tomorrow. I'll talk to Uncle Li about how to ask for it.
After completing the 5th set of health-preserving secrets, Lin Chen began the 6th set, but suddenly paused. The reason he stopped his movements was that there was no change in the sun he had been closely watching, and the interface of the treasure basin, which had not shown any significant changes since the upgrade, had turned into a pile of garbled characters.
What's going on?
Shocked, Lin Chen immediately stopped practicing and observed the treasure basin. Not only had the interface of the treasure basin turned into garbled characters, but the space could no longer be sensed. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, realizing the seriousness of the situation. All the supplies he had accumulated in the space over the past 3 months were now stored there. If the space suddenly became ineffective, his advantage upon rebirth would be greatly diminished. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized that he had become too dependent on the space. After about a dozen seconds, the garbled characters in front of him formed a string of Chinese characters. The 3rd reset of the Blue Star post-apocalyptic era is about to begin. This time, the evolutionary progress of species will be accelerated. The treasure basin has recognized intelligent beings as the main species and initiated the host protection plan. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. The amount of information contained in this statement was immense. Post-apocalyptic reset? The 3rd time? He had experienced the apocalypse of the previous life, returned to before the apocalypse, and now was experiencing it again.
Does that count as 2 times?
Then why does the treasure basin show this as the 3rd time? Could it be that in the previous life before his rebirth, the apocalypse had already been reset once? Without thinking too much about the meaning of the following words, the interface in front of him reformed into another paragraph. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours, please prepare yourself.
Lin Chen's heart pounded. Is this a warning? Is this treasure basin intelligent?
After about a dozen seconds, the text disappeared, and the interface of the treasure basin returned to normal. The space was once again sensed by Lin Chen. However, the number in the upper right corner counting down 71 hours and 43 minutes made Lin Chen realize that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. Lin Chen turned back to the shelter, made himself a cup of coffee, took a few sips, and calmed himself down. He recalled the anomaly that appeared on the treasure basin interface earlier.
He speculated that this anomaly was likely related to the so-called SSS-level solar flare outbreak.
The solar flare outbreak marked the beginning of this post-apocalyptic era, and the text that appeared on the treasure basin before stated, the 3rd reset of the Blue Star post-apocalyptic era is about to begin. This time, the evolutionary progress of species will be accelerated. The treasure basin has recognized intelligent beings as the main species and initiated the fire seed protection plan.
It also declared that the apocalypse had begun. Lin Chen was particularly interested in the number 3. Upon careful consideration, besides himself, perhaps no one else in this world knew that he would experience the apocalypse again. The matter of rebirth still felt very strange to Lin Chen. He had died, yet he was reborn 8 years ago. All humans, the entire blue star, had returned to the state of 8 years ago. Was this time reversal? Or a new start? According to human knowledge, time cannot be reversed unless viewed from a theological perspective. Mandela effect? Divine intervention? A game of higher civilizations? Or a correction of the power of the natural rules themselves? And such an event had apparently occurred 3 times already. Before he obtained this treasure basin, had time also reversed, and had humanity experienced the apocalypse disaster that would occur in a few days? And when the first apocalypse was reset, like the other tens of billions of humans and countless beings now, was he also unaware of it? Why has it been reset 3 times? Is it because the life forms on the previous 2 blue stars became extinct? This speculation is too astonishing and terrifying. What exactly is the treasure basin? Why is this information appearing? No wonder it is said that knowing too much is not a good thing. The more Lin Chen thinks about it at this moment, the more questions arise. His breathing is rapid, his mind is buzzing, almost about to explode. His heartbeat is very fast, and he can't calm down at all. He is scared. Thinking like this, Lin Chen is starting to doubt whether the universe and human cognition is being manipulated by some higher civilizations. They are like other people's guinea pigs, being experimented on time and time again. Lin Chen closes his eyes and hums a song to shift his focus. After humming a song, he finally dismisses these bizarre thoughts from his mind. He takes out his computer and starts looking for information about the Ice Age. Blue Star has experienced several ice ages in the past. Before this extreme cold apocalypse arrived, human ancestors experienced an ice age that lasted for more than 2 million years. It only ended more than 10,000 years ago. This period is also known as the Quaternary Ice Age. Lin Chen only roughly browsed through the specific situations of the previous 3 ice ages. Just talking about this Quaternary Ice Age, it almost caused the extinction of all cold-intolerant animals. Most of the surviving animals living in the icy world were long-haired animals. But humans survived. Scientists speculate that humans were able to survive due to their strong creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Chen feels that this explanation is not solid. Those who have not experienced extreme cold cannot imagine its horror. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, there were less than 1 million humans left out of a global population of 7.8 billion. This shows the horror of the apocalypse. During that period more than 2 million years ago, there were no technological items, and resources were extremely scarce. There was a lack of plants, let alone medicines. Countless large carnivorous mammals such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, direwolves, lived during this period. They were huge in size, fierce, and carnivorous. With the normal size and speed of humans, they could only become food for these large carnivorous animals. Even if they could survive in extreme cold, it would be difficult to survive. What's even more bizarre is that after the Ice Age ended, these ferocious large creatures became extinct. Yet humans have continued to thrive. It is difficult to explain this with adaptability and creativity alone. But if there was the involvement and assistance of a higher civilization, then everything would make much more sense. However, these are just Lin Chen's speculations. His original intention was just to survive in the apocalypse, no matter the reason. Since he has been given a second chance at life, he must live it well. Only by surviving can he discover more clues about this disaster. If it is as he speculates, after each species becomes extinct, the apocalypse will reset. As the only informed person now, perhaps he really needs to do something, because no one knows how many times such a reset can occur. If this is the last chance, will Blue Star become a lifeless planet like other planets in the solar system? Lin Chen takes out his computer, inserts a wireless network card, and starts browsing the internet. He anonymously releases the news of the SSS-level solar flare eruption online. 3 months ago, if he had said that an SSS-level solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been considered a madman or a charlatan. No one would have believed that he could predict the future. But today, by revealing this event based on what has already happened, and adding the speculation about the upcoming Ice Age, it is more likely to be believed. Perhaps some scientist will notice the abnormality of the sun and prompt countries to prepare in advance. And 71 hours later, all electronic devices will lose signal and become useless. Lin Chen will no longer have the risk of exposure. He just doesn't know if his post will be discovered by someone with ill intentions. Lin Chen shut down the computer, unplugged the network card, and reclaimed the space. The remaining matters could only be left to fate. Lin Chen tried to communicate with the treasure basin, but there was no response. To prevent another situation where the space could not be sensed, Lin Chen took out a portion of the items in the space and placed them in the basement of the shelter. The next day, the countdown timer in the upper right corner had jumped to 47 hours. Watching the arrival of the apocalypse in this way was agonizing. Lin Chen could only continue to practice the nourishing life technique to keep himself calm. However, before long, an unexpected group disrupted Lin Chen's peace. A tractor arrived outside Lin Chen's shelter. The shelter had no windows, but Lin Chen had installed a camera at the peephole on the outer blast door to monitor the outside situation. 4 people got off the tractor and started to inspect the shelter. While the 4 were discussing who should knock on the door of the big iron ball, Lin Chen had already opened the door and walked out. The middle-aged woman among the 4 peered through the crack of the door opened by Lin Chen, wishing she could throw her eyeballs in to take a look. However, there was another door inside, and even if she bulged her eyes out, she couldn't see what was inside. "What's the matter?" Lin Chen scanned the 4 visitors. There was a middle-aged woman, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s with a cane, a 30-year-old farmer, and a woman in her 20s. The villagers had inquired with a construction worker about the cost of the circular ball on the mountaintop, which was said to be worth several million. The villagers already knew that Lin Chen was wealthy, a big fat sheep. The first to speak was the farmer Li Chang. "Young man, the circular ball has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Recently, several chickens and ducks in our village have died. What do you have to say about this?" Lin Chen looked towards a grove of trees. "What does it have to do with me if your chickens and ducks die?" Li Dama stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Chen. "How is it not your concern? It's since this circular ball of yours was built that our chickens and ducks started dying. In a few days, people might start dying too." Lin Chen chuckled. These villagers were good at finding reasons. They were right. In a few days, more than a few people might die. Then why don't you move away quickly? It might be too late, and the people in your village might be wiped out. Rural people were most superstitious about this, and Lin Chen's words immediately angered the 4. "Why are you so wicked, child? How dare you curse us?" Li Dama pointed at Lin Chen's nose and scolded. "You brat! What did you say? If you can't speak, let me teach you." Li Chang's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he slapped Lin Chen's face with a palm the size of a fan. It seemed reckless, but this was part of the plan they had devised before going up the mountain. Young people were easily frightened, and once slapped, they would behave. They had women, children, and elderly people with them, so they weren't worried about Lin Chen calling the police. The other 3 had already imagined Lin Chen being stunned by the slap. Smack! A loud slap resounded. The sound was much louder than they had anticipated. What truly surprised them was that the one who received the slap was not Lin Chen, but Li Chang. Lin Chen raised his hand and grabbed Li Chang's hand, then slapped him back across the face. Li Chang was stunned by Lin Chen's slap, his head buzzing, and his face visibly swelling rapidly. The 4 clearly hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so audacious, daring to fight back against all 4 of them. And at such a young age, how could he have such strength? Seeing his son being hit, the elderly man with a cane, relying on his age, raised his cane and swung it towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen deftly dodged to the side, avoiding the cane. The elderly man's eyes rolled back, and with a groan, he fell to the ground, closing his eyes. This was the signal to initiate the second plan. "Dad? What's wrong, Dad?" Li Tsuetsue immediately reacted, glaring angrily at Lin Chen. "You hit my dad? I didn't even touch him." Lin Chen coldly glanced at Grandpa Li lying on the ground with his eyelids twitching. "All 4 of us here saw it. Don't try to deny it." Mrs. Li knelt in front of Grandpa Li, holding his body and crying out, "Oh, this is outrageous, city people bullying us country folks. If you leave me, I'll crash into this iron ball and end it all." Li Tsuetsue also started sobbing. "My dad was already in poor health. What do we do now?" "Compensate. Bring out 50,000 yuan and we'll call it even." Li Chang covered his face, clenched his fists tightly, as if Lin Chen saying a word of refusal would lead to a fight. "Mrs. Li threatened, if you don't compensate, we'll find the security officer and expose you to the media." "Fine," Lin Chen said. The 3 of them were pleased, thinking Lin Chen had agreed. Little did they know Lin Chen had more to say. "Hurry up and call the police." Calling the police was naturally out of the question. Seeing Lin Chen unmoved, Li Chang glared at him menacingly and said, "If you don't compensate, I'll make you pay with your life for my dad." He couldn't take that slap for nothing, and after saying that, he ran to the tractor to grab a woodcutting knife. "Hold on." Lin Chen made a thoughtful expression, walked around Grandpa Li twice, as if observing his condition. In fact, Lin Chen could call the police. After all, he had surveillance cameras at his door, and these people couldn't do anything to him. But the last incident with Li Duoyu and the security officer left Lin Chen with a bad impression of the Public Security Bureau. He had several ways to deal with these 4 people. Lin Chen chose the most stress-relieving one. Mrs. Li Chang and Li Tsuetsue exchanged a triumphant look, thinking Lin Chen was scared. Li Chang secretly felt proud. Just as I said, he's just a 20-something kid, easy to scare. Suddenly, Lin Chen extended his foot and stepped on Grandpa Li's hand on the ground. Ah! Grandpa Li screamed, opening his eyes. Lin Chen turned to Li Chang, who hadn't reacted yet, and said, I've healed your dad, so you don't have to pay with your life now, right? Li Chang. Li Tsuetsue. Mrs. Li. Lin Chan's unexpected move left the 3 of them at a loss. It wasn't until Grandpa Li's wails were heard that they snapped out of it. Oh, my hand is broken. Grandpa Li trembled, holding his hand, his face wrinkled in pain from Lin Chan's not-so-light kick. Originally just pretending to be injured, he was now actually hurt. The other 3 were furious and about to erupt. Suddenly, Lin Chen said, Why don't you take this old man to the hospital first, and I'll reimburse you for medical expenses later. This sudden compromise left the 3 of them stunned again, feeling a lump in their throats. Mrs. Li almost fainted. She was ready to curse Lin Chan's ancestors just now. But since he had agreed, if they caused trouble again, what if he changed his mind? You have to compensate for medical expenses, nutrition expenses, mental damages, and loss of income. And compensation for work stoppage. Mrs. Li gasped, tentatively. Lin Chen nodded, unexpectedly agreeable. Okay. You go first, my house isn't going anywhere, treatment is the priority. Even though their goal was achieved, they felt inexplicably aggrieved. Grandpa Li's wails continued. Li Chang didn't dare delay, pointed at Lin Chen and said, Kid, if you dare not compensate, you'll regret it for sure. After a few harsh words, the 3 of them helped Grandpa Li onto the tractor and drove off towards the foot of the mountain. Lin Chen watched the tractor leave. Of course, he had no intention of compensating for any medical expenses. He just wanted to send these 4 people away. If they could still come up the mountain when the blizzard hit in a few days, he would consider it his loss. Lin Chen walked towards a forest. Just as he left the shelter, he sensed that there was a pair of eyes watching him in the forest. Since his rebirth, Lin Chen has been particularly sensitive to the gaze of others. He is so sharp that he can sense it whenever someone's eyes are on him within 50 meters. As Lin Chen entered the forest, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket, followed by a flurry of footsteps in the distance, and then the sound of someone quickly running away. He only saw a blurry figure disappearing into the layers of trees. Lin Chen took out his phone, and the caller ID showed Zhao Xiao. Annoyed, he answered the phone. What? Lin Chen guessed that he had ignored Zhao Xiao for 2 days, and this guy probably couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Chen, guess who I ran into here? Zhao Xiao said in a mysterious tone. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Who? Zhao Xiao's voice on the phone sounded excited. The son of the richest man in our coastal city, Shin Jinbin. Lin Chen's hand holding the phone tightened suddenly. Shin Jinbin? Yes, he even talked to me proactively. He knew I was playing in Sha City and made plans to go diving together tomorrow, asking me to invite you along. Lin Chen, you actually know such a super rich second generation, you've been hiding it too well, not very sincere. Zhao Xiao rambled on the phone, but all Lin Chen could think about was Shin Jinbin in Sha City, and he couldn't hear the rest of what was being said. Shin Jinbin, one of the culprits who caused his death in his previous life. But in fact, the enmity between Lin Chen and Shin Jinbin had been formed long ago. Lin Chen's father used to work for Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day Lin Chen's father had an accident, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company brought his son to the factory to inspect the situation. When they arrived at the power area where Lin Chen's father was in charge, the chairman's son suddenly spilled his drink on the circuit equipment that Lin Chen's father was operating, causing a short-circuit explosion, and Lin Chen's father died on the spot. To settle the matter, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company, Shin Fanrun, gave everyone at the scene a huge sum of hush money, and made them sign confidentiality agreements, and then settled the matter with a huge death compensation. However, one employee who was close to Lin Chen's father secretly told Lin Chen about the incident. Lin Chen learned that his father did not die due to work-related mistakes, but was murdered, and the chairman's son was Shin Jinbin. At that time, Lin Chen told his mother about the incident. Lin Chen will always remember the look his mother gave him, a mix of entanglement, hesitation, disgust, and pity. Finally, his mother said she would investigate the matter and asked Lin Chen to study hard. Since then, the employee who secretly told Lin Chen the truth disappeared. In a few months, his mother remarried. And the man she remarried was none other than Shin Fanrun, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company. Lin Chen felt he was caught in a huge conspiracy. To avoid inviting disaster, Lin Chen never mentioned this to anyone in his past life, only telling Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse arrived. He wanted to collect evidence secretly,
but found that the Shin family in the coastal city had covered up everything long ago. The survivor shelter from the previous life was also established by the Shin family. He couldn't find any opportunity for revenge at all, and the only chance before his death was also interrupted by someone. Now that Shin Jinbin is in Sha City, if he kills him this time, no one should be able to save him, right? His knuckles turned white from the force, and it wasn't until the sound of a crack coming from the phone screen that Lin Chen came back to his senses. Lin Chen? Lin Chen? Can you give me a definite answer whether you're coming or not? Zhao Xiao on the phone was still urging. Zhao Xiao still didn't know that Shin Jinbin was Lin Chen's father's enemy. Yes, of course, I'll go. No matter what Shin Jinbin's purpose for appearing in Sha City this time, Lin Chen was determined to kill him. Lin Chen lowered his gaze, his eyes deep and dark, a cold smile on his face sending shivers down one's spine. The birds in the forest sensed the murderous intent and scattered. At 1 p.m. on June 3rd, there were still 21 hours left in the countdown at the top right corner of the Jubao Pen. Lin Chen arrived at a dock where a private yacht was moored. From a distance, Lin Chen saw Zhao Xiao spitting angrily at a young man with white hair who had his back to him. Lin Chen immediately recognized the figure, Shin Jinbin. Suppressing the killing intent in his eyes, Lin Chen walked towards the two. Lin Chen, why are you late? Shin Dasho has been waiting for quite a while, Zhao Xiao said in a reproachful tone standing next to Shin Jinbin. Is he now targeting Shin Jinbin? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, knowing that whether in this life or the previous one, whenever Shin Jinbin was involved, Zhao Xiao would turn against him. Lin Chen replied calmly, traffic jam on the way, that's why I'm late. Shin Jinbin turned around, revealing a face pale from excessive drinking. With a white buzz cut, he looked tough and arrogant. His gaze, just like in the past, was condescending, as if appraising a cheap commodity when he looked at Lin Chen. At this moment, Shin Jinbin did not exude the same brutal aura as in the post-apocalyptic world, where he would often beat people to death for a displeasing remark. He would claim any girl he fancied, acting like an emperor in a market. Shin Jinbin waved his hand, it's okay, as long as you're here. Let's go, get on the boat. Shin Jinbin boarded the yacht first, followed by Zhao Xiao. Lin Chen squinted slightly and followed the two onto the yacht. As soon as he stepped on board, Lin Chen was stopped by a burly man in black. Sir, I need to check if you're carrying any dangerous items. Zhao Xiao was already being checked by another man up ahead, looking cooperative. Lin Chen frowned, I was invited to come here to have fun, is this how you treat your guests? This is just a normal procedure for the safety of everyone on the yacht. The black-clad man stared at Lin Chen without backing down. Well, in that case, I'm not interested in playing anymore. Lin Chen turned to leave. However, the bodyguard took a step and blocked his way. What? You won't let me leave? Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Sir, if you're not carrying any dangerous items, let me search you. This is Shin Young Master's private yacht, so please cooperate if you're here to play. Give our young master some face. This yacht belonged to Shin Jinbin, and these people were his private bodyguards. Lin Chen smiled, glanced at Shin Jinbin, who was watching from a few meters away, and his eyes turned cold. Who does he think he is? Why should I give him face? Do I even know him? You! The black-clad bodyguard glared, a strong aura emanating from him, pressuring Lin Chen. The yacht then left the dock. Lin Chen frowned. What? You want to start a fight in broad daylight? Shin Jinbin finally approached at this moment, saying inexplicably, Abayo, this is my half-brother. Why are you so blind? Half-brother? Lin Chen was Shin Jinbin's half-brother? Everyone looked at Lin Chen in shock. The bodyguard's eyes showed a mix of shock and disdain, and Zhao Xiao was the most shocked. After knowing Lin Chen for so many years, how did he not know about the relationship between Lin Chen and the richest man in the city? But for Lin Chen, this was an insult. His mother married the father of his father's murderer. What half-brother? This was their first meeting in this lifetime. It was just Shin Jinbin's way of humiliating him for some unknown reason. Lin Chen clenched his teeth, restraining his urge to kill. He kept himself calm, considering himself insignificant to Shin Jinbin, whom he had never met before the apocalypse. There must be a purpose for Shin Jinbin suddenly seeking him out. He couldn't let himself be provoked and reveal his true colors first. Lin Chen looked at Shin Jinbin in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't know you at all. Shin Jinbin had a sudden realization expression and pointed at Lin Chen, saying, alright, you didn't come on the day your mom and my dad got married. Let me introduce myself formally, I'm Shin Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She's a good mother, better to me than her own son. Lin Chen clenched his fists. A black-clad bodyguard named Abayo stood in front of Shin Jinbin, ready to take down Lin Chen at any moment. Lin Chen clenched and then loosened his fists, lowering his eyes to hide the killing intent, and put on a bright smile. Oh, is that so? It seems you enjoy being someone else's son. Shin Jinbin's face immediately changed,
filled with a violent look. Say that again? Sensing the tension, Zhao Shao quickly intervened. Aren't we here to have fun? Let's have a good time. Look, the sea today is beautiful. Zhao Shao wasn't trying to ease the atmosphere for Lin Chen. The atmosphere on the yacht was indeed strange, with Lin Chen and Zhao Shao, Shen Jinbin, and 8 burly men in black clothes all glaring at them. This was not a good sign. Shen Jinbin suppressed his violence, showing a cold smile, then turned and entered the cabin. The other men in black followed suit. On the deck, only Lin Chen, Zhao Shao, and the bodyguard Abayo remained. Mr. Lin, please let me search you. Abayo requested again. Zhao Shao nudged Lin Chen lightly and whispered in his ear, Lin Chen, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. He's from a wealthy family, it's not embarrassing to follow along a bit. Lin Chen gave him a cold glance, then opened his hands to the black-clad bodyguard. Go ahead. Abayo gave Lin Chen a disdainful look, searched him, confirmed there were no dangerous items on him, and then entered the cabin. In the yacht's room, Shen Jinbin angrily swept the last cup on the table to the ground. The nearby bodyguard was cleaning up the broken glass on the floor, frowning as he endured the pain from the glass cuts. Abayo entered the room and said, Young master, I've checked, he didn't bring anything. But that Lin Chen seems to have trained his body for a long time, he might be skilled. I'll take care of him when we get in the water later. Shen Jinbin slammed the table heavily, his face full of ferocity. Killing him like this would be too easy, how dare he deceive me? I'll make him regret coming into this world. Abayo seemed to recall something unpleasant, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Young master, after all, this is within the country, Abayo reminded. Shen Jinbin unwillingly slammed the table again, gave Abayo a cold look. Take care of the one who came with him too. Yes. Lin Chen and Zhao Shao were enjoying the sea view on the deck, with attendants bringing them drinks. Soon, Shen Jinbin also came out, reverting to his initial arrogant appearance, and started chatting and laughing with the two. This time we're going to a more remote place for diving. I know of a small island where there are few people around. The underwater environment is exceptionally beautiful. I guarantee you've never seen such a stunning scene. Shen Jinbin exaggeratedly described the beauty of that sea area. Zhao Shao nodded continuously, looking forward. I'll follow Shen Dashao's arrangements for everything. Lin Chen did not object either. About 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited small island. There were no other boats around, and no signs of people. The sunlight shone on the light blue sea, sparkling with waves. Just a few kilometers ahead were clean sandy beaches and lush green mountains on a small island, making it a truly beautiful sight. The bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. As the three walked over, Abayo had already put on his gear. Shen Jinbin directly picked up a diving suit and put it on. Abayo left the other two sets in front of Lin Chen and Zhao Shao. Zhao Shao looked at Abayo and rubbed his hands. I have never dived before. Should I not go down? Lin Chen unexpectedly glanced at Zhao Shao. Abayo is a diving expert and can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you not giving face to me, Shen Jinbin? Shen Jinbin frowned at Zhao Shao. Zhao Shao waved his hands repeatedly, then turned to see Lin Chen also picking up a diving suit and had to put it on as well. As they watched the two gradually gear up, Shen Jinbin turned around, a hint of mockery and hostility flashing in his eyes. After everyone was dressed and had their breathing equipment on, Zhao Shao, standing behind Lin Chen, suddenly pulled Lin Chen and gestured behind the diving mask. Lin Chen smiled. Why are you squinting your eyes back and forth? Got sand in them? It seemed that Zhao Shao was not too naive. He had sensed that something was wrong. Setting aside Shen Jinbin's identity as a top second-generation rich, being suddenly invited by a stranger to go out with 8 strong-looking men and taken to a deserted place sounded very dangerous. Zhao Shao initially wanted to cling to Shen Jinbin's thigh and did not notice anything unusual. Or perhaps, when ordinary people encounter someone powerful and influential, they instinctively show respect and trust, overlooking many things. Lin Chen naturally did not want to expose it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Abayo's scrutinizing gaze turned towards Zhao Shao. Zhao Shao cursed inwardly. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he said, My eyes are a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing. The four checked their equipment, and Abayo explained several underwater hand signals and precautions to Lin Chen and Zhao Shao. Then, he took the lead and went into the water. After Lin Chen entered the water, Zhao Shao turned to look at the several bodyguards behind him, who were watching vigilantly, and could only follow suit. Zhao Shao felt uneasy in his heart, trying to reassure himself that things should not be as bad as he feared. The underwater scenery was beautiful, with Lin Chen swimming at the forefront, admiring the surroundings. If there were no constant invisible surveillance and murderous intent behind them, it would have been a good trip. When the group reached a coral reef area, Shen Jinbin gave Abayo a hand signal. Abayo nodded upon seeing the signal, pulled out a dagger from his thigh, and swam towards Lin Chen.
Watching Abayo getting closer to Lin Chen, Shin Jinbin's eyes behind the diving mask were filled with crazy excitement. Because it was his first time diving, Zhao Xiao had been swimming at the back of the group and was terrified when he saw this scene. He wanted to warn Lin Chen, but as he opened his mouth, the breathing apparatus almost fell out, so he quickly shut it. Seeing Abayo getting closer and closer to Lin Chen, raising a gleaming dagger, Zhao Xiao was so scared that his legs went weak. He quickly turned to look at Shin Jinbin, only to find Shin Jinbin looking excited. "It's over," Zhao Xiao despaired. This was a murder. Realizing it was a murder plot, Zhao Xiao immediately turned and swam towards the surface. As for Lin Chen, Zhao Xiao had already concluded in his heart that Lin Chen was doomed. Lin Chen's physique could never be a match for a bodyguard. He had to run now before it was too late. If he didn't, he would be silenced. Zhao Xiao wanted to turn and resurface, but in his panic as a first-time diver, he forgot to release the weights on his body and kept floundering in place. Lin Chen felt an unusual surge of water behind him. Without hesitation, he immediately twisted his body. A gleaming dagger slid past his side. Abayo didn't expect Lin Chen to dodge, and with a swift movement, his foot fins sliced towards him again. Lin Chen finally saw clearly that the knife was aimed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, even in the peaceful Xia country, these people, even when intending to kill, were not reckless. They wanted to create the illusion of accidental death by causing him to suffocate. Hindered by the resistance of the water, Lin Chen had nowhere to hide. He reached out and grabbed Abayo's hand holding the dagger, preventing the breathing apparatus from being punctured. Abayo's other hand reached for the breathing apparatus on Lin Chen's face, but was also caught by Lin Chen. The two struggled underwater. Abayo's face was full of ferocity, mixed with a hint of shock and astonishment. He exerted all his strength to break free from Lin's grip, but it was like being held by a pair of iron tongs, unable to make any progress. This kid surprisingly had such strength. Lin Chen lifted his foot and kicked Abayo, pushing himself back more than a meter. Just as Abayo was about to lunge forward again, Lin Chen reached behind him and then brought his hand forward, now holding a handgun. Abayo's body, which was originally charging forward, suddenly stiffened, his eyes widened in disbelief and panic. When did this kid hide a handgun? It's impossible. He clearly searched him and confirmed that Lin Chen had nothing on him. Moreover, there was no place to hide a handgun when changing into a diving suit in front of everyone. This couldn't be happening. Abayo even thought he was having a hallucination underwater. Because compared to having a hallucination, the gun in Lin Chen's hand made him feel more surreal. However, the blood splattering from his chest brought Abayo back to reality. Bullets in water are slowed down by water resistance, 772 times slower than on land. But on the flip side, people's movements also become sluggish, and at this distance, even the experienced Abayo couldn't dodge. 3 fatal shots in a row. Abayo never figured out how Lin Chen brought the handgun underwater until his death. Zhao Xiao also watched this scene in disbelief, feeling that today's experience was too surreal. How could Lin Chen have a gun? Was this the same Lin Chen he knew, who was so calm, decisive, and capable of using a gun? The situation, where Lin Chen was supposed to die, suddenly reversed. Surprisingly, the fastest to react among the three was Shin Jinbin. When Lin Chen pulled out the handgun, Shin Jinbin swiftly swam towards Zhao Xiao, who was still floundering in place. By the time Lin Chen aimed the gun, Shin Jinbin had already reached Zhao Xiao, grabbing the terrified Zhao Xiao and shielding himself in front of him. He also pressed the deflation button on the diving suit. Zhao Xiao was terrified, looking at the gun Lin Chen raised while shaking his head continuously during the ascent. The range of a handgun underwater does not exceed 1.5 meters. Seeing the distance widening, Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and without hesitation, he fired the gun. The bullet broke through the water flow, but due to the many disturbances in the water, it missed Shin Jinbin's head and hit Zhao Xiao's neck. Zhao Xiao's eyes behind the diving mask widened in horror, his breathing apparatus fell out of his mouth, and blood continuously poured from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Chen wanted to fire a second shot. At that moment, a school of fish swam between them. When the school of fish passed, the distance between him and Shin Jinbin had already exceeded 2 meters. Lin Chen fired another shot, but the bullet fell short midway. Seeing that Lin Chen's handgun posed no threat, Shin Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Zhao Xiao and swam to the surface at a faster speed. Lin Chen! Shin Jinbin's eyes were filled with resentment, looking at Lin Chen with an extremely hostile gaze, even making a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Chen during the ascent. No one had ever put him in such a miserable state. He was determined to kill Lin Chen. Shin Jinbin was getting closer to the surface, and the distance between the two had widened to 3 meters. Lin Chen's eyes were deep. He filled the diving apparatus with air to the maximum, released the weights, and surfaced faster than Shin Jinbin.
He rapidly closed in on Shin Jinbin.
Divers who dive frequently know that the process of surfacing should not be too fast, otherwise the body will struggle to cope with the resulting tissue hypoxia damage.
Watching Lin Shenfei rapidly approaching, while he was still 4 or 5 meters away from the water surface, Shin Jinbin visibly panicked.
Ignoring the difficulty of his body coping, he swam upstream at the fastest speed. Shin Jinbin, who dared not look back, did not see that Lin Shen had stopped chasing, and instead looked at the fleeing Shin Jinbin mockingly. This time he did not hide anymore, but instead reached for his gun and took out a black weapon.
Intercepting crossbow.
Slowly tying a rope to the arrow, he aimed at Shin Jinbin, who was getting closer and closer to the sea surface.
The arrow was shot out.
Rapidly surfacing made Shin Jinbin's face even paler, but his eyes were bright. The water surface was getting closer. Finally, Shin Jinbin's head emerged from the water. He was about to shout for the bodyguard to pull him up after removing his breathing apparatus. However, at that moment, his body suddenly trembled. Looking down, a sharp arrowhead had pierced through his abdomen, and blood quickly dyed the surrounding sea red.
The bodyguard also noticed Shin Jinbin's figure and immediately jumped into the water to pull him up.
However, in the blink of an eye, a huge force came from the arrow, pulling Shin Jinbin back into the water. Shin Jinbin was suddenly back in the water, the intense pain in his abdomen causing him to faint. At this moment, Lin Shen no longer had the intercepting crossbow in his hand, only a rope, which he used to pull Shin Jinbin underwater. The bodyguard realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately dived into the water to rescue Shin Jinbin. However, without a breathing apparatus, he could only dive a few meters before having to resurface due to lack of oxygen. By the time the bodyguard put on his diving suit and went underwater, there was no sign of Lin Shen or Shin Jinbin under the water. Lin Shen dragged the unconscious Shin Jinbin, like dragging a dead dog, and threw him on the beach of a small island. Due to surfacing too quickly earlier, Shin Jinbin's large body was already showing symptoms of decompression sickness, with severe swelling in the upper body. The wound in his abdomen, pierced by the arrow, was turning white from being soaked in seawater, and infection was only a matter of time. Plus, he had swallowed water in the sea and was almost out of breath. Lin Shen first took off the diving suit and performed several emergency measures on Shin Jinbin. Without removing the arrow, there was a high probability that Shin Jinbin would die immediately if it was pulled out. He still had unanswered questions and couldn't let Shin Jinbin die so quickly.
Cough, cough, cough.
Hiss. Shin Jinbin spat out water, coughing violently, which triggered pain in the wound in his abdomen, causing him to convulse on the ground. Seeing Lin Shen again, Shin Jinbin no longer had the ferocious and disdainful expression, pleading, "Let me go.
I can give you a lot of money. Why did you want to kill me?" Shin Jinbin's eyes flickered. "I didn't want to kill you."
Lin Shen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he placed his hand on Shin Jinbin's abdominal wound, digging in forcefully.
Ah! The intense pain made Shin Jinbin's face contort, and his body convulsed in agony.
When Shin Jinbin recovered from the pain, Lin Shen asked again, "Why did you want to kill me? My patience is limited." This time, Shin Jinbin didn't dare to play tricks. You exposed Li Duotsai's affairs online last time, which also implicated my father's company, causing the company's stock to hit the limit down for a week.
I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Shin Jinbin didn't dare to directly say he wanted to kill Lin Shen. Then why did you kill my father? Shin Jinbin's expression changed. What are you talking about? What about your father?
3 years ago, when you were inspecting the factory, you poured a drink into the machine causing an explosion, resulting in the death of a power electronics engineer on the spot.
Need me to help you remember?
Lin Shen's voice was like the frost of December, and he placed his hand on Shin Jinbin's abdomen again. Shin Jinbin was so scared that his body trembled uncontrollably. No, I'll talk.
I don't know your father. It was my dad who told me to do this. There is a reason for everything. Go find my dad. Please, let me go.
Lin Shen squinted his eyes slightly.
You said your dad told you to do this? Why did he do it?
Shin Jinbin swallowed and said, because he had long set his eyes on your mother, wanted to possess her, but that woman said having an affair would ruin her reputation and refused to agree.
So my dad ordered me to kill that engineer.
The truth was so cruel, his own mother was the culprit who killed his father. And the true mastermind behind his father's murder was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Limited, the man who ruled the entire city in the last life. Seeing Lin Shen's eyes becoming more and more terrifying, Shin Jinbin defended himself. I was also forced. If I didn't do this, my dad would deprive me of my inheritance. He has several other sons outside. At this moment, the sound of a yacht's engine appeared in the distance. A hint of joy and ruthlessness flashed in Shin Jinbin's eyes.
One last question. Lin Shen approached Shin Jinbin. Ask, I promise to tell you everything. The strong will to survive filled Shin Jinbin's eyes with anticipation. He hoped Lin Chen would ask more questions so that his men would have time to rescue him. What does hell look like? Go check it out for me. Lin Chen's eyes were full of killing intent. He pulled out the arrow that pierced Shin Jinbin's back and plunged it into Shin Jinbin's heart. As the sound of the engine drew closer, Shin Jinbin's eyes were filled with unwillingness and malice. No, he couldn't die. He still had a brilliant life, money to spend, women to enjoy. He couldn't accept dying at the hands of an ant he wanted to toy with and take revenge on. The strong will to survive made Shin Jinbin's eyes, which had been scattered, clear for a moment. Seeing Shin Jinbin's eyes, Lin Chen prepared to strike again, but at that moment, he felt a sharp sensation on his back. Lin Chen quickly rolled to the ground, and at the same time, a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the sand where Lin Chen had just stood, kicking up dust. It was a sniper rifle. If he hadn't dodged just now, that shot would have hit his head. Lin Chen's heart chilled. He turned to see the yacht within 200 meters. 7 dark gun barrels were aimed at him, emitting a series of flames. Lin Chen dodged left and right, but was hit in the arm by a pistol bullet. Without daring to stay, Lin Chen quickly ran towards the nearby forest. Running into the woods, the intense sense of crisis finally subsided. His hands and feet were scratched by bushes and grass, leaving a trail of blood. But he didn't stop, continuing to run deeper into the dense forest. It wasn't until he heard no more noise behind him that Lin Chen leaned against a large tree to catch his breath. After an underwater battle and swimming several kilometers with Shin Jinbin to the island, Lin Chen's stamina was almost depleted. At this moment, his hands and feet involuntarily trembled slightly. This was a sign of exhaustion. If it weren't for 3 months of training, he wouldn't even have the strength to escape. But it was all worth it. He had learned the truth about his father's death and had avenged the person who killed his father. With fatal injuries, a wound through the abdomen, decompression sickness, and wound infections, he didn't believe Shin Jinbin could still be alive in that condition. However, he hadn't expected Shin's bodyguards to be equipped with so many heavy firepower weapons. Lin Chen had always thought he hadn't underestimated the power of the Shin family, but he had underestimated it. In a peaceful society, bodyguards were equipped with such heavy firepower weapons. These bodyguards couldn't be ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shin family could directly control the entire city in the extreme cold end times. After confirming that no one was following him, Lin Chen found a secluded mountain hollow. He took out bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his space. After disinfecting the dagger with the disinfectant, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and dug out the bullet from his left arm, sprayed hemostatic spray on it, and bandaged the wound. After doing all this, Lin Chen was already sweating profusely. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he had suffered more serious injuries without any medication, but he had managed to survive. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and briefly treated the wound that had just been scratched by a branch. Lin Chen changed into a clean set of clothes from his space, took out water and canned lunch meat to replenish his strength. So much time had passed, and still no one was following him. Either those bodyguards had already left with Shin Jinbin's body, or they were waiting somewhere to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Chen continued walking towards the depths of the dense forest. Half an hour later, Lin Chen stood on a high point on a small island, overlooking every movement on the entire island. Shin Jinbin's yacht had disappeared, and there was no sign of Shin Jinbin's body on the beach either. However, on the other side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the forest on the beach. The bright orange color, although partially obscured by tree shadows, was still very conspicuous. Of course, if he hadn't been standing on a high point, Lin Chen wouldn't have noticed the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had stayed behind on the previous yacht. It seemed they were really preparing to ambush him. Originally, Lin Chen had to think about how to get back to Sha City. This uninhabited island was not far from Sha City, but it was impossible to swim there barehanded. The current situation suited him just fine. As the sun was setting, there were only 17 hours left in the countdown at the top right corner of the treasure basin. Lin Chen didn't delay any longer. He took out his combat uniform and put it on neatly. This was a military-grade cold-weather suit that Lin Chen had ordered from Xie Jinshin at a huge cost. The full name of the military cold-weather suit was Special Forces Cold Climate Combat Uniform. It consisted of a total of 16 pieces, with extremely strong warmth and waterproof properties, allowing for warmth without affecting combat. In this weather, Lin Chen naturally didn't wear all of it. Instead, he removed some of the warm innerwear and wore the bulletproof vest over the outerwear, put on a tactical helmet and thermal night vision goggles. He armed himself completely and waited for nightfall. When night fell, it would be the best time to start the slaughter. The forest at night was pitch black, filled with mosquitoes. 5 figures in black crouched behind bushes in 5 different positions, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Their exposed necks and hands were covered with mosquito bites, but they endured with furrowed brows. Originally out to accompany Shin Jinbin for a leisure trip, they had brought guns as their only equipment, with the sniper rifle hidden at the bottom of the yacht as a backup for emergencies. After all, this was the safest domestic country in the world, not the gun-ridden Middle East. They never expected that a simple diving trip would lead to a major mistake in their work. Click. A soft sound made two bodyguards tense up. Click, click, click. One bodyguard looked up as bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky onto the surrounding bushes, the initial clicking sound turning into a pitter-patter of rain. Number 2, it's raining. Do we still need to wait? A bodyguard whispered into the walkie-talkie. Wait. This island is so big, if he wants to hide, with only 5 of us, we won't be able to find him in a short time. It would be suicidal to split up and enter the dense forest to face the killer one-on-one. Let's wait, he will find a way to leave here, and then we'll see who has more patience. If we don't take care of this person this time, we won't be able to redeem ourselves, and we won't have a good ending. Several bodyguards had seen Shin Jinbin's injuries and speculated that Lin Chen had come prepared in advance to assassinate Shin Jinbin, making him a premeditated killer. Perfect disguise, ruthless attack. How could an ordinary person achieve that? And being able to know their destination in advance, hiding things underwater and waiting for the right moment to strike, this is definitely a skill only professional assassins or agents possess. They would never suspect. Lin Chen may appear to be an ordinary person on the surface, but in reality, he is a survivor who has experienced countless crises after returning from the apocalypse. There was no pre-hiding of weapons underwater, but rather a space where items could be retrieved at any time. However, some bodyguards still felt something was off. I don't think that person looks like a killer. And didn't Master Shin say that he is the son of his stepmother? The man known as Number 2 remained silent for a moment before saying, Master Shin investigated Lin Chen's background before his information came out. He was just an ordinary college student. Do you think Master Shin would believe that an ordinary college student somehow took out a crossbow and almost killed Ah Biao, nearly killing Master Shin? Can't the 8 of us, who have once licked blood on the edge of a knife, even defend against a college student? It's more logical to say that a killer disguised as Lin Chen would fit better. It also provides a better excuse for their negligence. Number 2 continued, this time we gave all the genetic repair drugs to the young master before he could hold on. Whether he can be saved is uncertain, but if the young master dies, think about the consequences. The bodyguards remained silent. Lin Chen was unaware that Shin Jinbin, whom he thought was dead, was still alive. By now, he had cautiously made his way down to the dense forest below the mountain. The sudden sound of rain initially startled him, but then he felt delighted. Even the heavens were helping him. With the dense sound of rain, he could easily mask his footsteps. Several burly men were clearly visible through the night vision goggles. Lin Chen lurked 300 meters away, pulling out a crossbow from his hand. The intercepting crossbow was powerful but not discreet in sound. The crossbow in Lin Chen's hand was called a crossbow, with a very quiet sound when shot, suitable for close combat, and was newly acquired during the last delivery. Carefully placing several crossbow arrows in the quiver, Lin Chen cautiously approached the position where the 5 men were ambushed. The sound of rain tapping on the leaves filled his ears, and Lin Chen tried his best to step on exposed rocks and soil to avoid being noticed. When he was within 200 meters, Lin Chen stopped, on high alert. If the other party had infrared sensing equipment, they would definitely discover him at this distance. Lin Chen waited in place for a while, but there was no reaction from the other side. This distance was also within the range of the crossbow. He aimed the crossbow at a figure not obstructed by trees and released an arrow. Although he had not practiced with the crossbow for long, crossbows inherently have high accuracy and are easy to handle. Being skilled with firearms, he was also adept with the crossbow. Swish! Although the crossbow arrow made little noise, it still produced a different sound as it cut through the foliage. The unusual sound amidst the dense rain caught the attention of Number 2. Something's up. Number 2's alert and another bodyguard's grunt sounded simultaneously. The arrow had struck a bodyguard directly. Under the thermal imaging night vision goggles, the positions and movements of the 5 men hiding behind the bushes were vividly displayed in front of Lin Chen. Get down! The bodyguards reacted quickly, immediately lying down in the muddy ground. 4 of them lay in the mud, not daring to move. On this moonless night in the pitch-black rainforest, they had no idea where the enemy was or where the attack was coming from. Be careful, the other side has thermal imaging equipment. Number 2 whispered. If the enemy approached closely, they would definitely have noticed. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping at them from a distance. Among them were snipers, but sniper rifles were ineffective in this jungle environment. It was a crossbow. Number 2 crawled forward and reached the teammate who had been shot with an arrow,
confirming the situation. They were truly in a dilemma now, advancing without knowing where the enemy was, or retreating to the beach and becoming easy targets. The other bodyguards were also feeling hopeless, as they hadn't expected the assassin to be so well prepared, having already placed equipment on the island. Doubts arose about whether Lin Chen was indeed a disguised killer. In the pouring rain of the dark night, Lin Chen's sharp eyes focused through the scope, his expression cold and lips pressed tightly. With a pull of the trigger, the black arrow sliced through the water curtain and swiftly shot towards a bodyguard. Poochie! The barely audible sound of the arrow piercing flesh was followed by a suppressed groan. Another person was hit. However, Lin Chen waited and noticed that the thermal night vision goggles did not show a rapid loss of body temperature for this person. He wasn't dead. It seemed the vital spot was missed. The remaining 4 bodyguards were now all hiding in the bushes, the dense vegetation on the island greatly affecting the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Chen scanned left and right, locking onto a pine tree on the right. He retracted the crossbow, agilely climbed the tree like a nimble mountain cat, found a good foothold, concealed himself, and then aimed and shot with the crossbow. Ugh! Another brief scream as an arrow pierced through a bodyguard's chest. Heisey! Another bodyguard beside the injured one called out. But before he could react, another arrow came through the rain, hitting the bodyguard who was checking on his companion right in the forehead. Number 2 furrowed his brows and said, "Northwest, in the tree." He then stood up, moved in a zigzag pattern forward for about 10 meters, leaned against a tree, and fired his gun. Bang! The shot was extremely accurate, hitting the spot where Lin Chen had just hidden. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was no longer there, having already moved to another tree several meters away. After firing 2 arrows, the crossbow in his hand disappeared instantly, and he slid down the tree trunk to the ground. Snipers always say to shoot and change positions. How could he be foolish enough to keep shooting from the same place? While number 2 was shooting, Lin Chen had already climbed to another tree a few meters away from his previous position. The incredibly accurate shot made him realize that this person was likely the sniper who had targeted him on the yacht. Upon hearing number 2's report of the position, another bodyguard stood up, ready to move to a tree for cover. However, just as he stood up, he heard number 2 shout, "Don't get up!" But it was too late. Swish! The last thing the bodyguard saw was a pitch-black, icy arrowhead. Poochie! The arrow hit him right in the eye, killing him instantly. With that, out of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. Number 2 hid behind a tree, the chilling rainwater dripping down his resolute face. He used to be a renowned international mercenary and sniper, the one who had been sniping on the beach earlier. It was only after being betrayed by a comrade in a previous mission that he became disillusioned and left that circle to become a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he was the most solitary one, accustomed to loneliness, always silent. Biao was good at socializing and pleasing others, earning Shen Jinbin's trust and becoming the leader of the 8. Since the days of licking blood from the blade, number 2 knew that one day he would die at the hands of others. And now, that day had finally come. He knew he might not be able to leave this island this time. At this moment, an arrow was lodged in number 2's right arm, piercing through with its sharp barbed head, stained with a bit of his own flesh and blood. Disabling his skilled right hand with a gun is equivalent to losing more than half of his combat effectiveness. But there was no ripple in his eyes, no fear of impending death. As the rain grew heavier, he, holding the gun in his left hand, realized the enemy had changed positions, wanting to alert his teammates, but it was too late. A slight breaking sound, the death of his teammate, made him discover Lin Chen's position again. Number 2 took a deep breath, his eyes becoming calm and calculating Lin Chen's position quickly in his mind, then swiftly leaving cover. He decisively fired. Lin Chen in the tree felt a sudden strong sense of crisis after shooting an arrow, even more dangerous than being targeted by a sniper rifle on the beach. His hand slackened, narrowly avoiding a bullet with a backward lean. But the tree was extremely slippery, causing him to fall suspended in mid-air. This situation was very dangerous. Once suspended, the enemy could predict his position. Just by lowering the gun barrel, they could hit him, and he couldn't dodge in mid-air at all. However, Lin Chen was prepared, flipping over and returning to the tree. He was actually holding onto a rope in his hand. The rope had already been tied to the tree. At this moment, Lin Chen was also extremely shocked. The enemy's marksmanship was so precise that they could locate him in the pitch-black rainy night from over 200 meters away. It could be considered a coincidence the first time, but twice indicated the opponent possessed extraordinary marksmanship. So after being discovered the first time, this time he was prepared to dodge. Without night vision equipment, Lin Chen didn't believe the other party could still find his position. However, this time he was wrong. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, hitting Lin Chen's left shoulder the moment he returned to the tree branch. Even though the bullet was blocked by the bulletproof vest, The impact caused Lin Chen to fall back to the ground. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis engulfed his whole body. The intense life-threatening situation made Lin Chen release the rope in his hand directly. But that wasn't enough. Suddenly, something appeared in front of him. A riot shield. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets almost simultaneously hit the riot shield with a hair's breadth of difference. What frightened Lin Chen was that these 3 shots were aimed at 3 fatal spots on him. The enemy even anticipated that he would let go? How was this possible? With a muffled sound, Lin Chen fell on the ground covered with decaying leaves and weeds. Rolling in place, he concealed himself behind a tree as thick as a person. His heart was beating rapidly, proving that the currently restless Lin Chen had just narrowly avoided a fatal blow. If he didn't have space, if he couldn't grab things at will, if he didn't react quickly, those 3 bullets just now would have hit his head, neck, and heart. The other 2 spots were fine, with no protection on his neck. If he had been shot there, he might have died today. What a terrifying marksmanship! Leaning against the tree, Lin Chen calmed his heartbeat. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out from 200 meters away. Lin Chen was startled and cautiously used a thermal night vision scope to investigate. He found the only surviving bodyguard lying on the ground convulsing. There were no other creatures around. Lin Chen suspected a trap and didn't approach. Instead, he took out a crossbow and shot an arrow at the person. Hit by the arrow, Lin Chen found that the person was still convulsing without any reaction to dodge. Only then did Lin Chen cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, he found the bodyguard bleeding from the mouth and nose, with a twisted expression, seemingly enduring immense pain. His body spasmed uncontrollably. The arrow had struck the man's thigh just now. There was another arrow on his arm. But it seemed like the man was no longer concerned about these injuries. Seeing Lin Chen's figure, number 2's eyes flashed with shock, as if he couldn't believe Lin Chen was still alive. He struggled to control his mouth. How is this possible? Not dead. Lin Chen picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground from number 2, aiming it at number 2's head. What's going on? It's genetic collapse. Genetic collapse? Lin Chen frowned. The side effects of unlocking the genetic lock. Before number 2 could say anything else, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Genetic lock? Someone could unlock the genetic lock during peacetime? Shocked in his heart, Lin Chen asked, "How can I save you?" Not that he really wanted to save this person, but he wanted to know the secret about the genetic lock. This was the first human Lin Chen had encountered who had unlocked the genetic lock. The apocalypse was coming, danger was everywhere. If he could get some information from this person, unlock the genetic lock in advance, he would have a stronger ability to protect himself. Pocket. Number 2's eyes had started to roll back. Lin Chen squatted down, searched around, and found a box from the lining of this person's coat. Is this it? Number 2 nodded laboriously. Lin Chen opened the box. Inside was a blue pill. He glanced at number 2, who was staring at the pill in his hand. Lin Chen broke the pill in half and put one half into number 2's mouth. Stepping back 2 steps, he raised the gun again at number 2. Number 2 swallowed the pill with the blood, and his body slowly calmed down. He lay still without moving. Is there anything you want to ask? Ask now, I don't have much time left. Number 2's voice was hoarse, obviously knowing Lin Chen's purpose in helping him. Lin Chen asked, how do you unlock the genetic lock? Tell me, and I'll give you the other half of this pill. Number 2 smiled and asked back, do you know what a genetic lock is? Lin Chen shook his head. He only knew a little bit about it. In his previous life, he had always been an ordinary person. Even after surviving for 8 years into the apocalypse, he had only accumulated some combat experience. The genetic lock, I don't know who named it. I also searched for some information after unlocking the genetic lock. There are a total of 5 genetic locks in the human body. Opening the first stage of the genetic lock will shield your brain from all external interference. Things you usually forget after reading once, you can remember instantly. In this state of combat, you can utilize everything around you, and your brain can calculate calmly like a computer. Opening the second stage, you can perfectly control every bit of strength in your body, control every inch of muscle. Even if you only have the strength of 50 pounds, you can defeat a boxing champion. I don't know about the later stages, I have only unlocked the first stage. To unlock the first stage of the genetic lock, you need pain, extreme pain. Lin Chen frowned. Pain? Can you be more specific? I don't know the specifics either. When I first unlocked the genetic lock, I was already in a state of shock, and I didn't know how I survived. Number 2's eyes lost focus, as if recalling some memories. So the shots you just fired were in the state of unlocking the genetic lock? Why did you end up like this? Is it also related to unlocking the genetic lock? Lin Chen quickly asked. Number 2's complexion was obviously wrong, becoming paler.
Yes. I just entered the state of the genetic lock, but my body couldn't bear the side effects of unlocking the genetic lock. This is my 5th time unlocking the genetic lock. My genes are already on the verge of collapse. If I don't unlock this genetic lock this time, maybe I could live for a while longer, even with medication now. Wow. Number 2 spat out a mouthful of blood, the black blood emitting a foul smell. What is the pill you just took? Lin Chen still held half of the pill in his hand. This pill is something that controls the side effects of unlocking the genetic lock. It also has the function of healing injuries, but it's no longer useful to me. The teeth of No. 2 were split open and covered in blood. You want to know where this came from, right? Answer me a question first, and I'll tell you. Ask, how did you dodge my shot just now? I calculated all your reactions. Theoretically you shouldn't have been able to dodge. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. This was about his biggest secret. However, facing the increasingly scattered gaze of the man in front of him, Lin Chen still said, he also wanted to know where this medicine came from. Because I just used something to block the bullet. A look of confusion flashed in No. 2's eyes, not understanding what Lin Chen used to block it. But he had already gotten the answer he wanted, knowing it wasn't his mistake. A hint of a smile appeared on No. 2's face. It's not a big deal to tell you, this was made by the Shin family. The outside world thinks that the Shin family is just a company researching energy, but the Shin family actually has a lot of involvement in many fields. It's even bigger than you imagine. No. 2 said slowly. Why are you telling me all this? Lin Chen stared closely at the man in front of him, whose life was nearing its end, trying to judge the truth of his words. No. 2 smiled bitterly. I am a lonely person, not a member of the Shin family. The Shin family gives me money, I work for them, that's all. After I die, what does it matter to me what happens to the Shin family? You were able to dodge the 3 shots I fired by unlocking the genetic lock, impressive. But it's a pity, you won't live long after leaving here, the Shin family won't let you go, you definitely won't escape the Shin family's eradication. No. 2's nostrils also began to bleed, but his complexion improved, he knew his time was up. Let me tell you one more thing, Shin Jinbin is not dead yet, he's being kept alive by the Shin family's medicine, he won't die so easily. No. 2's lips moved a few times, but Lin Chen couldn't hear the rest of his words. Shin Jinbin is not dead? Lin Chen's expression finally changed. Shin Jinbin wasn't dead? He clearly pierced Shin Jinbin's heart, how could he not be dead? Lin Chen wanted to know more details, but at this moment, No. 2's head tilted, and he fell silent. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, crouched down, and checked No. 2's pulse. He was already dead. He searched the man and found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an ID card. No. 2. That was the man's name. Perhaps knowing he was doomed, No. 2 never asked Lin Chen to feed him the remaining half of the pill. No. 2 said that besides the energy field, the Shin family also had involvement in other fields, even in cultivating people who could unlock the genetic lock. This was the reason why the Shin family was so dominant after the apocalypse. In his past life, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing nothing. Shin Jinbin not being dead was something Lin Chen had never expected. Lin Chen opened his hand, looking at the half-blue pill in his palm. He carefully stored the pill in his space. Shin Jinbin had suffered such serious injuries, even if the Shin family had a way to turn the tide, it was impossible for Shin Jinbin to recover in a short time. The journey was bumpy, and the injuries were likely to recur, so Shin Jinbin was very likely still in Shashi. Lin Chen stood up and walked towards the other bodies. After quickly retrieving all the arrows from the bodies and collecting the spoils, Lin Chen went to find the lifeboat. It was almost 1 a.m. now, with over 9 hours left in the countdown at the top right of the treasure bowl. He had to hurry back, find Shin Jinbin, and kill him before the solar storm hit the earth. However, when Lin Chen arrived at the beach, he realized he couldn't leave at the moment. It was raining heavily, the sea was rough, and the sea surface was pitch black without moonlight, making it almost impossible to discern the direction. Setting out in a small lifeboat in this weather at night was as good as seeking death. Lin Chen could only retreat back into the forest. By the time the rain stopped and it was daylight, he returned to Sha City, trying to find out which hospital Shin Jinbin was in, but time might be running out. He had to get back to his safe house before the solar storm reached Blue Star. Lin Chen remembered the satellite phone he found on Liurheo, took it out, and dialed a number. Su Qin, I need your help with something. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen found a slightly elevated spot to pitch a tent, closed his eyes and rested for the night. He dared not enter into a deep sleep in such a place. When the faint light of dawn appeared, he packed up the tent, took out some water and food from his space, and ate a little. The rain had stopped. It was now 5 a.m. With 5 hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin,
Lin Chen changed into a fresh set of clothes. On the way to the beach, passing by yesterday's battlefield, Lin Chen glanced at Liu Heo's body from yesterday. Surprisingly, Liu Heo's body showed signs of advanced decay. It had only been one night, or more precisely, about 4 hours. Much of the skin had already peeled off, revealing the muscles underneath after being washed by the rain, with some areas faintly showing white bones, extremely terrifying. Was this genetic collapse? Recalling the shots exchanged with Liu Heo yesterday. Extremely precise predictions, extremely accurate marksmanship, and superhuman computational power. Without external assistance, it was difficult for humans to achieve such a level. The genetic lock, a terrifying double-edged sword. Lin Chen walked towards the beach. The sea had calmed down, and Lin Chen pushed the lifeboat into the water, started the engine, and headed towards Sha City. Over 3 hours later, Lin Chen finally approached the coast of Sha City. At this point, there was a little over an hour left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin, before the solar storm reached Earth. Lin Chen called Su Qin. Su Qin, have you found that person? Lin Chen told Su Qin that a friend of his was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He couldn't reach him and was out at sea, rushing back to see him one last time. He asked Su Qin to help check the major hospitals in Sha City, promising to give her a big red envelope. Lin Chen provided Su Qin with Shin Jinbin's name, age, and other characteristics, instructing her to start looking from the best-equipped hospital. Su Qin initially wanted to ignore it, but upon hearing that Lin Chen would give her a red envelope of 20,000 yuan, she didn't even sleep, taking a taxi to various major hospitals overnight to find the person. I found him, at the first hospital of Sha City, on the 8th floor in the ICU. There are really many experts coming for consultations. Who is your friend, so capable? Su Qin yawned, sounding tired. In fact, she found the person at the first hospital she visited, but she thought if it was too easy, Lin Chen might change his mind. Thank you, I'll transfer the red envelope to you. Lin Chen hung up the phone, found a deserted beach to land, and stored the lifeboat in his space. At this point, there was 1 hour and 26 minutes left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin. Lin Chen put on a duckbill cap and a mask, hailed a car on the roadside, and headed towards the first hospital of Sha City. The first hospital of Sha City. Outside the ICU on the 8th floor, there were over a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman. What was shocking was that these dozen doctors were all renowned experts frequently seen in major newspapers and news. These people should have been waiting for appointments at hospitals like Heist City or Jingdu. But now, they were all gathered here to discuss strategies for one person's condition. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the ward, Shin Jinbin was covered in bandages, tubes inserted all over, lying weakly on the hospital bed. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The speaker was a middle-aged woman, dressed in a high-end tailored suit dress, looking sharp and slightly tired, with a touch of resentment in her eyes. Shin Fanrun, who had been divorced for several years without contact, suddenly called her last night, saying that their son was in trouble and he couldn't leave his business in Haishur, asking her to come over and take care of him. Li Huilan only found out how seriously injured her son was after arriving in Shashi. That heartless man, that beast, actually didn't care about his own son. He only knew how to accompany that vixen. The experts looked at each other and shook their heads with a sigh. Xin Xiao's injuries are too severe. Although we don't know what he used to hold on, his will to survive is very strong, but these injuries would have been fatal for an ordinary person. We can only do our best. Everyone spoke very tactfully, but the meaning was already clear. It's a miracle that he's still alive at this point. How else can they save him? Li Huilan collapsed, crying out in pain, please, you are all experts and famous doctors, you must save my son. One of them cautiously asked, we found a special substance in Xin Xiao's body, this substance is maintaining Xin Xiao's last thread of life, do you know what he took before? The experts' eyes lit up, they also wanted to know. What? I don't know. Li Huilan turned to the bodyguards who brought Shin Jinbin to the hospital, as if grasping at a straw for help. What did you give Jinbin to eat? Do you still have it? Hurry up and bring it out. The two bodyguards glanced at each other. It's gone, that was a life-saving medicine that Mr. Shin asked us to keep, there was only one pill. But the person who delivered the medicine is already on the way. At this moment, one of the bodyguards answered the phone, hello, yes, on the 8th floor. The bodyguard hung up and looked at Li Huilan. The person delivering the medicine has arrived, downstairs. Li Huilan looked excited, great. Jinbin is saved. Countdown 48 minutes. Lin Chen arrived outside the first hospital and headed towards the inpatient department. The hospital was full of people wearing masks, and Lin Chen's attire did not attract attention. The intensive care unit and general wards were in two separate buildings, and there weren't many people around. Soon, Lin Chen reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button.
Someone approached from the side, seemingly also waiting for the elevator. At that moment, the elevator door opened with a ding. Lin Chen was about to step in when he saw the reflection of a person in the elevator mirror, causing him to pause slightly. In the reflection of the elevator mirror, he saw a person standing behind him, dressed in black, strong physique, cold expression, and carrying a box. The person's demeanor resembled Shin Jinbin's bodyguard. Lin Chen continued into the elevator as usual. The person in black also entered. The elevator doors closed slowly, and Lin Chen pressed the button 47. If the person next to him was related to Shin Jinbin, he should go to the 8th floor. Indeed, the next second, the person in black also took a step forward and pressed 8 on the elevator buttons. A glint of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes under the brim of his cap. Now he was sure this person was related to Shin Jinbin. The elevator ascended slowly. There weren't many people on this floor, and the elevator went straight up to the 7th floor without stopping. Lin Chen suddenly clutched his chest, bending over as if in pain. The person in black glanced at Lin Chen, but ignored him and instead took a step back. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and the doors opened. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone outside the elevator of the inpatient department in this hospital. To visit a patient, one would need to step out of the elevator and enter through a door to access the inpatient department. At this moment, Lin Chen was already in agony, lying face down on the ground, wedged in the middle of the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Apart from the person in black, there seemed to be no one else to help Lin Chen. If Lin Chen wasn't helped up, the elevator wouldn't operate normally. The person in black frowned, gripping the handle of the box tighter. In the end, he walked to Lin Chen's side, bent down and reached out a hand towards Lin Chen, preparing to pull him up and throw him outside the elevator. However, at the moment when the man in black's hand touched Lin Chen suddenly rushed towards the man in black. A dagger appeared in his hand out of nowhere, stabbing into the man in black's abdomen, and stirred it fiercely. The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed in Lin Chen's arms. He never expected someone to dare to kill in a place full of surveillance cameras. Lin Chen didn't pull out the dagger, to avoid getting blood on himself. Not sure how many of Shin Jinbin's men were upstairs, one down was one less to worry about. At this point, he wasn't afraid of being discovered anymore. In less than an hour, the whole world would be plunged into chaos. He just needed to deal with Shin Jinbin and leave before the hospital security reacted. He knocked down the man in black and left him outside the 7th floor ward. Lin Chen saw the box tightly held in the man in black's hand and snatched it away. Then he quickly entered the closing elevator door. Ding! The elevator to the 8th floor opened, and Lin Chen hurried into the ward. Li Huilan saw Lin Chen in black clothes and quickly approached, reaching out her hand. "Are you here to deliver the medicine? Where is it?" Lin Chen glanced at this woman who bore some resemblance to Shin Jinbin and confirmed her identity. Without answering, he walked straight towards Shin Jinbin's ward. "Hold on." A guard of Shin Jinbin noticed something was wrong and stopped Lin Chen. "I haven't seen you before?" Another guard stood behind Lin Chen, blocking his way forward and backward. The two guards were the ones who escorted Shin Jinbin back on the yacht before. Lin Chen lowered his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I am in charge of guarding the pills. This time, Mr. Shin needs them urgently, so let me deliver them." This sentence could be understood in two ways. Either Lin Chen was the one who usually guarded the pills and was now responsible for delivering something else, or Lin Chen was here to deliver the pills. How it was understood depended on the listener. Upon hearing this, the two guards visibly relaxed a bit but still demanded, "Open the box and let us see." Lin Chen's eyes flashed. He hadn't seen what was inside the box yet. In the elevator, he had already used his spatial ability to switch the contents to a handgun. Without hesitation, Lin Chen placed the box on the ground and opened the clasp. Several experts also gathered around, wanting to see what could save a dying person. Lin Chen slowly lifted the lid of the box with one hand and reached into the box with the other. He quickly pulled out a handgun from inside and aimed it at the guard in front of him and fired. Puff! The silenced gunshot rang out, and fresh blood spurted from the guard's chest in front of Lin Chen. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, watching this scene. Ordinary people had only seen guns on TV in their lifetime, never encountering such a scene, leaving them too scared to speak. The guard standing behind Lin Chen reacted the fastest, already reaching for his side. However, despite his intentions, Lin Chen was faster, twisting his body and pulling the trigger. Puff! The upward shot sent the bullet straight through the guard's chin into his brain. A cluster of blood exploded in the back of the guard's head. At this moment, the experts and Li Huilan also reacted. Li Huilan fainted directly from the shock. "He's killing people, he's killing people. Run!" Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Chen pushed open Shin Jinbin's ward, confirmed it was Shin Jinbin, and aimed the gun at Shin Jinbin's head. Puff, puff, puff. 3 consecutive shots, Shin Jinbin's blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over the white pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing beeping sound. This time, Shin Jinbin couldn't be any more dead. Lin Chen put away the gun and left. A group of hospital security guards saw Lin Chen killing someone in the elevator from the surveillance camera, and they were already rushing towards Lin Chen with batons and riot shields. The countdown to the end of the world is now 35 minutes. It has been 5 minutes since Lin Chen killed a Shin family bodyguard on the 7th floor. The security guards in the control room have already gathered and are heading towards the building. They have also called the police, but it will take more than 10 minutes for the law enforcement officers to arrive. Lin Chen quickly walked out of the ward, ready to enter the safe passage of the hospital building and leave through the stairs. However, at this moment, a hand grabbed his pants leg. Li Huilan didn't know when she had already woken up, and she clung tightly to Lin Chen's pants leg on the ground. Just now, she was just momentarily scared and fainted, but when she heard the gunshots coming from the ward, she forced herself to wake up. Li Huilan's eyes were red with tears, staring at Lin Chen, her voice desperate and resentful. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Chen struggled, but couldn't break free. He lowered his head, looking at the desperate mother, feeling no pity in his heart. "Your son killed many people, you know that, right? He deserves to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not raising him properly." Li Huilan shouted, "If my son killed someone, the law could punish him. Who gave you the right to kill him? Who? Even if my son killed people, they were just some lowly commoners. My son was born noble. Killing a few peasants, giving money to their families, is their honor. You, the executioner, give my son back to me." Without these malicious words, the heartbreaking appearance of a mother who lost her beloved son would have been moving. Lin Chen sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "In that case, you can let the law punish me too." After saying that, he kicked the woman away and ran towards the safe exit. Li Huilan's expression turned fierce, looking at Lin Chen's back with resentment, shouting hoarsely, "You killed my son, I will make your parents, brothers, all relatives and friends bury my son. No matter where you flee, I will make you suffer and die in torment." Lin Chen suddenly turned around, his eyes instantly cold and full of murderous intent. He should have realized that someone like Shin Jinbin would grow up like that, and his family was also involved. Shin Fanren was not a good person. Shin Jinbin's mother was also a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everyone has their own debts to pay, and he originally didn't want to kill more people. Seeing Lin Huilan stop and realize something, she panicked and retreated. No. I was just joking, Before Li Huilan could finish speaking, Lin Chen unhesitatingly fired a shot. After a gunshot, a bullet hole appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Li Huilan's eyes widened, and with a thud, she fell to the ground. After firing a shot, without even looking at Li Huilan, Lin Chen swiftly ran down the hallway like the wind. Just as Lin Chen left, the door of the elevator on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out of the elevator and were shocked by the bloody scene outside the intensive care unit. The entire hallway was filled with flowing blood. "My God! What kind of grudge is this?" They said it was the son of a wealthy man inside. "Quick, check if there's any sign of life left." Dead. These were all shot to death. What should we do? Should we chase after him? At that moment, a voice came over the intercom. "The suspect has escaped through the safe passage. Chase after him. No need to run too fast, just delay him." When Lin Chen reached the 2nd floor, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from below. They came pretty fast. He muttered to himself, opened the window in the hallway, took a look, and jumped down. Rolling to reduce the impact, he quickly stood up and ran into the registration hall. The killer jumped out of the window and ran towards the registration hall. People downstairs, surround him quickly. The registration hall was crowded, with only a few security guards who couldn't keep an eye on him. Lin Chen quickly evaded the security guards and slipped into the restroom. When he came out, Lin Chen had changed into casual clothes, removed his mask and hat. He left the hospital openly. If today was not the end of the world, the security officer could have used surveillance to track down Lin Chen entering and leaving the hospital. The world-renowned Xiaogua Sky Eye was not just for show. However, using surveillance to screen suspicious individuals would take time, and now, time was running out. Lin Chen hailed a taxi and glanced at the top right corner of the treasure basin. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes, please be prepared." He looked through the car window at the ordinary people on the street who were unaware of the danger. The end of the world was approaching, and this should be the last moment of peace. It seemed that his previous post had not been effective. The era of peace and prosperity was about to disappear. Lin Chen kept a close eye on the countdown timer on the Treasure Basin interface. When he was about 4 kilometers away from his safe house, a hissing sound suddenly came from the taxi's radio. Hiss. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. Local time is 10:05 a.m. A wave of solar storms will reach Blue Star. For driving safety, all vehicles must immediately pull over and stop for 10 minutes. Violations within 10 minutes will not be penalized. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. The broadcast repeated this message over and over. Lin Chen was stunned. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The time went back 15 minutes. High City, Tianqi New Energy Office Building, the top floor. In the office of Shen Fanrun, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy. Shen Fanrun stood by the window listening attentively to his subordinate's report. Mr. Shen, we found out that someone has intercepted all the outgoing supplies from Xiaogui in the past 2 days, and the external orders have increased by tens of times in these 2 days. In addition, our people have learned that the military has suddenly received a level 1 readiness order. The mayor received a call early this morning, and the entire high city will experience a 1-day power outage starting from 10 a.m. We have not yet found out the specific reason for this. Oh, Shen Fanrun furrowed his brows. He stayed in High City instead of going to see his critically injured son because of the recent incomprehensible actions from above. In recent years, there had been constant friction between countries. Was it about to lead to war? But why would there be a power outage in the event of war? Shen Fanrun was feeling anxious about not being able to see through the country's actions this time. Suddenly, Shen Fanrun's private phone rang. The special number displayed on the caller ID made Shen Fanrun's brows furrow. He answered the call, and a serious voice came through. Mr. Shen, this is the Sha City Public Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son Shen Jinbin, ex-wife Li Huilan, and 3 bodyguards were killed 15 minutes ago. Shen Fanrun was shocked. What did you say? The voice on the phone continued. Furthermore, we found illegal weapons such as handguns and daggers on these 3 bodyguards. We have informed the High City Public Security Bureau. Please do not leave High City in the next 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. After listening to the call from the Public Security Bureau, Shen Fanrun's expression turned somewhat fierce and terrifying. He slammed his phone to the ground and turned to his trusted subordinate with suppressed anger. You said last time that it was Lin Chen who caused Jinbin to be critically injured? Yes. But the report from No. 2 said that this Lin Chen was disguised as a killer. No. 2 sent a message yesterday afternoon saying they would deal with this person, but there has been no update yet. Wang Ji didn't understand why Shen Fanrun suddenly became so angry and answered truthfully. Disguised as a killer? Why is Lin Chen also in Sha City? Did you not confirm whether Lin Chen was the one all night? Now someone has killed my son in the hospital and made the security officer find a gun on our people. Fine, that's great. Find Lin Chen and bring him back to the research room alive. Whether he is the one who killed Aben or not, I will make him regret coming into this world. Also, bring back my several illegitimate children. What's making you so angry? If you get sick from anger, what will happen to my happiness in the future? What's wrong? Your beloved good son killed my son. And now the security bureau is after me because of this. If I get targeted because of this, I will take care of you too. What? Jin Bin is dead? Lin Chen killed him? How is that possible? Even seeing Shen Fanrun's expression of wanting to devour someone, Lu Cus still found it somewhat unbelievable. Raised Lin Chen for over 10 years, she could say she was one of the people who knew Lin Chen best in the world. Lin Chen is easygoing, obedient, emotional, a bit clever, but too naive, too trusting of others. He has never even killed a fish since he was young. How could he kill someone? And Shen Jinbin is surrounded by agile bodyguards, while Lin Chen is just an ordinary college student. How could he have killed Shen Jinbin under the protection of so many bodyguards? It seems like your son has been hiding very well. Even you, his mother, don't understand him. Shen Fanrun, with a dark face, stared at Lu Cue with an examining gaze. Call him now and ask where he is. Tell him to return to Haishur immediately. Good, I'll call him now. Lin Chen's phone rang, he just glanced at it and hung up. Lu Cue. From Lu Cue remarrying to Lin Chen's death in the previous life, a full 11 years, this woman has never contacted him once. Lin Chen hasn't seen this woman for a full 11 years. He has only heard sporadic rumors about Lu Cue. She is the wife of the director of the Haishur shelter, and he is outside the shelter fighting with stray dogs for food. Lin Chen also experienced the end of the world before he realized that there could be such a heartless mother in the world. Now he knows that this woman is the one who killed his father. Even though she is his mother, Lin Chen has already drawn a clear line in his heart with this woman. Just after killing Shen Jinbin, LVCUS suddenly contacted him, and the reason was obvious. A touch of bleak sarcasm suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's face. As Shin Jinbin said, his mother treated him better than her own biological son. However, Lin Chen did not know that because he killed Shin Jinbin in his previous life, from that day on, Shin Fanrun would no longer trust LVCUE, nor would he dote on her as he did in the past life. The taxi radio continued to repeat the warning for all vehicles to pull over. The taxi driver looked confused when he heard the broadcast. What's going on? Solar storm? Wow! I've been driving for a lifetime and never heard of such a thing. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that many traffic security officers had appeared on the streets, directing traffic to stop all vehicles. All the traffic lights along the road turned red. This scene did not happen in the previous life. During the solar storm outbreak in the previous life, vehicle malfunctions suddenly caused numerous traffic accidents, leading to traffic paralysis. Many people died in this wave of solar storms. Did his previous post have an effect? Or did his rebirth cause a butterfly effect? And this scene was not only happening in Shushi, but also across the country. Soon, all the vehicles on the street gradually slowed down and stopped, including the taxi Lin Chen was riding in. Lin Chen glanced at the upper right corner of the treasure basin. The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes, please be prepared. He casually threw a 100 yuan bill in the car and opened the door to run. He was the only one who knew that this wave of danger was not just a simple solar storm. The electromagnetic pulse caused by the solar storm indeed had no effect on the human body. But there was also an extremely strong geomagnetic storm caused by the solar storm. It would cause a drastic change in the magnetic field of Blue Star. Almost everyone would experience physical discomfort, dizziness, vomiting, and other symptoms. People sensitive to magnetic fields might even fall into a coma. Lin Chen fainted on this day in his previous life. He had to return to his safe house to be completely safe. Fortunately, there was still time. Lin Chen ran to the roadside, took out his phone, scanned a shared bike, and quickly rode on the non-motorized lane towards his safe house. The bike that could only ride at 20 yards was ridden by Lin Chen at a speed of 40 to 50 yards. Stop! Danger! Came the shout from the traffic security officer behind, but Lin Chen acted as if he hadn't heard. After riding for a while, Lin Chen noticed that the billboards and LED lights of the nearby buildings were all off. Even the downtown billboards and various 24-hour LED lights that could be seen from several kilometers away were not turned on at this moment. Clearly, the hospital had electricity just now, so did the power suddenly go out? This thought only flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Without further thought, he pedaled with all his strength and finally rushed back to the mountain in the last minute. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds, please be prepared. He directly threw away the shared bike in his hand, walked quickly to the door, and opened the gate at the fastest speed. Entering the first door, he closed the gate and locked it. He casually took down the monitoring facing the gate's peephole and stored it in his space. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds, please be prepared. Lin Chen quickly inserted the key into the second door. Click, the door opened. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds, please be prepared. He walked into the room. Lin Chen forcefully closed the door behind him and threw himself into the recliner. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second, please be prepared. Solar storms have arrived, geomagnetic storms are forming, and source material is rapidly generating in the instant of darkness. Lin Chen's mind was filled with thoughts. Source material? What is that? At the same moment, an invisible solar storm swept towards the entire blue star from outside. Over 1,000 satellites of various sizes outside the blue star burst into sparks, resembling a grand fireworks display. All satellites were destroyed, even those that did not explode no longer functioned. Fragments from the exploding satellite sprayed like bullets onto manned spacecraft from various countries. Screens of space stations from various countries all went black in an instant, then suddenly burst with currents and sparks. All astronauts still working on the space stations were the first to face destruction under this wave of solar storms. Even though they had received news about the solar storm last night, they ultimately had no time or opportunity to return home. All devices on the blue star suddenly lost signal at this moment. But this was only the beginning. The super-strong electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm swept across the entire blue star. The terrifying energy created an invisible ripple, rapidly destroying all electronic devices with circuits worldwide in an instant. The electromagnetic pulse not only destroyed devices with circuits in use, but also damaged those not in use. In this technologically advanced era, almost all products contain circuits. Aircraft in flight all plummeted straight from the sky at that moment. Ships, aircraft carriers, submarines, all without exception turned into piles of scrap metal. Countless electrical appliances in people's homes suddenly sparked and burst into flames at that moment. Those lucky emitted black smoke, while the unlucky ones caught fire directly. People fled their houses in terror, but some, like Lin Chen, fell into a coma under the geomagnetic storm and were engulfed by the flames in their unconscious state. People near transformers discovered in horror. There was a burnt smell around the transformers, and the wires connected to the transformers began to catch fire. All power stations in the world, whether hydroelectric or nuclear power stations, as long as they were still operational, at that moment they all experienced energy overload, leading to overloads, burnt fuses, and even fires. Some nuclear power plants even exploded, engulfing an area of hundreds of kilometers. The entire world suddenly lost all power supply. Half of the Blue Star countries, which were in the night, were plunged into darkness in an instant. Countless people lying in hospitals relying on medical machines to sustain life moved towards death in their comatose state. This was not the end. All moving vehicles, energy vehicles, and electric bicycles all suddenly malfunctioned and failed. Dozens or even hundreds of cars collided in a chain reaction on the streets. When people sought rescue, they were horrified to find that their phones were either overheated and burnt or blacked out. They couldn't contact anyone or receive any help, only to escape in despair from the spreading fires. In just a few minutes, the entire Blue Star was engulfed in flames everywhere. If someone could stand in outer space, they would witness the fleeting end of the Blue Star's technological era. The achievements of the explosive technological development of humanity in the past few centuries came to an end on this day. Lin Chen had experienced all of this in his past life. At this moment, Lin Chen, like many others sensitive to magnetic fields due to the drastic changes in the Blue Star's magnetic field, fell into a coma. Because he had not activated electricity and had stored all electronic devices in his space. This danger had no impact on him. He did not know that, due to his warning, the entire Xia country had shut down the country's power supply in the morning. Compared to other countries engulfed in flames and chaos, although Xia country also suffered casualties, the casualties were greatly reduced. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth began to change the course of the entire future from this moment on. Lin Chen, who was in a coma, could not see the changes happening on the interface of the treasure basin in front of him at the moment. This time, a large amount of sources being generated during the reboot, which will accelerate the evolution speed of all life on Blue Star. Fire seed detected in a safe environment. Please absorb source to complete evolution as soon as possible. Fire seed detected to have lost consciousness. Auxiliary program activated. Treasure basin self-starting, initiating, startup complete. Commencing absorption of source. Lin Chen kept his eyes tightly closed. A faint golden light emanated from his brow. Invisible tiny particles around him were converging towards his body, merging into his body, his cells, his genes. If Lin Chen's gene chain were observed at this moment, one would see his gene chain rapidly absorbing this substance. The gene chain quickly broke apart, then recombined in an instant. This state was remarkably similar to unlocking a genetic lock. However, when unlocking a genetic lock under normal circumstances, the gene recombination speed after breaking is nowhere near as fast. Therefore, Lin Chen, who was currently in a coma, could not feel the excruciating pain of unlocking the genetic lock at all. At the same time, other creatures on Blue Star were also unconsciously absorbing the source. Animals absorbed the fastest, followed by plants, and humans were the last. There were also individual differences among humans, but even the most powerful animals were far from absorbing as much as Lin Chen was at this moment. After a day and a night, the geomagnetic storm was coming to an end. The formation speed of the source substance in the air also slowed down. Those who fell into a coma and felt unwell due to the drastic magnetic field changes gradually returned to normal. The golden light on Lin Chen's brow slowly faded away. At the same time, a new prompt appeared on the treasure basin interface. The end of the world officially begins. The next wave of danger will start a countdown within 72 hours. Shortly after, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he woke up. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. The safe house, without a light source, was pitch black. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic storm passed? Lin Chen rubbed his forehead. His head still felt a bit heavy. He reached into the space and took out an emergency flashlight. He turned it on and hung it on the wall. Then he took out a household gasoline generator and connected it to the house's power lines. As he flipped the switch, the entire safe house regained power. Lin Chen didn't know how long he had been in a coma. In his past life, he had been in a coma for a day and a night, and he didn't know if it was the same in this life. The mechanical watch on his wrist showed that it was 11:34. Gurgle, gurgle. The hunger in his stomach made Lin Chen feel like he hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. Lin Chen decided to first replenish some water, eat something, and then go out to see the situation. He suddenly vaguely remembered the prompt that appeared on the treasure basin before he fell into a coma. Solar storm has arrived, geomagnetic storm is forming, source substance is rapidly generating. What was the source substance? He checked the treasure basin interface, but there was no change, and the previous countdown had disappeared. Gurgle. His stomach protested again. Lin Chen suppressed his doubts, took out a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from the space. He poured water into the pot, added hot pot base to the bottom of the pot, and then sliced the beef into the pot piece by piece. All were fresh beef, and Lin Chen ate them as he sliced. With some fresh vegetables, he soon finished 5 kilograms of beef. When did I become such a big eater? Although his stomach was full, he still had a feeling of not being satisfied. A side effect of the geomagnetic storm? Lin Chen touched his stomach, placed the bowl and chopsticks in the sink, turned on the tap, and tested the water. Conventional electric water pumps would be damaged by electromagnetic pulses. Therefore, when building the water pump, Lin Chen had the craftsman use traditional non-powered water pumps. The fact that water could still flow out proved Lin Chen's foresight was correct. The water was slightly cold, but it was still at a normal temperature. After washing the bowl and chopsticks, Lin Chen changed into a long-sleeved shirt and long pants, and opened the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing effect of the safe house was excellent. Lin Chen walked to the front door, took a look outside through the peephole, and then opened the door. It was raining heavily outside, and Lin Chen reached out to catch a handful of rainwater. The outdoor temperature was just slightly cool. It seemed that his time in a coma was similar to his past life. After the solar storm in his past life, the sunlight weakened visibly at a rapid pace, and the temperature on Blue Star dropped by tens of degrees within 3 days. Lin Chen remembered that in Heist City, the temperature dropped by about 10 degrees the day after you woke up, and it started raining heavily outside. At that time, people were still panicking because they had lost electricity after the solar storm and couldn't receive external news. They didn't notice any abnormal weather and just thought it was a strong cold front. However, by the third day, the temperature dropped by more than 20 degrees. Hail, strong typhoons, and blizzards appeared in many places, extreme weather conditions. People began to realize that something was wrong and braved the heavy snow to grab supplies everywhere. By the fourth day, the temperature dropped again, decreasing by more than 30 degrees in a single day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon was 20 to 30 degrees, which was extremely terrifying. Many people who went out to buy supplies and didn't make it back home in time died from hypothermia in the blizzard. The temperature in the south dropped to about minus 50 degrees Celsius, not to mention the north. The human body needs time to adapt to temperature changes, but the sun didn't give humanity that time. Even if people huddled under blankets at home, many couldn't withstand the sudden drop in temperature, resulting in illnesses, frostbite, and deaths. Hospitals were overcrowded, equipment and ambulances were all destroyed by the solar storm, and there was no power supply. The treatment speed couldn't keep up with the number of sick people, medications began to run out, and countless people died within a day. People began to fall into panic and chaos, finally realizing that the end of the world had come. Sha City was close to the equator and it was currently summer, so the temperature drop shouldn't be as rapid as in High City. Just 2 days ago, the daytime temperature in Sha City was still 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Chen took out an electronic air temperature gauge and measured 22 degrees Celsius. He returned to the house, put on a coat, and grabbed a backpack. While the blizzard hadn't arrived yet, he wanted to go out and collect some things. Although there were enough supplies in the space for him to use, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Excess supplies could be traded or kept for emergencies. There were no more surveillance cameras outside now, and he no longer needed to fear exposing the existence of the space. Wearing a waterproof raincoat, Lin Chen went outside and picked up a shared bike he had casually thrown on the ground earlier. The electronic lock of the shared bike was damaged by an electromagnetic pulse, but it didn't affect its use at all. He rode the shared bike and headed downhill. After coming down from the mountain, Lin Chen found that cycling today was much easier. Previously, he had to pedal hard to reach a speed of 40 to 50 yards, but now he effortlessly achieved it. Did his physical fitness suddenly improve after a nap? Lost in thought, Lin Chen didn't notice the intersection ahead. A group of people was walking out from the intersection. They were all wearing uniform raincoats, with stern and vigilant expressions. Upon closer inspection, one could see the uniform military green uniforms under their raincoat collars. In the middle of the group, there was a girl wearing a white dress under a transparent raincoat, tightly guarded in the center. Seeing the people suddenly appearing from the corner, Lin Chen tried to brake but it was too late. Screech! The harsh sound of the brakes rang out as the shared bike continued to collide with the group of people. Ah! A girl's cry of alarm came from the crowd. A middle-aged man among the group furrowed his brows, took a step forward, and swiftly kicked towards the bike's handlebar above the wheel. A normal person kicking out like this, the leg would definitely break under the force of the impact. However, instead of the expected cry of pain, it was Lin Chen who was kicked back along with the bicycle. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and after retreating a few meters, he finally stabilized the bike. Looking down, he saw that the bike handlebar under the shared bike's front had already caved in. Who is this person? So strong. Who are you? The others became alert, watching Lin Chen warily, with some even reaching into their raincoats. Lin Chen quickly realized the situation and scratched his head behind, saying apologetically, "Sorry, I came out to buy something and was in a hurry to get home. Luckily I didn't hit you guys." "Sir, are you okay?" The middle-aged man remained silent, only frowning and staring at Lin Chen, his eyes full of scrutiny and caution. Lin Chen slightly tightened his grip on the bike handle. Both parties quieted down, and the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, a female voice came from the group, "Uncle Chiu, forget it, he didn't do it on purpose." It was the girl who had been startled and screamed just now. The girl pushed aside the people in front of her and stopped when the person called Uncle Chiu blocked her. Impatiently, the girl said to Uncle Chiu, "Let's go, it's pouring rain, my clothes are all wet." "Hey, you hit us, we won't compensate for this bike." The latter part was directed at Lin Chen. The girl was about the same age as Lin Chen, with flawless fair skin and attractive features, but her current impatience ruined her beauty. Lin Chen waved his hand, looking apologetic, No, it's my fault, I shouldn't have ridden so fast. If this gentleman is injured, I can go home and get money to compensate for medical expenses." Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for 8 years, Lin Chen considered himself good at acting and portrayed the image of an ordinary young man vividly. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Chiu gave Lin Chen a deep look, pulled the girl behind him, made way, and said to Lin Chen, "Ride slower next time, it's very unsafe to go so fast." The others also moved aside, making way. Lin Chen chuckled, with a simple and honest smile, "I got it, thank you, sir." After saying that, he rode past the group of people. It wasn't until he turned a corner a few hundred meters away that the feeling of being watched disappeared from his back. It was only then that Lin Chen realized he had broken out in a thin layer of cold sweat. The people just now gave him a sense of danger, especially the middle-aged man, who exerted the most pressure on him. Given the situation just now, even if there was room for a surprise attack in a conflict, he might not necessarily win. Fortunately, everything ended without incident. Lin Chen didn't care who those people were or what they were planning. He was just out to find supplies and didn't want any trouble. After the recent incident, Lin Chen slowed down his pace. As he traveled on the main road, the streets were filled with scrapped vehicles. Unlike in the previous world, the vehicles were neatly parked on the roadside, without scenes of dozens or hundreds of cars colliding and blocking the road. People walked in twos and threes on the road, some in a hurry, some returning with bulging bags. The entire city was now plunged into a situation without electricity and unable to receive any external information. Many people had consciously started to stock up on supplies. Some still held the illusion that it was just a problem with the power supply in their city and would soon be restored. But when people realized that the power would never be restored, that electronic products they were accustomed to using were now useless, and the environment deteriorated to the point where dead bodies were left unattended everywhere, they would realize that this city was now a free-for-all. At that point, the evil thoughts deep within human nature would break through the rules ingrained in people's minds, turning the city into a frozen hell. Those who were still willing to spend money on supplies now might find themselves resorting to looting in a few days. Lin Chen planned to make a quick zero-cost acquisition before anyone noticed. Nowadays, there are many people rushing to supermarkets to stock up on supplies. His target was the containers at the port. Over an hour later, Lin Chen finally arrived at the southern port of Shashi. Looking out across the entire southern port, there were countless containers and gantry cranes. There were also many cargo ships neatly docked at the port. There were even more cargo ships than Lin Chen had anticipated. Since the notice to stop driving had been issued, maybe they had also been instructed to temporarily dock the ships. Perhaps his post had not been in vain and had indeed played a role. After confirming that no one had seen him, Lin Chen retracted his bicycle into his space. There were usually many staff members at this port, but after the solar storm, the port was forced to shut down, and many people were scared back home by this turn of events. Even if there were still some guards, there wouldn't be too many. This large port now lacked surveillance cameras, making it difficult for Lin Chen to be discovered if he was careful. Apart from the sound of raindrops falling on the containers, there were no other noises in the entire port. Lin Chen approached a container and placed his hand on it. With a thought, the contents inside were transferred to his space. From the outside, the container appeared intact, but it was now empty inside. Only Lin Chen could achieve this method of taking things without anyone noticing. The first container he took from contained a box of watermelons. Not bad for a good start. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
The fruits in Shashi were abundant in sunlight and delicious. This container of watermelons could last him a long time. He moved on to the next container, which also contained fruits, this time coconuts. After collecting fruits from 6 containers in a row, Lin Chen headed towards another set of containers. This time, luck was not on his side as the containers were empty. In fact, the next 3 were all empty. Lin Chen quickly realized that containers with locks mostly contained goods, while those without locks were empty.
Containers with goods and empty containers were stacked separately.
After noticing this pattern, Lin Chen avoided the unlocked containers and moved towards the next stack of containers. This time, he stored a container of clothes in his space. However, they were all short-sleeved.
After randomly taking 1 container of clothes, he stopped collecting.
Suddenly, he thought that since Shashi had summer all year round, most of the clothes in the locals' wardrobe should be summer clothes.
There might be a few pieces for spring and autumn.
When the extreme cold arrived, who knew how many of the locals would freeze to death?
Perhaps even more than those in Haishur.
Next, Lin Chen collected 3 boxes of snacks, 4 boxes of frozen seafood, and 2 boxes of daily necessities. In one of the containers, Lin Chen found several imported cars, each worth tens of millions on the market. Sealed metal boxes could to some extent shield against the impact of electromagnetic pulses, so these cars might be intact or damaged. In any case, there was still plenty of space in his storage, so Lin Chen continued to collect without hesitation.
Electronics, handicrafts, daily necessities, food, industrial products.
With nearly 10,000 containers at the port, Lin Chen went through each one like opening a blind box, storing the contents in his space. However, not long after, an unexpected group of visitors also arrived at the southern port.
Li Gu, are we really not going to get into trouble like this?
5 young men in their mid-20s, looking shifty, walked together near the port. One of them, a bald young man, spoke hesitantly, looking around as if afraid of something.
Li Kue forcefully patted the bald young man's head, looking displeased.
What are you afraid of?
Didn't I tell you guys?
The whole city is out of power now, and those surveillance cameras are all dead.
With so many containers here, we can just empty one at will, and no one will notice.
These people have actually set their sights on the containers.
But, what if there are still surveillance cameras and electricity?
The bald youth spoke cautiously, his eyes filled with worry and a hint of fear.
Li Kue pointed at the bald youth's nose with frustration and said angrily,
"That's why I said you won't get rich, you have no observational skills at all.
Look, where in the entire Sha city still has electricity now?
Even the traffic lights are not working."
Li Kue glanced at the 4 brothers who had been with him for 2 years,
taking in their struggling expressions, and persuasively said, "I brought you out to get rich because we've been together for so long.
If I deceive you, would I deceive myself as well? Now is a great opportunity to make money. Once the power is restored, we won't have this chance anymore. Think about those who look down on you. Why do they look down on you? It's because you don't have money. The opportunity to earn money is right in front of us now. Do you want to be looked down upon as poor losers for the rest of your life?"
Li Kue spoke passionately, spitting as he talked. The reason he was so enthusiastic was that a few days ago when he went out gambling, he borrowed a high-interest loan. Those who lent him money were different from small-time thugs like him. They had powerful backers and could easily deal with him. If he didn't repay the money, he would soon be in trouble. Originally, he was getting anxious, but then the entire Sha city suddenly lost power.
Wasn't this heaven helping him?
So he decisively came up with the idea of targeting the port near his home, knowing that he couldn't move much on his own, so he called these 4 timid guys. Seeing that the 4 seemed convinced by his words, Li Kue struck while the iron was hot. "There are so many containers here, no one will notice if one is empty. And now there's no surveillance, even if someone finds out, they won't know it was us.
Don't be afraid, if we do get caught, you can say I instructed you to do it." Seeing Li Kue's reasoning, he also took responsibility.
The other 4 finally let go of their worries, their eyes showing varying degrees of greed.
They were in their 20s,
none of them had a proper job, and most of the time they were living off their parents. That's why they got along and ended up together.
A blonde guy spat on the ground. "Let's do it. These are all the wealth scraped off the common people by the capitalists. We're just robbing the rich to help the poor."
Li Gu is right. There's no surveillance now, no need to be afraid. After this job, I'll throw the money in front of my old man at home. Let him see that his son is not just a wastrel who spends money. The speaker was a fat guy with 4 layers of neck fat. The last one, a young man with ear studs, said, "Let's do it." The bald guy, seeing his companions all agreeing, gritted his teeth. "I'll follow Li Gu."
"Good." Li Kue nodded in satisfaction. "Move quickly later, let's go." At this moment, the blonde suddenly spoke up. "Li Gu, there's someone over there? Could it be the site manager here?"
A blond young man pointed his finger, pointing to Lin Chen, who was 100 meters away opening a blind box, no, collecting container goods. Li Kuei followed the direction pointed by his younger brother, took a few glances at Lin Chen, and immediately saw that Lin Chen was not a site manager. The staff here all wore uniforms. Ignore him. Let's go to the other side. With that, he led his younger brothers towards another set of containers. Some of the containers at the port are imports, some are exports, and they could contain anything. Lin Chen had just collected a container of medicine and a box of luxury goods. The luxury goods were useless, but the medicine was very valuable. Placing his hand on the container in front of him, he had a thought. Inside was a box of seeds. The container was filled with over 2,000 cardboard boxes, each box labeled with the name of the seeds. The seeds were very small, with tens of thousands possibly fitting in one small box. In this entire container, there are at least 100 million seeds. If he doesn't take them away, these seeds will be frozen and unusable in 2 days. Even if he takes them, they cannot be planted in the post-apocalyptic environment. In the extreme cold of the post-apocalyptic world, most plants will be frozen to death, except for a few mutated ones. Green plants will no longer be seen, and the whole world will be devoid of colors other than white. Lin Chen shook his head with some regret but still stored them in his space. After collecting supplies from over 100 containers, only a small corner of his space was occupied. With the current volume of his space, storing supplies from over 20,000 containers is not a problem. Lin Chen continued towards the next container. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, metal banging sounds came from a distance. Lin Chen frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. With containers blocking his view, Lin Chen couldn't see what was happening a few hundred meters away. He cautiously approached, hiding behind a container and peeking out. He saw 5 masked individuals using a fire axe to break the lock of a container. Surprise flashed across Lin Chen's face. It was astonishing that someone had reacted so quickly and had the same goal as himself. However, these people didn't have space, so they could only break the lock and move the contents without vehicles, which wouldn't be much. Although the rain masked the noise, it was likely that nearby security personnel would hear it. Indeed, Lin Chen glanced around and saw 2 security personnel in raincoats running towards them from a few hundred meters away. It's open, the door is open. Quick, let's see what's inside. Wow, isn't this the bag that the female celebrity often carries on TV? This is a brand bag. I have an X brand here. This big iron box is full of valuable goods. We're going to be rich. All 5 of them ran into the container and started unpacking boxes. Completely engrossed in their huge surprise, they didn't notice the 2 security personnel approaching. Lin Chen quickly hid behind the container to conceal himself. He casually stored the contents of this container in his space. The 2 port security personnel quickly found the open container following the noise. Hey, what are you doing? The 5 individuals were startled. The young bald man holding the brand bag dropped the box on the ground. Li Gu, we've been discovered. Shut up, you idiot, Li Kuei growled. The 2 security personnel pointed their batons at the 5 individuals and ordered, come out. Li Kuei glanced at the luxurious items packed in the container, his eyes filled with greed. With this box of goods, he could not only repay his high-interest loan but also buy a house in the suburbs and live a stable life in the future. If today's operation failed, he wouldn't be able to repay the tens of thousands of high-interest loans, and he would be beaten and thrown into jail. There were no surveillance cameras here, and if he dealt with these 2 people, no one would know it was him. Li Kuei's face flashed with fierceness as he picked up the fire axe placed nearby and charged towards one of the port security personnel. The 2 security personnel were caught off guard by the ferocity of these people and were knocked down in a daze. One person fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere. The other person was scared and collapsed on the ground, his face full of fear, desperately trying to move away. Please don't kill me. Li Kuei swung the axe at the person's leg, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the other 4 behind him, still holding the bloodied fire axe. Are you not going to move? This scene was extremely shocking to those who had always lived in a safe and peaceful world of rules. The 4 individuals, fearing that Li Kuei would kill them too, gathered the courage to walk up to the 2 security personnel who were still alive. Lin Chen didn't watch any further. Such scenes would happen everywhere after some time. Without interfering, Lin Chen changed direction and continued to collect supplies. 2 hours later, most of the goods in the containers at the port were stored in Lin Chen's space. It was already raining, the sky was dark, and the evening light was dim. The temperature had dropped a few degrees from noon, and the damp air carried a hint of chill. With no street lights at night and no moon due to the weather, Lin Chen was ready to leave. Perhaps it was just bad luck, as he unexpectedly encountered the same 5 individuals again before leaving. The three of them had lost their raincoats, revealing their true appearances, and their clothes were stained with blood. Especially the one who had attacked first, his green clothes were almost unrecognizable due to the bloodstains. Li Ge, it's that kid from before. Huang Mao immediately recognized Lin Chen's attire. After Lin Chen left, they had barely been moving things for half an hour when they encountered 3 staff members looking for someone. Killing 2 or killing 5, it was all the same to them. Having experienced 2 killings, the 5 of them had mostly overcome their fear and were now bloodthirsty, attacking anyone they saw. Seeing Lin Chen, the bald man grimaced and charged at him with a fire axe in hand. Lin Chen reached into his raincoat, actually accessing his space, and pulled out a silenced pistol, firing directly. Puff! A bullet hole appeared in the bald man's forehead, and he took a few more steps before collapsing to the ground, dropping the fire axe. The other 4, including Li Kue, snapped out of their bloodlust. Thud! The bald youth fell to his knees, clutching his head. Don't kill me, I surrender, don't kill me. Lin Chen smoothly drew his gun and shot, as the bald man mistook him for a law enforcement officer. Li Kue, with a fierce expression, shouted, "What are you afraid of? We've killed enough people today to deserve being shot. He's just one person with a gun, let's take him together." With that, he charged forward. Seeing this, the fat man and Huang Mao also rushed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen decisively fired 3 shots, and the 3 men fell one after another. The last one, Huang Mao, had almost grabbed Lin Chen's arm, but the unsteady Huang Mao was no match for him. In just a moment, 4 bodies lay on the ground. The 5-member Robin Hood team now only had the bald youth left, who was already scared to the point of wetting himself. Lin Chen aimed his gun at the bald youth. Overwhelmed by despair and fear, the bald youth's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just as Lin Chen was about to approach and finish him off, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps not far away. The footsteps sounded organized, and Lin Chen instinctively felt something was wrong, quickly retreating behind a container. A group of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a stack of containers, running towards Lin Chen, only about 10 meters away. Who's there? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Were these soldiers from the military? When he arrived in Sha City, he had learned that the military was stationed on a small island. Without any ships now, did these soldiers row over? As dusk approached, with heavy rain and dim light, Lin Chen hadn't paid attention to whether there were boats on the sea just now. These thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he lowered his footsteps, swiftly retreating and concealing himself behind the containers to escape. However, Lin Chen's luck wasn't great today. Just as he evaded one group of soldiers and hadn't run far, another group of soldiers appeared from behind the containers a few dozen meters ahead, pointing a dozen dark gun barrels at him. Who are you? Lin Chen immediately stopped, raised his hands, and put on a look of panic, saying, "I'm a student." Upon hearing that he was a student, the soldiers lowered their guns slightly but remained vigilant, surrounding Lin Chen. "Don't move!" They had just landed at the port when they discovered several bodies nearby, as well as containers with broken locks and missing goods. This was undoubtedly a vicious murder case. As soldiers of the Xia Kingdom, their duty was not only to take over the supplies here but also to catch the culprit. A soldier approached and searched Lin Chen. Lin Chen had already put away his pistol and cooperated obediently. "Report. No dangerous items." The soldier returned to his team. A man who appeared to be the leader of the group walked up to Lin Chen with a serious expression, confirmed Lin Chen's age, and asked, "Which school are you from, and why are you here?" "Sha City Art College," Lin Chen replied with Su Qin's school. The identity of a student made it easier for people to let their guard down. Besides, Lin Chen had been a student before. "I originally wanted to go back to school, but I got lost without navigation," Lin Chen said. It made sense logically without a taxi or navigation to guide the way. "Show me your student ID." "I didn't bring my student ID." Lin Chen looked somewhat uneasy. "Is my ID card okay?" Seeing the person nod, Lin Chen took out an ID card from the phone case layer that the soldier had not searched. Putting the ID card or access card in the phone case layer was a small habit of Lin Chen's. Wang Chao took the ID card, confirmed it was correct, and returned it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was dressed neatly and cleanly, with no bloodstains or weapons on him. Moreover, being only 19 years old, he simply couldn't be associated with a murderer. However, Wang Chao always felt that something was off about the person named Lin Chen in front of him. "Come with me to the front first, and I'll have someone send you back to school later." Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface, saying, "Okay." Soon, Lin Chen was taken to an open space. With a rough glance, he saw at least hundreds of soldiers, each armed with a gun. There were also over 100 port management personnel in uniform gathered in the open space. At this moment, a fat-headed man who appeared to be the port leader was speaking tearfully to someone who seemed to be an officer.
In addition, Lin Chen saw the only surviving bald young man among the 5. The bald man was tightly bound with ropes, guarded by 2 soldiers with a look of despair on his face. At that moment, the bald young man suddenly raised his head and looked in Lin Chen's direction. Sensing the bald young man looking up, Lin Chen quickly turned his back and moved behind a tall figure to avoid being recognized. "What are you hiding from?" A slightly familiar voice came from behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen's body stiffened slightly, and when he turned around, he noticed that the officer who had brought him here was the one he had used as a shield. Wang Chao. Wang Chao's eyes carried a hint of sharpness as he stared directly into Lin Chen's eyes, as if trying to figure something out. Lin Chen knew he was being suspected. Before Lin Chen could answer Wang Chao's question, another group of soldiers arrived at the open space. "Report! We found 2 students at the port exit who said they were lost." Lin Chen turned to look upon hearing the voice. When he saw one of the 2 students brought over, his expression immediately became somewhat intriguing. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Chen and walked over to the 2 students. For some reason, his years of military experience told him that this boy named Lin Chen was not ordinary. Wang Chao walked up to the 2 female students and asked the soldier who had brought them, "Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified?" Reporting, "Sir, they are from Shaw City Art College, and their identities have been confirmed." "Soldier, we've been walking around nearby for a long time and couldn't find our way. It's getting dark, and we're so scared. What's happening in Shaw City? Why can't we use our phones suddenly? Sob, I want to go home." One of the girls started crying when she saw Wang Chao. Wang Chao frowned and was about to ask something. Lin Chen squinted and waved to another female student, saying, "Su Qin." 2 days ago, Su Qin was originally out shopping with the 2,000 yuan Lin Chen had given her and her roommate. She fainted for some reason. When she woke up, she found her phone was dead and only then realized that a huge change had occurred in Shaw City. Without a car or phone, she and her companion got lost trying to find their way back to school. Seeing the soldiers, she was initially happy to seek help, but ended up being brought here. In this unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar people and so many soldiers with guns, Su Qin looked uneasy and nervous. "Su Qin?" Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Su Qin turned to look. "Lin Chen?" Su Qin responded with joy, "Why are you here too?" In this strange and solemn environment, knowing a male student undoubtedly increased her sense of security. Seeing the 2 of them getting along well, Wang Chao asked Su Qin, "Do you know each other?" Su Qin nodded repeatedly, looking very happy. "Yes, we are classmates." Excited, Su Qin spoke faster, omitting the words high school. She had intended to say high school classmates, but since it slipped out, it didn't matter. Wang Chao's gaze softened as he heard this. It seemed he had overthought. "Wait here, I'll find a comrade familiar with the terrain of Shaw City to take you back to school." With that, he turned and left. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" Li Xiaoxiao, who was still teary, asked. "I am a sculpture major student." Lin Chen winked at Su Qin. Su Qin was puzzled when Lin Chen suddenly claimed to be a sculpture major student, but she immediately understood upon meeting Lin Chen's eyes. She needed to play along. Lin Chen was so generous that she could help with this trivial matter. "Yes, he is also a freshman," Su Qin vaguely replied. The 3 chatted for a while, and soon Wang Chao returned with a soldier who looked only slightly older than them. "This is Li Wei, he is also from Shaw City and knows the way to your school. Follow him." Lin Chen and the others expressed their gratitude. "It's the least we can do. Be careful on the way, it's dark at night and you can't see the road. Come back tomorrow morning if you can't see at night," Wang Chao said, the latter part directed at Li Wei. Li Wei nodded and led the 3 away. Shortly after Lin Chen and the others left, a soldier approached Wang Chao and reported, "Sir, we have found the murderer of the nearby management personnel." The murderer confessed that he and his accomplices killed those people. However, his 4 accomplices have already been shot dead by someone. According to this bald man, it was a young public security officer in a black raincoat who fired the gun. A young public security officer in a black raincoat? For some reason, Wang Chao's mind immediately flashed with Lin Chen's face and he said, "Take me to the murderer." After walking for a while, Li Wei noticed that the 2 girls were walking slowly and urged, "We need to walk faster, it will be dark soon, the city is without power, there are no street lights, walking at night is unsafe." Lin Chen glanced at his mechanical watch, it was already 5:27. He had memorized the map of Shaw City, and it was about 5 kilometers on foot from here to Shaw City Art College. At their current speed, it would take them about an hour to walk back. Lin Chen was now disguised as a student from Shaw City Art College. In order not to expose his identity, he had to return to Shaw City Art College with Su Qin and then leave. The previous officer had already suspected him. If he left midway and didn't go to the college, his identity would be exposed when the soldier returned. Sha City was so small, if he encountered trouble again on the way back, it would be a problem. Forget it, it's just a few kilometers away. He has a flashlight and is not afraid of walking at night. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao slightly quickened their pace, trailing behind Li Wei. Lin Chen followed beside Li Wei. Brother, why did the power go out in Shashi? Li Xiaoxiao asked. Li Wei thought for a moment, and since there was no order to conceal the information, he said, 2 days ago, a solar storm damaged the city's circuits. How long will it take to fix? How can we live without electricity? My phone was also damaged. Are you going to fix it? If it can't be fixed, I don't have money to buy a new phone. Li Xiaoxiao seemed talkative, never stopping once she started. Li Wei was a bit overwhelmed by this series of questions and replied, the leaders have sent people to repair the power. Before the power is restored, stay in the school and do not go out. In a couple of days, personnel from other units will come to the school to distribute emergency supplies. What emergency supplies? Food, candles, matches, lighters, and so on. What? Candles? Oh my, I have to live with candles in the future, it's so scary at night. Xiao Qin, what should we do? Su Qin also looked worried. The two girls complained about how inconvenient life would be without electricity for some time. Lin Chen, however, knew. When the extreme cold arrives, even if the power lines are not burnt, any exposed wires outdoors will freeze. All machines that process precision parts have been damaged, and no one can repair power plants and transformers by hand. Not to mention the risk of reconnecting power lines in a blizzard. The power will never be restored. Lin Chen remembered his father saying that decades ago, when electricity was not widespread, they used candles and flashlights. They would sleep as soon as it got dark and wake up before dawn. They worked hard for a living, with good physical fitness. They rarely walked at night, and there were no entertainment activities in the evening. There were no internet-addicted teenagers. Nowadays, humans are overly dependent on electronic products, and people addicted to the internet and phones are everywhere. This has led to deteriorating physical fitness for most people. This solar storm destroyed electronic products, causing human technology to regress by hundreds of years, forcing people to quit internet addiction. And with the extreme cold coming, the arrival of the extreme cold made survivors pay more attention to physical exercise. A lightning bolt flashed through Lin Chen's mind, a fleeting idea that he couldn't grasp in time. The third reboot. Accelerated evolution. As Lin Chen pondered, the two girls behind him went from complaining about the power outage to talking about Lin Chen. Classmate Lin Chen, you are so handsome, do you have a girlfriend? When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Lin Chen not speaking, she took a few steps forward, ready to pat Lin Chen's shoulder from behind. Lin Chen, lost in thought, grabbed the hand that Li Xiaoxiao reached out, surprising himself with his reaction speed. Ah, that hurts. Li Xiaoxiao cried out in pain. Seeing Li Wei turning back, Lin Chen let go of her hand, with a fake apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. The two were very close, and Li Xiaoxiao's eyes scanned Lin Chen's face back and forth. Lin Chen didn't resemble his parents at all. His father had ordinary features, and his mother was too gentle. Lin Chen's face was more three-dimensional, as if it were carved with the most precise knife, with deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and slightly thin lips. However, there was a 1 centimeter scar on his brow bone, disrupting this perfection. This scar had been there since Lin Chen could remember. His father said he got it when he fell from the crib as a baby. The once clear eyes gave Lin Chen's face a touch of gentleness. Now, Lin Chen's eyes were only cold and indifferent, giving off a vibe of stay away when he didn't smile. Wang Chao noticed the discomfort, which was actually due to Lin Chen's eyes not being something a normal 19-year-old would have. Expressions can be disguised, but eyes are hard to fake. Li Xiaoxiao, obviously not very sensitive, rubbed her wrist. Forget it, I forgive you for being handsome. I just asked if you have a girlfriend. Lin Chen replied directly, no. Hearing that Lin Chen didn't have a girlfriend, Li Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into a crescent shape. Then you. Su Qin walked up to stop Li Xiaoxiao from acting infatuated. Xiaoxiao, it's already late. Stop messing around, we need to go back quickly, it's already dark. Seeing Li Xiaoxiao acting infatuated towards Lin Chen, Su Qin felt like something of hers was being targeted. Li Xiaoxiao pursed her lips in a place where Su Qin couldn't see. Lin Chen paid no attention to the thoughts of the two girls. With the apocalypse upon them, surviving was already difficult, so Lin Chen naturally had no thoughts about romance. After all, the ones who can hurt you the most are often the ones you trust the most. Li Wei glanced at the sky and urged, let's go. After walking for half an hour, the sky grew darker, and the rain had stopped. The temperature around them was lower than in the afternoon. Lin Chen took off his raincoat and felt that the temperature had dropped by at least 5 degrees since noon. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao were both wearing shorts and short sleeves, huddling together to keep warm. Li Xiaoxiao looked at the long-sleeved coat on Lin Chen and whispered to Su Qin, "Su Qin, aren't you familiar with this guy? Ask him to lend us his coat." Even if Li Xiaoxiao didn't say it, Su Qin was about to ask. With her charm, it wouldn't be difficult to get a guy to lend her his coat. Especially since Lin Chen, who had a crush on her since high school and followed her to Shushi, was involved. Yes, Su Qin had already imagined that Lin Chen came to Shushi for her. Confidently, Su Qin asked, "Lin Chen, can I borrow your coat?" Lin Chen directly refused. No. He wouldn't take the risk of catching a cold for a woman unrelated to him. The smile on Su Qin's face froze. Li Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Qin's embarrassed expression, not showing it on her face but feeling a bit of schadenfreude in her heart. It turned out that even the beautiful Su had her moments of failure. "How come you have no gentlemanly manners?" Su Qin was a bit annoyed. Lin Chen didn't even look back. "Gentlemanly manners? Can you eat them?" "Put." Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. But soon, Li Xiaoxiao couldn't laugh anymore. Because it was too dark, she didn't know what she stepped on and tripped and fell to the ground. "Ah!" Li Xiaoxiao screamed. Seeing this, Li Wei took out a flashlight from the bag he was carrying on his back and turned it on. Li Xiaoxiao fell into the dirty mud, angrily shouting, "Why didn't you take out the flashlight earlier?" Li Wei explained, "There are very few flashlights and batteries left in the army, so we have to use them sparingly." Flashlights and batteries were now extremely precious commodities. Li Xiaoxiao was angry but dared not do anything to the soldier. Half of her body was soaked in mud, making her even colder when she stood up, shivering with her arms crossed. Li Xiaoxiao approached Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. "No." Lin Chen knew what she was going to say and decisively refused. Li Xiaoxiao was frustrated. "Why are you like this? Are you still a man?" However, no matter what she said, Lin Chen remained unmoved. When the four of them arrived at the entrance of the Shushi Art College, it was completely dark, and they could hardly see their hands in front of their faces. The automatic door of the school was broken and locked at the moment. The four of them walked to the security room and knocked on the glass. The security guard in the security room saw Li Wei dressed in military attire, asked a few questions, learned that he was escorting 3 students back to school, and let them in through the small gate. "Young man, do you still have a flashlight? It's pitch black here and I can't see anything." The security uncle stared at the flashlight in Li Wei's hand and asked, "Sorry, I only have one flashlight. The military will be distributing lighting supplies in the next few days." Hearing Li Wei's words, the security uncle did not insist, sighed, and nodded. "I don't know when this electricity will be fixed, you guys go in." The campus was pitch black at night, quiet and silent. Guided by Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, the four of them headed towards the girls' dormitory. Halfway there, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" Li Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Chen with no good feelings now. "So what if he's handsome? His personality is so annoying." "Don't speak," Lin Chen said in a low voice, listening intently to the sounds around him. Faint rustling sounds came from his ears, seeming to be getting closer. "Where is the nearest building?" Lin Chen turned to look at Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, his voice somewhat urgent. "Why are you asking this? We'll be at the dormitory in 10 minutes. Hurry up." Li Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to get back to the dormitory to change out of her wet clothes, feeling uncomfortable with them sticking to her body. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Su Qin, puzzled but still pointed to the dark area on the left. "The gym is a few hundred meters in that direction. Run! It's hailing!" Lin Chen shouted, snatched the flashlight from Li Wei's hand, and ran towards the direction pointed by Su Qin. As for whether they would follow him, he couldn't care less. "What?" Before the two girls could react, Li Wei had already chased after Lin Chen in the direction he ran. "Wait for us." It was pitch black all around. Without a light source, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow. However, Lin Chen disappeared in a flash, leaving only a tiny dot of light from the flashlight, and the two couldn't catch up at all. "What's wrong with you running like that? Wait for us. We can't see." Li Xiaoxiao yelled hysterically. The rustling sound grew louder and something seemed to be getting closer. Thinking of what Lin Chen had said, Su Qin also panicked, desperately exerting her dance-trained physical abilities, and ran towards the gym based on memory. The gym! The gym! Su Qin ran desperately, paying no attention to the fact that Li Xiaoxiao had fallen far behind. "Oh no!" A cry of pain came from behind. "Xiao Qin, I fell. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared." Su Qin hesitated for a moment as the increasingly clear sound of ice hitting the ground made her grit her teeth and continue running forward. Soon, a scream came from behind. "Ah!" After Li Xiaoxiao's scream, there was no more sound. Su Qin's eyes turned red, she clenched her lips and ran desperately. However, her speed was never as fast as the hail. A marble-sized hailstone hit Su Qin's forehead, followed by a fist-sized hailstone hitting her left shoulder. Su Qin felt the pain but dared not stop.
The next second, a head-sized hailstone grazed Su Qin's nose and hit the ground, narrowly missing her.
Lin Chen, help me!
Overwhelmed by intense fear and panic, Su Qin could only seek help from the only straw left for survival. The flashlight not far away had stopped moving, indicating that the gym was already within sight. But this short distance felt like an insurmountable gap, with huge hailstones falling around her, shattering on impact.
Perhaps she would die in the next second.
Without a response, Su Qin cried and ran in despair. In a place she couldn't see, her genes were rapidly undergoing mutations, breaking and recombining at a rapid pace. Su Qin, running, miraculously dodged several hailstones the size of human heads. As she approached the sports hall, she ran out of strength. Her limbs suddenly went weak, and Su Qin's vision started to blur. Before losing consciousness, she suddenly saw a figure appear in front of her, carrying her on his shoulders and running. Then she knew nothing more. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the sports hall, watching as Li Wei carried Su Qin back.
Who? Li Wei gasped for breath.
A hailstone had just hit him on the head. Luckily he was wearing a helmet, allowing him to run back. However, he inevitably suffered several injuries.
There were also many bloodstains on Su Qin's clothes.
Only Lin Chen remained neat, having taken shelter under the eaves of the sports hall before the hail fell. He coldly watched the struggling people in despair.
Li Wei looked at Lin Chen angrily. Aren't you classmates? Why didn't you help?
Lin Chen coldly chuckled.
The laughter was full of mockery. Aren't that woman and this woman classmates too? Why didn't she help?
They naturally heard Li Xiaoxiao's cries from hundreds of meters away. Su Qin could run over, so she definitely didn't go to help Li Xiaoxiao.
Li Wei was speechless. Why didn't he help?
Because he was afraid of death.
Because other people's lives were not as important as his own. Because that's human nature.
Lin Chen turned and walked into the sports hall with a flashlight in hand. He didn't care about being a savior, just reminding them was already doing his part. The sports hall was pitch black.
Lin Chen walked in and used the flashlight to look around.
There were several corridors on the first floor, each marked with directions. There was an arrow pointing to the gym not far ahead.
Lin Chen walked straight to the gym. Inside the gym were various fitness equipment and a few yoga mats.
Seeing Li Wei carrying Su Qin in, Lin Chen directly gave them the gym, saying, "You sleep here, I'll go sleep somewhere else.
Don't follow me anymore."
He wasn't used to having strangers around when resting.
Wait,
your classmate seems to be having a seizure. Li Wei put Su Qin down. Lin Chen then noticed Su Qin curled up, her beautiful features twisted in immense pain, limbs involuntarily twitching. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
Su Qin's current state seemed similar to the aftermath of unlocking the genetic lock on No. 2.
He nudged Su Qin.
Su Qin? Su Qin?
However, Su Qin couldn't respond to Lin Chen at all. She gritted her teeth, every cell in her body seemed to be groaning in pain, too painful to even faint. Li Wei took out a piece of cloth from somewhere, folded it and stuffed it into Su Qin's mouth, explaining, this can prevent her from biting herself. She seems to be having a seizure, probably triggered by running too fast just now.
Lin Chen couldn't deny it.
He had known Su Qin for several years and had never heard of her having seizures, although he couldn't rule out the possibility of her hiding her medical history. Li Wei laid Su Qin flat, turned her head to the side, and then massaged her limbs. His techniques were quite appropriate. Lin Chen placed the flashlight in a higher position so that most of the gym could be seen clearly.
Time passed by minute. Due to exertion, Su Qin's gums were bleeding. Lin Chen wanted to confirm if Su Qin's current state was a result of unlocking the genetic lock. He remembered No. 2 had taken the remaining half of the blue pill, but then he dismissed the idea of giving it to Su Qin. No. 2 had said he experienced genetic collapse after unlocking the genetic lock for the 5th time.
So he had overcome the first 4 times.
At least according to No. 2, the first time he had managed on his own.
Although Lin Chen was skeptical about an ordinary person being able to unlock the genetic lock, with the information obtained from the cornucopia indicating that this species reboot would accelerate the pace of evolution, it was not entirely impossible for an ordinary person to unlock the genetic lock at a critical moment.
Lin Chen pondered, are we going to just stand by and watch her like this?
Li Wei, looking at Su Qin's painful expression, felt a twinge of compassion.
So what do you suggest?
Lin Chen sneered,
are you planning to take her to the hospital? Without transportation, it would take forever to get there on foot with one person. Plus, it's hailing outside, going out is like asking for trouble. There's a school clinic, we could. Where are you going to find help at a time like this?
And besides, you're you, don't drag me into this, Lin Chen pointed out.
Aren't you classmates? How can you just stand by and watch someone in need?
Li Wei, feeling frustrated, as a soldier, the responsibility to protect ordinary people was ingrained in his bones.
If he weren't refraining from using foul language, he would have cursed already. This is the second time you've said that. I believe I made myself clear before, Lin Shen said coldly. He glanced out the window, and after a while, the hail outside had lessened. Li Wei took out a candle from his backpack, lit it, and took the flashlight. I can't just stand by and watch. You stay here and take care of her, I'll go check outside. Lin Shen watched Li Wei leave, muttering under his breath, there's not a single person left in this world worth risking my life to save. After Li Wei left, Lin Shen sat nearby, observing Su Qin's changes. Even though Su Qin appeared to be in great pain, he remained unmoved. The sweat from her pain had soaked her hair and clothes. Her thin white t-shirt clung tightly to her body, revealing her delicate figure. If it were an ordinary young person, alone in a room with a beautiful woman who was defenseless, even without making any advances, they would likely be blushing and feeling excited. However, Lin Shen had no such thoughts at the sight before him. 10 minutes later, the look of pain on Su Qin's face faded, and her body gradually calmed down. When she regained her strength, she weakly opened her eyes and looked around. Where am I? I'm not dead? Lin Shen helped Su Qin sit up against the wall. This is the gymnasium. Were you having a seizure just now? A seizure? I'm not sick. I don't know what happened. I was about to pass out, then suddenly felt intense pain all over my body. Su Qin looked puzzled and frightened. The pain she had just experienced was unbearable. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, suspecting that Su Qin might have unintentionally unlocked the genetic lock. Did anything special happen to you before entering the gym, or did you feel a particular sensation? Su Qin shook her head. I was just too scared before, all I knew was to run, but as I ran, I passed out. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shen? Su Qin stared intently at Lin Shen. It was the soldier who saved you, Lin Shen denied directly. Su Qin lowered her head, her expression obscured by the dim candlelight. Where is that soldier? He went to find the school doctor. After hearing this, Su Qin fell silent. The atmosphere remained quiet for a while, then Su Qin suddenly spoke softly. Why? Lin Shen looked at her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run a bit slower, used the flashlight to light the way, little Xiao wouldn't have died. Why did you become so heartless? You killed little Xiao. With the last sentence, Su Qin almost shouted. During the painful period just now, she had been conscious the whole time. She had also heard the conversation between Lin Shen and Li Wei, but she couldn't speak. After a series of near-death experiences, Su Qin's spirit was already on the verge of collapse. The recent incident was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Xiaoxiao called out her name before she died, but Su Qin didn't turn back or stop. Unable to accept responsibility for Li Xiaoxiao's death, Su Qin shifted all the blame onto Lin Shen. Su Qin's face was filled with accusation and resentment, her eyes glaring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's eyes turned cold, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had experienced too much of this kind of thing. Whether he was cold-blooded, ruthless, selfish, or self-serving, the blood-soaked lessons of the apocalypse had taught him not to show genuine kindness or goodwill to anyone. Even though it was Lin Shen who had previously saved Su Qin, she still believed he had caused Li Xiaoxiao's death. But Su Qin didn't consider that Lin Shen and Li Xiaoxiao had no connection, so why should he risk his life to save her? With a thought, Lin Shen's hand behind his back now held a dagger. He couldn't let someone who resented him continue to live. Especially someone who might have unlocked their genetic potential. That was a threat to him. Su Qin was frightened by Lin Shen's gaze, retreating backward until she was against the cold wall. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the gym, and Lin Shen retracted the dagger behind his back. Li Wei quickly entered the gym, pulling someone along with him. Seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake?" Lin Shen stood up, noticing a man in a white coat behind Li Wei carrying a medical kit. The man approached quickly, squatting down to check on Su Qin. Su Qin, are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort? Surprisingly, this man knew Su Qin. Su Qin looked slightly surprised. The school doctor? Lin Shen and Li Wei moved aside, watching the school doctor inquire about Su Qin's condition and examine her. Lin Shen didn't ask how Li Wei, who already had a swollen face, found the school doctor, but listened carefully to Su Qin's account. Su Qin's story was the same as what she had just told Lin Shen. The school doctor suddenly turned to Lin Shen and Li Wei, saying, Su Qin has many external injuries. I will bandage her up. You two gentlemen, please wait outside for a moment. Su Qin blushed and lowered her head. Lin Shen turned and left, with Li Wei following him out of the gym and closing the door behind them. As soon as the gym door closed, Su Qin threw herself into the school doctor's arms, crying softly. Just now, when the school doctor had leaned in to examine Su Qin, she had used his body to shield herself and secretly tugged at his clothes, writing "help me" in his palm. Whoa, Dr. Chu, someone wants to kill me. Just now, by the candlelight, Su Qin had seen Lin Chen's figure reflected on the glass. She had also seen a dagger appear out of thin air in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen had just tried to kill her. Feeling the soft fragrance in his arms, a hint of desire flashed in Dr. Chu's eyes. He gently patted Su Qin's back to comfort her. Take it slow, tell me what happened. Lin Chen and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, then said to Lin Chen, the escort mission is completed. I should go back now. Hearing that Li Wei was leaving, Lin Chen nodded. Li Wei took out his only individual ration from his backpack and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, you guys can share this later. Remember to blow out the candle when you sleep, don't waste it, candles will be precious in the future. After speaking, Li Wei left without giving Lin Chen a chance to refuse. Just as he took a few steps, Lin Chen's voice came from behind him, you don't have to blame yourself. If you hadn't followed me at that time, all three of you would have died. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Wei's steps halted, his eyes immediately welling up with tears. Li Wei thought no one knew how tormented he was deep down. He questioned Lin Chen's words as if questioning himself. Why not save a life? When he heard that hail was coming, and saw Lin Chen taking the flashlight and running, Li Wei felt scared. Running away was his instinctive reaction at that moment. He had only been in the military for less than 2 years, originally just serving his military duty, and suddenly received a first-level combat readiness order to become an official soldier. Suddenly receiving notice of the drastic changes in the outside world, and the possibility of unexpected changes in the future. He was only 21 years old, and he was also afraid of death. But he was already a soldier. Protecting ordinary people is a soldier's duty, and his fleeing was equivalent to desertion in the face of the enemy. After running to a safe place, he remembered that there were still 2 female classmates behind him. So when he heard Su Qin calling for help, Li Wei risked his life to go out and carry Su Qin back. Only then did he risk his life to find the school doctor when Su Qin seemed to be ill. Saving one person could alleviate some of the guilt in his heart. Lin Chen's words were not wrong. If he hadn't run at that time, indeed all 3 of them might have died under the hail. Although it still couldn't completely eliminate his guilt, he felt much better in his heart. A grateful light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He nodded to Lin Chen's back and left. Lin Chen looked at the individual combat ration in his hand, and his originally cold eyes softened slightly. He put the things away in his space. Some people are inclined towards the light, while others fall into darkness. Although Lin Chen admitted to himself that he was not a good person, he did not reject genuine good people. Because good people always die quickly. And one less death means one less person. After a while, the door of the gym was opened, and Chu, the school doctor, said, it's all good now, you guys can come in. Lin Chen walked into the gym, found a corner, and sat down. Su Qin stared straight at the door, noticing that no one else had come in for a long time. She looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat hesitant gaze and asked, where is that soldier? He has left, Lin Chen replied casually. He just left like that? Without even saying goodbye? Su Qin's voice was slightly sharp. When he reached the school gate, his mission was already completed. Do you expect him to offer himself to you just because he saved your life? Lin Chen retorted sarcastically. Su Qin's face stiffened slightly. Ignoring Su Qin, Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to rest. Su Qin's eyes flickered with anxiety. She turned her head to look at Chu, the school doctor. Chu shook his head slightly at her and said loudly, let's rest here for the night. Su Qin, find a place to lie down. I'm going to blow out the candle. Su Qin found a mat to lie down on as instructed. The candle was extinguished. After Chu lay down as well, the surroundings became quiet. In the darkness, there was a faint sound of fabric rustling, then everything returned to calm. It was unknown how long had passed. In the darkness, there was again a faint sound of fabric rustling. Su Qin suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness, reached out and touched Chu, who was lying next to her. Chu also opened his eyes. Their eyes were clear, showing no signs of sleepiness. Clearly they had not fallen asleep. In the darkness, Chu couldn't see Su Qin's expression clearly, so he gently patted her hand to reassure her. Then he slowly stood up, took out a sharp surgical knife from his pocket. He had already taken off his shoes at some point, stepping on the ground without making a sound. In the darkness only the faint friction of clothing could be heard. Su Qin also sat up. Her heart had already reached her throat, beating rapidly. Su Qin covered her chest, afraid that her heartbeat would wake up Lin Chen. After knowing that Lin Chen wanted to kill her, Su Qin sought help from Chu, the school doctor she knew. Originally, the best person she could turn to for help was Li Wei, but without finding an opportunity, Li Wei left without a word. Chu's school doctor told Su Qin that in these 2 days, neither the Public Security Bureau nor the hospital could be contacted, and all communication and electricity in the entire city were interrupted. He even suspected that the entire Xia Kingdom, or even the entire Eastern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere, had been attacked by a solar storm.
Today, the principal went to the nearby Public Security Bureau for help, but the Public Security Bureau was overcrowded, with a severe shortage of security officers, and the school could not get effective help at all. Perhaps the collapse of order was only a matter of time. Su Qin was frightened by the words of the Chu school doctor. She remembered what the Chu school doctor had said, "Shao Qin, I like you, I can't let anyone hurt you. I can help you kill him, as long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you." The look in the Chu school doctor's eyes made Su Qin feel unfamiliar, but thinking that Lin Chen wanted to kill her, and if she didn't do anything, she would be killed, she didn't want to die. Why did Lin Chen dare to kill? Why was he so ruthless? Wasn't it because there was no order now? Even if he harmed or killed someone, no one would care. If they killed Lin Chen, no one would know. Su Qin found reasons for herself and eventually agreed to the Chu school doctor's idea. However, Su Qin did not expect. Why did the Chu school doctor dare to kill? In the darkness, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the Chu school doctor. These 2 days were like heaven to him. Since the school received news of the solar storm outbreak yesterday, in the morning after 10 o'clock, most students experienced various unexplained dizziness and vomiting symptoms. Many students even fell into a coma, including several school doctors. Unfortunately, only the Chu school doctor had no reaction to this, just feeling a bit nauseous. In the urgent situation, the teachers who had not fallen into a coma sent the students to the school hospital, where most of them were treated by the Chu school doctor. At first, he treated the patients well, but later found that no matter what method he used, those students who had fallen into a coma would not wake up, and there was no danger to their lives. Looking at the female student on the sickbed who showed no response, the Chu school doctor suddenly had evil thoughts. After one time, no one found out. Hearing from the school security that all the surveillance cameras were malfunctioning, and the Public Security Bureau could not be contacted, the Chu school doctor's courage grew even bigger. Within a day and a night, he violated more than a dozen female students, indulging in their youthful bodies. Unexpectedly, when he violated a female student this morning, that female student woke up. As soon as she woke up, she struggled and screamed. In a panic, the Chu school doctor killed the female student, then wrapped her body in a large garbage bag and hid it in an empty refrigerated container. This was like opening Pandora's box. The Chu school doctor used the drugs from the school hospital to inject the still comatose female students, keeping them unconscious. Then he continued his evil deeds. 2 female students could not wake up again due to overdosing on drugs. Everyone in the school was plunged into panic and chaos due to the sudden anomaly. Even after 2 days and nights had passed, no one had discovered this. Even if someone asked about the missing female students, the Chu school doctor would just say they had left. At night, when the Chu school doctor was about to target a female student in the school hospital, he suddenly heard someone shouting. Seeing the military uniform on Li Wei almost scared him to death, thinking that the secret was out. Unexpectedly, Li Wei was just seeking help. Following Li Wei to the gymnasium, what happened next was Su Qin seeking help from him. Knowing that Li Wei was only escorting them to the school and would soon leave, the Chu school doctor decided to kill Lin Chen. He persuaded Su Qin to agree to kill Lin Chen. This time, he didn't want to use a dead fish without any consciousness. He wanted to enjoy a lively, vibrant woman. As long as he killed this boy, he could enjoy Su Qin, the beautiful woman he had long coveted. Thinking of this, the excitement in Chu's eyes became even more intense. He had already walked to the spot where Lin Chen was sitting. Chu raised the gleaming surgical knife and fiercely stabbed down at this spot. The gleaming surgical knife pierced through the air and stabbed fiercely towards Lin Chen's position. Su Qin couldn't see what was happening, but the bloody scene that came to her mind almost made her scream in fear. She tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from making a sound. However, the bloody scene Su Qin imagined did not happen. Chu's knife did not hit anything. He was suddenly shocked, his expression changing abruptly. Where was the person? Are you looking for me? A strong light accompanied Lin Chen's voice suddenly lit up in the darkness. Lin Chen stood 2 meters away from Chu, holding a bright flashlight in his hand, the dazzling light dispersing the darkness of the entire gym. Ah! This time Su Qin couldn't help but scream. How did you get there? I remember clearly that you were sleeping in that place. Chu covered his eyes that were blinded by the strong light with one hand, while pointing the surgical knife at Lin Chen with the other. Oh, because I changed my sleeping place after blowing out the candle. Lin Chen said. It's impossible. We didn't hear any sound of you moving. And where did you get that flashlight from? Su Qin's face was full of panic at being discovered. Lin Chen shrugged, answering Su Qin's questions. I really don't know whether to say you guys are smart or just too foolish. I just needed to move to a different spot before this school doctor lay down. His moving sound would cover mine. The flashlight was naturally taken out from my backpack. By the way, you two staying up all night, were you planning to kill me?
Lin Chen turned his head with a smile to look at Su Qin. But I have a habit of not sleeping in the same room with strangers. If I did, I definitely wouldn't fall asleep. After surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, he was more familiar with human malice than ever. The moment he saw this school Dr. Chu, he sensed a fierce aura as if he had just killed someone. He cautiously changed his position when the candle went out. Moreover, after being reborn, Lin Chen was particularly sensitive to others' gazes. Even in the darkness, he could still sense the subtle murderous intent. So he had already opened his eyes. He really didn't want to live through the night. Lin Chen's eerie smile, combined with the current situation, suddenly made Su Qin feel a chill down her spine. Was this really the Lin Chen she knew? Lin Chen didn't waste any more words. He quickly stepped forward, effortlessly snatched the surgical knife from Chu's hand, and plunged it into Chu's chest. No! Su Qin's voice rang out, but the surgical knife had already pierced Chu's heart. Chu was too stunned to react quickly. He couldn't care less about the tears of disbelief in his eyes under the bright light as he looked at his chest. The surgical knife had completely entered his heart, leaving only the handle, and the blood spread outward from the knife in a shocking manner. The next moment, he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Chen remained calm, as if he had just done a trivial thing, then turned to look at Su Qin, who had already lost her voice in shock. Since waking up from the geomagnetic storm, he had discovered that his physical abilities were exceptional. Whether it was speed, strength, or reflexes, they all exceeded his previous capabilities by more than a little. Su Qin stared in fear, her body trembling uncontrollably as if nailed to the ground. Don't kill me. Su Qin knew her fate and pleaded in despair. I can be your girlfriend, don't kill me, you can do anything to me, please Lin Chen. Were we still good friends in high school? Actually, I've always liked you. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair and hope, her face showing a desperate look of admiration. Alright, then I'll give you a chance. Lin Chen smiled, his eyes cold and unyielding, his words sending shivers down one's spine. I'll shoot at you, if you can dodge it, I'll let you go. Su Qin's pupils shook as she watched in horror as Lin Chen conjured a handgun out of thin air and aimed it at her. After I count down 3 numbers, I'll shoot. Lin Chen didn't give Su Qin a chance to object. He started counting down directly. 3. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair. 2. Su Qin's eyes suddenly changed. Before reaching 1, Lin Chen pulled the trigger directly. In that moment, Su Qin's whole demeanor changed. Her pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead, and the bullet that was impossible to dodge was deflected as she slightly moved her body. Realizing she had dodged the bullet, a look of ecstatic relief appeared on Su Qin's face. She screamed in her heart, I dodged it. I dodged it. Puff! Before the ecstatic look on Su Qin's face could fade, a burst of blood suddenly exploded on her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder and falling to the ground. It was Lin Chen who fired another shot. You can only dodge 1 bullet. Lin Chen's expression was somewhat disappointed. He just wanted Su Qin to show her final value before she died, to see if she could unlock the genetic lock at the critical moment of life and death. Now he was certain that Su Qin had indeed unlocked the genetic lock. Lin Chen was now 70% sure that unlocking the genetic lock was related to a strong sense of life and death crisis. You deceiver! Su Qin wanted to question Lin Chen why he didn't keep his word. However, the next moment, she fell to the ground again, convulsing all over. 8 seconds. The time from Su Qin dodging the bullet to falling down. Lin Chen stared at Su Qin. This time Su Qin didn't lose consciousness, her body reacted the same as before. Does it hurt? Lin Chen observed that the side effects of Su Qin's second genetic lock were significantly more severe than the first time. This time, blood oozed from Su Qin's ears, nose, and mouth, and her eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Su Qin couldn't make a sound. She stared at Lin Chen, her eyes clearly expressing the meaning, kill her. Lin Chen watched coldly. Finally, 17 minutes later, the side effects of the genetic lock ended, and Su Qin fell into a coma. Lin Chen put away the gun, plunged a knife into Su Qin's heart, and ended her life. Lin Chen glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already past 3 a.m. It was time for him to leave. After some thought, he put the bodies of Chu, the school doctor, and Su Qin into the space, just in case someone found something through the bodies in the future. Outside the window, a strong wind had started blowing, making the glass windows of the Taekwondo hall hum. The indoor temperature, which was still in the teens before bed, had dropped to only about 10 degrees. It was probably only 5 or 6 degrees outside. Lin Chen first put on a warmer set of clothes. Then he took out a flashlight and headed towards the Sand City Art Academy. The dark road was silent, with water stains left by hail on the ground. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Chen took out a shared bicycle and tied the flashlight to the front of the bike. He rode towards the Sand City Cross Sea Bridge.
Now there were several bodies in the space, although the space preserved them from decay. Having so much food in the space was always disgusting. Lin Chen planned to dispose of these bodies while it was dark and windy. After driving a few kilometers, fog began to rise around him, reducing visibility. Occasionally, one could see one or two bodies killed by hail on the road. Some of the bodies had half of their heads smashed, brains splattered. Some were mangled, with blood flowing everywhere. On such a dark and silent night, it looks particularly eerie and terrifying. Lin Chen didn't show much change in expression. He had seen many corpses in the apocalypse, and was immune to these scenes. The hailstorm in Sha City was at night. If it was like the seaside in the previous life during the day, there would be more people killed by the hail. 20 minutes later, several bodies were thrown into the sea by Lin Chen with a plop, plop sound, like dumplings. He also took the opportunity to wash the bulletproof off-road vehicle. After cleaning all the blood in the car, he drove directly towards the safe house in the off-road vehicle. There would basically be no one outside at this time. Even if someone heard the sound of a vehicle driving, they wouldn't be able to see who was driving. The off-road vehicle had a high chassis, so there was no need to get out of the car to move the bodies, just drive over them. Much more convenient than shared bicycles. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't foolishly ride a bike in the cold wind. When the vehicle was driving through the city, some people heard the sound of the car passing by downstairs. "Honey, wake up, I think I heard the sound of a car." "Don't be silly, go to sleep, you must be dreaming." "A car? Are there still cars that can run now?" Someone opened the window to look downstairs and was hit by a mouthful of cold wind, quickly closing the window. There were occasionally some bodies and obstacles on the road, so Lin Chen didn't drive too fast, maintaining a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As the sky gradually brightened, Lin Chen retracted the car into the space and switched back to a shared bicycle. With the light coming up, Lin Chen saw more pedestrians hurrying along the way than yesterday, and almost all of them were young adults. Yesterday, there were many people wearing short sleeves, but today they were all wearing long-sleeved jackets. However, most of the clothes looked very thin. As Lin Chen expected, in Sha City, a city that was almost summer all year round, the local residents hardly had winter clothes prepared. The fog became thicker, and there were sporadic snowflakes falling, which was almost impossible weather in Sha City. Even the most obtuse person could sense that something was wrong. Those who went to buy food yesterday were now busy buying clothes and bedding. Many people on the road had lips turning purple from the cold, but even in the biting cold wind, they still had to go out. There were many elderly people and children at home who needed cold protection items. However, it was uncertain how many of these pillars of the family would be able to return alive today. The blizzard was about to come. Lin Chen saw some people couldn't bear the cold and smashed the glass of shops that were not open for business. They pulled down curtains from some shops or took other things to keep warm. Order was starting to break down. With the apocalypse approaching, anything could happen in order to survive. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Chen finally returned to Wulong village. The mountain leading to his safe house was behind the village, so he had to bypass the village or pass through the middle of it. Knowing the nature of the villagers in Wulong village, Lin Chen naturally chose to take a longer route to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, today, a group of villagers were gathered on the road that Lin Chen must pass outside the village. On the cement road outside the village, dozens of villagers were holding various weapons such as kitchen knives, hoes, machetes, and clubs, forming a circle in the middle of the road, making a noisy commotion. "Hit it! Kill it! Beat it to death! Liangzi, hurry up! On such a cold day, I've been craving a dog meat hot pot. What are you afraid of? It's just an animal, and there are so many of us. You said you go first." Among these villagers, a dog covered in scars was growling and threatening the villagers. From the dog's appearance, it was a large breed, with a dirty black and yellow coat covering its original color. A pair of round dog eyes now looked fierce, with bared teeth and sharp fangs showing traces of blood. Surprisingly, its eyes were heterochromatic, with the left eye being sea blue and the right eye crimson. "It's just a beast, with so many of us, can it still bite someone to death? Kill this beast and we can each get a share of meat, can't buy any at the market now." The speaker was Li Chang, who had tried to extort Lin Chen outside the safe house a few days ago. Although Li Chang made sense, no one dared to make the first move. They were all waiting for someone else to attract the dog's attention so they could safely take it down. Who wanted to be bitten for no reason? It was the oldest village chief in the crowd who finally made a decision. "Alright. Xianzi, Liangzi, you two are the strongest here, you go." Li Chang and Wang Liang exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Wang Liang complained, "Uncle, if you say that, I'll go home. How can you always make me and Xiangzi take the lead?" Li Chang echoed Wang Liang, "Exactly, last time I was sent up the mountain, my dad ended up with a broken hand, and I still haven't gotten any money from that jerk. Yesterday, Li Chang had been shouting and banging on the door of Lin Chen's safe house, exhausting himself, but Lin Chen didn't show up, leaving him very annoyed. Now, without the money, he had spent thousands on medical bills. Li Chang secretly vowed that the next time he saw Lin Chen, he would make him pay. Little did he know, speak of the devil and he shall appear. A harsh brake sound rang out, and Lin Chen, whose vision was obstructed by snow and mist, only noticed someone ahead when they were close. Lin Chen saw the villagers, and the villagers naturally saw Lin Chen. Li Chang, holding a woodcutting knife, pointed at Lin Chen and angrily shouted, "You brat! Finally found you!" Li Chang ignored the dog and quickly walked up to Lin Chen, blocking his way. He said fiercely, "Pay up! My dad's medical bills, mental damages, lost wages, nutrition fees, totaling 50,000. I remember last time it was 5,000? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, calmly dismounting the shared bike. Li Chang stared. Last time was last time, it's a different time now. Meat was 10 yuan per pound a few days ago, now you can't even buy a pound for 50, can it be the same? The other villagers also surrounded Lin Chen. According to the village rules, no matter how much is demanded, it must be shared among the villagers. Compared to 50,000, what was a dog? What if I don't pay? Lin Chen was surrounded by a group of people without any fear, calmly asking, "Don't pay? Ha, ask if our tools agree. You're not thinking of calling the police to save you, are you? Try calling them?" A villager, clearly aware that all electronic devices were now dysfunctional, said confidently, "Kid, this village and the nearby mountains are under our control. If you can't produce the money, don't even think about leaving today. Right, pay up quickly, or we'll break your legs." Another villager, holding a stick, threatened fiercely, "Young man, if you don't compensate, each of them with a stick might beat you to death, you better think it over." The village chief seemed to be advising kindly, but his hand behind his back was making gestures. Seeing the village chief's gestures, Li Chang understood that this was a warning. He was immediately delighted. He could finally avenge the slap from last time. Things were different now. With a dozen of his own people behind him, Li Chang was not worried at all that Lin Chen would dare to retaliate like last time. This time, he would definitely teach this kid a lesson and show him how tough he was. Li Chang grinned maliciously, took 2 steps towards Lin Chen, and slapped him across the face. The palm the size of a fan slapped out with a sound, full force from the start. If this slap really hit the body, an ordinary person would definitely be knocked to the ground. The other villagers showed expressions of watching a good show. However, Lin Chen was destined to disappoint them. He grabbed Li Chang's hand. Smack! A very loud slap landed on Li Chang's face. This scene seemed so familiar, it made Li Chang's mind go blank. He was hit so hard that he spun halfway and fell to the ground, even dropping the firewood chopping knife in his hand. His head was buzzing. There seemed to be something in his mouth, and when he spat it out, it turned out to be 2 bloody teeth. It was clear that Lin Chen did not hold back this time. The dozen or so villagers fell silent. The atmosphere unexpectedly quiet for a moment. There were 13 of them, only one Lin Chen. They had an absolute advantage, and they were still holding weapons. They never thought that Lin Chen would dare to fight back surrounded by so many of them, and when he did, it was so fierce. Li Chang went crazy. Except for his family, no one saw him being beaten by Lin Chen last time, but Li Chang had always remembered it. This time, he was slapped in the face in front of the villagers. The pain on his face deeply stimulated Li Chang. A surge of angry impulse rushed from his heart to his head. "I'm going to kill you." Li Chang quickly got up, picked up the firewood chopping knife and swung it towards Lin Chen's head. It turned out that a small number of people would be dominated by momentary emotions, acting without reason, and regretting for a lifetime. At this moment, Li Chang was blinded by anger. "Li Chang! Stop!" The voices of the 2 people sounded at the same time. However, Li Chang seemed to have not heard at all, and the firewood chopping knife in his hand continued to chop towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen watched the chopping knife coming towards him, but he didn't move, looking as if he was stunned to outsiders. The scene made the timid villagers dare not look directly. However, at that moment, a dark shadow flashed by. Ah! Bang! A gunshot startled the birds within 100 meters. Li Chang's scream and the gunshot sounded at the same time. Even before the gunshot, Li Chang's left leg was firmly bitten by a dog. It was the dog that had just been surrounded by the villagers. It turned out that after the dog broke free from the encirclement, it had been circling carefully into the weeds beside the cement ground. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He had just noticed the dog, but didn't pay it any mind. He didn't expect it to help him when Li Chang attacked him. Li Chang was shot in the side by a bullet, and the firewood chopping knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He fell to the ground. The dog immediately flashed to the side. The gunshot startled everyone present except for Lin Chen. The villagers were in an uproar. "Don't move! Drop all your weapons!
Hands up. Two public security officers walked out from the village. The two of them looked extremely serious, with guns in their hands. They were sent out to inform villages and counties to pay attention to cold protection, warmth preservation, and storage of supplies. They had been fine in other villages, but when they came to this Wulong village to find the village chief and couldn't find him, they asked the villagers and heard that the village chief was outside the village fighting a dog. When they came to take a look, they actually saw a knife-wielding incident. One of the two who had just fired the gun was also the one who had shouted stop earlier. The villagers took a glance at the fallen Li Chang, then at the guns in the hands of the public security officers. They truthfully dropped their weapons. The sound of clanging weapons filled the ground. The public security officers approached with their guns, shouting, "Squat down! Line up by the roadside!" The villagers complied. Lin Chen also obediently squatted down, right next to Li Chang. Li Chang was not dead yet, lying on the ground with wide eyes staring at Lin Chen. If looks could kill, Lin Chen might have been torn to pieces. Seeing Li Chang's appearance, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of wicked pleasure. A normal person would feel a bit scared when stared at with such resentment by a dying person. But Lin Chen was obviously not. He slightly opened his mouth, keeping his lips still, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Rest assured to die, you won't be alone, I'll have your parents and sister join you soon." Upon hearing this, Li Chang was furious, his anger overwhelming, and he even stumbled and rolled his eyes. A security officer came to check on Li Chang's condition. Lin Chen restrained his expression, showing a look of surviving a disaster. The security officer found that Li Chang had already died, and said to another security officer, "The assailant is dead. Are you okay? Are you injured?" The security officer asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen, "No, luckily you arrived in time, these villagers were extorting." The village chief's eyes welled up with tears, knelt down on the ground, and interrupted Lin Chen, "Heavens! What kind of sin have we committed?" The village chief wept bitterly, knelt on the ground and pounded his chest, crying out, "Old Li, your hand was broken by this villain, and your son Chang was killed by this villain. How can I make it up to your family?" The village chief knelt in front of the villagers, making gestures behind him. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang was full of grief and anger, pointing to the two teeth Li Chang spat out on the ground. "This bastard broke Chang's father's hand. We asked for medical expenses for Chang, but he not only refused, but also knocked out Chang's teeth. Officer, look at these two teeth on the ground, and then look at Chang's face." The security officer indeed saw the two teeth on the ground, checked Li Chang's face, which was severely beaten, his whole face swollen and purple. It was a fact that Li Chang had committed murder, so let's drag this ungrateful kid down with him, see if he dares to be so arrogant. A sinister look flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief looked approvingly at Wang Liang. He was indeed the successor he favored the most. Yes, Chang only fought back when he was forced to. After beating someone like this, are you not allowed to fight back? Chang died so miserably. What about his two elderly parents and unmarried sister at home? Is there still justice in this world? The villagers had cooperated dozens or even hundreds of times over the years. They were already adept at speaking out. Both security officers frowned. "Did you hit someone?" Lin Shin did not deny it. "He came at me with a knife first. That's when I fought back." Next time you encounter such a situation, run first. Protecting your own life is the most important thing, you know? The security officer patted Lin Chen's shoulder. This village was well known in the vicinity, and the two security officers had heard of it before. Naturally, they did not believe the villagers' words. They had seen the murderer wielding a knife and attacking someone, with a group of villagers surrounding Lin Chen menacingly with weapons. Most importantly, Lin Chen had no weapons in his hands. No matter how you looked at it, he was the victim. Lin Chen looked slightly puzzled. This time it wasn't an act. He thought he would have to argue with these villagers. But he quickly understood what was going on. The villagers were dumbfounded. They usually relied on their numbers and tacit cooperation, not knowing how many times they had made the security officers helpless. Unfortunately, this time, their numbers didn't give them the final say. "Officer, he hit someone, why are you siding with him?" Wang Liang questioned indignantly. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. "Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone," the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, the security officer said. Even in a fight, it's not, a villager explained. Where is the dog? The villagers looked around. The dog had already run away, there was no sign of it. The security officer looked at the villagers sternly and said, "You all stay in the village and wait for investigation, understand? Nowadays things are different from before. If it were a few days ago, they would have thoroughly investigated and dealt with this matter seriously. Take all these people back to the office." But now, they have more important things to do. Dozens of villagers looked resentful. The ordinary people's awe of the security officers cannot be eliminated in such a short time. Although they knew there was no surveillance now, they still didn't dare to openly confront the security officers. Seeing that the dozen villagers were just staring without speaking, the two security officers exchanged a glance, feeling relieved. As people in the system, they were more aware than ordinary people that the order had begun to be out of control. Although the truth was clear, the two security officers still pulled Lin Chen aside to inquire about the process. They made a simple record. Lin Chen truthfully recounted the incident where Li Chang's family first tried to extort money from him at his doorstep, how he accidentally broke Grandpa Li's hand, and promised to compensate 50,000, and the subsequent conflict after being demanded 500,000 today. The two security officers nodded. The situation was more or less as they had guessed. The security officer said to Lin Chen, "Will you come with us to the town? We can arrange a place for you to stay first. It's not safe here at the moment, it's remote, and we can't take care of it here." The implication was clear. They were afraid the villagers would target Lin Chen again. The villagers gritted their teeth in anger. These damn cops. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen refused. "I'm not going." The security officer pulled Lin Chen aside and whispered, "When we leave, if these villagers come after you, we can't help you." Lin Chen looked into the eyes of the security officer and saw that he was genuinely concerned for him. But he could only refuse the kindness, saying, "I will protect myself, I have learned some martial arts, and my home is safe, they can't do anything to me." After a few persuasions, seeing Lin's firm attitude, they had to give up. "If you have any trouble, go to the nearest town security office for help, understand?" Lin Chen nodded. It was impossible to seek help, and even if he did, it would be these villagers seeking help. The two security officers with their backs to the villagers did not see. At this moment, each of the dozen villagers showed malicious and fierce expressions, looking at Lin Chen. Some even made a few provocative gestures towards Lin Chen. The village head also looked at Lin Chen gloomily. They had never suffered such a big loss in their village before. Lin Chen faced this malice with a cold smile. One security officer noticed Lin Chen's gaze and turned to look. The villagers immediately resumed their normal behavior. However, the security officer still caught a few unfriendly glances. "You can all go back to the village now, remember not to go out these days, village head, stay." The security officer made up his mind to give the village head a good warning. The other villagers gave Lin Chen a fierce look before dispersing. "You should go back too, try not to go out recently, pay attention to keeping warm and storing some food," the security officer reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen acknowledged. Riding a shared bike, before leaving, Lin Chen glanced at the empty thicket where the dog had hidden before. It was now empty. Perhaps his arrival had unintentionally saved the dog. The dog had jumped out to save him when Li Chang attacked him. It was truly a grateful dog. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit regretful about giving up the idea of keeping a dog. The journey back to the mountain went smoothly. However, when he returned to the mountaintop, he saw a scruffy black dog sitting in the empty space at the entrance. Lin Chen's mood suddenly brightened. "Are you waiting for me?" The dog just looked at Lin Chen without making a sound. Lin Chen casually retrieved the shared bike into the space. He didn't need to hide anything from this dog, but he still subconsciously glanced at the dog's expression. The dog stared at Lin Chen's hand as he put the bike back into the space, tilting its head slightly, a hint of confusion in its lively heterochromatic eyes. It seemed puzzled by how the hand could make things disappear out of thin air. The expression on such a big dog looked quite amusing. It also indirectly proved that the dog was very intelligent. Lin Chen had originally planned to raise a husky, but later gave up the idea after the warehouse fire burned down the sled. Dogs don't speak, they don't reveal their secrets. They won't betray him. Although he had never raised a dog, he had heard that dogs were very loyal to their owners. Perhaps this dog would be a good choice too? Lin Chen tentatively took a few steps towards the dog. The dog stood up and took a step back, looking a bit uneasy. He immediately stopped, feeling somewhat disappointed. This dog looked like a stray, possibly abandoned by people and had been hurt before, so it was normal for it not to like being approached by humans. If it couldn't accept him, he wouldn't force it. Yesterday, there was a container of pet supplies at the port. Lin Chen took out a bag of dog food from the space and placed it in front of the dog. Eat, go back. Then he bypassed the dog and walked towards the door. After a few steps, he felt a familiar gaze behind him. Lin Chen turned around and saw the dog carrying the dog food, eagerly following him. His eyes flickered, remembering something, and said, "Were you the one who peeked at me in the woods last time?" After saying that, Lin Chen chuckled dumbfoundedly. How could the dog possibly understand what he was saying? However, this dog turned out to be much smarter than Lin Chen had imagined. It put down the dog food in its mouth and barked, "Woof, is it really you? Do you want to come home with me?" Lin Chen was skeptical. Woof. The dog approached Lin Chen with the dog food in its mouth, then stopped and looked at Lin Chen's expression, as if confirming that Lin Chen didn't mind it getting closer. Finally, it slowly walked up to Lin Chen, lay down on the ground, wagged its tail cautiously, and looked up at Lin Chen. Now Lin Chen no longer doubted that this dog could understand him. He bent down, reaching out to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively tried to dodge, but in the end, it didn't move and allowed Lin Chen to place his hand on its head. These reactions all indicated its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Chen understood that if he hadn't inadvertently saved its life, with this dog's hostility and wariness towards humans, it wouldn't have accepted him so quickly. It seems we are quite fated. Lin Chen smiled and looked seriously into the pair of mystical heterochromatic eyes, saying, "Let's go, back home, from now on we'll rely on each other." The dog also looked at Lin Chen seriously, seemingly responding silently. Back at the safe house, Lin Chen first checked the dog's wounds. The dog had severe external injuries, with several areas on its dirty and messy fur missing skin, bloody and flesh blurred. Most of them were new wounds, still bleeding. Many wounds were covered by black and dirty fur. If Lin Chen hadn't carefully examined them up close, he wouldn't have noticed how severely injured the dog was. It could still attack people as if nothing had happened. "You're quite tough." Lin Chen sounded a bit helpless. With such severe injuries, if left untreated, the dog's wounds would become infected and it would die in a few days. He could only hope that the dog didn't have any internal injuries. "I'm going to treat your wounds, shave your fur, it might hurt a bit, you have to bear with it." Seeing no other reaction from the dog, Lin Chen took out disinfectant, a razor, bandages, medical needles, and thread from the space. He began to treat its wounds. Shaving, disinfecting, suturing, applying medicine, bandaging. For over 3 hours, Lin Chen finally treated all the wounds and gave the dog a half dose of anti-inflammatory injection. The whole process was done without anesthesia, and the dog didn't dodge or howl, quietly letting Lin Chen handle it. "You're quite a tough guy." He didn't make a sound while Lin Chen treated the wounds, and his methods were not gentle. Lin Chen patted the dog's head, took out a blanket, and covered the dog. Due to the numerous wounds and the dirty fur, some even clumped together, he shaved off all the fur on the dog. Now it was completely bald. The whole dog looked somewhat comical. After shaving the fur, he realized that the dog was very thin. The distinct ribs could be seen on its belly. Feeling the temperature dropping, Lin Chen lit the fireplace. The warmth quickly dispelled the chill in the living room. After clearing the trash on the floor, Lin Chen started preparing lunch. Just as Lin Chen walked into the kitchen, he noticed the dog following him in, silently lying down by his feet. "You've had your wounds stitched, so don't move around, stay in the living room." The dog obediently left with its tail down. "By the way, should I give you a name?" Lin Chen suddenly thought. He had never raised a pet from childhood to adulthood, mainly because that woman didn't like small animals and hated excess fur in the house. So he had no experience in raising small animals. Upon hearing about giving it a name, the dog stopped in its tracks and looked hopefully at Lin Chen. "How about?" Lin Chen looked at the bald, thread-covered ugly dog and fell into thought. Platter? Iron Man? Blue-red? The dog's face visibly drooped. Ha ha, I'm just kidding with you. With a new member in the house, Lin Chen couldn't help but talk more. How about calling you Demon King? Woof. Demon King? Woof. Demon King. Woof. Lunch was prepared with a lot of meat, and after finding out that Demon King preferred raw meat, Lin Chen directly took out a large piece of raw beef from the space for it. Both man and dog ate and drank their fill, resting, when there was a commotion outside the door. Bang! 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 It was the sound of someone banging on the door. Dozens of villagers, young and old, men and women, all holding farming tools or sticks, stood aggressively at the door of Lin Chen's safe house. Leading them were the dozens of young villagers Lin Chen had encountered outside the village in the morning. Wang Liang and another villager were vigorously banging on the door with hoes. However, after banging for a while, apart from a few marks on the door, there was no sign of it being opened. My child, you died so tragically. Why is my life so bitter? Sending off a young person with white hair. Mrs. Li, supported by Li Chui, wailed in the crowd. Today we must break down this door, avenge Qiangzi. That kid must pay with his life. Avenge Qiangzi. The angry shouts of dozens of villagers echoed in the mountains. Although it wasn't Lin Chen who killed Li Chang, they didn't dare provoke the security officer and naturally pinned the blame on Lin Chen. Over the past decade, the villagers had extorted many outsiders with ease, almost never failing, let alone suffering such a big loss. Not long after the security officer left, the village head had gathered a third of the village to make trouble. The village head paid no attention to the warnings from the security officer. They heard that things were already chaotic outside. Doesn't this mean that their village people can be bolder in the future, and no one will care anymore? The village head calculated silently in his heart. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Chen's arrival, Wulong village would have become a small survivor gathering place in the apocalypse. The leader was the village head. These villagers had been brainwashed by the village head for many years, extremely united, and as long as they didn't directly confront the authorities, they could act wantonly in this small area, almost untouchable. Someone, unable to open the door, started hitting the outer wall with a hoe. Bang! After a loud noise, only a shallow mark appeared on the wall, and the hoe had already turned over. The person smashing the wall also lost grip of the hoe due to the recoil force, almost hitting the person standing behind. Village chief, this thing is too sturdy, we can't break it open. Wang Liang panted. The village chief stared thoughtfully at Lin Chen's blast-proof door. Keep smashing. I don't believe he will never come out. Wang Liang could only continue smashing with another villager. Just when the villagers thought Lin Chen was going to be a coward, there was a click sound from the door lock, and it opened. Lin Chen walked out from the door, looked at the marks made by the hoe on the door, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What are you doing? Finally, after waiting for Lin Chen to come out in the cold wind, the villagers were already impatient. A middle-aged villager in his 40s took a few steps forward before the village chief could instruct him, and stood in front of Lin Chen. Pointing at Lin Chen's nose, he cursed, "How dare you ask what we're doing? Pay your debts, pay with your life for killing. You." Before the villager could finish his words, Lin Chen looked at the fingers in front of him, frowned slightly, grabbed the finger and twisted it forcefully. Ah! The crisp sound of the finger breaking and the villager's screams sounded at the same time. The middle-aged villager was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Lin Chen let go of the finger, kicked the middle-aged villager in the abdomen, pushing him away, and the other villagers quickly dodged. The middle-aged villager lying on the ground clutching his stomach in pain, couldn't even stand up. Lin Chen scanned the dozens of villagers and said, "If you want to speak, speak properly. I hate it when people point fingers at me." The villagers were frightened by Lin Chen's ruthlessness. However, they were not good people either, and soon their ferocity resurfaced. The village chief stepped forward and said, "Young man, you were the first to use violence this time, and hitting someone will land you in jail." Lin Chen felt like he had heard a particularly funny joke. No wonder there is a saying on the internet, some people, you reason with them, they act like hooligans. You act like a hooligan, they reason with you. Seeing Lin Chen silent, the village chief thought he was scared. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You are so young, if you have a criminal record, it will affect your future forever." The village chief looked like he was considering Lin Chen's well-being. Seeing Lin Chen not objecting, he continued, "We can choose not to report this. As long as you compensate for the losses in our village, we can forget about this incident and the matter with Xiangzi. How about it?" "Can't forget it. Beat him to death. Beat him to compensate for my son's life. He is the only child of our Li family." Mrs. Li heard the village chief's words, became emotional, crying and shouting. The village chief signaled to someone behind him, and immediately someone covered Mrs. Li's mouth. "What do you think? Do you want to consider it?" The village chief rubbed his hands and looked towards the safe house behind Lin Chen. He was more aware than the other ignorant villagers that things were getting out of hand outside, power outage, cars couldn't run, and snow in June. If these conditions worsened, it might turn into doomsday. He had to plan for himself. It must be said that the village chief of Wulong village could lead the whole village to get rich, and he also had some brains. Lin Chen looked at the village chief with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked, "You want me to pay?" A sly calculation flashed in the village chief's eyes, and he smiled, "Money, just a token amount will do. We don't want much, just give us the house behind you, that's enough." Now even the ATMs were broken, and the banks were crowded. How could the village chief not know that the money couldn't be withdrawn now? What he wanted was a place to settle down before things got out of hand. Lin Chen's eyes were even colder. It turned out that he had his eye on his own safe house. Really wishful thinking. He immediately put on a cold face and said, "Get lost." The village chief's smile froze on his face, anger rising in his eyes. "Young man, you better think carefully. If it weren't for the two meddlesome security officers this morning, you would have been killed by Changzi." The implication was that Lin Chen had a lucky escape this morning. The other villagers also thought so. They outnumbered him, and even though Lin Chen was strong, they were all used to hard work. As the saying goes, even the highest martial arts are afraid of a kitchen knife. This morning, they saw Lin Chen almost being killed by Li Chang. Don't you know? It's chaotic outside now. Even if there's a murder, if you just throw the body away, no one will investigate. I advise you to think carefully, whether your life is more important or some material possessions. The village chief squinted, the words a blatant threat. The other villagers immediately picked up their weapons, ready to act viciously alongside the village chief. Lin Chen chuckled. These people thought they could treat him like a soft target just because they outnumbered him. Little did they know that if the army from Shashi hadn't arrived, Lin Chen would have killed them without hesitation. If they didn't kill him, they would come looking for death, and he wouldn't hold back. "Old man, if you want my things, take them from my dead body. Spare me the nonsense. You don't know what's good for you." The village chief lost his patience completely, anger flashing on his face. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Wang Liang and the villagers who were smashing the door exchanged a glance, each holding a hammer, and they came at Lin Chen from both sides. Being hit by a hammer wouldn't kill instantly, but fractures and internal injuries were certain. In the current medical conditions, being seriously injured was more terrifying than immediate death. Li Dama saw this scene and stopped struggling, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. But before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a turn for the worse. As the two moved, Lin Chen moved too. With a quick reaction, Lin Chen grabbed Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulling both him and the hammer towards him. In Wang Liang's shocked face, he forcefully clashed his hammer with the other villager's hammer. The other villager's hand shattered, kicked by Lin Chen, the hammer flew out and hit another villager on the head. The villager hit by the hammer fell to the ground, motionless, his fate uncertain. Several women in the village screamed in shock. Seeing this, the village chief retreated into the crowd, directing the other villagers, "You, go together and kill him." The 5 villagers selected raised their woodcutting knives and surrounded Lin Chen. They all attacked with full force. Lin Chen pushed away Wang Liang, drew the knife hidden behind him, his eyes sharp as he faced the approaching villagers. Stepping forward, he dodged their attacks with agility, the sharp blade swiping past the neck of the nearest person. Avoiding the splatter of blood, he swiftly turned and appeared behind the other 4, stabbing one of them in the back. 2 instant kills. Ordinary people only relied on ferocity in their attacks, lacking skills and combat experience, making them easy prey for Lin Chen. If he still needed guns and crossbows to deal with ordinary people who hadn't experienced the apocalypse, then his 8 years in the apocalypse would have been in vain. The remaining 3 villagers, seeing their fallen comrades, were frozen in fear, their knives not moving. This was the downside of lacking combat experience. Fear of death was instinctual, and witnessing the gruesome death of a comrade could induce thoughts of retreat. But Lin Chen knew that no matter how dire the situation, as long as he could move and his enemies were still alive, he couldn't stop, fight or run. Stopping meant death. Lin Chen easily stabbed the 3rd person in the neck with a knife, then slashed the throat of the 4th villager. The last of the 5 finally reacted, running away while incoherently shouting, "Village chief, he has a knife, he's killing people." But before he could take a few steps, a blade emerged from his chest. Lin Chen pulled out the knife, scanning the villagers standing in a daze in the distance. Seeing Lin Chen's fierce attack, the village chief felt a sense of danger rising in his heart and angrily shouted, "So what if he knows kung fu? A wild punch can still kill a master. He only has 2 hands and a knife." Everyone attacked together. The other villagers looked at each other, then at the village chief, and then at Lin Chen and the still bloody knife. They had never seen blood before, and faced with such a terrifying scene, instinctive fear overcame their awe of the village chief. "Oh my God! He's killing people. One villager dropped his farming tool and ran. Like a chain reaction, the other villagers also dropped their weapons and fled in panic. "Don't run!" the village chief shouted. But the terrified villagers couldn't hear him at all. Dozens of people crowded together, directly knocking the village chief down to the ground. Hey, don't push. Under the trampling of the crowd, the village chief soon had several footprints on him and couldn't speak. After the villagers had all fled, the village chief was covered in footprints, looking like he had been tortured all over, barely clinging to life. Lin Chen did not chase after the disorganized mob, his gaze firmly fixed on the village chief. Able to lead the entire village in peacetime where even the security officers couldn't handle them, this village chief was truly remarkable. Such a person, given time in the post-apocalyptic era, might lead these villagers to wreak havoc in the region. Lin Chen stepped forward, stabbed the village chief in the heart, and carried the unconscious village chief away. The village chief, stabbed in the heart, unexpectedly opened his eyes in a last gasp, staring at Lin Chen before unwillingly passing away. He never imagined that he would be betrayed by the villagers he had once nurtured. Lin Chen prepared to throw the bodies on the ground down the mountain when he suddenly heard a commotion halfway up the mountain. "Help! Don't come over! Don't come over!" A wild boar, larger than an ordinary wild boar, appeared out of nowhere and was now charging at dozens of villagers on the mountain path. Many villagers fell off the nearby cliffs, some crashing into the mountain walls, spitting blood, and several bodies already lying on the ground. There was only one way down the mountain, and on flat ground, these villagers couldn't outrun a wild boar. The boar's sharp tusks took a life with each charge. Only after leaving behind more than a dozen bodies did the boar stop its attack, grabbing a body by the neck and starting to eat. The fleeing villagers dared not look back, and naturally did not notice that this boar was different from the wild boars they had encountered before. Ordinary wild boars rarely attacked unprovoked or ate humans, but this boar had crimson eyes, gnawing on human flesh, its eyes slightly narrowed in enjoyment. Lin Chen, who saw the scene, widened his eyes slightly, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Mutant beast. In the previous life, due to the extreme cold, large areas of plants died, and countless herbivores perished. Many animals, however, survived the cold. Lacking food, they emerged from the deep forests to hunt humans. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunting parties. Despite frequent casualties, they found a new source of food. The survivors at that time did not see these animals as a threat, and the authorities were working to restore human technological civilization. But unexpectedly, the animals that once needed human protection suddenly experienced a population explosion, and a large number of animals began to attack humans. And in the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beast tides appeared. As time passed, human firearms and ammunition became increasingly scarce. Even though the authorities tried their best to restart the production of bullets and firearms, the manufacturing speed could not keep up with the consumption rate. Human defenses began to falter. Meanwhile, carnivorous animals not only grew longer fur and larger bodies, but also exhibited various mutations. The name mutant beasts began to be used to refer to these animals that had undergone mutations. Scientists discovered a substance in the flesh and blood of these animals that could accelerate their evolution. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick fur and flesh of the mutant beasts. It was only then that humans realized that, in this environment, if they did not make changes, they would be unable to resist these mutant beasts. Lin Chen did not expect that the mutant beasts would appear right from the beginning in this life. His expression changed from shock to seriousness. Was this the result of the accelerated evolution of species that the treasure bowl mentioned? Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, the wild boar stopped eating and turned its head to look at Lin Chen. The mutated wild boar stared at Lin Chen, its crimson eyes seemingly able to evoke the deepest fears in one's heart. Lin Chen couldn't help but grip the knife in his hand. Mutant beasts not only had higher defense than ordinary animals, but also possessed greater strength, speed, and intelligence. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao had once teamed up with others to kill a mutant beast. However, due to disagreements over the distribution of spoils, Zhao Xiao was almost killed on the spot by the other party, and since then, Zhao Xiao refused to kill mutant beasts. At that time, Lin Chen had no chance of winning against a mutant beast one-on-one. He had given up on hunting altogether. In this new life, facing mutant beasts again, it was impossible not to feel nervous. However, Lin Chen in this life was not the poor guy with only a dagger as a weapon from his previous life. Calming his mind, with a single thought, the military knife in his hand disappeared into space and reappeared as a black weapon. A crossbow. Although a handgun had a faster rate of fire, its power was not as strong as the crossbow, and wild boar skin was known to be thick. The crossbow could easily shatter an elephant's skull within 150 meters, demonstrating its power.
When the crossbow appeared in Lin Chen's hand, the mutated wild boar seemed to sense the threat and charged straight towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly aimed the crossbow. Just as Lin Chen was aiming, the treasure bowl interface, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly changed. A first-order source beast has been discovered. Please kill the source beast and absorb its source power. Source beast? Source power? Lin Chen was slightly stunned. The mutated wild boar was extremely fast. In just a moment of distraction, it had closed half the distance to Lin Chen, who could even smell a strong stench coming from it. He immediately regained his focus, aimed quickly, and shot an arrow. However, this shot was too hasty. A miss by a hair is as good as missing by a mile. Originally, he had aimed for the weak spot above the mutated wild boar's eyes, but instead hit its nose, piercing through and coming out from under its mouth. An arrow sealed the mutated wild boar's mouth shut. However, this kind of injury, for the mutated wild boar, apart from enraging it, did not even affect its mobility in the short term. The mutated wild boar let out a painful roar, its originally crimson eyes now glowing even brighter, and it charged towards Lin Chen at an even faster speed. It was too late to shoot another arrow. Lin Chen decisively retracted the crossbow, rolled on the spot, and dodged the mutated wild boar's charge. When facing such a mutant beast like the mutated wild boar, one could not afford to be hit even once, as it would immediately render one powerless in battle. Its sharp fangs could easily pierce through a person, and its powerful charge could crush a person's internal organs. The mutated wild boar ran for more than 10 meters before slowing down its charge, turning around, and once again charging towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly stood up, and as he did, the military knife reappeared in his hand. At this moment, the distance between him and the mutated wild boar was only a dozen meters, which was just a blink of an eye for the already mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar rushed forward. As the distance between the man and the beast closed, the visual impact of the mutated wild boar's huge size became stronger. Sensing the increasingly imminent danger, Lin Chen's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, adrenaline surged, but his eyes became increasingly calm. As the mutated wild boar charged towards him, Lin Chen quickly dodged to the side, while the military knife in his hand slashed across the slippery skin of the mutated wild boar. A wound over half a meter long appeared on the side of the mutated wild boar, blood spraying all the way. However, there was no joy on Lin Chen's face after delivering this blow. He knew that although the wound seemed severe, it only scratched the skin of the mutated wild boar, barely reaching the muscle. Compared to the huge size of the mutated wild boar, this injury was not fatal at all. Instead, the force of the blow caused his hand holding the knife to split open due to the massive counterforce, blood dripping. If it were an ordinary wild boar, it would have been disemboweled by this blow. The super defense of mutated animals was evident. The mutated wild boar became even more furious after feeling the pain, swiftly turning its head. The distance between the man and the beast closed once again. Lin Chen's palm holding the knife was slightly sweaty. The mutated wild boar was too fast, making it almost impossible to dodge at such a close range. He had no choice but to fight. A look of determination flashed across Lin Chen's face, as he chose not to retreat but to advance, directly attacking the mutated wild boar. The wild boar's figure grew larger in front of him, its sharp tusks seemingly right in front of him. The intense sense of life and death crisis made Lin Chen's scalp tingle involuntarily, and the adrenaline in his body reached its peak. Just as they were about to make contact, Lin Chen felt something inside him shatter. The speed of the wild boar suddenly slowed down, and everything around him seemed to slow down as well. Suddenly, all the knowledge and combat experience he had learned flashed through Lin Chen's mind. His brain entered a state of rapid calculation. Current wind force level 4, northeast wind. Concrete road slope 27.6 degrees. Mutated wild boar speed 19.8 meters per second. Self-eruption speed 13 meters per second. Collision with the mutated wild boar in 0.7 seconds. Death rate 99%. Best evasion angle. Best attack angle. Best attack point. These pieces of information flashed through Lin Chen's mind at a speed of 0.01 seconds. Next, Lin Chen felt like his body was a precision instrument. Without needing to react or think, his brain had already selected the best evasion time and angle, dodging the mutated wild boar's impact by a hair's breadth. His arm, like the most precise mechanical hand, erupted with all his strength at the perfect moment, the knife plunging into the mutated wild boar's neck. Immediately, he let go, avoiding being thrown away by the force of the mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar, with the knife in its neck, moved forward a few meters due to inertia before turning its head again. This blow still did not directly kill it, but its speed had slowed significantly, stumbling as it turned around, preparing for a final struggle. However, just as it turned its head, it was met with an incredibly sharp arrow. In the instant he released the knife, a crossbow reappeared in Lin Chen's hand. As if anticipating the wild boar's reaction, at the moment the wild boar turned its head, he shot an arrow without aiming directly at the mutated wild boar. It looked as if the wild boar had turned its head and hit the arrow itself. The tremendous impact of the arrow instantly pierced the mutated wild boar's brain from its eye socket. The mutated wild boar shook its body twice. With a bang, it fell to the ground. The next moment, Lin Chen's eyes cleared. He looked at his hands, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Is this the feeling of unlocking the genetic lock? No wonder even in the pitch-black rainforest where you couldn't see your own fingers, Number 2 could still determine his position and movements through imperceptible sounds. At the moment of unlocking the genetic lock, the brain was as powerful as a computer. Unfortunately, it could only be maintained for 3 seconds. It could only be used at critical moments, and the side effects were coming, right? This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. The next moment, a sharp pain spread from his limbs. The side effects of unlocking the genetic lock appeared. Several minutes later, Lin Chen finally recovered. He didn't fall into a coma like Su Qin did when she unlocked the genetic lock for the first time. The duration of the pain was also shorter than Su Qin's. Most importantly, he didn't feel as much pain. Pain was still pain, but it definitely didn't reach the point of feeling better off dead. Could there be individual differences in genetic locks? Lin Chen wondered in his heart, temporarily pushing this question aside. There were more important issues at hand now. He walked towards the mutated wild boar that had already died. The mutant beast should be the first-order source beast mentioned by the treasure basin. So how should he absorb the so-called source power? Lin Chen squatted in front of the wild boar, lost in thought. Detected unclaimed source power, absorb it? Yes/no. A line of text suddenly appeared on the interface of the treasure basin. Lin Chen's spirits lifted and he said, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Note, the absorption of source power must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and cannot be obtained again. If interrupted, it cannot be obtained again? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then stored the wild boar's body in his space and walked towards the safe house. He didn't know how long the process of absorbing source power would take. Although there was no one around now, it was better to be safe than sorry, so returning to the safe house was the safest option. Lin Chen quickly returned to the safe house, patted the demon dog's head, indicating it to stay in the living room, and entered a utility room where he had originally planned to store some miscellaneous items. He took the mutated wild boar's body out of the space, and the interface of the treasure basin reappeared with the prompt, detected unclaimed source power, absorb it? Yes/no. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, placed his hand on the sticky fur of the wild boar, and said, yes. As Lin Chen's voice fell, the invisible source power was drawn from the mutated wild boar and flowed into his body through the palm of his hand. Lin Chen felt a slight warmth in the hand and the entire arm that touched the wild boar. Then a refreshing sensation spread through his body from the cells to the soul. After 2 minutes, this feeling stopped. There was no more sensation afterwards. When Lin Chen withdrew his hand, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Is this the feeling of evolution? Smacking his lips, Lin Chen stored the wild boar back in the space and washed his hands. Soon he noticed that his walking speed had increased slightly compared to before. Lin Chen also tested his strength and found it to be a bit stronger than before. Overall, his physical fitness had probably improved by about 10%. He could confirm that source power was the key to rapid human evolution. Lin Chen remembered that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the treasure basin underwent a mutation. Solar storms are arriving, geomagnetic storms are forming, source substances are rapidly generating, source power can drive biological evolution. This so-called source substance is the key to biological evolution through source power. By obtaining the source substance and forming source power, one can become stronger. In the previous life, scientists discovered that animals and plants underwent mutations, while humans only became more cold resistant. This proved that this source substance could be passively absorbed by animals and plants, but not by humans. Humans had to actively absorb it. That's why in the previous life, the resonance cultivation technique was developed. After practicing resonance for 2 years, Lin Chen clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to join forces with others to kill a mutant beast. He remembered that since the beginning of the apocalypse, he had not practiced the nourishing life technique. Now is the perfect opportunity to try out the health cultivation technique and resonance to see which one is more powerful. Without hesitation, Lin Chen started practicing the health cultivation technique directly in the living room. As he expected, after practicing the set of health cultivation techniques, the warm and melting sensation in his body became more pronounced, and he also felt a tingling sensation similar to absorbing source energy. Lin Chen then tried resonance and found that its effect was much inferior to the health cultivation technique.
it was at least half as effective. With a flash in his palm, the health cultivation technique appeared in his hand, still looking dirty and tattered. Health cultivation technique, resonance. If he encounters that fat Taoist again, he must ask where this health cultivation technique came from. Lin Chen put away the health cultivation technique again. Ordinary people can unlock genetic locks, and now even mutant beasts have appeared. This apocalypse is no longer like the one in his previous life. The outside world will soon become very dangerous. Lin Chen turned to look at the Demon King lying on the carpet, always curiously staring at him, and touched its dog head, saying, "Demon King, let's work together to become stronger. Woof! We'll have wild game for dinner tonight. Woof!" In the evening, Lin Chen dealt with the mutated wild boar. The huge body of the mutated wild boar looked like it weighed at least 400 catties, very large. He had heard in his previous life that the meat of mutant beasts was very delicious, and he had long wanted to try it. Lin Chen first cut a large piece for the Demon King, then fried a few pieces of wild boar ribs for himself. Surprisingly, the meat of the mutant wild boar was not as tough as regular wild boar meat, and it had no gamey taste. It was chewy and flavorful. Lin Chen ate 7 pieces in one go before stopping. Even the Demon King ate 2 more pieces, licking its mouth with lingering enjoyment. This may be related to the life essence transformation of the source beast. After the meal, Lin Chen wanted to go out for a walk. The Demon King also wanted to follow, but it had no fur now, and Lin Chen was worried it might get cold. He found a piece of clothing and modified it to fit the Demon King, who seemed a bit uncomfortable but accepted being wrapped up by Lin Chen. It had started snowing outside. In just a few hours, there was no trace of blood on the ground. Looking down from the mountain, half of the county town was pitch black. Occasionally, there were faint lights in some households, probably from lit candles. Demon King, there will be no more bustling households in the future. Lin Chen looked at the dark world and said softly. He now understood the meaning of this apocalypse. Humanity had been too comfortable at the top of the food chain for too long. Perhaps this apocalypse was meant to force humans and other creatures to compete again. He also had some speculations about why the apocalypse had restarted twice before. Humans had become accustomed to relying on external forces and had forgotten to improve themselves. In the last few years of the previous apocalypse, humans still wanted to restore technological civilization. Lin Chen could imagine that after his death, in the decades following the apocalypse, the evolution of animals and plants would far surpass that of humans, and their reproductive rates would be several times faster. As humans fell behind step by step, they would eventually face extinction. As the only one who knew the truth, Lin Chen felt a heavy burden on his heart. What should he do? The Demon King looked up at Lin Chen, as if sensing the weight on his heart, and walked over to rub against Lin Chen's leg. The man and the dog stood in the dark snow, silent. The next day, the 4th day of the apocalypse began. Early in the morning, Lin Chen was practicing the health cultivation technique in the living room. Knowing that practicing the health cultivation technique could make him stronger, he naturally wanted to spend more time cultivating. Last night, when he returned to the safe house, Lin Chen also practiced the health cultivation technique for several hours until his limbs were too tired to lift, then he stopped and went to sleep. After a night of contemplation, he also realized that he was just one person and could not control the whole world. Even if he goes to the authorities and says this is the 3rd doomsday, humans need to elevate themselves from now on, stop thinking about restoring technological civilization. The officials won't believe him. They might even arrest him and interrogate him on how he knows all this, or even kill him to try to seize the treasure basin. The best outcome would be to control him and make him a tool for the ruling class. Lin Chen is not great enough to sacrifice himself for all humanity. With the treasure basin, the longevity secret, and knowing the truth of this doomsday, he is already ahead of everyone. What he should do most is to keep getting stronger. Only by becoming strong enough to make the authorities fear him can he have the power to have an equal dialogue with them. An ant cannot influence the world, but a giant can. Besides, he also needs to see if this world is worth saving. How far he should go. Anyway, the worst result is just destruction together. Thinking of this, the faces of the Shin family flashed through Lin Chen's mind. His eyes turned extremely cold in an instant. People like Shin Fanrun don't deserve to live well. The Demon King, who had been watching Lin Chen practice, suddenly saw Lin Chen's terrifying expression, widened his eyes, and involuntarily tilted his head back. After finishing his practice, Lin Chen rested for a while, made 2 ham sandwiches, boiled over 30 eggs, brewed 2 cups of milk, and shared them half with the Demon King. In this regard, he and the Demon King got along well. Both had big appetites. After breakfast, he reinstalled the camera he had removed back on the door peephole. A blizzard had already started outside. The whole world was covered in endless white snow. The outdoor temperature had dropped to -31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who had escaped did not come back to cause trouble. Countless people had their lives taken away by the cold in their sleep last night. At this moment, they were probably too preoccupied to do so. The official supplies that Li Wei mentioned before were also not seen for the time being. Lin Chen could imagine that the sudden drop in temperature caught the authorities off guard. They had originally planned to distribute lighting supplies to appease the people, but they did not expect that being able to see light at night was no longer important. What people needed more were warm clothing and food. He was not really concerned about the official supplies, but mainly wanted to see how far the Shushi authorities could go. Back in the safe house, Lin Chen changed the Demon King's wound dressing. The Demon King's wound recovery ability was astonishing. Not only did it not get inflamed or infected after a day, there were even signs of scabbing. Just to be safe, Lin Chen gave the Demon King half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. After the injection, the Demon King paced back and forth in the safe house, frequently looking outside the door. He seemed to have a bit too much energy. "I'll take you out when you're healed," Lin Chen said helplessly. After some thought, he remembered that there were some pet toys among the pet items he had collected before, which should be able to be taken out to keep the Demon King occupied. "I'll find some toys for you to play with." Lin Chen communicated with the space using his mind, scanning through the vast space. Suddenly, he noticed a box. Ha! With a flash in his hand, an extra box appeared. This was the box placed in the briefcase that Shin Jinbin's bodyguard was supposed to take to the hospital. After exchanging the box with a handgun before, Lin Chen had been busy rushing back to the safe house and had completely forgotten about the existence of this box in the past few days, only remembering it just now. Seeing Lin Chen holding an extra box, the Demon King leaned his bald head over and sniffed it. "Not this one." Lin Chen patted the Demon King's head, and another ball appeared in his other hand, which he threw to the Demon King. However, the Demon King just glanced at the ball and then turned his head back to focus on the box in Lin Chen's hand, showing more interest in the box. Lin Chen couldn't figure it out, so he said, "Let's take a look together, but I don't know what's inside either, so be careful and stay back." The Demon King obediently sat on the sofa on Lin Chen's other side. Lin Chen carefully opened the box. Inside were 6 neatly arranged blue pills. They looked very similar to the blue medicine obtained from No. 2. The only difference was the shape, and they were slightly larger. The Demon King had somehow come closer and was sniffing the blue pills. These pills were originally sent by the security guard to save Shin Jinbin's life. What exactly were they? Lin Chen picked up one. The moment he touched the pill, the treasure bowl suddenly appeared with a prompt, detected trace amounts of source substance, absorb? Yes/no. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. These pills actually contain source substance? He knew better than anyone what source substance represented now. Shin Fanrun could extract this substance even before the apocalypse? Lin Chen's expression turned serious and he said directly, "Yes. Absorb." The next moment, a faint warmth flowed into Lin Chen's body from where his fingers touched the pill. Lin Chen only felt a slight warmth in his arm, and then nothing. He checked. Absorbing the pill felt somewhat similar to absorbing source power before, but the effect was not even 1/1000th of source power. The amount of source substance in the pills left by No. 2 was pitifully small, not even prompting the treasure bowl when held in Lin Chen's hand. This slightly relieved Lin Chen. If these pills contained a lot of source substance, he would have to reconsider seeking revenge from the Shin family. No. 2 had mentioned that Shin Fanrun was cultivating genetic warriors before his death. If these pills contained a lot of source substance, it meant Shin Fanrun had likely succeeded. But it seemed not yet. And these pills seemed very precious to Shin Fanrun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought them over only when his biological son was dying. Turning to see the Demon King sniffing the pills eagerly, Lin Chen asked, "Do you want to eat them?" Demon King, woof. Source substance was useful for both humans and animals. But for Lin Chen, this amount of source substance was not as beneficial as practicing the nourishing life technique once. Lin Chen generously threw the pills into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King swallowed the pills and licked its mouth. Seeing no other abnormal reactions from the Demon King, Lin Chen fed the remaining 5 pills to it. It was just an unintentional act, but the next day, he received an unexpected surprise. The next day, as soon as Lin Chen woke up, the treasure bowl in front of him suddenly issued a prompt, detected a first-order source beast within 2 meters nearby. This prompt scared Lin Chen so much that he jumped out of bed. Within 2 meters? Wasn't that inside his own room? What kind of source beast could break through the shelter's defenses and enter his room directly? Lin Chen felt his whole body's hair stand on end in an instant. But upon looking, besides himself, the only other being in the room was the Demon King lying on the carpet. There were no other life forms. The Demon King was also awakened by Lin Chen's movements. They stared at each other. Seeing Lin Chen awake, the Demon King approached him, wagging its tail and rubbing against Lin Chen. After a while, Lin Chen finally confirmed that the first order source beast indicated by the treasure bowl was the Demon King. He couldn't help but be shocked inexplicably. After careful observation, there were no obvious changes in the Demon King's appearance. It's just that the severe injuries on its body had miraculously scabbed over overnight. Even the wounds previously sutured by Lin Chen had mostly healed. With such a recovery speed, as long as it was careful, it would be mostly healed in a few days. What a strong self-healing ability! After the shock came excitement. I can actually become partners with a source beast? Lin Chen rarely smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He looked at the Demon King and patted it. The Demon King's pair of heterochromatic eyes seemed to be more agile, with the blue one becoming clearer and brighter, and the red one more eerie. After animals transform into source beasts, their intelligence also increases. Lin Chen extended 2 fingers and asked the Demon King, "How much is this?" "Woof woof." "How much is this?" "Woof woof woof." "What is the sum of this plus this?" "Woof woof 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 woof." After testing, Lin Chen confirmed that the Demon King's intelligence was at least equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps with further learning, its intelligence would be even higher. Lin Chen carefully removed the wires for the Demon King. He speculated that the Demon King had already absorbed a lot of source material before reaching the critical point of evolution. That's why it evolved directly after consuming the pill he fed it. After removing the wires, the Demon King licked Lin Chen. "Good dog." Lin Chen reached out to pat the Demon King's head. As before, the Demon King heard Lin Chen praise it and wagged its tail rapidly. Becoming a source beast did not affect the Demon King's temperament. Throughout the following day, Lin Chen observed and became more certain of this. He had a premonition that the Demon King would be his greatest aid apart from the treasure bowl. 3 more days passed. The blizzard gave this city, which had never seen snow before, a taste of what an icy world was like. The temperature had dropped to over 30 degrees below zero, with even lower temperatures at night, reaching over 50 degrees below zero. Lin Chen did not visit the Sand City in his previous life, but he remembered that on the 4th day, the temperature in the Sea City was over 50 degrees below zero, dropping to as low as 80 degrees below zero at night. By now, in the northern regions, the temperature had dropped to around 70 to 90 degrees below zero, right? If Lin Chen had lived in the Sea City in this life, he would have found that the temperature in the Sea City had dropped to over 60 degrees below zero during the day, and over 80 degrees below zero, even 90 degrees below zero at night. As for the north, if someone with a thermal sensing device passed through, they would see that there were very few signs of surviving life left in the north. There were no signs of life left in the cities near the extreme north. This time's extreme cold apocalypse was even colder than the previous one. During these days, Lin Chen stayed in the safe house, eating and drinking with the Demon King every day, practicing the health-preserving techniques. While it was over 30 degrees below zero outside, inside the safe house, Lin Chen had a fireplace burning, keeping it at over 20 degrees above zero. Other survivors wrapped themselves in all the clothes, curtains, and bedsheets they had at home, but still couldn't resist the piercing cold. Lin Chen, on the other hand, wore only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts inside the safe house, sweating profusely while practicing the health-preserving techniques, and even enjoyed a glass of freshly squeezed fruit juice as a cold drink. The continuous blizzards made some people who had once been proud of living in high-rise buildings regret their choices after their windows and French windows were shattered by the blizzard, letting the cold wind into the room, leaving the entire suite in a mess. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes were also frozen. Without running water, survivors had to melt snow in basins, buckets, and other containers for use. After freezing many plastic buckets, they finally thought of using the stainless steel basins stored at the bottom of their homes. After the natural gas was cut off, survivors without gas could only eat raw food in despair, waiting for rescue. In Lin Chen's place, he had sealed the well in advance, and all the water pipes were at least 6 meters deep underground, so they were not frozen and could still be used. Even if the well water froze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank under the safe house during its construction, ensuring a supply of water for daily use. Lin Chen leisurely grilled meat, cooked hot pot, and made boiled fish every day. When bored, he watched downloaded dramas and started a 9-year compulsory education course for the Demon King. Apart from not being able to go out to play and having to shovel snow every day, life was not much different from before the apocalypse. Life was not easy for the villagers downhill. After escaping from Lin Chen, more than a dozen people lost their lives to the mutated wild boar. Those who did not follow to the mountains soon realized that within just 2 or 3 hours, nearly half of the dozens who had gone did not return. Upon hearing about the events on the mountain, and losing the backbone of the village, chaos ensued among the villagers.
Some cried and wailed, some wanted to seek help from the security officers, some were preparing to take weapons and fight desperately on the mountain, turning everything into a mess. Soon after, a blizzard arrived. Although it was a mountain village, the villagers who had lived in Shushi for decades had no experience in enduring the cold. The windows of the self-built houses in the village were not as soundproof as the double-glazed windows in the city. On the first night, most of the windows in the village shattered due to the sudden change in temperature and the battering of the blizzard. Fortunately, every household in Wulong village had some wood and timber, so they worked overnight to repair the damage. However, after just one night, 1/3 of the villagers fell ill with a fever. Moreover, the windows repaired with wood still leaked air. Most villagers had to move their beds to rooms without windows or to the ground floor hall. But what was better than the people in the city was that most households in the village used gas canisters, and many still cooked with fire. Moreover, every household had the habit of keeping candles and flashlights. Eating and lighting were not a problem. However, as the blizzard continued unabated for several days, many sick villagers could not bear it. Many elderly people in the village quietly passed away amidst the howling of the blizzard. On this morning, those who could still wake up from their sleep found that the blizzard that had been raging for several days had finally stopped. Even the long-lost sun reappeared in people's sight. Seeing the sun shining on the earth again, the surviving people were ecstatic, thinking that this nightmare was about to end. However, people soon realized that the sun was no longer as bright and warm as before. Even standing in the sun, they could not feel much warmth. Some people living on the ground floor without eaves to shield them from the wind and snow quickly found that their doors could not be pushed open. The continuous blizzard had added over a meter of snow to the entire Shushi. Those with windows had to climb out to clear the snow at the door, while those without windows had to find a way from the second floor. However, this was not a problem for Lin Chen. When designing the safe house, Lin Chen had learned from his past life's experience and had the doors open inwards. Even if there was thick snow outside, the door could still be opened, but they had to regularly clear the snow to prevent being buried inside. At this moment, the door of the safe house was opened. Lin Chen and the Demon King walked out from the door. The Demon King's injuries had already healed, and the bloody wounds had turned into pink scars. The shaved fur on his body had also grown back, with a layer of fur appearing in just a few days. However, the outdoor temperature was still not enough, so he put on the ugly clothes that Lin Chen had personally modified. Lin Chen wore a waterproof and cold-resistant assault suit, with a set of thermal underwear and a constant temperature high-neck sweater inside. His shoes were anti-skid snow boots, his hands were covered with insulated waterproof gloves, his head had a windproof hat, and even his face was covered with a windproof mask. Finally, he put on ski goggles to prevent his eyes from being injured by the reflection of the snow and sunlight. He was fully armed. Lin Chen took out a set of skiing equipment from the space, put on the snowboard, and after getting ready, he said to the eager Demon King beside him, "Let's go. Don't run too fast, pay attention to the turns." Upon hearing the word go, the Demon King immediately ran off like a wild horse, speeding through the snow as if he had broken free from his reins. Lin Chen smiled helplessly and chased after him. The man and the dog quickly descended the mountain. After coming down the mountain, Lin Chen put away the snowboard and walked towards the city with the Demon King, taking one step at a time. Many people on the road came out of their homes dressed in bulky clothing. It was obvious that they had put on all the clothes they could find at home. Compared to them, Lin Chen's outfit seemed very thin. However, it was clear who was warmer by looking at the people with purple lips, red faces, and hands exposed to the cold. A young man passing by saw Lin Chen and called out to him enviously, "Hey, big brother with the dog." Lin Chen seemed not to hear, so the young man hurried over, tripped in the snow, but quickly got up and ran towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen stopped and turned around only when the young man caught up, looking at him coldly. "I'm Qian Liangliang, what's your name, big brother?" Qian Liangliang brushed off the snow on him and looked at Lin Chen obsequiously. Lin Chen said, "Just say it." Qian Liangliang admired Lin Chen's outfit unabashedly and asked, "I just wanted to ask, where did you buy this outfit? I want to buy one too." "Department store in the city," Lin Chen replied succinctly and walked away. Hey, big brother, wait." Qian Liangliang followed, asking as they walked, "How much does it cost to get one? Do you have any spare at home? Can you lend me one?" Lin Chen frowned, gave Qian Liangliang a cold look, and said, "Go buy it yourself, don't follow me, or I won't be polite to you." The Demon King also stopped and stared menacingly at Qian Liangliang, making threatening growling sounds. Qian Liangliang looked fearfully at the Demon King, larger than any dog he had seen, and said, Okay, take care, big brother." After Lin Chen walked away, Qian Liangliang spat at Lin Chen's back, "Pop, relying on a dog's power. What's so great about it?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in a down jacket walked past Qian Liangliang. Qian Liang immediately approached him. "Hey, this outfit of yours. Get lost." A few days ago, some shops were still open despite the power outage. Today, there were none. After experiencing the nightmare-like changes of the past few days, people finally realized that they had to collect food and warm clothing desperately to survive. Many people on the road were smashing shops with various tools and weapons. Some groups of people rushed to loot clothing and food stores. Others directly snatched items from others. There were even people killing on the streets. Social order had completely collapsed. Lin Chen, with the Demon King, arrived at the entrance of a jewelry store. His purpose for coming out this time was to collect gold to upgrade the treasure bowl that had not been upgraded for a long time. The origin of the treasure bowl was mysterious, able to predict the coming of the apocalypse and new terms like source power and source beast that no one had heard of in the past. It seemed to know everything. It could replicate items, store items, functions unheard of and unseen. It could even make people reborn. Perhaps upgrading the treasure bowl to a certain level would bring some unexpected surprises. Therefore, Lin Chen never forgot about upgrading the treasure bowl. Lin Chen gestured for the Demon King to step back a bit, took out a hammer he had prepared in advance, and struck the toughened glass of the jewelry store with a heavy blow. With Lin Chen's current strength, a single blow shattered the toughened glass into countless small pieces. After a few more strikes, the entire piece of glass fell down with a crash, scattering glass shards all over the ground. The store was quiet, no piercing alarm, no screaming employees. Letting the Demon King guard outside, Lin Chen went straight into the jewelry store, opened each counter, and put the gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds inside his backpack. Anything valuable was collected into the backpack. Then, most of the contents in the backpack were transferred into the space. The whole process took less than half an hour. He did not directly use space to collect the gold in the counter. It was because if people who came later saw the counter intact but the gold inside disappeared, it would increase the risk of exposing that he had the treasure bowl. After collecting from one store, he then took the Demon King to the next jewelry store. Lin Chen had visited the downtown area before the apocalypse and knew that there were many jewelry stores in the area. Along the way, Lin Chen consecutively looted 8 jewelry stores, including 3 large ones. The collected gold and silver jewelry was worth at least tens of millions before the apocalypse. There were many shops and markets in the downtown area, and there were also many people coming here to loot supplies. Some people saw Lin Chen breaking into the jewelry stores to loot gold and silver jewelry and wanted to get a share, but they were scared off by the Demon King guarding outside. Some people saw Lin Chen grabbing these gold and silver items that couldn't be eaten or worn and secretly mocked Lin Chen's foolishness. At noon, Lin Chen and the Demon King dined at a jewelry store that had already been looted by him. He used his backpack as cover, took out some pre-made beef patties from the space, and started eating with the Demon King. Although there were no other people in the store, they still had to be cautious. The lessons from his past life taught him never to let his guard down. While enjoying their meal, footsteps sounded from the entrance of the jewelry store. A middle-aged couple, a girl who looked about 17 or 18, and a boy in his teens passed by outside and caught Lin Chen's attention. The 2 middle-aged people and the girl were carrying large bags, while the boy had empty hands. They seemed like a family of 4 looking for supplies. When they reached the entrance of the jewelry store, they glanced inside the wide-open store, seemingly preparing to go in. Lin Chen spoke up, "There are people here, you should rest elsewhere." The 2 middle-aged people prepared to leave upon hearing Lin Chen's words, but the boy stopped in his tracks. "Is this your home? I'll go in if I want to." The boy had a sour expression, as if the whole world owed him 5 million, and his tone was aggressive. He kicked the glass shards and was about to walk in. The girl beside him quickly pulled him back. "Akiu, don't cause trouble." However, these words seemed to trigger something in the young man, and he shook off the girl's hand, cursing as he walked into the store. "I'll come in. Who are you to stop me, you little brat? It's not his place. What's wrong with me coming in?" The boy named Akiu walked straight up to Lin Chen. He only took a few steps back when he saw the Demon King. But when he saw the beef patties in the Demon King's mouth and Lin Chen's hand, Akiu's steps halted again. He stared straight at the beef patties. At this moment, the other 3 outside also walked in. The middle-aged couple, who had initially planned to call Akiu out, couldn't take their eyes off the beef patties. Although they had only lost electricity and gas for a few days, 4 people used to cooked food and couldn't go without meat in every meal. These days were as difficult as eating dirt. "Young man, it's such a waste to feed such good beef patties to a dog, isn't it?" The middle-aged woman looked regretful as she stared at the beef patty in the Demon King's mouth and couldn't help but say. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, the Demon King immediately became unhappy. It raised its head, showing a fierce look at the middle-aged woman, as if it would rather not eat the patty than be told what to do. The middle-aged woman immediately closed her mouth in fear and hid behind the middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva as he looked at the beef patty, then turned to Lin Chen and said, "Young man, you should leash such a big dog when you take it out. What if it bites someone? Why don't you tie it up first? If you're afraid of being bitten, you can leave. You've already disturbed our meal." Lin Chen replied indifferently. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Lin Chen's words, showing a displeased expression on his face, but after looking at the Demon King, he ultimately didn't say anything. At this moment, the boy named Akia spoke up, "Mom, I want to eat meat pies." The middle-aged woman glanced awkwardly at Lin Chen, then pulled the boy, saying, "Mom will make it for you at home, let's go." "There's no meat at home, not even a hot meal. I want meat pies. I want them now." The boy tugged at the middle-aged woman's clothes and stomped his feet. "If I don't eat meat pies, I won't go." Irritated by the boy's fuss, Lin Chen glanced at him, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The boy was immediately frightened into silence. "Young man, can we exchange these things with you for 4 pieces? No. 3 pieces? 3 pieces of beef pies?" The eyes of the girl among the 4 also kept staring at the meat pies, lowering her head at the mention. Without hesitation, Lin Chen refused, "No." The woman's bag was filled with summer clothes, curtains, carpets, and other items that were of no use to him. "How about 2 pieces? Or just 1? Please help. My son hasn't eaten meat for days and he's getting thin." The Demon King glanced at the boy's round belly and face, tilted his head, seemingly puzzled by the woman's nonsense. Seeing Lin Chen unwilling to exchange, the middle-aged man said impatiently, "He'd rather feed the dog than exchange. Don't embarrass us here, let's go." The middle-aged woman sighed helplessly, pulled the boy, and the family left. Lin Chen ignored them and continued with his lunch. He also stuffed another piece of beef pie into the Demon King's mouth, who had already finished one. However, the Demon King did not accept it, but suddenly raised his head and looked outside. Following the Demon King's gaze, Lin Chen turned his head to look outside at the street. At that moment, the boy named Akia suddenly broke free from the middle-aged woman's hand and rushed over to grab the meat pie intended for the Demon King to feed him. "Give it to me." Lin Chen noticed the boy rushing over to grab the meat pie, a flash of killing intent emanating from him. At the same time, the aura around the Demon King also changed instantly, and he bit towards the boy who had rushed in front of him. He bit down on the boy's hand. "Ah!" 2 screams rang out simultaneously, one from the boy and the other from the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman rushed over to hold the boy who had fainted from the sudden pain, desperately calling out his name. The Demon King spat out the bloody hand from his mouth as if he was spitting out something dirty. By now, there were already faint sounds of chaos coming from outside. Lin Chen was ready to go out and see what was happening. "Stop!" The middle-aged man glared angrily, questioning Lin Chen. "Your dog bit off my son's hand, and you think you can just leave like this?" Lin Chen didn't even turn his head. He rushed up to grab things himself. "Not being bitten to death was already my dog showing mercy." He patted the Demon King's head, saying, "Next time you encounter someone who comes up to grab things like that, just bite them to death." The Demon King obediently nodded and turned to look at the boy, seemingly contemplating whether to go over and bite him now. "Do you have no humanity? Feeding food to dogs is one thing, but toying with human lives like this?" The middle-aged man shouted, but dared not come forward to avenge his son. At this moment, clear screams and frantic footsteps could be heard outside the door. "Help!" A group of people were frantically fleeing on this street, and behind them, a black and brown striped, as big as a lynx, tabby cat was chasing them madly. The cat's speed was extremely fast, and the eerie, ferocious eyes clearly lacked the usual lazy and gentle characteristics of a normal cat. Its sharp claws would directly pierce through a person's body with each swipe, tearing off a piece of flesh. After knocking a person down, it would only pounce on the next person after the person's body was mangled under its claws. It seemed to treat humans as mice under its claws. After playing with one person to death, it leaped forward, using its powerful jumping ability to directly jump in front of the fleeing crowd. It looked mockingly at the despairing humans. When the cat approached within 100 meters of the shop, the interface of the treasure basin in front of Lin Chen issued a reminder, detected the appearance of a first-order source beast within 100 meters. Another source beast appeared. Seeing another source beast, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Last time, he missed the opportunity to kill the mutated wild boar in advance because the treasure basin suddenly alerted him, catching him off guard. This time, he wouldn't miss again. At that moment, the Demon King standing beside him suddenly burst with strong fighting intent, staring hostilely at the mutated calico cat. The Demon King took a few steps in place, looked up at Lin Chen, seemingly seeking his opinion with his eyes. "Do you want to deal with that cat?" Lin Chen immediately understood the Demon King's meaning. The Demon King nodded. Seeing that the source beast had to be killed, an opportunity to quickly increase his strength, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let it slip by. It was a bit unexpected that the Demon King took the initiative to fight, but it also allowed him to see the Demon King's strength, as it didn't matter who the source beast died at the hands of. He asked, "Need help?" The Demon King nudged Lin Chen with his head, gesturing for him not to intervene. "Alright, you go." With him watching from the side, the Demon King wouldn't get into trouble. The Demon King gratefully glanced at Lin Chen and slowly walked towards the cat. At the same time, the mutated calico cat seemed to sense something and turned its head to look at the Demon King. Upon seeing the Demon King, the cat abandoned the group of humans and stared intently at the approaching Demon King. Its whole body arched, emitting a warning meow. The Demon King quickened his pace and pounced suddenly. Both were source beasts, with the Demon King being slightly larger, but the calico cat's speed was astonishing. A battle between cat and dog was about to erupt. Lin Chen watched attentively as the cat and dog battle unfolded outside. Meanwhile, a family of 3 in the jewelry store was in dispute. "Honey, hurry, take Achio to the hospital." The middle-aged woman covered the boy's wound with clothes, carefully wrapping up his severed hand. "Don't you know the situation at the hospital now? Where are there any doctors? The most deaths in the past few days have been at the hospital, and now there are giant cats outside. How can we go out?" Over the past few days, the hospital had become one of the most chaotic places in the city. Countless people with injuries, frostbite, colds, and fevers rushed to the hospital, and the arrival of the blizzard trapped everyone inside. The hospital was crowded with people, but there weren't enough supplies to accommodate everyone. In desperate hunger and cold, what people would do at the critical moment could be imagined. The hospital now was like hell. "What should we do? Are we going to watch Achio die here?" The middle-aged woman was extremely anxious. "Mom, first tie up Achio's wound with a rope to reduce bleeding." The girl who had been silent suddenly spoke up. Hearing the girl speak, the middle-aged woman, who had previously appeared gentle, immediately changed her tone sharply, saying, "What do you know, you little brat? Are you trying to turn your brother into a cripple?" The girl looked submissive and whispered, "I saw this online before. If he continues to bleed like this, he will die from excessive blood loss." This sentence from the girl was like lighting 2 gunpowder barrels. The middle-aged man strode forward and slapped the girl hard on the face. He vented his anger, which he couldn't release on Lin Chen, on the girl. "You want to watch your brother die, don't you? You useless, despicable thing. Why didn't you stop Achio from coming in? Why didn't you help your brother grab the meat pie just now? Why wasn't it you who got bitten?" The girl was knocked to the ground, and the broken glass on the ground pierced her palm deeply. However, the middle-aged couple turned a blind eye to this scene, and the middle-aged woman continued to curse the girl with sharp and sarcastic words. "If anything happens to your little brother, you won't have it easy either." The girl stood up numbly, silently picking out the pieces of broken glass deeply embedded in her palm, watching the blood flow from her hand, her eyes dark and inscrutable. The fight between animals is the most primitive and cruel. In just a few minutes, the cat and the dog already had injuries on their bodies. Those who were being chased by the calico cat took advantage of the fight between the 2 beasts to escape without a trace. The calico cat was limping, its right leg bitten by the Demon King at some point. And under the Demon King's eyes, there were 3 bloody cuts from the calico cat's claw, almost reaching his eyes. There were also several deep wounds on his legs that were visible to the bone. Lin Chen's heart tightened secretly, ready to use long-range weapons if the Demon King was in danger. The Demon King pounced fiercely again, but was dodged by the calico cat. The calico cat swiftly twisted its body and clawed towards the Demon King. The sharp claws flashed in the sunlight, tearing the down jacket on the Demon King's body, feathers flying. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes flickered, a gun quietly appearing at his cuff. A girl's scream rang out from behind Lin Chen. "Run! They want to kill you!" It turned out that at some point, the middle-aged couple had already circled not far behind Lin Chen, each holding a knife. The 2 of them stared at Lin Chen with murderous and crazy eyes, their intentions clear. "Damn! This ungrateful brat!" The middle-aged man looked at the girl fiercely after being discovered by Lin Chen. No longer hiding, he said to Lin Chen with a sinister tone, "Your dog is not by your side now, kid. You hurt my son, I will crush your bones to feed the dog. Stop talking to him, kill him, you can wear his clothes, I want beef patties," the middle-aged woman said anxiously. In fact, they had been eyeing Lin Chen for a while. Originally, they had targeted Lin Chen's dog, but they didn't expect the Demon King to be so ferocious. After realizing that the dog by Lin Chen's side was not easy to deal with, they had considered leaving first, setting up an ambush when it got dark, using the girl to lure the dog away before making a move. Unexpectedly, their son got into trouble first. But now, it was the same, kill this kid while the dog is not around. Woof! Seeing Lin Chen threatened, the Demon King let out an angry roar, swatting the calico cat that pounced on him to the ground.
and then bit towards the injured right leg of the calico cat with even more ferocity. This bite sealed the victory. The calico cat's right leg was directly bitten off, emitting a piercing scream. The Demon King then pounced on the calico cat. The overwhelming advantage of power came into play at this moment, the sharp claws firmly holding down the calico cat that was still trying to stand up. The calico cat struggled in its dying moments, scratching wildly on the Demon King's leg. In the next second, the Demon King ruthlessly snapped its neck. Meanwhile, an unexpected change occurred in Lin Chen's situation. Just as the middle-aged couple rushed towards Lin Chen with their knives, the girl who had been trembling on the side suddenly grabbed a bone-chopping knife from who knows where and slashed towards the middle-aged couple. No one present had expected such a sudden turn of events. The girl, who initially had the least presence among the four, and seemed meek and dare not even speak, suddenly made such a shocking move. The girl looked petite, but had great strength, almost cutting the middle-aged man's neck in half with one slash. The middle-aged woman was caught off guard and was also knocked down by the girl. This was also the first time Lin Chen had encountered such a situation, his expression slightly puzzled. After the Demon King killed the calico cat, it quickly ran back to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen patted the Demon King's head, giving approval. Taking out medical supplies from the backpack, he treated the Demon Lord's wound while observing the situation with his peripheral vision. On the other side, the middle-aged man had his carotid artery severed, quickly convulsing from massive blood loss and rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman was still struggling in her dying moments, wielding a fruit knife and thrusting it towards the girl. The girl dodged, getting stabbed in the arm, but her actions did not cease as she struck the middle-aged woman's head with another blow. Even though the middle-aged woman was motionless, she continued to strike one blow after another. Blood splattered as if the person under the knife was not her parents but two pieces of pork. It wasn't until both bodies became a bloody mess that the girl stopped. She stood up with the knife, walking towards the unconscious boy, whispering, "Let's go to hell together, little brother." And then she mercilessly struck down at the defenseless boy. Several blows decapitated the boy's head. After completing all this, the girl walked towards Lin Chen with the knife. However, halfway there, she dropped the knife on the ground, looking like a lost soul, and said to Lin Chen, "Kill me." "Why should I kill you?" Lin Chen was puzzled. He only killed to protect himself and his interests. This girl did not attack him, did not insult him, and even reminded him. Although he had sensed the threat behind him at that time, it also indicated that the girl had no hostility towards him. She even helped him out of trouble. He had no reason to kill her. The girl's eyes lost their luster. "I killed my parents. I'm scum. Shouldn't I be killed?" Lin Chen found it amusing. "What does killing your family have to do with me? Besides, some people are not worthy of being parents." At that moment, Lin Chen thought of LVCUA, his eyes darkened, patting the Demon Lord, saying, "Let's go." When Lin Chen and the Demon Lord returned to the side of the calico cat, some people who had just escaped came back, but they only watched from afar, not daring to approach. The calico cat was dead, and the Demon Lord who killed the calico cat was still there. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Chen had the Demon Lord pick up the calico cat's body and leave. Those who thought Lin Chen might not take the calico cat's body away showed disappointment. They thought they might have a chance to scavenge some meat. However, the remaining leg of the calico cat, bitten off by the Demon Lord, still caused a commotion among many people. Regardless of what kind of meat it was still meat. After walking a distance, Lin Chen stopped and shouted towards a corner behind him, "Come out." A girl covered in blood and carrying a large bag cautiously emerged from the corner. It was the girl who had just killed her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Chen frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, stopping only when she heard the Demon Lord threateningly, "Can I follow you?" "No." Lin Chen decisively refused without hesitation. Just because he didn't kill her didn't mean he would accept her. "I can do anything, don't be fooled by my thin appearance, I'm strong, can endure hardships, and don't eat much." The girl tried to sell herself hard. "I already have a companion by my side." Lin Chen warned the girl with a sharp look, "Don't follow me anymore, I won't hesitate to kill." He wouldn't become partners with anyone again, not even a servant he wouldn't trust to keep by his side. "My name is Qin Shuang," the girl shouted at Lin Chen's back. Seeing Lin Chen not turning back, Qin Shuang's eyes were determined as she walked away in another direction. As the distant gazes behind him gradually faded, Lin Chen found a secluded and uninhabited corner to store the calico cat's body in his space. In the afternoon, Lin Chen took out the previously marked map and continued to sweep through the gold shops. After raiding a dozen gold shops, he encountered an unexpected person at the entrance of one gold shop. "Are you following me?" Lin Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Qin Shuang who appeared in front of him again. Qin Shuang quickly defended herself, "I wasn't following you, I came to this jewelry store to find something." At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that Qin Shuang was holding a fire axe. It turned out she was also here to find gold, which made Lin Chen raise an eyebrow. Because he had encountered this girl twice in one day, he subconsciously thought that she was trying to cling to him. Lin Chen walked past Qin Shuang, but she stopped him. Wait! Lin Chen turned around impatiently to look at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang put down the large bag she was carrying, and it was evident that the bag had become much heavier after an afternoon. She opened the bag, revealing a variety of gold jewelry among the miscellaneous items. Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled as she picked up a handful of gold and handed it to Lin Chen. These are for you. Lin Chen's impatient expression changed slightly. Why are you giving them to me? Don't you need gold? I visited 4 jewelry stores this afternoon, and all the gold I collected is here. Lin Chen coldly said, I need to collect it myself. Even if you wasted your time looking for these things, I won't accept your offer. I understand. Qin Shuang's hand dropped, clutching the gold jewelry tightly, and she lowered her head, saying, I know I have a lowly life and can only rely on myself. I just want to thank you for not pushing me when I was most desperate. Thanks are unnecessary. I didn't do anything, Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. However, Qin Shuang firmly looked at Lin Chen and said, I believe in giving when there is something to give. This gold is of no use to me, so please accept it. Lin Chen wanted the gold, but he wouldn't know favors for nothing. If you insist on giving it to me, I'll exchange it for something. Lin Chen took out a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages from his backpack. In a post-apocalyptic world where medicines in pharmacies and hospitals had been looted, medical supplies were much more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been stabbed by a middle-aged woman before, and if left untreated, the wound could become infected and potentially fatal in the current environment. These medical supplies were invaluable to her. For Lin Chen, exchanging a small amount of medicine for dozens of pounds of gold was a profitable deal. Plus, he would receive the girl's gratitude. A glint appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He realized that this girl was not simple. A girl who could carry so much gold, a sack of supplies, and wield a heavy fire axe was not just strong physically. Moreover, Lin Chen had seen the girl's arm being injured by the middle-aged woman, yet she continued to collect supplies as if nothing had happened. He glanced at the Demon King's wound, which had also stopped bleeding. Thinking of something, Lin Chen took out several packs of instant noodles he had collected from a container earlier and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medical supplies. Qin Shuang's eyes slightly reddened as she tremblingly took them from Lin Chen's hands. Thank you. Lin Chen put the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his backpack and said, I'm leaving, it's going to be dark soon. Although it was not yet 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was already darkening. The arrival of extreme cold made the nights much longer than the days. Without lights, nights were much more dangerous than days. What's your name? Qin Shuang's voice came from behind. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied without turning his head, My name is Li No. 2. Lin Chen and the Demon King returned to the safe house before dark. Upon returning, he first checked the Demon King's wound from today. The wound had indeed healed quickly and was no longer bleeding. Lin Chen once again marveled at the amazing resilience of the source beast, carefully treating some deeper wounds. He let the Demon King rest in the living room, then walked into the utility room, locked the door, and took out the body of the calico cat. Detected ownerless source power, absorb it? Yes/no. The moment Lin Chen received the prompt from the treasure bowl, he said without hesitation, yes. Just like when he absorbed the wild boar before, a warm stream entered his body from his arm, bringing an indescribable wonderful feeling that spread throughout his body. It was a marvelous sensation of the essence of life sublimating. Suddenly, Lin Chen's body shook. The genetic lock inside him actually automatically unlocked at this moment. As he felt astonished, an unprecedented sense of power surged to his head. What is this? Lin Chen felt amazed by his own body. This feeling was so miraculous and unbelievable that at this moment, not only was his brain as clear and calm as when he unlocked the first genetic lock, but the strength in his body was continuously increasing. He suddenly had the illusion that he could fight the source beast barehanded. Lin Chen tentatively threw a punch into the air. The fist wind actually cut through the air, making a whistling sound. His brain calculated the force of this punch at that moment. It had increased tenfold compared to before. It had far exceeded the strength that a normal human could achieve. And this was just a casual punch from Lin Chen. Is this the second stage of the genetic lock? Lin Chen was extremely shocked and leaped in place, easily touching the ceiling. He tried to take a few steps, and in the blink of an eye, he ran from one end of the utility room to the other. At such a fast speed, in a not-so-spacious room, Lin Chen accelerated from a standstill to a stop, all in one go, barely stopping in front of the wall without crashing into it. This required perfect control of strength to achieve. If the strength and speed of a normal person's body suddenly increased, not only would they be unable to adapt to their own strength in a short period of time, but they might also experience coordination issues or even accidentally injure themselves. It takes time to practice and adapt, but in the state of unlocking the genetic lock, Lin Chen's brain could precisely control every bit of strength in his body, and the strength in his body seemed to be constantly surging. This feeling was too powerful. This time, the duration of the genetic lock lasted for 8 seconds. After exiting the genetic lock state, Lin Chen's body swayed, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. His limbs were weak, and there was a slight sense of pain in his body, but it was much better than the aftermath of the first time he unlocked the genetic lock. Perhaps it's related to me absorbing the source power of 2 source beasts, Lin Chen thought. Originally, he learned from No. 2 that the aftermath of unlocking the genetic lock would become more severe, but his current condition was indeed getting better. Source power. Lin Chen understood that source power was the key. Can absorbing the source power of 2 first-stage source beasts in succession unlock the second-stage genetic lock? Or has my body already absorbed some source material before this? He secretly wondered. Lin Chen did not know about the treasure bowl automatically absorbing source material while he was unconscious, otherwise, he would not have this question. After resting for about 10 minutes, although Lin Chen's limbs still felt a bit weak, he was slowly recovering. He tried to unlock the genetic lock again, but there was no response. When unlocking the genetic lock, he was indeed very strong, but up to now, Lin Chen still couldn't figure out how to open the genetic lock on his own. Apart from life-threatening situations or when emotions reach a certain peak, Lin Chen has not yet found another way to actively unlock the genetic lock. Moreover, after observing the battles of the Demon King and the Calico Cat, Lin Chen found that besides humans, other animals seem to have no concept or ability to unlock genetic locks. They directly enhanced their physical strength and showed some external changes in body size. The direction of evolution for humans and source beasts is not the same. Everything is still in the exploration stage, and Lin Chen can only slowly understand and discover the mysteries within. Retrieve the body of the masked cat into the space. He opened the door of the utility room. The Demon King didn't know when he was waiting at the door. Waiting for me? Lin Chen was slightly surprised, squatting down to touch the Demon King. The Demon King walked around Lin Chen twice, constantly sniffing Lin Chen's nose, as if confirming something. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked with a smile. The Demon King rubbed Lin Chen's palm with his nose, his agile eyes full of closeness and a hint of awe. Lin Chen thought the Demon King was hungry, patted the Demon King's head, and said, "Are you hungry? Let's go, eat." After a sumptuous dinner, Lin Chen took out all the jewelry such as gold, platinum, diamonds, and silver collected today from the space and placed them on the living room floor. The gold collected today is at least several hundred kilograms, and the other silver, rose gold jewelry, diamond jewelry add up to almost the same weight. The entire living room floor was shining with golden light, looking dazzling. Replicas cannot be used for upgrades, and these things have no value for replication and use other than upgrades. Lin Chen looked at the interface of the treasure bowl in front of him. Treasure bowl, storage space, 96 by 96 by 96, money points required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item replication * 21, money points required for upgrade, 58,500, squatting down, he placed his hand on this pile of jewelry, took a deep breath, and said, upgrade item replication. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the interface in front of him flashed slightly, and the pile of jewelry immediately decreased. The numbers on the treasure bowl interface quickly jumped, and after calming down, it became, treasure bowl, storage space, 96 by 96 by 96, money points required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item replication * 45, money points required for upgrade, 160,000, the upgrade rule for the number of items is +3 for the first upgrade, +6 for the second upgrade, +12 for the third upgrade. This is Lin Chen's fourth upgrade, adding +24 times in total. At the same time, the precious metals needed for the next upgrade have also increased. It was 80,000 before, but later Lin Chen gave the excess gold to the item replication to be consumed, reducing it to 58,000, and now it has directly become 160,000. 160,000 money points is equivalent to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum can also be consumed, but no gold can reach a 1:1 ratio. 100 G of silver can be exchanged for 1 money point. As for diamonds, the treasure bowl does not seem to recognize these stones that have been inflated to sky-high prices. Or is it that only precious metal treasure bowls can consume them? Lin Chen set aside these thoughts and continued to upgrade item replication. Fifth upgrade. Item replication +48 times. Continuing the upgrade requires 320,000 money points. Sixth upgrade.
Item replication plus 96 times. Continuing the upgrade requires 640,000 money points.
Lin Chen glanced at the floor, which was already missing half of the gold and silver jewelry.
According to this upgrade rule, the next upgrade will require over 1 million money points.
The gold and silver in front of him are probably not enough.
He silently recited the upgrade again.
This time, the number of item replications increased by 192 times. Treasure bowl, storage space, 96 by 96 by 96, money points required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item replication asterisk 381, money points required for upgrade, 1. 24 million, Lin Chen roughly estimated that the remaining gold and other jewelry could still be exchanged for 400 to 500,000 money points. It seems that it is far from enough to upgrade to the next level of item replication. Lin Chen chose to upgrade the storage space. After upgrading 5 times before, the space has now reached its current size.
The amount of gold needed for space upgrade is much less than that for item replication.
He estimated that if he upgraded 4 or 5 more times, he would not need to upgrade the space in the future.
Upgrade all storage space,
Lin Chen decisively said. As the voice fell, all the accessories in hand disappeared except for the diamonds. The upgrade time of the treasure bowl has obviously become much longer. After the number on the treasure bowl changed 4 times, it became, treasure bowl, storage space, 1456 by 1456 by 1456, continue to accumulate 985,755 wealth points to obtain complete storage space.
Function, item duplication asterisk 381, wealth points required for upgrade, 1. 24 million, complete storage space?
Lin Chen was slightly stunned. He had always had a guess in his heart that if the treasure bowl was upgraded to a limit, there might be some unexpected changes, but he didn't expect it to be achieved so quickly.
Lin Chen's heartbeat slightly accelerated.
The storage space had been upgraded 5 times before.
With the current 4 upgrades, does that mean it can only be upgraded 10 times at most?
Lin Chen took out pen and paper and silently calculated. According to the rule that each upgrade of the treasure bowl requires double the wealth points needed for the 10th upgrade of the storage space should have been 512,000 points, but now, even after absorbing the excess gold and silver, it still required over 980,000 points.
Lin Chen frowned.
This means that the wealth points needed for the final upgrade are not doubled, but quadrupled. The item duplication had been upgraded 7 times. If it also needs to be upgraded 10 times to reach the maximum level, then he would need
82 million wealth points.
In other words, he would need to collect over 20 tons of gold, or even more of other precious metals.
Lin Chen immediately opened the map of the Sand City to check.
The gold shops that he had looted before had already been crossed out by him.
There were not many gold shops left on the map.
Sand City was not large, but in just one day, he had visited 60% of the gold shops. The remaining ones were in the suburbs, where not only the collection speed would slow down, but also the number of gold shops was limited. It would be far from collecting over 20 tons.
Lin Chen pondered for a moment and immediately thought of the bank's vault, but he quickly dismissed this idea.
When he went out to collect supplies today, Lin Chen had already seen that most of the banks were all locked up, although unguarded. The walls of the banks were blast-proof walls, and the glass was bulletproof glass. Not to mention the bank's vault, it was said that even bombs couldn't blast it open. Even if unguarded, with the firepower he had in his space, breaking the bulletproof glass was already extremely difficult, let alone opening the bank's vault.
Lin Chen looked at his hand and wondered if the space of the treasure bowl could collect the gold inside the bank's vault through the walls?
Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and walked towards the wall. To find out if it was possible, it was simple, just try with his safe house. The outer wall of his safe house was over 3 meters thick, but the inner walls separating the rooms were not as thick, about 30 centimeters thick.
Let's try with his own room first.
Lin Chen placed his hand on the wall connecting to the bedroom. He closed his eyes and communicated with the space with all his thoughts. When his thoughts connected with the space, there was always a vague feeling of drifting away. When he took things from the containers and suitcases before, he had a sense that his consciousness could faintly touch the things inside. But at this moment, as soon as he had the thought of taking away the items in the room, a sharp, needle-like pain struck his brain. Lin Chen immediately cut off the connection with the space. He also sat down on the ground. Woof! The Demon King ran to Lin Chen, anxiously circling around him.
Lin Chen endured the sudden nausea and dizziness, squeezed out a smile of concern for the Demon King's anxious eyes, and said, "I'm fine."
Lin Chen rested for a while, and the nauseous and uncomfortable feeling gradually subsided. By now, his heart had cooled down a lot. He stubbornly tried something else. From cups, to iron boxes, to cabinets, and so on, everything that could be thought of was tried.
Lin Chen finally figured out the limitations of retrieving objects from a distance. The success of retrieving objects from a distance depends on the thickness of the container separating the objects, as well as its density. To retrieve something from inside a container, regardless of what it is, the maximum thickness of the container cannot exceed 5 centimeters. Furthermore, the higher the density of the container, the lower the thickness limit. For example, Lin Chen found that after assembling several alloy plates into the shape of a box, exceeding 3 centimeters would result in a situation similar to when he tried to retrieve something from the living room to the bedroom. It seems this approach won't work. Lin Chen rubbed his swollen temples. To retrieve items through a container, the object must be relatively thin and not very dense. The bank vault clearly did not meet these conditions. It seemed he could only take another route, collecting gold from other cities around Sha City after finishing collecting from the gold shops in Sha City. The next day, Lin Chen still unwillingly went to the bank. After spending half a day breaking through several door locks of the bank, he arrived at the entrance of the vault. Once again, Lin Chen experienced the feeling of being hit on the head hard and feeling dizzy and nauseous. This time he completely gave up. Not only was the bank vault thick, but it also had many layers and a complex structure that ordinary external forces could not open. Just the lock on the vault door was extremely complex, and even if the lock was destroyed, the door could not be opened. Helplessly, he could only honestly collect gold from each gold shop. On this day, Lin Chen swept through all the remaining gold shops in the city, only collecting less than a few tens of kilograms of gold and various other jewelry. Less than he had expected. After exchanging all of these for money points to upgrade the storage space, treasure basin, storage space, 1456 by 1456 by 1456, continue to accumulate 153,673 money points to obtain complete storage space. Function, item duplication * 381, money points required for upgrade, 1. 24 million, he was only a little over 150 kilograms of gold away from upgrading the storage space to the maximum level. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. The third day after the snowstorm, Lin Chen, who had finished practicing the health-preserving technique early in the morning, found that it was snowing heavily outside today. Although the heavy snow affected visibility, fortunately the wind was not strong, and he could still go out to search for gold. The Demon King's injuries had not fully healed yet, so Lin Chen did not bring it with him when he went out yesterday, and he left it at home today as well. Considering that the snow might get heavier, and in case he got trapped somewhere due to a snowstorm and couldn't return, Lin Chen left enough food for the Demon King before leaving. Today, Lin Chen's target was the suburbs. As soon as he arrived in the suburbs, Lin Chen noticed a different atmosphere. Perhaps it was not just the suburbs, but the entire atmosphere of Sha City had changed. There were noticeably fewer people searching for supplies outside today compared to the previous 2 days. Over the past 2 days, whenever a lone person carrying supplies walked by on the street, someone would rush over to snatch them. During the looting process, the scene of people getting hurt was a common sight in front of Lin Chen. In addition to the chaotic footprints on the snow, there were often glaring bloodstains spreading across the pristine white snow. Yesterday, Lin Chen even saw 2 young women who seemed to be out together looking for supplies, but they were dragged into a dark and empty shop by 3 big men. The struggling and desperate cries only lasted for a while before falling silent. Lin Chen, dressed in luxury, was unsurprisingly targeted by people who had ill intentions and kept eyeing him. With his current physical fitness after unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock and the accumulated experience of killing over the 8 years of the apocalypse, anyone who dared to approach him looking for trouble was easily dealt with by him. Knowing that facing life and death can trigger humans to unlock their genetic code, Lin Chen became even more decisive in his actions. He never hesitated to kill those he could eliminate with one strike. The whole world turned pure white, while human hearts turned pitch black. After killing the 5th fool who dared to challenge him today, Lin Chen felt somewhat annoyed and casually sheathed the bloodstained Nepalese military knife at his waist. Indeed, fewer people with eyes came looking for trouble afterwards. However, during lunchtime, Lin Chen encountered another fool. "Young man, please, could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days," a kind-looking middle-aged woman in tattered clothes pleaded as she entered the print shop where Lin Chen was resting. Lin Chen coldly glanced at the woman approaching and spoke in a chilling tone, "Take one more step and you'll die." The woman hesitated at the door, wiping her eyes. "Heaven isn't giving me a way out. My children are all away, leaving me, an old woman, to suffer here. Young man, I don't ask for much, just a bite to eat. I'll trade you this coat on me for it." The woman stood her ground at the doorway. The offer of trading a bite of food for a warm cotton coat seemed reasonable, and perhaps someone would grit their teeth and agree to the exchange. Lin Chen's eyes grew colder as he stood up and walked towards the woman. The woman thought Lin Chen had agreed and a smile appeared on her face. Just as Lin Chen approached, a flash of fierceness crossed the woman's eyes, and she revealed a sharp steel spike hidden in her coat. Before she could raise her hand, a cold light flashed in the corner of her eye. Her vision suddenly spun, and the last thing she saw was Lin Chen holding a bloody sharp knife standing in front of a familiar headless body. Is that my body? This was the woman's final thought. Lin Chen sheathed his knife, kicked the woman's body out of the door, and coldly glanced at several prying eyes nearby before returning to the shop to eat. In the afternoon, while collecting gold, Lin Chen suddenly heard a commotion. The voices were not coming from nearby but from some high-rise residential areas and apartments. Soldiers! I'm here! The troops have arrived, we're saved! Soldier! Save me, I haven't eaten in 3 days. These past few days, people in the apartment complexes have been desperate, shouting for the troops to come and save them, wondering why the government hadn't come to their rescue. Lin Chen had already guessed that the troops would soon take action. Yesterday, he had another chance to visit another port and found that most of the containers had been opened, and useful supplies had been taken away. Thinking back to the scene when he encountered the troops that day, Lin Chen had no doubt that the soldiers had received orders to quickly gather supplies in these few days. This was wise. Without supplies to appease them, even if the troops managed to maintain order in the city by force, the survivors on the brink of starvation and freezing would still be dissatisfied. Driven by cold and hunger, they might even confront the troops, leading to riots and uprisings. This also indicated that the top commander of the Shushi troops was not a narrow-minded person. Indeed, the troops finally took action. Teams of soldiers armed with real weapons appeared all over Shushi. To the disappointment of the survivors, these soldiers did not bring the supplies they had hoped for but instead carried papers that looked like flyers. The soldiers seemed to turn a blind eye to the corpses littering the streets, engaging in activities akin to pre-apocalyptic advertising. They plastered these papers in prominent locations throughout the city. Some soldiers even handed out the flyers directly to people. Lin Chen also received a handwritten flyer, or notice, in his hand. He carefully looked at the leaflet he was holding. Recently, the weather has been abnormal, and communication with other cities has been interrupted. Special situations require special treatment. Our unit will take the following measures for extreme weather conditions. Notice 1, starting from tomorrow, citizens can go to the outskirts of the east to the Shanghai apartments with their ID cards to register personal information and receive 1 week of survival supplies. For those with elderly or children at home, they can bring the identity information of the elderly and children to collect on their behalf. Those who falsely claim or take more than their share will have the supplies confiscated and permanently lose the eligibility to receive supplies. Notice 2, the military will build shelters in the eastern suburbs of Shushi City. Anyone who participates in the construction of shelters for 100 days will be granted the right to live in a shelter. Participants will receive 2 extra work meals per day and an additional set of cold weather clothing per month. Requirements, ages 16 to 45, physically fit, and free of underlying diseases. Those with special talents will be given priority. Notice 3, due to the construction of shelters, those who contribute various building materials will receive contribution points based on the quantity contributed. Those who accumulate 500 contribution points will be eligible to live in a shelter. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, and the exchange details will be posted outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs. Notice 4, starting today, there will be a squad of soldiers patrolling with real guns and live ammunition in each district every day. It is prohibited for citizens to engage in activities such as looting, murder, violence against women, etc. If such incidents are discovered, the perpetrators will be shot on the spot. There was a long official statement following this, which Lin Chen roughly skimmed through. His previous speculation was correct. The official indeed had their eyes on the land in the eastern suburbs. When he asked Liao Peng to find a location before, he had noticed that area in the eastern suburbs. After all, there were not many places that met the requirements for building shelters. His own safe house was located on a small hill in the western suburbs of Shushi City, quite far from the eastern suburbs. The terrain was high, and the area was small, so even if the land was requisitioned, it wouldn't affect his 300 square meters of land. That's why he felt at ease building the safe house. Before long, people kept coming out of their homes and surrounded the soldiers distributing these leaflets. Comrades, do you have any food? I'm starving. I'm so cold, do you have any spare clothes? Brother, my child is sick, do you have any medicine? The surrounded soldiers could only keep explaining, we didn't bring any supplies. You can go to the east suburbs tomorrow to collect supplies. It's all written on the leaflet. Please step aside, we need to complete our task first. When the crowd realized that these soldiers really didn't have any supplies with them, they became restless. When lives are at stake, why are you distributing useless leaflets? You came so late, my father has already passed away. If you had come earlier, maybe my father wouldn't have died. He was only in his 60s. Don't you bring any food when you go out? Do you know how much we, the common people, are suffering? What kind of soldiers are you? Strip them of their clothes. More and more people gathered around, seemingly not willing to let the soldiers leave without giving them something. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The crowd suddenly fell silent. But it was followed by even louder curses, and some people even started to get physical. A burly man with a crew cut pushed away the soldier who fired the shot and stared at him, saying, "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Today, I'm telling you, if you don't produce something, don't even think about leaving. Let's see if you dare to fire that gun." That's right. None of you are leaving. Your guns are meant to be aimed at enemies, not at us common folks. Let's see if they dare to make a move. Voices of support kept coming from the crowd. The conflict seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Chen calmly watched the scene by the road, curious to see what kind of orders the commander of the Shashi troops would give to these soldiers. To develop Shashi into the largest official sanctuary, the commander must be quite capable. Bang! With the sound of gunfire again, the burly man who had been the most aggressive before looked incredulously at his bleeding chest and fell down. The crowd finally quieted down. The leading soldier's stern expression swept over the crowd and said, "Troublemakers, kill them. If you want supplies, go to the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now, clear the way immediately." The crowd dispersed in a panic. Lin Chen took it all in. He glanced at the sky and left the place with the crowd. The gold he collected today was enough to upgrade the space. He planned to go back first and visit the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now that he had settled in Shashi, he needed to understand the rulers of this place. Passing by the entrance of Wulong village on the way back, Lin Chen found that the villagers of Wulong village were actually holding a funeral. These days, he had been coming and going early and late, and basically had not seen the villagers of Wulong village. From outside the village, you could see that almost every household in the village had hung white cloth, indicating that many people had died in the village. But at this critical moment, with the next wave of snowstorms coming back at any time, these villagers still had the heart to hold a funeral. Lin Chen didn't know whether to call them ignorant or foolish. He quickened his pace and hurried back to the safe house. After greeting the Demon King, he took out the gold and other precious metals he had collected today. There was some nervousness, excitement, and apprehension in his heart, but more than anything, there was anticipation. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said softly, "Upgrade storage space." Most of the gold jewelry in his hand disappeared. A dazzling golden light suddenly emanated from Lin Chen's forehead. The entire treasure bowl interface in front of him began to flicker like gibberish. Lin Chen's pupils dilated as he stared intently at the changes before him. The last time the treasure bowl interface had such drastic changes was when it absorbed the second ancient coin. Lin Chen's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. The Demon King was already stunned on the side. Although he had become somewhat accustomed to Lin Chen's ability to transform things at will, this was the first time he had seen someone emit light on their own. The Demon King's mouth hung open wide, drooling without realizing it. The admiration in the dog's eyes as he looked at Lin Chen was now visible to the naked eye. After a while, the treasure bowl interface reappeared before them. Treasure bowl storage space, complete space volume can increase with the user's internal source power, can store living beings function, item duplication * 381 money points required for upgrade, 1. 24 million can store living beings. Lin Chen roughly scanned the words in front and stared straight at the 5 words, can store living beings at the back. He understood what these words meant. He quickly used his consciousness to check the space. As far as the eye could see, the entire space had been expanded to infinity, making everything inside appear tiny. The nearly 10,000 containers of goods collected at the port previously had already occupied 1/3 of the space. After upgrading 4 times yesterday, those goods only occupied a corner of the space, 1/1000th of the volume. But now, the entire space seemed to be divided in two. One side was still a large vacuum area as before, while the other side unexpectedly revealed a piece of land as big as a football field. The newly appeared land in the space was barren. Like a wasteland, there was nothing but gray-black soil. Lin Chen immediately wanted to try it out. Of course, he wouldn't use the Demon King for the experiment. The Demon King was already his companion, and if anything went wrong, he would regret it. Lin Chen walked out of the safe house, looked around for a moment, and found nothing but vast white snow between heaven and earth. He immediately set his sights on the villagers below the mountain. Wulong Village. Wang Liang shuttled through the villagers' houses with a gloomy expression. "Uncle Wang, the outside world is in chaos now. Can we postpone the funeral of the elders, or make it simpler?" Wang Liang said as he entered a villager's house. The man known as Uncle Wang replied angrily, "Postpone until when? Who knows when another blizzard will hit. I can't have my father lying at home for 10 days or half a month. That's unacceptable. When someone dies, they should be laid to rest. And now, having just one funeral for so many elders is already simple enough. Do you want it even simpler? Wang Liang, feeling frustrated, said, when someone dies, they die. We, the living, still need to carry on, right? We can't cut off the path for the living just for the dead. How much did my father do for the village before he passed away? Liangzi, the village chief often tells us that we should not be selfish, we are a collective, we should advance and retreat together. Do you want my father's body to be left in the wilderness? Stop saying these heartless words. Wang Liang visited over a dozen households in a row, and received almost identical responses. Wang Liang cursed inwardly and walked away with a grim face. The former village chief had always wanted to groom Wang Liang as his successor. If given a few more years, after the village chief had made arrangements for his passing, Wang Liang could definitely become the next village chief. But now, with the sudden death of the village chief, he had not yet established his authority in the village, and the villagers simply did not listen to him. They insisted on holding funerals for the deceased in the village. In these past few days, almost every household in the village had lost someone. Unlike the various families in the city, the villagers had been united through the efforts of the village chief over the years. They were mostly of one mind. With so many relatives and friends suddenly passing away, one person suggested following the old rules and holding funerals for the deceased villagers, and surprisingly, all the villagers agreed. The village was located in the suburbs near the mountains, and the villagers had reserves of food in their homes, as well as the habit of drying vegetables and curing meat. So, for the time being, there was no chaos and looting like in the cities outside. However, Wang Liang had gone out and seen that people outside were resorting to all kinds of atrocities for a bit of food and clothing. If they didn't come up with a plan soon, when the village's food ran out, they would be no different from the outsiders. This was why Wang Liang was so anxious. At this moment, he felt like he was the only sober one among a crowd of drunk people. Suddenly, he realized that the village chief's ideals were not enough to deal with the current situation. Wang Liang walked out of Uncle Wang's house in anger, stomped on the snow on the ground at the foot of the mountain, and cursed, "It's all because of that person on the mountain." Wang Liang cursed a string of profanities, even cursing Lin Chen's ancestors. It seemed that only by doing so could he vent his frustration. If he hadn't met Lin Chen, he would have been patiently waiting in the village to become the successor to the village chief. Suddenly, Wang Liang noticed a shadow behind him. Just as Wang Liang was about to turn around, a hand landed on his shoulder. As soon as Lin Chen descended the mountain, he saw a lone villager. He was ready to use this villager to test his spatial abilities. The people in this village were hostile towards him, so it was convenient. Coincidentally, Lin Chen happened to overhear Wang Liang cursing at him. A cold smile played on Lin Chen's lips as he placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder and activated his abilities. Wang Liang turned around to meet Lin Chen's eyes. Both of them were slightly stunned. "Lin Chen, why isn't the space responding?" "Wang Liang, this person looks familiar." Wang Liang's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Before Wang Liang could react, Lin Chen swiftly knocked him unconscious with a hand chop. He then tried to communicate with the space again. This time, there was no obstruction, and Wang Liang disappeared from under Lin Chen's hand. Does the living being placed in the space have to be unconscious? Lin Chen frowned and looked around the space. He saw a person lying on the previously empty land in the space. It was Wang Liang, who had just been knocked out by Lin Chen. With a thought, Lin Chen made Wang Liang reappear in the snow. He took Wang Liang to a deserted corner, grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into Wang Liang's clothes. Wang Liang soon woke up from being frozen, and when he saw Lin Chen, he wanted to scream in fear. However, Lin Chen was prepared and punched Wang Liang in the mouth, silencing his screams. "Don't make a sound, or you'll die immediately." Lin Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent, making Wang Liang nod repeatedly. With just one punch, several of Wang Liang's teeth were knocked out by Lin Chen. Lin Chen tried to bring Wang Liang into the space again, but encountered resistance and failed. Next, Lin Chen grabbed Wang Liang's throat. As Wang Liang struggled, Lin Chen used his other hand to break Wang Liang's hand to prevent him from resisting. Lin Chen's grip tightened as he tried to bring Wang Liang into the space, and when Wang Liang's eyes rolled back, he succeeded. Wang Liang was on the brink of suffocation but was saved by Lin Chen, who pulled him out of the space. Lin Chen repeated the process several times and finally concluded that a person must be powerless or weak-willed to be brought into the space. He also realized that time passed normally in the living space, and creatures inside could breathe and move. Lin Chen decided to experiment with animals before attempting with the Demon King. Finally, Lin Chen glanced at the dying Wang Liang and snapped his neck. Wang Liang felt a sense of relief in his eyes as he passed away. Lin Chen then tested the ability on two other villagers before sending them away. In order to avoid any fish slipping through the net, Lin Chen directly used a heat induction device to find and kill the hidden villagers one by one. Then he collected all the bodies into the space. When he returned to the safe house, the killing intent on Lin Chen had not dissipated. Seeing the Demon King approaching, his eyes, tainted with killing intent, turned crimson as he said, "Demon King, shall we play a game?" The Demon King unconsciously took 2 steps back. Huh? Seeing the Demon King's reaction, Lin Chen knew that his state had frightened the Demon King. After killing so many people in one go, he emitted a heavy murderous aura. He took a bath first, washing away the bloody aura, and then walked into the kitchen. He cooked himself a meal of his favorite boiling fish. Cooking could calm him down. 20 minutes later, a delicious and fragrant boiling fish was ready. Lin Chen ate several bowls of rice with it, and also remembered to give the Demon King some fresh wild boar meat. After the meal, Lin Chen's mood had calmed down a lot. He waved to the Demon King, "Demon King, let's play a game." Demon King. Lin Chen coaxed, "I'll take you to a place later, you can help me see if that place is fun, don't be afraid, I will bring you back soon." The Demon King tilted its head, pondering the meaning of Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen placed his hand on the Demon King's head, connecting consciousness with the space. The next second, the Demon King appeared bewildered on the spatial land. In Lin Chen's consciousness, he saw the Demon King suddenly jump up in the space, looking extremely vigilant in all directions, emitting uneasy low growls. Woof! Woof woof! Lin Chen quickly moved the Demon King out of the space. The Demon King returned to the familiar safe house, seeing the familiar Lin Chen, excitement almost overflowing from its dog eyes. It was about to pounce on Lin Chen. After patiently explaining and comforting the Demon King, Lin Chen let it enter the space again. This time, the Demon King was not as uneasy as before, running around in the space. The spaceland was about the size of a basketball court, and the Demon King ran to the edge and was blocked by an invisible wall. Lin Chen tried to communicate with the Demon King using his mind. "Demon King, can you hear me?" The Demon King suddenly looked up, looking around in the space. Seeing the Demon King's reaction, Lin Chen was delighted, it actually worked. He gave another command, "Demon King, try digging the soil." Although the Demon King was puzzled why it couldn't see its master but could hear the voice, it obediently dug the soil in place. Its strong hind legs quickly dug out a hole. Lin Chen moved the Demon King out of the space. The Demon King, still in the motion of digging, suddenly found itself back home, looking confused again, turning to see Lin Chen almost grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha! Lin Chen was ecstatic, unable to hold back his laughter. His inner thought became clearer and stronger. Since human hearts are unreliable, he must try to build his own army of source beasts in the apocalypse. Only then could he have the day to avenge the Shin family. Lin Chen squatted down and patted the Demon King's head, his eyes determined. "Demon King, we need to get stronger quickly. I will make you the king of the source beasts in the future." The next day, although the Demon King's injuries had healed, Lin Chen still decided to go out alone. Because today, he was going to the eastern suburbs. In order not to attract attention, Lin Chen deliberately changed into a less conspicuous outfit and covered his face with a mask. He took out Li Er's ID card and put it in his pocket. Yesterday, he saw a flyer asking survivors to register their information, just in case. He had kept Li Er's ID card because although Li Er's features were ordinary, his facial contours resembled his own to some extent. Keep it. Maybe it will come in handy someday. In order to look more authentic, Lin Chen deliberately shaved a crew cut similar to the one on Li Er's ID photo with an electric razor. When not wearing a mask, he already bore a resemblance to the photo's outline. If the military personnel were not strict in their inspection, they might not be able to detect it. Lin Chen nodded satisfactorily at himself in the mirror, left enough food for the Demon King, and then descended the mountain. He walked towards the eastern suburbs, encountering many people on the road, all heading in the same direction, obviously also notified to go to the eastern suburbs. Today was peaceful all the way, and no one dared to act. Occasionally, one could see small groups of soldiers patrolling the streets. Walking from the western suburbs to the eastern suburbs on foot alone would probably take a whole day. Lin Chen found an unmanned place to take out the snowmobile, rode a long way to avoid the crowd, and only found a place to retract it when approaching the eastern suburbs. Finally, he arrived at the eastern suburbs around noon. Upon arriving at the eastern suburbs, Lin Chen realized that although he arrived quickly, he was not considered early. Many residents who already lived in the eastern suburbs had long surrounded the entrance of the Shanghai apartment. Many survivors had already rushed to the eastern suburbs after receiving the notice yesterday. Although the nighttime temperature was tens of degrees lower than during the day, some people with sick or starving family members did not care about the cold and rushed to the eastern suburbs at the risk of their lives. Many survivors were already emaciated and weak, with a yellowish complexion. Amidst the crowded heads and bustling voices, Lin Chen couldn't even see the gate of the Shanghai apartment. He was here to investigate the situation, so he didn't rush forward and stood quietly on the outer edge of the crowd observing the situation. Before long, a harsh horn sounded from the front of the crowd, followed by a rough voice that rang in everyone's ears. Quiet. Listen to me. Everyone, line up in 5 columns, and queue up in order. Those who cause trouble, kill them. The word kill carried a chilling murderous intent. If this didn't directly intimidate the survivors, what would? Next, a long line of soldiers standing at the entrance of the apartment chambering their guns in unison finally quieted the noisy crowd. After a moment, some clever survivors squeezed to the front to form a line. Others hurriedly lined up. Lin Chen also followed one of the queues at the back. At this moment, a younger voice replaced the previous one at the front, sounding less aggressive. Everyone, line up, take your ID cards, register your identity, and then enter the community to collect supplies. 1 ID card for 1 supply. For family members collecting on behalf, please show your household registration or marriage certificate for verification. Those who falsely claim or take more than their share will lose their permanent eligibility to receive supplies. Please collect supplies rationally. If your ID card is lost, you can register and verify it on the right side here. During this special period, to prevent disturbances, we must be serious. Please understand. Job applicants, please register for interviews on the left side. Lin Chen stood at the back of the crowd observing. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could tell from the speed of the queue that the inspection was not very strict. After a while, there was suddenly a commotion ahead. My surname is Chen. What's the problem if my son's surname is Huang with my wife? Why can't I collect it? A man at the front of the line shouted excitedly. The registrar said, if you want to collect on behalf of your family, please show your household registration or your wife's identity and marriage certificate. I ran all the way from the southern district. I didn't bring those documents. Without proof, you can only collect supplies for yourself. Ha! Hey, aren't you supposed to serve the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Believe me, I will complain about you. The man wanted to say something, but suddenly a cold gun barrel was pressed against his temple. Can't you understand what he said? With identification, you can collect on behalf. Without it, you can only collect one. Now, either go get your own, or go home and get your documents. Troublemakers, die. The voice was the rough voice that had appeared on the loudspeaker before. The man in the green military coat looked burly, with a square and rugged face. One of his eyes had an abnormal cloudy color, indicating an injury that added a touch of ferocity to his stern face. The threatening voice combined with the cold touch of the gun barrel on his temple made the troublemaker's legs go weak, and he knelt directly on the ground, saying, yes, yes, yes. The troublemaker got up, took the sign from the registration personnel, and hurriedly ran through the right-hand passage into the apartment. Many others who had similar intentions as the troublemaker were deterred by this scene. The pace of the queue quickened. Soon, people who had registered earlier were seen coming out of the apartment carrying a large black bag. The people in the queue immediately shifted their gaze to the bag, as if trying to see through it to find out what was inside. Someone in the queue boldly shouted, "Hey, what did you get?" The person did not answer, tightened his grip on the bag, and hurried away. As the queue moved forward, after waiting for 3 hours, Lin Chen had reached a position near the front of the line, with about a dozen people ahead of him. After observing for a while, he noticed that the only strict part of the process was the verification for those collecting on behalf of others. Individuals collecting supplies only needed to register their information from their ID cards and state their pre-apocalypse occupation to enter the apartment and collect supplies. Those whose professions matched the recruitment criteria for building shelters would receive additional benefits and be directed to another area. Lin Chen was particularly interested in the man who had been standing in front of the soldiers all along. This man exuded a strong and commanding presence, standing sharply ahead of the queue, matching the intimidation of the row of armed soldiers. A soldier had approached this man earlier to report something, and Lin Chen faintly heard the soldier address him as General Lin. Could this man be the leader of the Sand City forces? Lin Chen did not stare too long, to avoid being noticed. Finally, it was Lin Chen's turn in the queue. He presented Li Er's ID card to the registration personnel. After a brief glance, the registration officer noted down his age and gender from the ID card and asked, "What was your previous occupation? Why are you wearing a mask?" Cough, cough, cough. I've been coughing badly these past few days. I'm afraid I might have caught the flu. Do you have any medicine in your supplies? Lin Chen coughed forcefully a few times, his voice hoarse, and said, "I used to be an accountant." The staff member glanced at the ID card and Lin Chen, then handed him the ID card and a metal tag, saying, "Go in, present the tag to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shen took the tag and walked into the apartment through the segregated passage guarded by soldiers. Inside, there was no chance of getting lost, as 2 soldiers stood every meter along the path, holding guns. It was like a guard post every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. By following the path outlined by the soldiers on both sides, one could reach the supply collection point. Lin Shen carefully examined the cold metal tag in his hand. It was essentially a rectangular metal piece, possibly made of aluminum alloy, with a stamp of the Xia country emblem on it. It seemed to be hastily cut from a large piece of aluminum alloy, with rough edges that could cut if not handled carefully. The process of receiving the metal tag and entering the apartment to collect supplies seemed somewhat redundant, but Lin Shen understood that distributing supplies directly at the entrance of the apartment would pose risks. Supplies are directly piled up at the door. First of all, it is easy to encounter blizzards or snow outdoors, and the supplies are not easy to transport and store. Secondly, with so many survivors, seeing the supplies will inevitably make some people desperate and rush to grab them. If there are too many looters, it may lead to riots, and then it will be difficult to defend the apartment entrance. Now, by effectively diverting the crowd and deterring those with ill intentions, if someone tries to loot supplies in the apartment, they will not be able to escape the tight defense. This minimizes the occurrence of riots and accidents to the greatest extent, achieving tight security on the outside and loose security on the inside. This is only what Lin Shen can think of, perhaps there are more reasons. Turning a corner, a person who had just received supplies was walking towards him. Lin Shen casually glanced over and coincidentally, this person actually looked somewhat familiar to him. Qian Liangliang held the supplies in his arms vigilantly, afraid that the things in his arms would disappear. These days, he has suffered a lot. Although he initially managed to deceive 2 pieces of clothing and some food with his cleverness, he quickly couldn't deceive anyone anymore. Not only that, he was also robbed and almost lost his life. Qian Liangliang had been hungry for 2 full days, and he ran here before dawn to finally get some supplies. At this moment, Qian Liangliang noticed that the person walking towards him was looking at him. Lin Shen had his face covered and was wearing a hat that day, and he was also accompanied by a demon, so Qian Liangliang did not recognize him. "What are you looking at?" Qian Liangliang glared at Lin Shen and quickly walked towards the entrance of the apartment. Lin Shen then remembered that Qian Liangliang was the person he had encountered a few days ago, so he retracted his gaze. The 2 of them did not know each other, but they would soon meet again. The place to receive supplies is the property lobby of the apartment. When Lin Shen arrived, there was also a queue inside. However, there were not as many people as at the entrance of the apartment. Lin Shen could only line up at the back of the queue again. After a while, an elderly lady bypassed from behind and hurriedly walked to the front of the line, naturally inserting herself at the front. Immediately, someone dissatisfied said, "Hey, lady, why are you cutting in line?" The elderly lady stood with her hands on her hips and confidently said, "I have trouble with my legs and feet. I've been walking for a long time and my legs are sore. It's only right for you young people to give way. Don't argue. Haven't you seen that those soldiers guarding the supplies are not saying anything?" Everyone glanced at the soldiers who were expressionless and tightly guarding the supplies, and some people could only silently endure this. But some people couldn't stand it and said, "We all came a long way and waited in line for a long time. Just because you're old, can you rely on your age to cut in line? Your physical strength doesn't seem to be worse than us young people even after walking such a long way." The elderly lady disdainfully looked at the person speaking. "Young man, everyone else is not saying anything. It's only you who keeps harping on this trivial matter. Can you be more magnanimous? Making a fuss won't benefit any of us. Stay quiet, understand that not listening to the advice of the elderly will lead to trouble right in front of you." The elderly lady is not scary, but it's scary when the elderly lady is educated. This remark made the other person seem unreasonable, and that person gritted their teeth, too angry to speak. "Humph, not listening to the advice of the elderly, you'll be happy for several years, right?" At this moment, a young man in front of Lin Shen suddenly smiled and spoke, walking over and pulling the elderly lady out of the crowd. Everyone was quite surprised that someone would stand up at this time. All the people who were originally unhappy because of the elderly lady cutting in line showed a pleased expression. Although they didn't want trouble, they were happy to see someone deal with this annoying elderly lady. Lin Shan also watched this scene with interest. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man's strength was obviously not small, and the elderly lady struggled but was still pulled out of the line. The elderly lady turned around to go back to the line. The people in the line immediately stood closer together, not giving the elderly lady a chance to squeeze back in. Seeing that she couldn't cut in line anymore, the middle-aged woman pointed at the young man who had pulled her out and cursed, "Are you sick? I didn't cut in front of you, your home is by the seaside, why are you so nosy?" The young man just smiled, walked back to the line, and this time stood behind Lin Chen. The middle-aged woman was furious, but didn't dare to make a scene. She walked behind the young man and continued to curse under her breath. "You shameless person. Look, you still have to line up again. You think you're doing a good deed, but others didn't ask you to go back in line." At this moment, the young man leaned towards Lin Chen and asked, "Can I go back in line?" Lin Chen made a gesture of approval. The young man raised his eyebrows, looked smugly at the infuriated middle-aged woman, and went back to stand in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen found this person quite interesting. It was just a matter of changing positions in line. Whether or not to let him in didn't matter. The key was the attitude and behavior of this young man that puzzled Lin Chen. The young man didn't exude the sudden sense of despair that surrounded the others. On the contrary, he carried an attitude of nonchalance and positivity from the peaceful era before the apocalypse. When everyone was still in line, Lin Chen hadn't noticed it. But with this action, he immediately felt the difference in the young man. Perhaps feeling too strongly scrutinized by Lin Chen, the young man suddenly turned his head and blinked at Lin Chen. His eyes were clear and bright, devoid of the sinking, despairing, and vigilant emotions that almost everyone else had, yet there was an emotion that Lin Chen couldn't quite grasp. "Thank you," the young man said with a smile to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, lowered his gaze, and stopped looking at the young man. No matter how special he was someone unrelated to Lin Chen. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Chen's turn to collect supplies. Like everyone else, he handed over his metal tag, and the staff, after checking the tag, took out a black bag from the cart behind and handed it to Lin Chen. The bag was fluffy, and it probably weighed only about 10 kilograms. On the other side of the queue, someone who received their supplies immediately opened the bag and angrily threw it on the ground, cursing, "This little bit of stuff is supposed to last us a week? Are they trying to starve us?" Lin Chen glanced over. Inside the bag were several packs of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, some cold medicine, and some fruits and vegetables that had already frozen. The crowd immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Perhaps there had been incidents before, as a soldier quickly stepped forward to pick up the bag, and in a cold tone said, "If you don't want it, go find it yourself." These things were brought back by our people who risked their lives. Even the troops in Sha City were not prepared for such extreme cold weather gear. Even if there were enough clothes collected, essentials like waterproof snow boots and gloves were basically non-existent in Sha City. In the past few days of collecting and transporting supplies, many soldiers had suffered frostbite and even lost fingers and toes. Everyone was well aware of the situation outside, and in the end, no one could say a tough no. Snatching back his bag angrily, he walked away. Having these things was already good. In a few months, they wouldn't even be able to eat these. Lin Chen thought to himself. Before leaving, he noticed a large notice posted on the wall of the hall. It detailed the exchange of contribution points for materials and the reverse exchange of materials for contribution points. There were also paper and pens available for people to copy and take home. Lin Chen also picked up a pen and paper to copy down a list. 100 kilograms of sand exchanges for 5 contribution points. 100 kilograms of cement exchanges for 10 contribution points. 100 kilograms of steel bars exchanges for 20 contribution points. A list of building materials and their exchange details. Below are details of items that can be exchanged for contribution points, such as undamaged circuit boards, various electrical appliances, or car parts, various precision parts, wires, etc. What catches the eye is the detailed list of items that can be exchanged for contribution points. List of items exchangeable for contribution points. 5 contribution points can be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, or a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for 5 kilograms of charcoal, or a liter of diesel, or a candle. 20 contribution points can be exchanged for a cotton jacket, or a cotton quilt, a No. 5 battery. 200 contribution points can be exchanged for a military flashlight, or a military horn. 500 contribution points can be exchanged for the right to live in a single-person shelter. 1,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a cold weapon. Types include entrenching shovel, military knife, bayonet. 2,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a dagger gun, similar power to a pistol within 10 meters. 3,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a crossbow, specialized for the Xia country forces, or a pistol. 5,000 contribution points can be exchanged for gene pills, repair genes, strengthen physique, slightly accelerate healing of internal and external injuries. 10,000 contribution points can be exchanged for gene tablets, repair genes, strengthen physique, to some extent accelerate healing of internal and external injuries. The aforementioned items can be obtained as long as survivors are willing to spend time and effort to collect contribution points. Especially for some electronic components, each piece can be exchanged for dozens of contribution points.
With luck in finding a few pieces, the issue of food and clothing can be solved. What surprised Lin Chen was seeing two things on the list that should not have appeared. Gene tablets, gene pills. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. When he saw these two things, he quickly recalled the pills and tablets he obtained from the Shin family. Although it was surprising that the military had such things, it was not too unbelievable. If even the Shin family had them, the country must have developed them as well. In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard rumors of soldiers unlocking genetic locks. What Lin Chen did not expect was that the commander of Sha City would actually bring out these things as rewards to motivate survivors. Ordinary people have no concept of these pills. Repairing genes, they can indeed repair collapsed genes to some extent, but they are only useful for those who have unlocked genetic locks. Normal people who take them can only absorb a little source material and slightly increase their physical strength. It is still better to exercise and improve physical fitness. As for healing injuries, Lin Chen admits that they have this effect but only in cases of minor injuries. For serious injuries, like the previous Shinjinbin, one would need to take 6 pills at once to hang on to life, and then continue to be saved with modern medical technology. Now, if seriously injured without modern medical equipment, even taking 10 pills would result in death. So, this function is also quite redundant. Lin Chen could see at a glance that these items were just a gimmick, like the grand prize in a scratch-off lottery, attracting people to buy them. 10,000 contribution points, it is impossible for anyone to reach this level in a short time. If achieved, it would be several years later. What still caught Lin Chen's eye was the crossbow worth 3,000 contribution points. He wondered if the power of the Xia country's crossbow would surpass that of the Lighthouse country's interception crossbow, considering the long history of the Xia country's use of crossbows. Seeing items like batteries, flashlights, Lin Chen speculated that the Sha City forces should have a lot of military supplies well sealed or stored underground, not destroyed by electromagnetic storms. However, apart from trivial items like flashlights and horns, the other items would probably not be brought out. Lin Chen copied a list at random, and by the time he left the distribution center, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour, it would be getting dark. When he returned to the entrance of the apartment, he could already hear soldiers using horns to disperse the still unchanging crowd. Today's distribution of supplies will end in half an hour. Those who have not received supplies can come back tomorrow. And there were soldiers walking around with military horns to inform those coming from behind. There were sounds of dissatisfaction and complaints in the crowd. Some of the people at the back of the line were unwilling to leave. Lin Chen walked out of Shanghai apartment with a bag not far, and soon noticed several unfriendly gazes. These people had been eyeing him since he walked out of the apartment. The distance to Shanghai apartment was still very close, and there were more soldiers patrolling around than in other places. Lin Chen sneered inwardly and continued to walk without showing any emotion. After walking another 2 kilometers and passing through an empty street, these people finally couldn't help but jump out. 6 masked men, divided into 2 groups, blocked Lin Chen's way forward and backward. One of the masked men pointed at Lin Chen with a fruit knife in his hand. "Kid, hand over what you have in your hands voluntarily, and we will spare your life." Lin Chen raised the bag in his hand and shook it. "Here you go." A flash of joy appeared in the eyes of the masked man, and he took a few steps forward to take the bag. However, as the masked man approached, Lin Chen took a step forward, grabbed the masked man's right hand, and plunged the fruit knife in the masked man's abdomen. He quickly pulled out the knife and rushed towards the other 2 who had not reacted yet. Moments later, 6 lifeless bodies lay on the cold snow. Since the incident with Shinjinbin, Lin Chen always made sure the bodies had completely lost vital signs before leaving or directly storing the bodies in his space. Due to the previous inability of the space to hold living things, any body that could be stored in the space was definitely dead. Originally, he had planned to store the bodies of these few people in the space. But for some reason, after killing these 6 people, he still had a feeling of being spied on. He couldn't pinpoint where this feeling was coming from. Lin Chen was secretly vigilant, did not use the space, confirmed that these people were all dead, got up and left. Long after he left, a figure appeared on the snow carrying a head with distorted features. If Lin Chen were here, he would recognize the face of the head that couldn't close its eyes. It was the ant who had cut in line at the distribution center before. And the person carrying the head turned out to be the strange young man who had been in front of Lin Chen before, looking harmless. The young man looked in the direction Lin Chen had left, a mysterious smile on his face. Interesting. After Lin Chen left that street, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. Just to be safe, he walked a few more kilometers while carrying the bag. Finally finding a secluded corner, he stored the bag in his space. After changing his appearance, Lin Chen took out a snowmobile and headed towards the western suburbs. By the time he was halfway back, it was already dark.
After dark, Lin Chen no longer hid, he directly rode the snowmobile onto the main road. Only Lin Chen's headlights were on the dark street, attracting the attention of many shivering survivors rushing on the road. "Damn! What is that?" someone exclaimed. "Snowmobile! Boss, give me a ride." Someone envied. "Damn, where did a snowmobile come from in Sha City?" Someone doubted life. "Are there still cars that can be driven now? I'll go look for one tomorrow." Someone held a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen's face was hidden behind goggles and a mask. No one could see clearly, they could only watch with envy, jealousy, and hatred as Lin Chen disappeared into the distance. Once in the western suburbs, Lin Chen stored the snowmobile in his space to avoid being tracked from the traces left by the snowmobile. After clearing his footprints, when he returned to Wulong Village, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Just as Lin Chen entered Wulong Village, he sensed that something was amiss. Since the arrival of extreme cold, the night was devoid of the usual sounds of insects and birds, making the already silent night even more eerily quiet. The entire Wulong Village was shrouded in darkness under the night sky. In the darkness, the dimly lit village entrance seemed like a monster opening its abyssal maw, waiting for Lin Chen to enter. Lin Chen felt a sense of danger creeping up from the depths of the darkness. Although there were no longer any living villagers in Wulong Village, the nighttime threat did not usually come from humans but from beasts lacking food in the deep mountains, even source beasts. Wulong Village was originally a mountain village surrounded by mountains, making the likelihood of encountering wild beasts or source beasts higher than in other places. Lin Chen had never expected the anomaly of source beasts appearing prematurely in his lifetime, otherwise, he would not have built his safe house in the mountains. At that time, he had thought that there were many wild beasts in the mountains, and after consuming the meat in his space, he could go hunting in the mountains to increase his meat reserves. He took off the infrared night vision goggles from his space and put them on. In the dark night, any warm-blooded animal within 200 meters would be unable to hide from the infrared night vision goggles. He then took out his weapons and walked towards the village's outskirts. On one side of the village's outskirts was a field, while on the other side were the village houses. Tonight, with no wind and snow falling, the field full of wild grass revealed everything without any buildings obstructing the view. Lin Chen focused his attention on this side of the village. He proceeded cautiously step by step. After walking for a few minutes, he still did not see anything suspicious in his line of sight. He could only hear the faint sound of his footsteps in the snow. Could it be that he was overly suspicious? Lin Chen thought to himself. However, he did not let his guard down and proceeded with caution. In the apocalypse, even if he wasted some time and energy being overly cautious, it was still better than dying due to his carelessness. After walking for a few more minutes, a red light suddenly flashed in the infrared night vision goggles. It disappeared in an instant behind a building. What was that? Lin Chen stood still, on guard. He now had a gun in his hand. Seeing the red light confirmed his intuition that there were indeed living creatures in Wulong Village. The red light had streaked across the sky, definitely not human. Lin Chen held his breath slightly, staring intently at the spot where the red light had just disappeared. About 3 to 4 minutes later, with a strange sound, another red light flashed and disappeared in the infrared night vision goggles. This time, it was closer to his position. As time passed, Lin Chen remained on high alert. Just as the red light appeared in his line of sight again, he quickly aimed at the red light and fired his gun. Bang! The gunshot caused the thing pouncing towards him to stagger, falling from the sky and landing with a heavy thud in the snow. It quickly stood up as if nothing had happened and lunged towards Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen saw clearly what it was. It was actually a primate-like creature. In the infrared night vision goggles, this primate's arms looked particularly robust, using both hands and feet when running, with palms even larger than a basin. It was undoubtedly a mutated long-armed ape. The sound Lin Chen had heard earlier was because this long-armed ape had been swinging around the village's buildings in mid-air. As the long-armed ape approached within 100 meters, the treasure bowl immediately issued a prompt, detected a first-order source beast within 100 meters. Lin Chen was not surprised but delighted. He put away his gun and took out a military knife. He wanted to see if he could tame this long-armed ape. Although he had already thought of forming a source beast army, if source beasts could not be tamed, then even if his space could contain living creatures, his plan could not be implemented. He wanted to test if his idea could succeed with this long-armed ape. Now that he had unlocked the second stage of the gene lock, he could also test his true combat power with this first-order long-armed ape. Lin Chen's eyes filled with fighting spirit as he wielded his military knife and charged straight at the massive long-armed ape. The long-armed ape, seeing Lin Chen not retreating but advancing, swung its basin-sized palm with a howl towards Lin Chen. Sensing the foul-smelling fur coming towards him, Lin Chen agilely dodged. He brought down his knife on the long-armed ape's arm in front of him. The blade sank an inch into the flesh but was caught by the ape's muscles, unable to go any further. Such strong defense. His current strength was several times stronger than when he first unlocked the first stage of the gene lock. How could the wound he inflicted on this long-armed ape be less severe than the mutated wild boar before? The pain on his arm made the long-armed ape roar in anger, and its other arm came down towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen immediately abandoned his military knife and leaped back to avoid it. The snow splattered where Lin Chen had been standing. He had no doubt that if that blow had landed on his forehead, it would have split open like a watermelon he usually smashed in the safe house. The gene lock quietly opened in an instant. Lin Chen's eyes changed, and he entered a mysterious state again, with power surging out of his body. In his mind, he quickly identified the weak points of this long-armed ape. As a primate, its defense was not as strong as a wild boar, but the long-armed ape's arms, both in strength and defense, seemed extremely powerful. Obviously, the arms had undergone mutation. If he wanted to take down this long-armed ape, he needed to target its body. The long-armed ape missed Lin Chen and quickly wrapped its arms around him. The arms, which were at least 2 meters long, almost blocked all of Lin Chen's retreat paths. A military knife reappeared in Lin Chen's hand, and as the long-armed ape embraced him, he cleverly used its arm for leverage, stepping on the ape's shoulder with one foot. After unlocking the second stage of the gene lock, his strength and speed were incomparable to the first stage's source beast. His left hand grabbed the ape's hair to stabilize himself, while his right hand, holding the sharp military knife, stabbed towards the ape's neck. The tide of battle turned in seconds. The long-armed ape howled in pain. With precise control of the gene lock, Lin Chen's stab avoided the ape's carotid artery and deeply pierced its neck. With a sideways force, he could cut open half of the ape's neck. Regardless of whether the long-armed ape could understand him, Lin Chen said sternly, "Submit to me, or I will kill you." Although the long-armed ape couldn't understand Lin Chen's words, animals instinctively fear death, and they could feel their lives in someone else's hands. The mutated long-armed ape was obviously smarter than ordinary animals. Instead of struggling to the death, it stopped attacking and remained still. If Lin Chen could see the ape's eyes, he would see fear and panic in them. Lin Chen immediately tried to bring the long-armed ape into his space. However, it was not as smooth as when he brought the Demon King into the space. When he tried to pull the ape into the space, he felt resistance. Lin Chen increased the force in his hand, and the military knife went deeper. He threatened with a tone full of killing intent, "Do not resist." Time was running out, with only 8 seconds before the gene lock would weaken him. If he failed, he would have to kill the long-armed ape immediately to eliminate the threat. He knew that wild animals could not understand human language, so he released his killing intent to make the ape understand his intentions. If that didn't work, he would have to come up with another plan next time. Lin Chen silently counted down in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2. The next second, the long-armed ape disappeared from the snow. Lin Chen landed. Success! He immediately entered the space to check. The long-armed ape appeared bewildered on the ground in the space. Noticing that the blood was still flowing on his neck, he grabbed a handful of mud and patted it on his wound, then looked around. Lin Chen regained consciousness. The next moment, a sense of weakness swept over him. This time, Lin Chen did not stagger and kneel down, but supported his legs to stabilize his body. He took out the gun and held it in his hand, constantly scanning the surroundings with the infrared night vision device. Although his body was weak, he dared not relax his vigilance at all. After all, this was still outside, still in the dark of night. It was still possible for another source beast to appear. It would be great if the Demon King were by my side, Lin Chen thought at this moment. The reason why he didn't take the Demon King out with him before was because he was afraid of the potential risks of placing living creatures in the space. For example, insufficient oxygen after a long time, or the inability to place living creatures for an extended period, or other drawbacks. Originally, Lin Chen was planning to go to the mountains these days to find a wild beast to experiment with. Now he could try it with this long-armed ape. Once he confirmed that the space could indeed accommodate source beasts for a long time, he would always bring the Demon King with him on his travels. With the Demon King on guard, he wouldn't have to worry about safety issues like he did now after unlocking the genetic lock. Lin Chen regained his strength and walked step by step towards the safe house. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the safe house. When the Demon King heard the sound of the door opening, it quickly came forward, sniffing Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen habitually reached out and touched the Demon King, plucking the short fur that had grown out a few times, then went to take a bath and change his blood-stained clothes. Being able to tame a source beast this time was a huge gain for him. Whether he could fully make this source beast serve him like the Demon King still depended on the future development. After dinner, Lin Chen tried to communicate with the long-armed ape in the space. However, although the long-armed ape was intelligent, having lived in the wild all the time, it couldn't understand human language at all. Instead, it was startled by the sudden appearance of a voice in its ear and started to move around the space anxiously. Lin Shen thought for a moment, glanced at the obedient Demon King watching instructional videos on the side, and said, "Demon King, I have a task for you." The Demon King turned its head and looked at Lin Shen in confusion. Woof. A dozen minutes later, Lin Shen sighed as he watched the scene of a dog and an ape chasing each other in the space. The long-armed ape was fleeing in front, while the Demon King was chasing after it, barking wildly. The key was the expression on the Demon King's face. Lin Shen asked it to communicate with the long-armed ape in a friendly manner, but the Demon King somehow learned a smiling expression from somewhere. This expression on the Demon King's dog face was extremely ferocious, making it look like a pervert. It seemed that communication between different animals was not easy. Lin Shen helplessly held his forehead. He had originally thought that since they were both source beasts and the Demon King was so smart, taming a long-armed ape should be no problem. Lin Shen realized he was too impatient. Although they were both mammals, it was still not easy for a Xia country person who had not learned a foreign language and a foreigner who had not learned Xia country language to communicate. Especially since the long-armed ape was still in an unfamiliar and alert environment, it was even more impossible for it to communicate well with the suddenly descended Demon King. Moreover, when the Demon King saw the long-armed ape, which was also a source beast, it seemed to release some kind of instinct and suddenly became somewhat improper. It was only then that Lin Shen realized he had never understood what breed of dog the Demon King was. With a thought, he released the Demon King from the space. The Demon King seemed a bit reluctant to come out, looking at Lin Shen as if it still wanted to try. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and said, "It's still a bit shy since it just arrived. Let's try again in a few days." He carefully observed the Demon King. Now that the shaved fur had grown back a bit, he could distinguish the color of the Demon King's fur. Pointed ears, gray-black fur on the body, white from the neck to the abdomen, white claws as well. Except for the black nose, the mouth, nose, and eyes are surrounded by white, but there is a strip of gray-black fur between the eyes and forehead. Although Lin Shen has never raised a dog, he always feels that the appearance of the Demon King is somewhat familiar. The Demon King tilted his head and stared at Lin Shen with big eyes. Lin Shen immediately denied his speculation. It shouldn't be, the Demon King is so gentle, never destroys things, and is much larger in size than that kind of dog, with longer fur. Lin Shen compared the dog in a movie on the computer and asked the Demon King seriously, "Demon King, are you an Alaskan Malamute?" The Demon King blinked. Woof. Lin Shen felt relieved. It turned out that the self-healing ability of the source beast was indeed strong. The next day, Lin Shen woke up and found that the wounds of the orangutan were no longer bleeding. He brought some fruits from another vacuum space to feed the orangutan. Every time he fed it, he would talk to the orangutan, letting it get used to his voice first. This orangutan was even smarter than Lin Shen had expected. The intelligence of the mutated beasts would increase, especially for apes, which already had higher intelligence than ordinary animals. Knowing that it couldn't go anywhere, the orangutan calmed down and was no longer afraid of Lin Shen's sudden appearance. 2 days later, the orangutan was no longer as restless as when it first arrived. It even got along well with the Demon King. Lin Shen rubbed his forehead and pulled the happily playing Demon King out of the space. These 2 days, Lin Shen also confirmed that there was no problem leaving living creatures in the space for a long time. Today, he was going to collect gold in the eastern suburbs. When he went to the eastern suburbs a few days ago, he only investigated the situation and didn't have time to collect gold. These 2 days, he visited all the gold shops in the suburbs in the other 2 directions. In total, he collected over 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry. It just happened to upgrade the item replication by 1 level. The data of the upgraded treasure bowl is as follows. Treasure bowl, storage space, complete. The space volume can increase with the user's internal source power, can store living creatures, function, item replication *765, money points required for upgrade, 2. 48 million, the item replication count increased by 384 times, and the required money points doubled again. This was the 8th upgrade. Lin Shen took the time to replicate various types of items in the space, using up 15 replication counts. He replicated generators, medicines, outdoor survival tools, cold-resistant clothing, and other items with relatively low quantities. He also replicated coal and wood, which were consumed quickly. There were still 750 item replication counts left. After reminding the Demon King and the orangutan not to fight again, Lin Shen put the Demon King into the space, got dressed, and went out. It was snowing heavily outside today, so Lin Shen was wearing a waterproof and warm suit from head to toe. When traveling in the snow, if the clothing is not waterproof, no matter how thick it is, it won't keep warm. Snowflakes melting on the body and freezing on the clothes will make a person cold to the bone. Survivors on the road were holding umbrellas, and their shoes were wrapped in nylon and plastic bags to prevent water leakage. They had to shake the umbrella to remove the snow every now and then, to avoid carrying extra weight. The survivors on the road envied and even felt jealous of Lin Chen's attire. Since the Sand City troops distributed supplies, once the surrounding villages and counties received the news, they all headed towards Sand City with their families. The blizzard and low temperatures had caused many deaths in the city in less than half a month. People coming from the surrounding areas would knock on the windows, confirm that a house was empty, then directly break in or enter through broken windows. They would throw the frozen bodies inside onto the road, fix the windows, and then settle in as if it were their own home. Therefore, the number of survivors in the Sand City increased visibly at a rapid pace. The order that had just started to improve deteriorated again. Perhaps no one dared to act directly on the main road, but in the alleys or deserted places, there were always several bodies lying in the snow without closing their eyes. These bodies were buried by the heavy snow overnight. No one knew how many bodies were underneath the paths they walked on. Lin Chen dealt with a few troublemakers and prepared to take out the snowmobile in a secluded place as usual. Just as he entered an alley, he heard a plea for mercy not far away. This kind of situation was already common, so he didn't interfere and turned to leave, planning to find another place. "I'll fight you guys to the end." A loud shout rang out, and hurried footsteps approached Lin Chen, getting closer and closer. "Quick, chase him! You brat, don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive." Xian Liangliang desperately rushed out from three people plotting to rob and kill, fleeing for his life. Seeing Lin Chen was like seeing a life-saving straw. He shouted, "Help! Someone is robbing and killing." When Lin Chen pretended not to hear and continued walking, a flash of malice appeared in Xian Liangliang's eyes. He reached out to grab Lin Chen's back. Since he saw no help coming, he wouldn't blame himself for using him as a shield. However, Lin Chen's back seemed to have eyes, and with a slight tilt, Xian Liangliang grabbed at thin air. Xian Liangliang was momentarily stunned, but not daring to linger, he prepared to continue fleeing. Just as he took a step, he suddenly tripped over a foot that appeared out of nowhere. Tripped, Xian Liangliang lost his balance and fell into the snow, landing face first. It was Lin Chen's leg that tripped him. Lin Chen looked down at Xian Liangliang from a high vantage point. It seemed that the Sand City was too small, as this was the third time he had encountered this person. Xian Liangliang glared resentfully at Lin Chen, preparing to get up and continue running. But this delay had allowed the three people behind him to catch up. One of them, a man in a black down jacket, swiftly kicked Xian Liangliang as he tried to get up, sending him tumbling back into the snow. "You brat, trying to run. Keep running. Dare to kick me? Try kicking me again." Xian Liangliang tried to speak up, but the man stabbed his leg with a knife. A pig-like scream echoed through the sky. "Shut up. If you scream again, I'll kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over quickly." Xian Liangliang, in pain and tears, said, "My food was stolen 2 days ago. I really have nothing left, brothers, otherwise, I wouldn't have run out alone to find something and be caught by you." He turned to Lin Chen, pointing at him with resentment. "Look at him, dressed so well, there must be food at home. I also know he has a dog. If you slaughter that dog, you can eat for days. Please spare me." Xian Liangliang had recognized Lin Chen through his attire as the person who had a dog a few days ago. Because Lin Chen's outfit was unique in the entire Sand City, his appearance left a deep impression. The Demon King playing with the orangutan in the space was unaware that someone had set their sights on his dog meat. The other two, upon hearing Xian Liangliang's words, licked their lips and immediately approached Lin Chen with knives. A flash of killing intent appeared in Lin Chen's eyes as he reached for his waist. At that moment, a series of orderly footsteps approached. Lin Chen's movement stopped, as only well-trained soldiers could produce such footsteps in this area. One of the assailants, clearly experienced, whispered anxiously, "Oh no, this brat just shouted too loudly," attracting the soldiers. They immediately helped Xian Liangliang up and shielded him, burying the bloodstains in the snow. Another person pressed the knife against Xian Liangliang's back, warning, "Don't speak out of turn later. If we are discovered, you'll be the first one we kill. If you cooperate with us, we will spare your life. Do you understand?" Xian Liangliang nodded frantically. Another person threatened Lin Chenwei, "Dare to seek help from us and we will kill you first." The three men quickly assumed a defensive posture, but within moments, a group of soldiers approached and inquired about the situation. The man blocking Xian Liangliang awkwardly explained to the leading soldier, "The 5 of us came out together to look for supplies. My brother just fell and hurt his leg, so he cried out loudly. I apologize for the disturbance." Xian Liangliang was firmly blocked by one of the men behind him, trying to signal with a sideways glance, only to feel the blade behind him pierce his clothes, making him immediately stop moving. The other two also quickly put on harmless expressions. The leading soldier scanned the group suspiciously. Looking at Lin Chen, who was clearly not with the group, he asked, "Is that so?" Obviously, these soldiers were also aware of the situation in Shushi now. The three thugs immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If the Shushi troops found any robbery, they would directly take the culprits to the nearby Public Security Bureau. The nearby Public Security Bureau was said to be overcrowded these days. If anyone thought the current Public Security Bureau was the same as before the apocalypse, they were mistaken. Those caught would be crammed into a cell with dozens of people, without food or bedding. Dozens of people squeezed together wouldn't freeze to death, but the filth, disorder, and stench, along with constant hunger, made it unbearable, not knowing how long they would be held. That kind of torment was truly terrifying. Of course, they could resist, but the result of resistance was death, and killers would be shot on the spot. The three thugs turned their heads and stared intently at Lin Chen. Xian Liang, who was blocked by one of the thugs, had a look of ecstasy on his face, screaming in his heart, "Damn it, blink quickly, so I can be saved too." Just when everyone thought Lin Chen would seek help, Lin Chen glanced in Xian Liang's direction, and due to his position, he caught sight of Xian Liang's ecstatic expression. He shook his head at the soldier. "I was not kidnapped." The look of ecstasy on Xian Liang's face froze, showing an incredulous expression. The three thugs were secretly surprised, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, another cry for help came from the street outside, someone shouting, "Help!" The leading soldier's expression tightened, ignoring the somewhat strange atmosphere of the five people, and quickly led the team towards the outside. After the soldiers left, the three thugs resumed their fierce expressions. One of them, staring at Lin Chen as if he had a deep grudge, said to Qian Liang, "Take off your clothes and shoes, and get lost." Qian Liang had thought he had missed the chance to seek help from the soldiers and was doomed. Seeing that the three men were really going to let him go, he didn't care about the cold and quickly took off his clothes and shoes. He dared to guarantee that he had never undressed so quickly the first time he got into bed. As he undressed, he looked at Lin Chen with a triumphant look and mouthed, "Serves you right." Another person said to Lin Chen, "Kid, look, we only seek wealth, not lives. You did well just now. Take off your clothes and hat, and then your dog." However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and he could no longer speak. Xian Liang was taking off his clothes when he heard a heavy object hitting the snow beside him. He turned his head to look and witnessed a scene he would never forget. The three men who had just looked fierce were now all lying on the ground, their bodies and heads permanently separated. The expression on their severed heads still bore a fierce look, as if they hadn't realized they were dead. Xian Liang instantly understood. He finally knew why Lin Chen hadn't sought help from the soldiers just now. Because it's not necessary. Seeing Lin Chen's eyes devoid of any warmth, Xian Liang couldn't even be bothered to pull up his pants halfway, and he knelt down in the snow, pleading for mercy, "Big brother, spare me. Spare me." Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let go of this person who dared to harm him, and the knife in his hand swiftly slashed towards Xian Liang's neck. At that moment, as if knowing he was doomed, Xian Liang suddenly had a realization and said, "Big brother, I know a place where there is a lot of gold." Lin Chen paused his hand that was about to strike, instead placing it on Xian Liang's neck, squinting his eyes and looking at him with a chilling intent. "How do you know I need gold?" "Big brother, everyone around here already knows about the incident where you took a big dog out to rob a jewelry store and killed a monster." "Hee, I heard about it too." Xian Liang smiled and cried, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead, quickly turning into frost. Soon, his head was covered in white snow. Lin Chen asked, "Do you know where there is a large amount of gold?" I know. I used to work at a place where my boss, he has a habit of buying gold, and..." Xian Liang hesitated slightly. Lin Chen impatiently interrupted, "Are you trying to deceive me? How much gold can one person buy? Will that person's gold be more than what's in the jewelry store?" Xian Liang immediately remembered that his life was in the hands of the other person, and quickly said, No, not just a little, there is definitely a lot. I heard many people have given him gold. He is my big boss." He glanced sneakily at Lin Chen. These were things he shouldn't have said. But in the current situation, even if he said it, what difference would it make when his life was already at stake, and who cared about being retaliated against by the leader? Seeing that Lin Chen had indeed restrained his killing intent, Xian Liang knew that his life was temporarily saved. "Where?" Lin Chen asked. Originally, after collecting gold in the eastern suburbs today, he was planning to visit other cities nearby. But without prior scouting in other cities, the collection speed would be much slower than in Sha City. If he could speed up the process, that would be even better. Xian Liang's eyes rolled, smiling, Hee, big brother, if I tell you, won't I be doomed? I'm not that stupid. How about this? I'll take you there, you take the gold and let me go, deal?" Lin Chen sheathed his knife, "Get dressed, take me there." Watching the panicked Qian Liangliang putting on his clothes, Lin Chen's voice was icy cold. If there isn't the gold I want, you will regret living in this world for this period of time. Having spent 8 years in the apocalypse, he knew several ways to make people wish for death and extreme cold. Qian Liangliang shivered coldly, looking around at the 3 people whose blood had frozen into ice slush, and hurriedly said, absolutely dare not. After Qian Liangliang put on his clothes, Lin Chen used a backpack to conceal and took out a golf ball from the space. This was collected from a container at the port, which contained sports equipment. Handing the golf ball to Qian Liangliang, he said, hold it in your mouth. Qian Liangliang stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. The threat was evident. If you go out and shout later, I will kill you. Holding a ball of this size in the mouth would make it impossible to speak. Reluctantly, Qian Liangliang held it in his mouth and put on the mask that Lin Chen handed him. There was no abnormality from the outside. Originally, Qian Liangliang, who had wanted to wait for an opportunity to escape on the street, now felt like there was something he wanted to say but hesitated. 2 hours later, Lin Chen and Qian Liangliang arrived at a villa area near the eastern suburbs. Along the way, Qian Liangliang had almost lost hope. Lin Chen's vigilance was astonishing. He didn't find any chance to escape. The houses in the entire villa area looked shorter than usual. Now the ground floor in the low-lying areas of Sha City is no longer habitable. The continuous snow has accumulated to a depth of more than 3 meters in Sha City. The first floor has been submerged by snow, and the villas, which are usually only 3 stories high, now only have 2 stories left. Following Qian Liangliang's directions, the 2 of them arrived in front of a villa. Is this the place? Lin Chen pointed to the villa where only a little bit of the front gate was visible. Qian Liangliang nodded frantically. Looking around and seeing no one nearby, Lin Chen grabbed Qian Liangliang and, amidst his terrified cries, threw him up onto the second-floor balcony, which was only a little over a meter high from the snow. Then he jumped up himself. Qian Liangliang landed on the balcony, falling and seeing stars. Just as he was about to get up, his eyes met another pair of eyes inside the balcony's glass. A pair of murky yellow eyes were staring at him intently. Woo woo woo. Qian Liangliang was so scared that he frantically retreated, almost falling off the balcony again. Seeing Lin Chen coming up, he quickly pointed towards the room. As soon as Lin Chen came up, he saw a person lying inside the French window. It's a corpse. He opened the French window, which was not locked at all. Walking in, it was a bedroom with 2 bodies. One lying on the bed was a middle-aged woman. The other lying on the floor was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open, staring in the direction of the balcony. There were obvious external injuries on the bodies, clearly indicating they were murdered. Qian Liangliang saw the face of the middle-aged man clearly and kept pointing and whimpering. Lin Chen asked Qian Liangliang to speak after removing the golf ball from his mouth. After struggling for a while to remove the golf ball, Qian Liangliang, excitedly, said, "This is my boss." Looking at the traces in the room, Lin Chen frowned. "Someone has been here." "What?" Qian Liangliang, looking at the traces of the looting in the room, looked at Lin Chen with some fear. Afraid that Lin Chen might get angry and kill him immediately, he said, "Shall we look again? Maybe the gold hasn't been taken yet." He didn't even believe what he was saying himself. How could the looters leave behind something valuable? Although gold was not of much use now, what if one day the world returned to its original state? Qian Liangliang just hoped to have a chance to escape while looking for things. Lin Chen glanced at the fidgety Qian Liangliang and said, "You search, I'll watch you." Seeing his little scheme exposed, Qian Liangliang started searching the room listlessly. All the clothes, bedding, and even curtains in all the bedrooms of the villa had been taken away. There were no valuable items to be seen. It was cleaner than after a flood. The more Qian Liangliang searched, the more disheartened he felt, unable to resist sneaking glances at Lin Chen's expression behind him. "Hurry up and search, or I'll kill you right away," Lin Chen urged. Qian Liangliang could only continue searching with a stiff upper lip. Finally, after opening what seemed to be a study room, he shouted in excitement, "The safe is still here." The safe was not large but very heavy, and without power or cutting equipment, it couldn't be forced open for a while. Perhaps that was why the criminals didn't take the safe with them. Lin Chen gave an icy glance at the excited Qian Liangliang. "Even if this is all gold, it won't fit much." Upon hearing this, Qian Liangliang, who had been happy a moment ago, immediately broke out in a cold sweat, frantically trying to make Lin Chen believe him. There must be other places with gold, there can't be just this much. He often saw news about corrupt officials hiding money in walls and mattresses. Lin Chen's eyes scanned the entire study, and he knocked on the wall. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. "Does your boss have any strange habits or quirks?" Lin Chen asked. "Strange habits or quirks?" Qian Liangliang scratched his ears and cheeks, pondering deeply. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Does he like listening to rock music?" Likes listening to rock music? A middle-aged career high-level executive likes listening to rock music? Yes, I heard that he even built a soundproof room just to listen to rock music, and he would invite people over to enjoy it together. But he treasures his sound system and never allows anyone else to touch it, Chen Liangliang said. In the room they had just visited, there were several huge speakers. Let's go back to that room. The two walked back to the room with the speakers. The room was luxuriously decorated, with a huge screen on one side and 6 exaggeratedly large speakers on each side. Across from them was a leather sofa. Lin Chen suspected there was gold in this room. He directed Xian Liangliang, take apart the sofa and see. Xian Liangliang walked towards the sofa, while Lin Chen walked towards the speakers. With speakers this big, it should be easy to hide things, right? He placed his hand on the speakers and shook them. The first speaker was normal. The second one too. On the third one, Lin Chen immediately noticed something unusual. The speaker felt particularly heavy, more than twice as heavy as the previous two. Lin Chen immediately communicated with the space using his mind and extended his consciousness into the speaker. Sure enough, he found gold inside. And it was all square gold bars. These gold bars of this size were almost the same size as the ones Lin Chen had bought from the bank before, each weighing about 10 kilograms. And there were a total of 53 bars in this speaker. He placed his hand on the other speakers and casually asked, "How many years has this leader been working in your unit?" "I heard he has been working for 20 to 30 years, Chen Liangliang said. Lin Chen nodded. No wonder. There were also more than 50 bars in this speaker. While Lin Chen was carefully collecting the gold, Chen Liangliang, who had originally been searching for something by cutting open the sofa, had a sinister look on his face. He reached into a pocket and when he pulled his hand out, there was a sharp blade in it. Carefully, he walked towards Lin Chen, who had his back turned. The carpet on the floor muffled his footsteps, and the closer Chen Liangliang got, the more ferocious his expression became. If there weren't 3 people present today, he would have killed and robbed the other person long ago. Unfortunately, the subsequent developments completely exceeded his imagination. What if this guy was cautious? Everyone has a moment of carelessness, just like now. In Chen Liangliang's mind, he could already see the look of despair and shock on Lin Chen's face after he cut his neck with the blade. He took another step closer and slowly raised the blade in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Chen turned around, his calm eyes meeting Chen Liangliang's wicked face. Chen Liangliang froze in place, not expecting Lin Chen to turn around. Little did he know that Lin Chen had already noticed and was waiting for him to come closer for the final blow. This person was already useless. Lin Chen quickly drew his knife and beheaded Chen Liangliang. After dealing with this guy, he continued to inspect the remaining 2 speakers. In each of the 2 remaining speakers, there were 50 to 60 bars of gold. Added to the ones found earlier, there were more than 200 bars in total. Over 2 tons of gold. If it were before the apocalypse, this would be worth over 500 million Xia country coins. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the cunning of this leader. To have gold right under his nose and still invite people over to listen to rock music together. People of the same age as this leader generally don't like rock music and would not come back for a second time. No one would have thought that there was so much gold in the speakers right in front of them. By usually only using the front 2 speakers, it would be hard for anyone to suspect. He checked other places and confirmed there was nothing else before returning to the room where the safe was found. Generally, the thickness of a safe is 6 to 8 centimeters. Lin Chen wanted to see if he could take the gold out of the safe from a distance. Since the last time he experimented multiple times with telekinesis to the limit of taking objects across space, he found that the distance his mind could penetrate when retrieving items from space had increased. Just in case, Lin Chen summoned the demon from space. "Remind me if anything approaches." The demon immediately went into a state of alertness, with its eyes becoming sharp in an instant, scanning the surroundings. Lin Chen placed his hand on the safe, communicating with space. Unlike retrieving gold from the sound system, when his consciousness spread into the safe, he felt a stronger sense of obstruction and obscurity. As his consciousness delved in, Lin Chen felt a dull pain in his temples. But he hadn't reached the limit yet. Frowning, Lin Chen concentrated and continued to probe with his consciousness. Finally, success! As the items in the safe were transferred to space, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Unconsciously, his forehead was covered in sweat. Lin Chen wiped his sweat and checked the items just stored in space. The result was disappointing. In his hand flashed some cash, 2 small gold bars, and some jewelry. The value of these items didn't even compare to a single gold bar found in the sound system. However, Lin Chen didn't mind much. The unexpected joy of obtaining over 2 tons of gold this time was enough. Perhaps he should explore the villa area more? Following the principle of being here, Lin Chen stored all the wooden furniture in the villa into space. The wooden furniture could be burned for fire, and many people might not realize the value of wood, which might disappear in the future. He also took some pots and pans that he found useful. Let's go. Lin Chen cleared out the villa, retrieved the demon back into space, and left from the balcony. Landing lightly, he saw that it was still early, so he planned to see if there were any other gains in this villa area. By checking if there were residents in the villa and if the snow at the entrance had been cleared, he could tell. Some villas had the snow at the entrance cleared to the sides, while some doors were buried in the snow. Lin Chen was looking for the villas where the doors were buried in snow. Within half an hour, Lin Chen searched 2 uninhabited villas. In one villa, everything that could be taken had been taken, with no signs of disorder, indicating that the owner had moved out on their own. The other villa showed no signs of habitation, but there were some dusty furniture. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, Lin Chen took them first. After 2 rounds, Lin Chen's space was filled with various odds and ends, but no gold was found. Indeed, the chances of luck in the villa area were not high. Without a clear idea of where the gold was, the efficiency of this search was not as high as raiding a jewelry store. After coming out of another uninhabited villa, Lin Chen decided to leave. At that moment, there was a slight sound of something falling into the snow not far away, followed by the sound of something crawling out of the snow. Lin Chen turned his head vigilantly to look. A young girl in a beige down jacket was climbing out of a snow pit, shaking off the snow from her body. The bulky down jacket couldn't hide the girl's graceful figure. The fluffy fox fur on the brim of the down jackets had covered half of the girl's face. Lin Chen's eyes under the goggles moved, and he recognized her at a glance. This girl was the one he almost collided with in the team he rode a shared bicycle with before, the girl who was heavily protected. After encountering the personnel from the port forces that day, Lin Chen became more convinced that he had almost collided with military personnel, not ordinary soldiers. The man named Uncle Chiu, Lin Chen felt a strong sense of threat from him at the time. Now that the second stage of the gene lock has been activated, Lin Chen finally realized how powerful the man named Uncle Chiu was at that time. That kind of strength and reaction speed. At least he was also a strong person who had activated the first stage of the gene lock, or a well-trained strong person. With such a protector, this girl might be a relative of an important figure in the military. The girl is here, and it is very likely that the man known as Uncle Chiu is nearby. Although his strength now is no weaker than that of Uncle Chiu, he doesn't want to get involved with troublesome people. Lin Chen turned his head and quickened his pace to leave. Since a sudden solar storm, Lu Pianran was taken from school by his father's men to this villa. For more than 10 days, she has not stepped out of this villa. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. Today, Lu Pianran took advantage of Uncle Chiu's absence and finally slipped out of the villa, escaping the guards. But she found that the world was covered in vast white snow, and she didn't know where the exit of this villa area was. At this moment, Lu Pianran turned her head and saw Lin Chen walking quickly towards the villa area. Lin Chen felt someone following him. He stopped, turned to look at Lu Pianran, and frowned under his protective goggles. "Why are you following me?" The last time he saw this girl, the weather hadn't turned cold yet, he was dressed lightly, and half of his face was still covered by a raincoat. This time, he didn't even show his eyes, and he was wearing a lot more clothes than last time. Therefore, even judging from his figure, this girl couldn't possibly recognize him. Lin Chen looked around in confusion, but didn't see the man named Uncle Chiu. Lu Pianran, panting, caught up with Lin Chen's pace and, seeing Lin Chen accusing her first, said impatiently, "Is this road yours? Who said I'm following you?" This tone made Lin Chen frown even tighter, unwilling to waste more words, and warned, "If you follow me again, I'll kill you." "Kill me?" Lu Pianran stared. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. "I'm following you. If you dare, try to touch me. My dad is the most powerful person in Sha City. Tell my dad later and he'll make sure you, this ugly freak, won't get away with it." Lu Pianran felt that she just wanted to leave this villa area, but it caused such a big reaction from Lin Chen, which made her very angry. However, Lu Pianran had been locked in the villa for more than 10 days and didn't know that the outside world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention Lin Chen, even if it was someone else, they wouldn't let a stranger follow them. Moreover, if it wasn't Lin Chen, maybe someone would have already made a move on Lu Pianran, a young girl in her prime. Ugly freak? Lin Chen hesitated whether to deal with this girl. The power behind this girl seemed considerable. Even if he solved it, it would be troublesome. Lin Chen didn't want to deal with such people, so he turned and left. At this moment, hurried footsteps in the distance were rapidly approaching. Xiao Jun had just visited an old friend in the villa area and, upon returning, found Lu Pianran missing, so he ran out in a panic. He came to Lu Pianran, checked her up and down to see if she was injured, and asked with concern mixed with severity, "Xiaoran, are you okay? How did you sneak out like this? Where are you going?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Uncle Chiu, you keep me in the villa every day. I was just too bored and wanted to go out for a walk. Other people protecting Lu Pianran quickly ran over and surrounded her, protecting her heavily. Xiao Jun pulled Lu Pianran behind him, looked warily at Lin Chen, and asked, "Who is this?" Lu Pianran looked at Lin Chen disdainfully and distorted the truth. "I was walking on the road just fine, and he said he wanted to kill me." At this moment, Lu Pianran hoped that Xiao Jun would teach the unscrupulous Lin Chen a lesson. But little did they know that this sentence would immediately escalate tensions between the two sides. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun's brows furrowed, a surge of killing intent directed towards Lin Chen. Others also reached into their clothes. The eyes under Lin Chen's protective goggles also flashed with killing intent. Was this person deliberately looking for trouble with him? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lu Pianran quickly pulled Xiao Jun and said somewhat nervously, "Forget it, Uncle Chiu, look, I'm fine now. Let's just let bygones be bygones." However, this did not dispel Xiao Jun's killing intent. Lu Pianran was unaware of the dangers of the outside world now, but they were. Someone actually wanted to assassinate the only daughter of the commander of the Sha City forces? Even if they had murderous intentions, it was unacceptable. After listening to Lu Pianran's words, Xiao Jun and the others looked at Lin Chen with even more hostility. "Xiaoran, step back." Xiao Jun was confident in dealing with this kind of small thief, he could easily capture him. With a sudden step on the snow, leaving a deep footprint in place, he charged towards Lin Chen like an arrow. Lin Chen's reaction was not slow either, quickly reaching behind to draw a pistol from the space. He did not bother to defend himself because having experienced the apocalypse, he knew that defending oneself at this moment was useless. Even if the other party had doubts, they would first capture him before anything else, and Lin Chen would never entrust his safety to someone else's conscience. As Xiao Jun moved, Lin Chen had already taken out his pistol and directly fired at Xiao Jun, who was charging straight at him. At such a close distance, a normal person could not dodge the bullet. But at that moment, Xiao Jun's eyes widened, and in an instant, his gaze became vacant, narrowly avoiding the bullet by a hair's breadth. With a surge of killing intent in his eyes, Xiao Jun abandoned his initial plan to capture Lin Chen and interrogate him. This young man was unexpectedly dangerous, carrying a firearm, truly prepared. "Execute on the spot," Xiao Jun ordered as he approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Taking advantage of the moment when the others were loading their pistols, he decisively fired a second and third shot. However, this time, he did not aim at Xiao Jun but at the 6 people standing in front of Lu Pianran. The 6 people protecting Lu Pianran dared not dodge and 2 of them fell instantly. Only then did the other 4 start shooting at Lin Chen. In the moment when the bullets were flying towards him, Lin Chen's demeanor suddenly changed. The genetic lock in his body automatically released, and he dodged the 4 bullets that came at him at a speed almost like a phantom. This scene seemed like a movie plot unfolding before their eyes, with a strong visual impact. When Xiao Jun saw that Lin Chen had also unlocked his genetic lock, his pupils suddenly contracted, shouting loudly, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He did not expect Lin Chen to be a powerhouse who had unlocked his genetic lock. Those who could unlock the genetic lock were already above 99% of humanity. If such a person really wanted to kill Lu Pianran, they would not have given him the time to get close to Lu Pianran. The other 4 also stopped shooting, looking at Lin Chen in shock. Obviously, they also understood the significance of being able to dodge so many bullets. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had already made up his mind to act. It was too late for misunderstandings now that he had already acted. He did not believe that killing the other party's men would not cause any resentment. Lin Chen poured out the bullets in his hand without hesitation. Without needing to aim, he fired 3 shots in quick succession, killing 3 people. Xiao Jun pulled out his pistol and aimed at Lin Chen, trying to stop him. "Stop. It was just a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out. If you join us, whatever you did before can be forgiven." Although Lin Chen had already killed some of his men, one genius who had unlocked the genetic lock was more important than 100 ordinary subordinates. He. Lin Chen responded with a cold smile. He could not join any organization. With the genetic lock activated now, when the time for the genetic lock ended, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, it's either him dead or the other perishes. Moreover, it was the other party who provoked first. The killing intent on Lin Chen's body increased instead of decreasing. A shot killed the last person blocking in front of Lu Pianran, and the gun was aimed at Lu Pianran, who was already pale with fright. "Stop!" Xiao Jun became nervous, and after shooting down the bullet Lin Chen fired at Lu Pianran, he rushed towards Lin Chen. Xiao Jun and Lin Chen were not far apart, and after unlocking the gene lock, his speed increased. After once again shooting down the bullet Lin Chen fired at Lu Pianran, Xiao Jun had already rushed to Lin Chen's front, ready to capture him first. Lin Chen gave up the empty gun. Facing the punch coming towards him with a gust of wind from Qiu Jun, he quickly reached out to catch it. Qiu Jun was not surprised by being caught by a punch, as the speed of a person after unlocking the gene lock was faster than the instinctive speed. Even if you... Originally, he wanted to say, even if you have also unlocked the gene lock, you won't be my opponent. It also takes time to adapt and master the unlocked gene lock. And he had been in the first stage of the gene lock for a full 5 years. However, what he didn't expect was that catching this punch from Lin Chen was not the end. A fierce look flashed on Lin Chen's face. He slightly exerted force with his arm, clenched Qiu Jun's fist, and twisted it forcefully. A barely audible crack sound came. At the moment Qiu Jun's punch was caught by Lin Chen, his arm was twisted into a twist by a huge force. Impossible! Qiu Jun's pupils shook. His eyes at this moment were as if he had seen a ghost. The second stage, it was definitely the second stage of the gene lock. Mockery appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Be more careful in your next life before you act. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Jun hadn't even felt the intense pain of his arm being disabled, and Lin Chen's other hand also moved. No! Qiu Jun still wanted Lin Chen to listen to him. He didn't want to be hostile to a genius who had voluntarily unlocked the second stage of the gene lock. He wanted to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. But Lin Chen didn't give him a chance. And since he had already offended someone, he had to eliminate all threats. On this point, Lin Chen never hesitated. Lin Chen grabbed Qiu Jun's neck, expressionless, and squeezed hard. Crack! Qiu Jun stared in disbelief. His neck was directly twisted by Lin Chen. Before his death, he still stared at Lin Chen firmly, as if he didn't understand why he had encountered someone who could voluntarily unlock the second stage of the gene lock, and why such a misunderstanding had occurred. And this scene finally made Lu Pianran, who had been stunned, react. Ah! Lu Pianran's scream rang out. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that she still thought she was dreaming. After directly breaking Qiu Jun's neck, Lin Chen threw it on the ground as if throwing away trash. Everything that just happened seemed to have taken a long time. In reality, from Qiu Jun's outburst to Lin Chen firing the gun, and then Lin Chen killing Qiu Jun, it was only a matter of a few seconds. In fact, Lin Chen was also somewhat surprised. He found that Qiu Jun had maintained the unlocked gene lock for more than 3 seconds. Originally, he thought that the higher the level of the unlocked gene lock, the longer it could be maintained. This idea was now ruled out by him. It turned out that even without increasing the level of the gene lock, the time it could be maintained could be extended. He needed to go back and study this carefully. At this moment, Lin Chen exuded a strong killing intent, like an Azura coming out of hell. Lu Pianran never dreamed that just by saying a few words, she had caused Uncle Qiu, who had watched her grow up, to die tragically in front of her. It also made several protectors who were like older brothers to her die on the spot. If this had been before the apocalypse, her previous unreasonable behavior of distorting right and wrong might have caused at most a small misunderstanding, perhaps just making people resentful without much harm. But she didn't know. The end of the world had come, the rules and order had collapsed. Her words at this time were like a spark igniting dynamite. With a bang, it ignited 2 unrelated parties. The problem was, she had always been too well protected, overly pampered, always speaking and acting according to her own will, without considering others and the consequences. And such a personality, in the end of the world, would sooner or later have to pay the price. After a sharp scream from Lu Pianran, her eyes rolled back and she fainted under the intense emotional change. Except for Lin Chen, there was no one standing in the scene. The cold wind howled, blood and bodies littered the ground. In the icy snow, blood burst into clusters of blood-red ice flowers. Lin Chen was resisting the aftereffects of the gene lock, and soon, 3 sneaky figures emerged from the villa at the end of the road. After a careful observation, they quickly approached the battlefield where Lin Chen was. The 3 were a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each carrying a weapon. They were a tang knife, a broadsword, and a sword. It seemed that someone in this family had a hobby of collecting cold weapons. One of the young men among the 3 hesitated and said, "Dad? That person is so scary, do we really have to go over there? What are you afraid of? That person's gun is already out of bullets. Didn't you just see him throw the gun on the ground through the telescope?" The middle-aged man said. The hesitant young man bit his lip, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. But when I just set up the telescope, I saw him twist another person's head off barehanded. The middle-aged man looked at his son as if he were an idiot, then looked at Lin Chen who was motionless, and said, "You kid, have you watched too many movies? From this distance, you just glanced quickly, you must have seen it wrong. Look, that person is standing there motionless, obviously unable to move. He must have been seriously injured just now." The other older young man patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Ahua, the world outside is too chaotic now. What's more dangerous than this? Hasn't Dad always taught us that risk is proportional to reward? Let me tell you, when those poor people have nothing to eat, they will come to rob us. If we don't prepare some self-defense, sooner or later, even our neighbors will come after us." This older young man clearly understood the evil in human nature. He continued to encourage his brother, "We have all learned martial arts, it's just like slaughtering pigs, don't be afraid. When we get our hands on guns, we'll still enjoy the good life as before." Since the end of the world arrived, for people like them who were accustomed to a luxurious life, these days were simply like a nightmare. Not enough to eat, not warm enough to wear. Even if this incident didn't happen today, they had planned to go and plunder other people's homes in the next few days. The middle-aged man looked approvingly at his eldest son and urged his younger son, "Hurry up, don't let others get ahead of us." The three quickened their pace towards Linchen. The recent gun battle had awakened many people. Even some who were originally hiding in the villa's secret rooms or basements came out to observe the situation when they heard the commotion. Soon they noticed that their usually shrewd neighbors who hid at home had also come out. So more people followed suit. Among them were men, women, and two elderly people. Someone shouted, "There are a lot of guns over there." Suddenly, these people were like cats smelling blood, their eyes lit up. Because the distance was too far, and the battle ended too quickly, they almost didn't have time to see how those people around Linchen died. They only saw one person left in place now, with a handgun on the ground. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. If they don't take a risk now, when will they? If no one stepped forward, they might not dare to go up either. But now there are so many people who are emboldened, they don't think they are so unlucky to die in front of others. Run faster, absolutely can't let the Wang family father and son get the gun. One middle-aged man with a big belly saw the father and son of Lin Chen getting very close, running out of breath and shouting, "Honey, you run faster, I'll follow you from behind, we must not let others get the gun first, otherwise we will be at the mercy of others in the future." Another woman shouted. Many people with similar thoughts, although not many people live in this villa area, there are still more than 20 people rushing out. People all have a herd mentality, especially greedy people, who are more likely to be eroded by greed and lose their rationality. This group of people has already regarded Lin Chen's loot on the ground as their own. Lin Chen naturally noticed the commotion around him. He didn't show much surprise in his eyes towards the crowd surrounding him. In the pre-apocalyptic era, if someone saw scenes of blood and corpses everywhere, they would have run as far as they could. But in the apocalypse, there are many instances of being caught off guard. At this moment, he felt weak all over. The aftereffects of the genetic lock had not passed. But he was not alone. Lin Chen calmed down and communicated with the space through his consciousness. He said to the Demon King who was still chasing the orangutan in the space, "Demon King, prepare for battle." The Demon King immediately stopped chasing the orangutan, his dog eyes becoming sharp, as if he understood in that instant, the master is in danger. He raised his head and barked. In no time, the father and son who appeared first arrived near Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen still motionless as they approached, the three of them felt relieved, greedily eyeing the handgun in front of them. "Dad, watch me go and kill him, you cover me from behind." The older youth's eyes were fierce as he took a few steps forward. He had studied martial arts for a few years and could see that Lin Chen's lower body was unstable, his body trembling faintly, with a determined gleam in his eyes. The middle-aged man nodded, instructing his younger son to be careful and go around to get the gun. However, just as the young man with the knife approached Lin Chen, the figure of the Demon King suddenly appeared out of thin air. The older youth only saw a huge black shadow pouncing towards him in his eyes. He didn't even see what it was, and his neck was bitten off. It was only then that the middle-aged man and the young man preparing to get the gun saw that a fierce big dog had appeared out of nowhere. "Clear the field, kill them all." Lin Chen's emotionless voice came from behind the mask. Without hesitation, the Demon King pounced. Biting off one person's neck, he lifted his head and pounced towards the middle-aged man. The Demon King looked at these humans who dared to have designs on Lin Chen. His eyes seemed to carry a hierarchical suppression of higher life forms over lower life forms. At the moment when they met the Demon King's heterochromatic eyes, everyone who saw the Demon King felt a chill down their spine. The middle-aged man was mercilessly knocked down by the Demon King in the snow, his chest pierced by sharp claws. The middle-aged man's younger son, who was pale with fear, saw the Demon King withdraw its claws from his father's body, the claw tips still dripping with blood. He knew he was about to die and wanted to escape, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. A foul-smelling liquid flowed from under the man's crotch. Disdain flashed in the Demon King's agile eyes, and with a swipe of his claw, he knocked the stinky human away. It happened to land in front of the middle-aged fat man who had just shouted the loudest. The middle-aged fat man looked down and saw that half of the person's brain had been crushed, brain matter mixed with blood flowing out of the shattered skull. The father and son, who were considered his formidable enemies, disappeared in an instant. "Ah, there's a monster," He screamed in fear, running for his life at a faster speed than before. Seeing this scene, the greed in the eyes of the others disappeared in an instant, and they turned around and fled in a frenzy. Originally, the person who had rushed forward for fear of being preempted now wished they hadn't run so fast, wishing they could grow 4 legs immediately. But their speed was too slow compared to the Demon King. Every time the Demon King pounced, it would take away a person, its snow-white claws quickly stained crimson. Some people, unable to escape, tried to pick up their weapons and resist. However, this resistance posed no threat to the Demon King. Facing a fierce beast, let alone an evolved primal beast, humans were no match. After killing more than a dozen people, the Demon King's originally crimson eye became even more eerie. At this moment, it seemed to return to its appearance before knowing Lin Chen, exceptionally fierce. There was no trace of the gentleness usually shown when interacting with Lin Chen. The scene was almost a massacre. Some people even tried to sneak up to Lin Chen while the Demon King chased others, attempting to take the gun on the ground. But when the Demon King saw someone approaching Lin Chen, it abandoned its original target that was about to be struck down by its claws and lunged towards the person getting closer to Lin Chen. It bit off half of the person's shoulder. In its eyes, besides Lin Chen, the only human it acknowledged, everyone else was walking quadrupeds. Ah! The piercing scream abruptly stopped as the Demon King's claw swiped across the person's neck. After killing the person who dared to approach Lin Chen, the Demon King turned its head to continue chasing the remaining humans. The one-sided massacre quickly approached its end. With the Demon King's speed and keen sense of smell, none of these people could escape. They all turned into lifeless bodies that would never make mistakes again. Lin Chen finally revealed a smile on his face as he watched this scene, realizing that forming a partnership with the Demon King was the best decision he had made. The genetic lock had an explosive force but insufficient endurance. He had to find a way to solve this deadly flaw, or in the future, he couldn't easily activate the genetic lock again. After the side effects of the genetic lock subsided, Lin Chen was surprised to find that this time the duration of the side effects was even shorter than before. Lin Chen remembered the changes he underwent after absorbing the source power the previous 2 times. A flash of light appeared in his eyes. Perhaps with enough source power, he could resolve the side effects after activating the genetic lock. Lin Chen walked up to the mastermind behind all the trouble today, Lu Pianran. In an instant, a military knife appeared in his hand, ready to end this woman. But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. This woman's identity was extraordinary, and now he was sure that he had made an irreconcilable enmity with Lu Pianran. But it was best to first determine who was behind her to avoid being passive in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided to let this woman live a little longer and stored her in his space. Then, he collected all the bodies in the villa into the space, erasing all traces. After changing his attire and retrieving the Demon King, Lin Chen left the deserted villa area. By the time he returned to the safe house, it was already dark. Lu Pianran, who had been taken into Lin Chen's space, also woke up. Upon waking up, Lu Pianran saw herself being stared at by a dog and a giant ape. The Demon Kings and the long-armed ape's imposing figures, along with the primal beast's oppressive aura, made Lu Pianran faint again. It wasn't until Lin Chen had the Demon King pour a bucket of snow water on Lu Pianran that she screamed and woke up again. Lu Pianran was suddenly drenched from head to toe by a bucket of snow water, and she sat up from the ground with a start. As she sat up, she came face to face with the Demon King, causing her to scream in terror once again. "Shut up!" Lin Chen's voice echoed in the space. "If you make another sound, I'll kill you immediately." Upon hearing this familiar threat, Lu Pianran immediately recalled the scene in the villa area before, clutching her head and pleading, "Please don't kill me." Sitting on the sofa in the safe house, Lin Chen played with a pen in his hand and said in the space, "I ask, you answer. If you don't cooperate, I'll let my Demon King bite your flesh off one bite at a time." Lu Pianran was so scared that he didn't dare to lift his head, repeatedly saying, I'll cooperate, please don't hurt me. My dad has a lot of money, as long as you don't hurt me, you can have anything you want." First question, who are you? My name is Lu Pianran, I am a university student in this city, I used to live in. Later, because of a sudden power outage, Uncle Chiu brought me from school to that villa. Lu Pianran, who had already lost his psychological defense line today, answered all of Lin Chen's questions. Lin Chen continued to ask, "You said earlier that your dad is the most powerful person in Sha City, who is he?" Hearing the word dad, Lu Pianran, who was originally in a state of confusion, suddenly recovered a bit, his eyes flickering. "Woof!" A roar from above made Lu Pianran tremble in fear again, quickly replying, "My dad is an officer in the Sha City military." Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a knowing look, and he continued, "What rank?" "He's a major general." Lu Pianran's eyes flickered. Lin Chen's voice turned cold, "You're lying, the major general in the Sha City military is not surnamed Lu. He clearly remembered the man standing in front of the crowd with an imposing presence when he went to collect supplies, and the people around him called him Major General Lin. Lu Pianran was surprised that Lin Chen knew this, raised his head and quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry, I haven't finished. My dad is the aide to the Major General. He. Lin Chen's voice was mocking. An aide is the most powerful person in the Sha City military? Lu Pianran, upon hearing this, subconsciously raised his head to retort. My dad saved the life of that Major General. The relationship is different. Even the Major General has to listen to my dad. My dad is the most powerful. It was only then that she noticed she was in a strange place. What's your dad's name? Lin Chen asked. Lu Peng. My dad's name is Lu Peng. Lin Chen then asked several more questions, such as what Lu Peng looks like, and if Lu Pianran has any other relatives. Lu Pianran could answer all of these, but when Lin Chen asked about the information on the genetic lock in the military, Lu Pianran was at a loss. Lu Pianran had stood up by this time, surveying the space. She dared not move around as the Demon King kept staring at her. Curiosity overcame some of the fear in her heart, and she asked Lin Chen, I really don't know anything about the genetic lock you mentioned. Where am I? Where are you? Can you let me go? You can ask my dad for money, ask for anything, my dad will definitely give it. She clenched her hand hidden under the slightly dirty down jacket. When I go back, I must make my dad shoot you, avenge Uncle Chiu and the others. But she didn't know she wouldn't have this opportunity again. Lin Chen did not respond to Lu Pianran, but said to the Demon King, kill. After giving the order, Lin Chen no longer paid attention to this woman who had lost her value. He didn't want to keep this woman in his space to eat and drink. As for the threat from the Major General's aide, Lin Chen had not shown his face throughout the day, and the witnesses in that villa area were already dead. Even if the people from the military found any clues there later, they wouldn't know who he was. Lin Chen took out over 2 tons of gold bars collected from the space. He glanced at the interface of the treasure bowl. Treasure bowl storage space, complete the space volume can increase with the user's internal source power, can store living beings function, item duplication asterisk 750 upgrade cost, 2.48 million money points. This would be the 9th upgrade of item duplication. Lin Chen silently said, upgrade item duplication. As a familiar golden light flashed before his eyes, the interface of the treasure bowl changed to treasure bowl, storage space, complete the volume of the space can increase with the user's internal source power, can store living beings, function, item replication asterisk 1478, money points required for upgrade, 8. For million, it increased by a total of 728 times. Lin Chen felt that these 1478 times would not be used up for at least 20 or 30 years. As long as he kept replicating the items he already possessed, using the replicas while keeping the originals, he could have an unlimited supply of resources. If he continued to upgrade according to this pattern, the next increase should be 1,456 times. However, an anomaly occurred when the space was upgraded to the 10th time last time, not expanding the original space but transforming it into a space that could store both living and non-living things. Therefore, Lin Chen was very much looking forward to what the item replication upgrade would become after the 10th time. The upgrade process only took a few minutes. When Lin Chen returned his consciousness to the space, he saw that Lu Pianran was already dead beyond death. What surprised him was that Lu Pianran was actually killed by a long-armed ape. At this moment, the long-armed ape's arms were still stained with red and white brain matter. The Demon King stood beside the long-armed ape, looking at it with an encouraging gaze. The Demon King can actually command the long-armed ape? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Demon King, did you order it to do this? Lin Chen asked directly. Woof! The Demon King lifted its head high, as if responding to Lin Chen. It pointed a claw at Lu Pianran and then barked at the long-armed ape. The long-armed ape's fist, as big as a wok, smashed down on the already dead Lu Pianran. This was truly an unexpected joy. Lin Chen moved Lu Pianran's body to the vacuum space. He released the Demon King and gave it a well-deserved reward for dinner. He also gave the long-armed ape in the space a sumptuous fruit feast. Even though the long-armed ape in the space had undergone a mutation, it did not change its taste to eat meat like the previously mutated wild boar. The Demon King, on the other hand, seemed to disdain human flesh. To avoid trouble, in the following days, Lin Chen did not go out but focused on practicing the health-preserving technique at home. And on the second day after he killed Chiu Jun and captured Lu Pianran, Lu Peng finally received the news of Chiu Jun and Lu Pianran's disappearance. Dongjiao Shanghai apartment. The property management building upstairs, which was requisitioned by the military for office use. What? Chiu Jun and the others are missing? What about my daughter? Lu Peng, who was sitting in the property building dealing with military affairs, stood up with a bang, slapping the table upon receiving the report from his subordinates. Yes, sir. We went to deliver supplies this morning and saw someone breaking into Miss Lu's villa. After we captured the person, we found no trace of Miss Lu and Captain Chiu inside the villa. The soldier answered truthfully. He and another soldier were responsible for delivering life supplies and food to Lu Pianran's group every 3 days. The entire Shashi army knew how much Lu Peng cared about his daughter. As a staff officer of General Lin, Lu Peng usually had to help General Lin with many miscellaneous tasks, deploying patrol soldiers and other affairs. He couldn't move to live in that villa with his daughter, but he was particularly concerned about his daughter's situation. Lu Peng was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Years of military life made him look older than his actual age. His skin was dark, his features plain, and the only thing that stood out was a hawk-like nose on his face that didn't quite match the rest of his features. It gave him a gloomy and stern demeanor. At this moment, his face was full of urgency, and the deep wrinkles on his forehead formed an even tighter frown. Where is the person who broke into the villa? Have you interrogated them? The soldier replied, just outside the corridor, we questioned him on the way here. He said he came from another area and wanted to find supplies in the villa area. When he found no one, he broke in. Bring him in. Lu Peng's face was dark, with a hint of killing intent in his tone. There was another person sitting in this temporarily requisitioned office, also dressed in military officer attire. He looked much younger than Lu Peng, but from his relaxed posture, he didn't seem like Lu Peng's subordinate. If Lin Chen were here, he would recognize that this person was the military officer Wang Chao whom Lin Chen had met at the port last time. Seeing Lu Peng's expression, Wang Chao reassured, Lu's staff, don't worry, send someone to look for her first. Maybe the little girl is just playing around and ran out. You know the skills of Chou Jun, there shouldn't be any problem. Although Lu Peng was still anxious in his heart, his expression did ease up a bit. He knew his daughter well, she was indeed playful, perhaps Chou Jun couldn't resist her and followed her out. But based on his understanding of Chou Jun, if they had gone out normally, they wouldn't have left no one in the villa. Now that everyone was missing, Lu Peng couldn't help but feel extremely uneasy. Chou Jun was not under Lu Peng's command, but his comrade. Several years ago, the country suddenly wanted to recruit a group of soldiers to experiment with a new type of gene pill that could cultivate super soldiers. Lu Peng was worried about potential risks and did not participate, while Chou Jun signed up at the time and became one of the first in the national army to unlock the genetic lock. He was promoted 2 ranks out of turn. This time, having Chou Jun go to protect Lu Pianran was not only due to their long-standing friendship but also because Lu Peng had once saved General Lin a few years ago, allowing him to easily borrow people from him. The soldier went out to carry out the order and soon brought the intruder into the villa. The man, in his 30s, was brought in and immediately shouted, Officer, I just went in because I saw there was no one inside and took something. Who doesn't do this outside now? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home, please. Enough talk. Answer my questions. Lu Peng questioned sternly with a dark expression. The answer he received was the same as the soldier's. The soldier asked, Officer, how should we deal with this man? Lock him up. Now gather a few teams and search near the villa to see if there are any traces of Chou Jun and Pianran. Also, investigate if there are any signs of fighting in or near the villa, and inquire if anyone has seen Pianran and the others leaving in the past 2 days. Investigate all relevant clues carefully for me. Yes. If it weren't for the matters at hand, Lu Peng would have personally gone. Currently, not seeing anyone and not finding any bodies made him secretly tell himself that things were not as bad as he had imagined. The soldier took the man who kept crying and begging for forgiveness away. Afterwards, several teams were hastily assembled and rushed to the villa area where Lu Pianran had lived before. However, even after digging 3 feet in the villa area, they found no clues. This was because when Lin Chen and Chou Jun were fighting outdoors and removing traces of handling the bodies, Lin Chen had shoveled away the snow with bloodstains on it and stored it in his space. Later, he and the Demon King flattened the area where the snow had been shoveled away before leaving. After a night passed, even if there were some imperfect traces left, they were perfectly covered by a day and night of heavy snow. Besides discovering that almost everyone in the villa area was missing, the soldiers surprisingly found no other clues. Instead, they found some survivors hiding in the basement to keep warm and brought them back to the Star Sea apartments. Lu Peng personally interrogated these people. These people were all on the edge of the villa and had been hiding in the basement. That day, neither Lin Chen nor Chou Jun's fight was heard, so there was no clue to provide. Lu Peng wanted to torture these people for information, but was criticized by General Lin and released them. The people who were released back to the villa felt unlucky, not knowing they had escaped not just one disaster, but 2. In the following days, survivors in Sha City discovered that the number of patrolling soldiers on the streets had suddenly more than doubled. Although General Lin criticized Lu Peng, he knew that Lu Peng cared most about his only daughter. He took the initiative to send people to search for the whereabouts of Lu Pianran and his subordinate Xiao Jun. However, Lu Pianran and Xiao Jun were taken away by Lin Chen using spatial manipulation in the villa area. Once they left the villa area, no one could trace their whereabouts. After a few days, with no clues, many troublemakers were caught. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was staying peacefully in the safe house, was unaware of the turmoil outside due to this incident. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be emotionally affected. As Lu Pianran said, her father's concern for her made this situation inevitable. At this moment, Lin Chen had been practicing the health cultivation technique in the safe house for a whole week. During this week, he only went out every day to shovel the snow on the top of Anshan Mountain, never stepping out of the door otherwise. He immersed himself in cultivation all day long. Finally, he succeeded in autonomously unlocking the genetic lock. Lin Chen, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, stood in the living room, concentrating. He felt a faint source of power within his body. After 7 days of continuous cultivation of the health cultivation technique, Lin Chen discovered that there seemed to be an extra energy in his body. This energy flowed through his body like blood, very weak but giving him an extremely comfortable feeling. Lin Chen speculated that this might be the source power transformed from the source material absorbed by the health cultivation technique. These 2 days, he tried to control this source power and made a startling discovery. Open! Lin Chen shouted lowly, controlling the source power in his body to spread out all over, merging into his body. A sensation like an electric shock came from the depths of his heart. He seemed to hear a click sound coming from his body, as if something had been unlocked. He then entered the state of unlocking the genetic lock. Success again! Lin Chen secretly cheered, reaching out to grab the Demon King hiding in the corner of the living room. The Demon King desperately squeezed his body into the corner, with a rich expression on his dog face. Its mouth slightly opened, eyes wide open, looking like it wanted to hide but couldn't, as if saying, "Here we go again. Don't come near me." Lin Chen picked up the Demon King, opened the door of the safe house like the wind, and threw the Demon King into the snow. Despite the temperature being below -30 degrees Celsius outside, Lin Chen was just wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. However, he didn't feel cold at all, but rather felt a warm flow circulating through his limbs and bones. "Demon King, let's practice." Before the words fell, Lin Chen rushed towards the Demon King who was standing up and shaking off the snow in the corner of the living room. The Demon King used the dog rolling Lin Chen had taught him in the past few days to dodge Lin Chen's punch, then got up and pounced on Lin Chen. However, as it made its move, Lin Chen's punch was just a feint, instantly retracted. He quickly moved 2 steps forward in the direction the Demon King dodged, crouched down, and swept his leg. The Demon King's action of jumping was interrupted, and it fell into the snow with a thud, eating snow like a dog. "I told you last time, human moves are very cunning, you need to observe carefully, adapt on the fly. Even when fighting with me, you have to be serious. Get up, this time it's your turn to attack first," Lin Chen instructed. The Demon King stood up numbly, giving Lin Chen a resentful look. That look had definitely been forced many times. Lin Chen fought with the Demon King while earnestly guiding its attacks. 10 seconds later, the genetic lock time ended. This is not the first time Lin Chen has taken the initiative to unlock the genetic lock, but the 6th time. Since discovering the source power in his body 2 days ago, he has been trying to control it and has mastered the method of unlocking the genetic lock. However, not every attempt is successful. It seems that either the number of times the genetic lock is unlocked has increased, or the source power in his body has increased, as the duration of the genetic lock being maintained is also getting longer. He no longer feels powerless after unlocking the genetic lock like before. Lin Chen believes that as long as he is given more time, he can definitely perfect control over this power. The Demon King saw Lin Chen's momentum suddenly weaken, and his eyes lit up. With a smile on his face, he lunged towards Lin Chen again. Lin Chen, as if knowing that the Demon King would come for revenge, rolled away on the spot and said, "Today's battle is over, let's go home for dinner." After unlocking the genetic lock, Lin Chen was able to move, but he still didn't have much strength left. He quickly ran a few steps and entered the door. The Demon King, who was left behind, howled in anger. "Oh woo woo woo. You have no sense of honor." Lin Chen managed to appease the angry Demon King with a barbecue. Ever since tasting barbecue 3 days ago, the Demon King had developed a fondness for it. Even raw meat no longer seemed appetizing, and he stood by the oven every day hinting that he wanted to eat barbecue. Lin Chen skewered pieces of meat on a large iron skewer and placed them in the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and mutated wild boar skewers sizzled in the oven, emitting a tempting aroma. After grilling a batch of barbecue, he made some skewers without seasoning, took them out of the oven, removed the skewers, and placed them in a plate for the Demon King to eat. He then took out some fresh lettuce from the space and ate it together with the barbecue. The crisp and fragrant lettuce paired with the fatty and delicious lamb meat was satisfying with every bite. Eating too much barbecue can be overwhelming, so Lin Chen took out a watermelon from the space, buried it in the snow outside, and took it out a few seconds later, creating a chilled watermelon. If it weren't for the extremely low temperature outside, Lin Chen would have wanted to barbecue with charcoal outside, as the taste of charcoal grilled meat is unparalleled. After enjoying lunch, the Demon King licked his lips in satisfaction, walked over, nudged Lin Chen's leg, and looked at him. "Going back into the space again?" The Demon King nodded. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Every time the Demon King left something behind, he had to go back to the orangutan to retrieve it. But for the sake of his companion's request, why would he refuse? In the past few days, the Demon King had been obedient to a visible extent. After putting the Demon King back into the space, Lin Chen rested for a while before getting dressed. He was planning to go deep into the mountains today to see if there were any stray source beasts to capture another one. Stars Sea Apartment. Damn it, how can't I find them? How is it possible not to find them? Lu Peng angrily grabbed the water glass on the table and smashed it on the ground in front of the reporting soldier. His voice was filled with unrestrained anger. "Search the entire Sha City immediately, search every possible place, even if you have to turn Sha City upside down, find them for me." "Yes, Chief Lu." After the soldier left, Lu Peng slumped down on the chair, his chest heaving violently. As time passed day by day, with still no news of Lu Pianran, his sense of unease grew stronger. He hadn't slept a wink since last night. Even with so many soldiers searching continuously for 7 days, the entire Sha City had been turned upside down, yet there were still no clues. The lack of any news already spoke volumes. Lu Peng had already guessed that his daughter was likely to have been killed. Most of the soldiers sent to search for people yesterday had been called back and reassigned. This made the hope of finding Lu Pianran even more dim. Resentment flashed in Lu Peng's eyes, and at this moment, he was furious with Major Lin Tianrui. Saved Lin Tianrui, this ungrateful person, and he refused to help find his daughter. Ungrateful. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Lu Peng will never give up. If his daughter is dead, he will definitely kill the person who harmed her. He will dismember him. Lu Peng, consumed by hatred, did not consider how heavy the soldiers' tasks were now. They had to collect supplies, distribute them, patrol, repair usable equipment, and some soldiers even had to work as cement workers with survivors to build shelters. Time was tight and the tasks were heavy. Any delay would result in more deaths among the survivors outside. Even within the troops, more than a dozen soldiers had already sacrificed their lives. Lu Peng, consumed by thoughts of his daughter, was determined to make others pay if he couldn't find her. His eyes turned fierce as he stood up, tucked a dagger from the drawer into his waist, and walked out the door. The soldiers at the door saluted Lu Peng. Lu Peng, with a stern tone, said, "Where are those criminals we caught a few days ago? Take me there." Although the soldiers had not found any trace of Lu Pianran and others in the past few days, they had caught many people who were looting supplies and committing crimes on the small roads. The soldiers led the grim-faced Lu Peng away from the Xinghai apartment. Meanwhile, on the balcony of an apartment building in Xinghai apartment, Wang Chao and a burly man stood watching Lu Peng leave the building. "Chief, aren't you going to do something about him?" Wang Chao asked as he watched Lu Peng become a black dot in the distance before turning to Lin Tianrui. Lin Tianrui's strong face lacked the dignity and solemnity he had when maintaining order in front of the apartment that day. He casually waved his hand and sighed. "Forget it, Lu Peng only has one daughter, left to him by his deceased ex-wife. We both know how important she is to him. If it were you or me, we would be just as distraught." He took out a pack of cigarettes from his shirt, handed 2 to Wang Chao, lit one, and asked, "Any news on that girl in Xiaojun?" Wang Chao took the cigarette but didn't smoke it, instead putting it in his pocket and sighing, "No, still no news. It's been so long, the chances of finding them are slim. Chief, why not recall the soldiers and send your personal guards to look for them? Why not inform Lu Peng?" "What? Are you afraid he'll hold a grudge against me?" Lin Tianrui asked casually. "If we find them, I'll tell him then. If not, there's no need to mention it. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. He saved me and followed me for so many years, some things don't need to be said." Wang Chao's eyes twitched. "Chief, are you too confident in your charisma?" But he dared not say it and instead asked, "Do you think it's possible that survivors unlocked the genetic lock and clashed with Xiaojun, killing them?" "I've had that suspicion too. Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers in the army who have unlocked the genetic lock has increased to 13. Perhaps even some ordinary survivors have unlocked it. But Xiaojun has had the genetic lock for 5 years, and you have also unlocked it. You know that this kind of power is not something ordinary people can adapt to immediately.
If it was a normal person who had just unlocked the genetic lock, even if Zhou Jun made a mistake, it wouldn't have been handled so cleanly. I suspect. Lin Tianrui paused suddenly. The cigarette was extinguished by the cold wind. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground, didn't say anything more, and instead said, these days, have Li Qi work a bit harder and take over Lu Peng's work. Consider it giving him a few days off. Yes. Wang Chao didn't ask what Lin Tianrui was suspicious about. Actually, deep down he knew very well that an ordinary person could never make a powerful individual who had unlocked the genetic lock and a few soldiers evaporate from the world. It's very likely that someone from another power has taken action. As for which power it is, Wang Chao feels that Lin Tianrui may already have his own speculation. Lu Peng left the Star Sea apartment and arrived at the guard station on the outskirts of Sha City. After the apocalypse, those who looted supplies and abducted women were caught and thrown here. After the soldiers inquired, the guard led Lu Peng to a newly captured cell. Captain, all the prisoners caught in the past week are here. Open it. These people are almost going crazy. If we open it, we may not be able to control them. The guard hesitated. Lu Peng repeated, open it. Seeing Lu Peng's insistence, the guard let the other guards prepare and opened the cell door. The first thing that hit them was a stench of feces, urine, and blood. Lu Peng immediately wrinkled his brow from the smell. Over 100 people were crammed into a cell that could only accommodate a dozen or so, sitting or standing tightly packed together. Those sitting almost had to lean back to back, arms touching. There was no place to lie down. The floor was covered with feces, urine, and dark brown blood clots. Although frozen in the low temperature, the smell had diminished a lot, but the stench still made it difficult for those who entered suddenly to bear. These prisoners all had a green glint in their eyes, already so hungry that they wanted to gnaw on anything. On ordinary days, some prisoners who couldn't bear hunger would directly bite other prisoners. Incidents of mutual killings occurred every day. The guards didn't care, they just periodically dragged out the bodies. When the end of the world came, they couldn't even control the good people, and the bad ones still wanted the chance to reform as before? Unless they could survive until the day when this damn world returned to normal. Seeing the door open, a dozen or so prisoners near the door rushed forward. Food. Is there any food? Let me out. I'm starving to death. Kill these guards and run out. Charge out. The guards were obviously experienced with this scene. One of them pulled out a baton and struck the prisoner who had rushed to the front. The person fell to the ground with a groan. The other two guards were also ruthless, pulling out their weapons and hitting without hesitation. Regardless of whether they might kill those who dared to cause trouble, they would beat to death. There were also two guards outside holding guns, and after the appearance of the ninth body on the ground, the situation was finally under control. Lu Peng's gloomy eyes swept over these people and he said slowly, listen, a week ago, did any of you see any suspicious person enter the Sea Heaven Villa area on Garden Road? Or, did any of you see any suspicious person pass by Garden Road? As long as the clues provided by someone are true and effective, I can take him out of here and provide him with enough food and cold weather supplies. Upon hearing that they could leave here and get food, these people eagerly said, I know, I have a clue, I saw it. The scene immediately became chaotic again. Lu Peng shouted, shut up, line up, one by one, if anyone dares to deceive me, I will make him know the price of lying to me. Although threatened, these people still scrambled to provide clues for the chance of leaving. After listening around, most people who came forward to provide clues were just making things up. When one person lied to his face again, Lu Peng suddenly erupted, pulled out a dagger, and fiercely stabbed it into the person's neck. Impatient and full of killing intent, his eyes swept over all the prisoners in the cell. I said, don't lie to me. Anyone else who lies will die immediately. This immediately made others who were still trying to talk nonsense and test their luck hesitate and dare not approach. Just when Lu Peng felt that this road was also a dead end, a prisoner hesitantly stepped forward. Captain, I saw two suspicious individuals heading towards the Seaview Villa area last Wednesday. Lu Peng patiently asked, men or women, any specific features? The person thought for a moment and said, they were two men, one of them was Qian Liang, whom I know because he lives in the same building as me. The other one I have never seen before, but he was wearing a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask, goggles, and a pair of specially insulated boots. I was particularly envious and took a few more glances. They seemed to be heading towards the villa area, but I didn't follow them and I'm not entirely sure. Lu Peng's eyes lit up, and he asked for more detailed information. Who Qian Liang was, what he did, and more specific details about the two individuals. Whether it was true or not, this was the only lead at the moment. After returning to the army, Lu Peng immediately had someone investigate Qian Liang's information. As for the person who provided the clue, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling any promises.
Just a prisoner who would die in a few days. Was it worth his effort? That afternoon, Lu Peng obtained the basic information of Qian Liangliang. When he saw the name of the leader of Qian Liangliang's workplace, Lu Peng suddenly stood up. He had seen this person's name when he moved into the villa area, and this person was one of the residents in the villa area. Take people with me to the Seaview Villa area immediately. At this moment, Lin Chen was wearing a lightweight and flexible white combat suit, holding a crossbow, carefully searching in the dense forest. The reason for not using a gun was that compared to guns, crossbows were more discreet. Handguns lacked firepower, and AK rifles were likely to startle other wild animals in the area. In case it attracted a group of animals, even he would have to run first. Crossbows were weapons prepared for jungle warfare. In jungle hunting, as a hunter, one needed to conceal oneself well and then give the prey a silent and deadly blow. For this reason, Lin Chen even sprayed a layer of white paint on the crossbow in his hand. It's just that he didn't know if it was because the animals in the Shushi mountain forest were mostly tropical animals, and not many survived. After more than 3 hours of deep exploration into the mountains, Lin Chen still had no gains. Suddenly, Lin Chen's footsteps paused, and he crouched down, moving cautiously towards the left front. On the snowy ground hundreds of meters away, a clouded leopard was tearing apart a deer dug out from the snow. This clouded leopard was larger than a northeast tiger, and Lin Chen could almost confirm that this clouded leopard had mutated. However, to fully confirm, he needed to get within 100 meters because the treasure bowl only provided hints for creatures within 100 meters. Lin Chen approached the clouded leopard step by step. The deer under the clouded leopard's mouth clearly did not survive the sudden extreme cold, as its whole body was stiff and frozen when dug out. Although it was fresh, it seemed difficult for the clouded leopard to bite, as if it was struggling. While the clouded leopard was focused on gnawing the frozen meat, Lin Chen had already approached within 100 meters. The treasure bowl in front of him indeed gave a prompt, detected a first-order source beast within 100 meters, it was a source beast. Lin Chen's face showed a happy expression. Clouded leopards were originally fast beasts, and after transforming into a source beast, their already fast speed would definitely be enhanced. In a previous life in Heisher, there was a cheetah that had transformed. This cheetah came and went without a trace, killing invisibly. Many people had tried to hunt the cheetah but failed. If he could tame this clouded leopard, it would definitely be a good combat force. At this moment, the clouded leopard seemed to sense something and raised its head. Lin Chen quickly concealed himself behind a withered tree. With the dry trees blocking the view and Lin Chen's camouflage, the clouded leopard did not notice anything unusual and lowered its head again to focus on the meat. And in that moment when it lowered its head, a white arrow sliced through the air, piercing its hind leg fiercely. Lin Chen intended to capture this clouded leopard alive, otherwise he would have aimed for the leopard's head. The clouded leopard let out a painful cry, trying to escape. However, the arrow piercing its hind leg severely affected its speed, and Lin Chen quickly shot another arrow. Swish! The clouded leopard's other hind leg was also hit. The clouded leopard fell into the snow and couldn't get up again. Everything seemed too easy, but it was all based on the fact that Lin Chen was equipped in this life. If he were still an ordinary person like in his previous life, with only a kitchen knife or a fruit knife in hand, he might not even dare to approach wild beasts, let alone prime beasts. Lin Chen put away his bow and arrow, and approached the injured clouded leopard with a broadsword. This sword was left behind by the three father and sons in the villa area. The clouded leopard finally saw the person who injured it, and a fierce light appeared in its crimson beast eyes. It tried to stand up while roaring loudly to stop Lin Chen from getting closer. The clouded leopard's voice sounded similar to a cat's meow, lacking intimidation. Lin Chen stood 1 meter away from the clouded leopard with the sword, staring directly into the leopard's eyes with a murderous gaze. Submit to me, and I won't kill you. Meow! Meow! The clouded leopard let out a threatening roar. It lacked the intelligence of a great ape, couldn't understand human language, and remained aggressive even when facing a life-threatening situation. When Lin Chen tried to touch it, the clouded leopard opened its mouth to bite. Lin Chen remained calm, with another plan in mind. He put away the killing intent and released the Demon King. Demon King, let's see who's fiercer. The Demon King landed, and upon hearing Lin Chen's words, its eyes lit up with excitement, baring its teeth and roaring at the clouded leopard. Woof! Slowly approaching the clouded leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King had the upper hand, making the clouded leopard look like a kitten in front of it. The clouded leopard struggled to stand up, then fell back into the snow, meowing threateningly. The Demon King reached forward and pressed the clouded leopard's head into the snow with a paw. No matter how the clouded leopard struggled, it couldn't escape from the Demon King's grasp. Good boy! Lin Chen praised. Placing his hand on the clouded leopard, he tried to transport it into the space. The clouded leopard struggled fiercely and, unsurprisingly, failed to be transported. Lin Shen looked at the Demon King and said, "Show it some color." In response, the Demon King lifted its paw and, as the clouded leopard raised its head, forcefully slapped it on the head. The clouded leopard was knocked down by the Demon King's paw and couldn't get up for a while. After sparring with the Demon King many times, Lin Shen had a clear understanding of its strength. The Demon King might not have the speed advantage among prime beasts, but it possessed immense strength. Even if he unlocked the second stage of the genetic lock, he would only be slightly stronger than the first stage Demon King in terms of strength. If he were to face such a paw head-on, he would probably be knocked out. This blow rendered the clouded leopard powerless to resist. Lin Shen tried to transport it again, and the next moment, the clouded leopard and the Demon King disappeared from the snow. Feeling pleased, Lin Shen communicated with the Demon King in the space. "Demon King, I leave this clouded leopard to you, make sure it behaves." The Demon King responded excitedly with 2 barks. Lin Shen prepared to return. Each prime beast had to be tamed one by one, as having too many might lead to conflicts in the space. For now, with the clouded leopard in the space, the great ape would obediently watch the Demon King deal with the leopard. If the great ape had not been tamed by now, it would have been a scene of a battle among 3 prime beasts. Building a legion of prime beasts couldn't be rushed. On the way back, Lin Shen took out an axe from the space and collected dozens of dead trees along the way. The next day, Lin Shen still wanted to try his luck in the mountains, but unfortunately, a snowstorm hit again. He had no choice but to practice the health-preserving technique in the safe house. The blizzard lasted for 3 full days before finally stopping. Every few hours, Lin Shen had to go out to clear the snow on the mountain. The Demon King also came out to help shovel the snow. To Lin Shen's surprise, the long-armed ape could also follow some simple commands now, although not as easily as the Demon King. But it was a good start. Many trees were half buried in snow. The situation in the city was imaginable. Just the self-built houses in Wulong village at the foot of the mountain, the first floor was completely invisible, and the second floor was mostly submerged. This wave of blizzards reduced the number of survivors in Sha City once again. On the 4th day, the blizzard stopped and turned into light snow. Lin Shen stood at the door, looking at the sky. He patted the Demon King, who was squatting beside him with his head reaching Lin Shen's chest, and said, "Today is a good day to go out." "Oh whoa!" The Demon King immediately let out an excited howl. Lin Shen smiled and interrupted the Demon King's howling. "Stop howling, you'll attract real wolves later." Today, Lin Shen was planning to collect gold, while the Demon King was going to play in the mountains by himself. The Demon King had been either practicing or eating and sleeping at home all day, and Lin Shen had long noticed that the Demon King had too much energy. Although there was space for the Demon King to play, the clouded leopard had also behaved obediently these days. The Demon King couldn't bully the clouded leopard every day. The clouded leopard now ran away at the sight of the Demon King. After this period of time, the Demon King's fur had completely grown out. His size had also increased, and with his fluffy fur, he looked majestic. This appearance would definitely startle passers-by on the street. It was better to let him play in the mountains by himself. Remember to come back before it gets dark, okay? Don't get carried away, and don't approach animals bigger than you. Remember the combat skills I taught you, don't be reckless. If the snow gets heavier, find a place to take shelter first, don't rush back, and don't get lost. Lin Shen kept reminding the eager Demon King. At this moment, Lin Shen felt like a mother admonishing a child before they went out. "Ahem, that's it, go on." Lin Shen coughed to cover up his inexplicable nagging. The Demon King walked back and forth in front of Lin Shen on all fours, waiting for his command. And then he dashed off. Just when Lin Shen thought the Demon King would run into the woods without looking back, the Demon King ran for dozens of meters, suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked back at Lin Shen with his tail hanging down. Lin Shen was puzzled. A few seconds later, the Demon King suddenly ran back. "Ah whoa." The Demon King rubbed against Lin Shen and lay down at his feet, refusing to move. "What's wrong? Don't want to play anymore?" Lin Shen asked in surprise. The Demon King looked at Lin Shen with watery eyes, snuggled up to him, and rubbed against him. With that cautious look in his eyes, Lin Shen suddenly understood. It was afraid of being left behind and didn't dare to leave. The Demon King couldn't speak, and Lin Shen didn't know how it had become a stray dog before meeting the Demon King. At that moment, Lin Shen's heart was touched. He crouched down, hugged the Demon King, and reassured him that he just wanted him to go out and play for a day, that he was his good companion, and he would never abandon him. Lin Shen promised repeatedly that he would be back home before dark and would never leave him behind. The Demon King finally ran into the mountains with 3 steps and turned back. Lin Shen returned to the house, changed into an outfit similar to the survivors outside, and left the safe house. He was no longer afraid of the cold. His source power would recover every few hours after consumption. As long as his body had source power, Lin Chen was not afraid of the cold. Dressing like this was just for show, to avoid standing out too much. Of course, this was only in a place like Sha City where the temperature was below -30 degrees during the day. If it is the kind of -50 or 60 degrees, or even 70 or 80 degrees in the north, he still can't stand it. In order to conceal his face, Lin Chen put on a mask. Walking into the city, Lin Chen finally realized that there had been many changes in the city. At this time, not only were there fewer survivors on the streets, but they also seemed to be in a state of panic. He saw a notice posted on a wall by the roadside, with several people standing in front of it. Lin Chen went over to take a look. Just one glance made his pupils shrink. Wanted poster. It was actually a wanted poster. The key point was that there were one or two portraits on it, one of which was Chen Liang, and the other was the attire he had worn on the day he went to the villa. Below was a reward notice, stating that if anyone provided information on the people in the portraits, or captured them, they could receive certain supplies and so on. The promised supplies were not few. Since killing Lu Pianran and his group, he had not been out for more than 10 days. He didn't know when this was posted. Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Chen asked the man next to him who was also looking at the wanted poster, "Brother, what's going on? Why are there wanted posters now?" The man seemed to have a good temper, and seeing Lin Chen dressed even thinner than him, he looked at Lin Chen sympathetically and said, "Brother, are you from out of town? This wanted poster has been up for 3 days. It is said that the two people in these portraits killed a very important person in the army and were wanted. The reward is really tempting. I check it every day. You should take a look too. Try to find these two people, then your family won't have to worry about food and drink." Hearing this, Lin Chen casually smiled. Now without surveillance cameras, it's harder to find a person than finding a needle in a haystack. It's better to go find supplies. He couldn't even recognize himself standing in front of this person, and the body of the other person on the wanted poster was still in his space. Those who wanted to get this reward by finding people had no hope in this lifetime. The man sighed heavily. Who doesn't know that? I just take a look. Isn't it like dreaming of getting rich without buying a lottery ticket? Nowadays, it's so difficult to survive. How can you not give yourself a little hope? Lin Chen glanced at the people rushing on the street and asked, "Why are these people on the street so flustered?" The man lowered his voice. "It's all because of this wanted poster. As long as you see someone wearing protective goggles on the street, or wearing a black tactical vest, they will be taken to the eastern suburbs by those who want to get supplies. Now everyone has to be careful when going out to avoid dressing similar to the person on the wanted poster." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Luckily he didn't bring protective goggles when he went out today, otherwise it would be another trouble. He guessed that the people behind Lu Pianran would investigate this matter rigorously, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big stir. Seeing the image of Qian Liang on the wanted poster, he knew that he must have been seen taking Qian Liang to the villa. Qian Liang had nothing to do with this matter at all, yet he was also put on the wanted poster, indicating that no substantial evidence had been found. Just by seeing the two of them entering the villa area, they were charged with a crime. It was clear that the person named Lu Peng was determined not to let them go. Lin Chen and the man chatted casually about recent events among the survivors for a few more days. He was not worried at all about the wanted poster. He could just stop wearing that outfit in the future. The man seemed talkative as well, constantly complaining that the supplies available in the eastern suburbs were getting fewer and fewer, and now the weekly supplies only included a little food. Candles had to be exchanged with contributions. Without candles, it would be pitch black at night, and one had to be careful not to urinate crookedly when going to the toilet. A few days ago, there was a sensational event among the survivors, that the army somehow got several excavators and had started digging on the open ground in the eastern suburbs. It was said that most of the shelters were going to be built underground. The man said he went to sign up as a laborer, but was rejected for being too thin and weak. The survivors who went to sign up were mostly strong young people and some skilled workers who were accepted. "There's one more thing." The man suddenly became mysterious, pulled Lin Chen aside, and said, "I'm telling you this because I find you likable, don't spread it around." Lin Chen nodded. "I heard that the military is recruiting evolvers, those with extraordinary strength, like the superheroes in movies, you know?" Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then realized that the person was probably talking about those who could unlock genetic locks. His eyes lit up. The military is recruiting evolvers? Does this mean the military has found ordinary people who can unlock genetic locks? But since when does unlocking genetic locks make someone a superhero? Even if they are superheroes, it's only for a few seconds. He nodded in agreement, saying, "People like the superheroes in Marvel Comics?" "Yes."
The man gave Lin Chen a confirming look. I heard that as long as these people apply to the military, they can immediately enter the officer reserve. Not only can they get permanent residency in a shelter in the future, they can also receive supplies from the military, never worry about food and clothing, get promoted, and reach the peak of life. The man enthusiastically talked about the benefits of becoming an evolver, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Lin Chen casually agreed a few times, didn't get any more useful information, and bid farewell to the man. Last time when he went to the eastern suburbs jewelry store to collect gold, he changed his target because of Qianliangliang and didn't collect anything. Originally, he planned to go to the eastern suburbs to collect gold today. This wanted notice directly dispelled his idea of going to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. He once wore similar attire with the Demon King and swept gold in the city area. It's inevitable that some people would associate him with that. Maybe someone is already waiting near the jewelry store in the eastern suburbs. Lin Chen turned around and headed west, planning to advance his plan to collect gold in the surrounding cities of Sha City. Let's go to Lunan City west of Sha City first. As usual, he had to walk to a remote path to take out the snowmobile. Walking on the road, Lin Chen was thinking about the incident of the military recruiting evolvers just now. He was curious about the proportion of ordinary people who could unlock genetic locks. Besides himself, after the apocalypse, he had only encountered one ordinary person, Su Qin, who unlocked the genetic lock. Of course, this was also because he had limited contact with ordinary people. While thinking, he caught sight of a short, thin man walking towards him. The man wore an old-fashioned felt hat and a mask on his face, only revealing his eyes. His oversized cotton coat made him look like he was wrapped in a quilt. They glanced at each other, then looked away and continued on their separate ways. As they approached, the man who was supposed to brush past Lin Chen suddenly leaned towards him. But Lin Chen was prepared and quickly grabbed the man's hand that was reaching for his waist where the military knife was, his eyes cold. Before he could say anything, the man gave Lin Chen a cunning look and shouted first, "Help! Someone is robbing me with a knife." Upon hearing the cry for help, a group of patrolling soldiers on this street immediately ran towards their position. Before the soldiers arrived, Sun Kangwen looked at Lin Chen with a fierce look and whispered, "Let go, you little rascal." Before the apocalypse, Sun Kangwen was a habitual thief, but because there were too many surveillance cameras at that time and he had been caught and taken to the police station many times, he eventually cleaned up his act. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse gave him a chance to return to his old ways. He targeted people who were alone on the street, stealing if he could, and making a scene if he couldn't. Since there were no surveillance cameras now, as long as he wasn't caught red-handed by the soldiers, there was no evidence of his theft. Sometimes, after the soldiers left, he would continue to steal from the person. If you can't steal, then ambush. Kill the person and take everything directly, not even leaving behind their underwear. Several souls have died under his blade in these days. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. What's going on? The soldiers rushed over. Commander, this person was trying to rob me. Look, he's holding my hand and he has a knife on him. Sun Kangwen acted panicked, pointing at Lin Chen and accusing him. Lin Chen could tell from his skilled demeanor that this person had done this before. The soldier saw that Lin Chen was indeed holding the man's hand, but he didn't jump to conclusions, asking Lin Chen, "Is that true?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "He was just trying to steal from me, and I caught him." "I steal from you? Dressed so well, why would I steal from you? Look at you, wearing such tattered clothes, not even warm enough, what would I steal from you?" Sun Kangwen was agitated, arguing vehemently. But deep down, he found it strange that despite the man wearing so little, his hands were still warm. "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Chen glanced at the soldiers and let go of the man's hand, saying, "No." Sun Kangwen immediately flashed a smug look in his eyes. The soldier then asked Sun Kangwen, "You said he was trying to rob you, do you have any evidence? Isn't him carrying a knife evidence?" Sun Kangwen pointed at the knife on Lin Chen's waist. The soldier was speechless. Nowadays, who doesn't carry a knife when they go out? If that was considered robbery, the local jail would be overflowing. "Without evidence, we can only escort you home to ensure your safety," the soldier said to Sun Kangwen. Sun Kangwen pretended to reluctantly nod, "Fine then." After saying that, he gave Lin Chen a look of defiance and mouthed, "Just wait and see." Lin Chen's mouth under the mask curled slightly, his eyes extremely cold. Those who knew him well could tell he was angry. "Since there's no issue, can I leave now?" Lin Chen asked the soldier. The soldier nodded. Lin Chen reached into his pocket, made a gesture of putting his hands in his pockets, and suddenly, something fell out. A large piece of beef jerky landed on the pristine snow with a thud. This was something Lin Chen had baked in the safe house when he had nothing to do, so he could eat it directly when he didn't feel like cooking or going out. It was sprinkled with some chili and cumin, making it especially enticing against the white snow.
Both the soldier and Sun Kangwen looked down at the tempting jerky. Sun Kangwen couldn't take his eyes off the jerky, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen as he put the jerky back in his pocket. His mouth kept salivating. He hadn't eaten meat in over half a month. Lin Chen quickly picked up the jerky, put it back in his pocket, and left without looking back. Sun Kangwen and the soldier turned a corner, and after a moment, Sun Kangwen stopped and said, "Commander, since the person just now has already left, I don't need you to escort me home. I have to go to my second uncle's house, thank you." With that, he ran off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After leaving the street, Lin Chen slowed down his pace slightly. Not long after, a malicious gaze followed him, almost imperceptibly. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The fish took the bait. 2 minutes later, he turned into a small alley lined with old houses on both sides. The malicious gaze disappeared shortly after. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he continued walking forward. After another 2 minutes, suddenly, there was a sound of something heavy falling behind him. Lin Chen turned around to see a figure. Sun Kangwen, hiding behind a wall at the corner of an old house, revealed a triumphant smile. This ambush trick he tried never failed. As long as the other person turned around, they were doomed. As Lin Chen turned around, Sun Kangwen, holding a sharp knife polished to a shine, emerged with a wicked smile on his face, stabbing towards Lin Chen's back. Sun Kangwen was full of confidence. Although he was still in the process of committing a crime, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, already thinking about how to divide the jerky into several portions to eat. Unfortunately, this time he ran into a tough opponent. Lin Chen had been waiting for him to show up. Sun Kangwen saw that his knife was about to stab the fat lamb, but his hand holding the knife was suddenly grabbed. Lin Chen had turned around at some point and grabbed Sun Sengwen's hand, squeezing it tightly. A tremendous force that was hard to resist appeared on Sun Sengwen's wrist, instantly distorting it. The knife in his hand also fell to the ground. Sun Kangwen couldn't help but let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, but Lin Chen didn't give him a chance, delivering a fierce punch to Sun Sengwen's face. Lin Chen's current strength was terrifying, directly shattering Sun Sengwen's entire face, even causing his nose to sink in. Despite this severe blow, Sun Kangwen was not dead yet. He couldn't believe that Lin Chen, who had just appeared as a fat lamb in his eyes, had suddenly turned into a fierce jackal. Lin Chen was about to deliver the final blow to this thief when a voice suddenly came from above. "Need any help?" Lin Chen suddenly looked up, his gaze passing through the snowflakes that were flying towards him, and saw a young man sitting on the roof. The young man who had been in front of him in line that day. When did he get there? Why didn't he notice? Lin Chen squinted his eyes slightly. At that moment, Sun Kangwen, who was supposed to be dying under Lin Chen's feet, suddenly hugged Lin Chen's leg that had not been retracted yet. With Lin Chen's attention focused on the young man above, he was caught off guard and stumbled forward as his leg was hugged. Sun Kangwen, with his eyes already shattered by Lin Chen, met Lin Chen's gaze, his terrifying face seemingly trying to scare Lin Chen. Pulling out his other intact hand, he fiercely aimed his fingers at Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's pupils contracted, not because he was frightened by Sun Sengwen's terrifying appearance, but because the person who was supposed to be on the brink of death suddenly displayed this precise combat instinct. Only one explanation could account for this: the genetic lock. Was this a coincidence, or? His first reaction was that the young man above had done it intentionally. If he hadn't spoken just now, he would have already crushed the thief's head with one foot. Without further thought, Lin Chen reached out and blocked the finger poking towards his eyes, his palm pierced by the sharp nails. He rolled on the spot, avoiding Sun Sengwen's subsequent attacks. The person who first activated the genetic lock could only maintain it for 3 seconds. He didn't need to confront someone who had unclear intentions towards him while there was a person with an activated genetic lock. After dodging, Lin Chen took 2 steps back. Sun Kangwen had disabled one hand, and as he tried to stand up to continue the pursuit, the time for the genetic lock had ended. Sun Kangwen convulsed and fell back down. Lin Chen looked up again, but there was no trace of the young man above. Sun Kangwen on the ground convulsed and fell silent. Was he dead? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Without checking the thief's pulse, he decisively crushed Sun Sengwen's head with one foot. The already sunken head instantly shattered, exploding like a watermelon hitting the ground. Lin Chen wiped off the disgusting brain juice on the snow with his foot. Without going up to the roof to investigate, he turned and left the alley. After Lin Chen left, there was a sound coming from the roof. TSK TSK TSK, so cautious. No curiosity at all, boring. Shi Yan held a sword, half crouching on the roof, ready to draw the sword at any moment. Unfortunately, Lin Chen didn't come up, otherwise, he would have been met with Shi Yan's long-prepared fatal blow. To actually make me feel threatened, who exactly are you? Shi Yan smiled lightly, sheathed his sword, and with a few ups and downs on the roof, disappeared. After Lin Chen left the alley, he found a house to climb up. The gaze fell on the roof where the young man had just appeared, and there was no one on the roof except for some footprints. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. He recalled the details of the last encounter with that young man. At that time, besides feeling that the person seemed overly optimistic, they had hardly spoken and there was no friction between them. Was it just a coincidence? He remembered the vague sense of being watched he had felt after collecting supplies in the eastern suburbs last time. Lin Chen didn't think it was a coincidence. There aren't so many coincidences in the world. Most so-called coincidences are created by someone with intent. He needed to be more careful next time. Lin Chen got off the roof and headed towards Lunan City. In the evening, Lin Chen finally made it back to the safe house before dark. Today's harvest was unexpectedly poor, only about 30 kilograms of gold in total. As soon as he reached the mountaintop, the Demon King sensed his presence and pounced on him. Following that was a smell of blood. Lin Chen grabbed the pouncing Demon King and inspected it from top to bottom. Are you injured? The Demon King's fur was covered in blood, some of it already clotted. After the inspection, it was found that the Demon King had only suffered minor injuries, and the blood was not its own. The Demon King licked its lips, looking somewhat unsatisfied. Lin Chen chuckled, did you go hunting in the mountains today? Well, from now on, you can go out to eat by yourself every day, saving the meat in my space. The Demon King's appetite was getting bigger, and now that Lin Chen was also a big eater, the bit of meat in the space was really not enough for them. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, Lin Chen had already planned to live off the land. Lin Chen fetched a bucket of water and quickly gave the Demon King a bath in the snow. After the bath, the Demon King shook itself, leaving a pile of white ice crumbs on the ground. The water in the bucket had frozen into a lump of ice. Lin Chen, covered in ice, jokingly scolded, next time, roll around in the snow to clean yourself before coming back. The Demon King responded with a woof. Who knows what the Demon King ate outside today? It had no appetite for dinner. After dinner and a rest, Lin Chen unlocked the genetic lock and took the Demon King out for training. He didn't miss any opportunity to make himself stronger. Dogs have night vision. In the darkness, the Demon King could still see Lin Chen's position clearly, but Lin Chen couldn't. Without night vision goggles, he could only rely on sound to determine the Demon King's position. Fortunately, after unlocking the genetic lock, the brain's ability to locate sounds was extremely fast, so even if his eyes couldn't see, it didn't affect him. In the darkness, the two of them moved back and forth, and Lin Chen quickly noticed that the Demon King was unusually brave today. It had even learned to use diversion tactics. It seemed that the decision to let it go into the mountains alone was correct. More battles could effectively put learning into practice. After the training, Lin Chen found that this time the genetic lock lasted for 11 seconds. This was another unexpected joy. The next morning, after practicing the health-preserving technique, Lin Chen and the Demon King went their separate ways again. Lin Chen continued to collect gold, while the Demon King went back into the mountains. This went on for half a month. During this half-month, when the weather was good, Lin Chen would go out to collect gold. In this half-month, he collected a total of over 500 kilograms of gold, along with various other precious metal jewelry, getting closer to the final upgrade for item replication. The Demon King had a blast in the mountains during this half-month, getting up early and staying out late every day, thoroughly enjoying itself. It always came back with a full belly. One time, it was completely dark and it hadn't returned home yet, making Lin Chen almost go into the mountains with a flashlight to find the dog. Fortunately, the Demon King came back before Lin Chen went into the mountains. After being scolded by Lin Chen that time, the Demon King became much more restrained, usually coming back early and waiting at the door for Lin Chen. During this half-month, the Demon King's size had grown significantly compared to before. Lin Chen speculated that the Demon King had probably eaten many wild beasts or source beasts, digesting their source power. Encountering a snowstorm, Lin Chen was not idle either, chopping trees and collecting wood with the Demon King nearby. After more than a month of extreme cold, most of the tropical plants in Sha City have died. Some trees were not dry enough, so Lin Chen chopped them into pieces and placed them next to the fireplace to dry. During this process, Lin Chen also discovered the Demon King's new skill, tree gnawing. With a few bites, a medium-sized tree was quickly broken by the Demon King's claws and bites, surprisingly fast. Most of the low shrubs had long been buried under the snow. The snowfall slowed down as it accumulated. The snow layer that fell at the beginning was relatively soft, but as the snow on top became thicker, the snow underneath became more solid and compact, sinking. Therefore, although the snow was getting thicker, the accumulation speed was not as fast as at the beginning. Now it has only submerged 2 floors. Over the past half-month, Lin Chen's self-cultivation and proficiency in actively unlocking the genetic lock have not been neglected. He has been busy from morning till night every day, feeling very fulfilled. The time to maintain the genetic lock has increased from 11 seconds to 18 seconds. Most importantly, now after ending the genetic lock, he can move freely, no longer affected by the aftereffects of the genetic lock. On this day, after 2 consecutive days of blizzards, a rare sunny day appeared again. Although the sun was not warm enough, feeling the sunlight still brought joy to the heart. Lin Shen still acted separately from the Demon King today. One went into the mountains, and the other went into the city. After arriving in Lunan City, Lin Shen found another jewelry store. Unfortunately, it was another store that had already been looted by others. Apart from broken glass all over the floor, there was nothing inside. Looks like I'll have to find a new place tomorrow, Lin Shen thought to himself. After leaving the jewelry store, he searched a few more streets and suddenly noticed that there were more survivors on the streets of Lunan City today. And they were all carrying large and small bags, moving cautiously together. Does this look like they are moving? Even fewer people tried to rob Lin Shen today. When he encountered someone who specialized in robbing lone individuals again, Lin Shen didn't kill him directly. Instead, he held a knife to the man's neck and asked, "What has happened in these past few days? Why are people carrying things on the streets?" The robber trembled. "Mercy, I'll tell you. A few days ago, a very large tiger suddenly appeared in the city and ate many people. It made it impossible for everyone to go out and search for supplies. I heard that there is a military protecting civilians in Sha City, and many people want to move there. I just wanted to gather some road money for myself. Spare me this time." Lin Shen got the information he wanted and then cut off the man's head with a single stroke. It turned out that a source beast had appeared. In fact, several source beasts had appeared in Sha City in the past half-month, with Lin Shen hearing about 3 of them. It was only because soldiers patrolled and immediately killed the source beasts that the number of survivors' deaths and injuries was kept to a minimum. At this moment, his ears twitched, hearing what seemed to be cries of alarm in the distance. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow and quickly walked towards the source of the sound. In the central square of Lunan City, which should have been bustling and lively, it was now covered in vast white snow due to the extreme cold, becoming a flat and open snowfield where people passed by. But today, it was lively again. Just a different kind of lively. A huge white tiger suddenly descended from the sky and lay in the center of the square, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! The survivors passing by the square were shocked and screamed in fear. "Quick, run! Escape!" With a roar, the tiger launched an attack on the survivors in the square. A woman saw the giant tiger and her legs went weak, causing her to collapse in fear. She struggled to retreat, but it was futile. The tiger locked its gaze on the woman and immediately charged towards her, biting off her head in one go. Blood gushed out from the headless body. Witnessing this scene, the other survivors panicked and desperately ran towards the small road. Some people desperately fled, even abandoning the resources they relied on for survival. Some left behind their wives and children. However, the speed of the alienated tiger was beyond what their 2 legs could compare to, and the fleeing individuals were still caught up by it, torn apart one by one. Blooms of blood suddenly appeared on the white square. Panic and despair gradually spread. Those who were further away saw this scene and immediately turned and ran. When Lin Shen walked to the edge of the square, what he saw was survivors fleeing past him, while the white giant tiger was frantically tearing apart a still living man. The man's leg was already in the tiger's mouth, his upper body still outside, wailing in despair. Seeing Lin Shen not running away, a glimmer of hope appeared in the man's eyes as he pleaded, "Please, save me." Even at this moment, the man still wanted to live. However, the next second, the giant tiger forcefully threw the man up, biting down on the man's chest with a crunch. Crunch crunch, blood splattered. The man was swallowed in a few bites. After finishing its meal, the giant tiger looked calmly towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen focused on the prompt that appeared on the interface of the treasure basin, detected a second-order source beast within 100 meters. It's second order. It's hard to believe that just over a month after the apocalypse began, a second-order source beast had already appeared in the city. In the previous life, it took several years after the apocalypse for second-order source beasts to appear, with a group of first-order source beasts following wherever they went. They could already trigger a small-scale beast tide. This white tiger was not a species from this province, and being a loner, it was likely to have evolved and escaped from a nearby zoo. Second-order source beasts could already withstand the damage of ordinary handgun bullets. Ordinary swords were even more difficult to cut through their tough fur. A glimmer of anticipation rose in Lin Shen's eyes as he raised his arm, revealing the crossbow he had taken out from space in advance. He had a premonition that by absorbing this second-order source beast, there would be a leap in the source power within him. The giant tiger saw Lin Shen and suddenly rushed towards him. Its speed was so fast that it almost reached Lin Shen's location in an instant. But Lin Shen was not slow either.
Before the giant tiger pounced, he used a leap to propel himself onto the 3-story rooftop of a shop at the edge of the square. Taking the high ground, Lin Chen aimed at the giant tiger below and quickly shot an arrow. With the ability to attack from a distance, Lin Chen naturally chose a safer and more energy-efficient method. Swish! The arrow shot into the giant tiger with a piercing sound. Half of the arrow penetrated the tiger's skin. The power of the crossbow was evident. The giant tiger roared in pain. However, for a creature of the giant tiger's size, one arrow was clearly not enough to be fatal. It leaped towards the small building where Lin Chen was. While the giant tiger was still in the air, Lin Chen quickly loaded another arrow and shot a second one. Without waiting to see the result, he jumped down in another direction. His physical fitness now was incomparable to before, and the soft snow below, about 10 meters high, posed no threat to Lin Chen. A furious roar came from behind as the giant tiger stumbled to the ground, an arrow lodged in its left leg. Because Lin Chen was preparing to absorb the source power of this source beast, he was not planning to go easy on it. He aimed at the tiger's eyes and fired. Bang bang bang! 3 gunshots rang out. The tiger dodged 2 bullets aimed at its eyes, but the third one hit one of its eyes. The blinded tiger went even more berserk, crazily lunging towards Lin Chen, opening its bloody mouth to bite. Engaging in close combat with a fierce beast, Lin Chen activated the genetic lock without hesitation. He agilely dodged the large yellow teeth and delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's face. The muscles on his arm swelled at that moment, and the force of his punch caused the tiger's head to tilt to the side. The tiger staggered. Lin Chen followed up with another punch, still aiming at the tiger's head. The head is the weak spot of all creatures. A heavy blow can cause dizziness, disorientation, or even knock them unconscious. The tiger, still dizzy from Lin Chen's second punch, was hit again before it could react. Lin Chen relentlessly continued to strike the tiger's head with his fists. More and more onlookers stopped fleeing and stood still to watch this shocking scene from a distance. My God, is that a human? Someone murmured in disbelief. I finally believe that Wu Song could kill a tiger. This guy is even more fierce than Wu Song. Someone shouted excitedly. Some looked at the crossbow that Lin Chen had thrown on the ground with a gleam of eagerness and greed in their eyes. Lin Chen's consecutive heavy punches finally knocked the tiger to the ground. The survivors who had gathered at some point cheered. Lin Chen just glanced at them and refocused his attention on the tiger. He knew the tiger was not dead yet, just repeatedly stunned by his blows. Lin Chen drew a dagger, lifted the tiger's eyelid, and ruthlessly stabbed its eye. The dagger went in all the way. The unconscious tiger suddenly struggled violently. But as Lin Chen forcefully twisted the dagger, the tiger's struggles gradually weakened. At this moment, a man sneaked over to where Lin Chen had left the crossbow, taking advantage of Lin Chen killing the tiger. The man's eyes were full of greed and desire as he stared at the crossbow on the ground. He thought to himself, with such a crossbow, he could easily kill some wild beasts and have some meat to eat in the future, right? However, before his hand could touch the crossbow, Lin Chen pulled out the dagger from the tiger's eye and flicked his wrist. The dagger shot towards the man's throat who coveted the crossbow. The tip of the dagger pierced through the back of the man's neck. It was even more powerful than a bullet. The man stiffened, clutching his throat, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground. The others who had similar thoughts immediately stopped and dared not move. If a person who could kill such a mutated giant tiger could do that, wouldn't they be like lambs to the slaughter if they approached him? Lin Chen pulled out the dagger, wiped it on the snow, and put it back at his waist. He picked up the crossbow, disassembled and reassembled it a few times, then put it back in his backpack. After removing the arrows, he looked at the huge tiger corpse. Lin Chen glanced at the circle of survivors that had formed. Absorbing the source power must not be interrupted. He would never absorb it in front of everyone. Lin Chen chose to take the tiger's body away first. This giant tiger weighed at least a few hundred pounds. Lin Chen grabbed the tiger's leg and hoisted it onto his left shoulder, showing that he still had some strength left. Walking to the edge of the square, he shouted at the motionless survivors, "Make way!" The survivors moved aside. An old man still stood there, his greedy eyes fixed on the tiger on Lin Chen's shoulder. "Young man, you can't finish such a big tiger by yourself. Can you leave us some? I see you are not a selfish person. Why not help us and save us before giving us a piece of meat to eat?" This sentence successfully brought all the survivors to the opposite side of Lin Chen. Yeah, with such a big tiger, if they divide it up, everyone can get a lot of meat, right? These survivors looked at the giant tiger with fiery eyes, and some had already quietly reached for their weapons. They forgot that if it weren't for Lin Chen's appearance just now, they would probably all be dead. Although Lin Chen didn't intervene to save them, the fact that they were saved was undeniable. Lin Chen sneered. Sorry, he has no morals and is not afraid of kidnapping. A cold light flashed by, and the old man was still standing in front of Lin Chen, but his head rolled on the ground.
There can be no hesitation at this time, otherwise these survivors will swarm like hyenas. He understood the minds of these survivors too well. Lin Chen scanned the crowd with a chilling killing intent and asked, "Who else wants it? I'll send him down to fight the tiger himself." The survivors kept waving their hands and stepping back, afraid of following the old man's fate. Lin Chen walked step by step through the 2 rows of survivors, holding a bloodstained knife, until he walked far away. After Lin Chen left, one of the survivors said to a thin man with yellow hair and a masked face, "Yellow brother? That kid seems to be the target that Boss Lee asked us to deal with before. Why didn't we take action just now?" Yellow Spear looked at his men as if they were idiots and said, "The end of the world is here, why bother with a task? Can that old dog Lee Duokai come all the way here? Let's go, follow up and see if we can get some meat. Yellow brother is wise." Several younger brothers followed Yellow Spear in the direction Lin Chen had left. Lin Chen walked out of a block and into an alley where no one passed by, then he stored the giant tiger in his space. He took out a broadsword from the space and sat in his shop wiping the blade. The broadsword was straight, 1 meter long, with a slender and sharp blade. Like a tang sword, it was not suitable for killing source beasts, but very effective for killing people. After wiping it twice, there was a slight sound of footsteps at the entrance of the alley. Many people who had their eyes on the giant tiger along the way. A burly man with a square face and a man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks walked into the alley. After scanning the alley and not seeing the giant tiger, the 2 focused their attention on Lin Chen. "Brother, we don't want much, just give us a leg, and we'll leave." Lin Chen smiled, but the smile lacked any warmth. "If you want my things, come and take them with your skills." The 2 looked at each other, and one of them pulled out a gun from his waist, saying, "I advise you not to be arrogant." Lin Chen didn't like to listen to nonsense. With a flick of his wrist, a piece of broken glass hit the man with the gun in the forehead like a bullet. The glass shards embedded deeply in the man's forehead, and he fell straight to the ground. The gun also fell to the ground. The other man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks was frightened by this move. His lips moved as if to beg for mercy, but he quickly followed his companion's fate. Lin Chen stood up and lowered the tip of the knife, saying to the outside of the alley, "Since you're here, come on in together." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen survivors who had been watching the situation from the shadows also came out. "Don't be afraid. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person with 2 hands. Let's go together." The survivors held homemade weapons and rushed into the shop. Just a few minutes later, the alley was filled with bodies. Lin Chen gave each body an extra cut, severed their heads, and then left from the back of the alley. About 10 meters away from the alley, Yellow Spear hesitated as he watched the alley where a group of people had rushed in and not come out for a while. At this moment, the small alley entrance seemed like a gaping abyss, waiting for them to be let in. Yellow brother, should we go in?" one of the younger brothers asked. "Let's go take a look." Yellow Spear swallowed his saliva and cautiously walked to the entrance of the alley with his younger brother. Seeing the bodies and unburied heads all around, Huang Mao felt a chill running from his feet to his head, unconsciously taking 2 steps back and falling to the ground. The others were no better off than Huang Mao, almost scared out of their wits. Huanggu, should we still follow? Follow my foot, let's go." Lin Chen returned to Shashi in the afternoon on a snowmobile. Unexpectedly, even Shashi was not peaceful. Lin Chen had just returned to the western suburbs when he saw a group of people surrounding a wild boar, shouting and preparing to kill it. Lin Chen took a distant look and saw that the size was normal, probably just an ordinary wild boar running down from the mountain, not a source beast. 3 people were already lying in agony on the snowy ground, but it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the hunters, as all they saw in their eyes was the green light of meat. The frequency of wild beasts and source beasts appearing had been increasing. Lin Chen understood what this meant. The appearance of wild beasts running out of the mountains indicated a greater threat in the mountains. It also meant that the time for source beasts to come out from the deep mountains or elsewhere to hunt humans was not far off. With the surge of beasts, bodies littered the ground. For survivors, opportunities to openly search for supplies on the streets like now were becoming scarce. This world would increasingly respect strength. Lin Chen's eyes were firm, he needed to become stronger quickly. When Lin Chen returned to the safe house, the Demon King had not yet returned. He took out the huge body of the giant tiger from the space and placed it in the utility room. Placing his hand on the tiger's body, he looked at the prompt in front of him. Detected ownerless source power, absorb it? Yes/no. Without hesitation, he said, yes. As Lin Chen's voice fell, the sensation of source power rushing into his body from his arm reappeared. It was more pronounced than the previous 2 times. The arm that touched the giant tiger began to heat up. Like a hot spring, the source power flowed into his body, merging with his own source power. As this power entered his body through his arm, Lin Chen felt his temperature instantly rise. A wave of heat emanated from his body. By the time Lin Chen entered the safe house, he had already taken off his coat. At this moment, a large amount of sweat poured out of his body's pores. Also flowing out was some dirty gray-brown substance. This was followed by an unprecedented sense of power filling his entire body. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he activated the genetic lock. As he mobilized his source power, the opening of the genetic lock this time was faster than before, almost opening at the moment he had the thought. A stronger force gushed out of his body. Lin Chen took out a steel bar the size of a wrist from the space, held it with both hands, and effortlessly twisted it into a spiral. The giant tiger, which had originally weighed nearly 1,000 catties, could now be easily lifted with one hand. If he were to battle this giant tiger now, Lin Chen was confident that he could knock it out with just one punch. What surprised Lin Chen the most was that this time the opening time of the genetic lock had extended to 32 seconds. As the saying goes, in a battle between experts, every second counts, with an extra second giving an additional chance of winning. With his current speed of unlocking the genetic lock, there were already many things he could do in 32 seconds. Before he could even rejoice, the prompt in front of him suddenly changed. Detected second-order source beast within 100 meters. Lin Chen thought to himself that it was good timing, as he could now test his current strength against this source beast. He swiftly opened the door, rushed out. The Demon King, with something in its mouth, stared at Lin Chen in surprise. Both were stunned. Demon King? Lin Chen scanned around, but there were no other animals. You again, you silly thing? Demon King? The Demon King spat out what was in its mouth, revealing a green fruit. Without paying attention to the fruit, Lin Chen held the Demon King's head and looked left and right. Have you evolved? Indeed, its size had increased slightly compared to when it had left in the morning. Lin Chen carefully observed and noticed a slight change in the Demon King's eyes. The originally blue and red pupils had deepened in color, and irises similar to those of humans had appeared in the eyes. The teeth and claws also looked sharper. The Demon King felt like he was being inspected like livestock by Lin Chen, and he wore a look of resignation on his dog face. After examining the changes in the Demon King, Lin Chen finally noticed the green fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? Speaking of the fruit, the Demon King's expression became excited, pointing to the fruit with his claws and then to his mouth. Are you saying you ate this fruit? Lin Chen understood the Demon King's meaning. The Demon King put on a proud expression and raised his dog head. And then evolved? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The Demon King nodded. His eyes were full of satisfaction with Lin Chen's understanding. The fruit looked freshly picked, with the stem still fresh at the broken end. Lin Chen looked pensive as he picked up the fruit. At that moment, the treasure bowl suddenly appeared with a prompt, found source fruit, recommended for consumption. Lin Chen looked at the fruit still covered in the Demon King's saliva, feeling a wave of emotions. It was a mutated plant. The Sand City was full of tropical plants, and it was rare to see surviving plants. It was unexpected to find one that not only survived but also evolved. Mutated plants did not change like animals did. Plants were still plants, even if mutated, they couldn't grow brains and organs like animals. However, mutated plants were either extremely cold resistant with strong vitality, extremely tough that even source beasts couldn't bite through, or highly toxic. Plants that could bear fruit were rare and extremely valuable. In the past, official news had reported that finding a mutated plant and handing it over to the authorities would result in a substantial reward. Finding a mutated plant that could bear fruit not only brought huge rewards but could also secure a lucrative position in the sanctuary. From then on, one would become a privileged person in the sanctuary. It turned out that the fruit contained source power. Lin Chen took out a bottle of water, rinsed off the Demon King's saliva from the fruit, and took a small bite. Despite the weather, the fruit was not frozen, and the flesh inside was still tender. The flesh was sweet and crispy, tasting like green dates but much better. After swallowing a few bites, a warm feeling spread from the stomach to the rest of the body. It was source power. Lin Chen finished the fruit in 3 or 2 bites and eagerly looked at the Demon King who was staring at the fruit. Where did you get this? Take me there. The Demon King seemed to have been waiting for Lin Chen to say that, took a few steps forward, then ran back to Lin Chen and lay down. The Demon King was now lying down, his head reaching Lin Chen's waist. Lin Chen was puzzled. Why aren't we moving? The Demon King stood up, looked at Lin Chen, then lay down again, gesturing with his head. Are you asking me to sit on your back? Lin Chen guessed. The Demon King nodded. Lin Chen was slightly excited. He wondered if other boys had dreams of having a cool mount like the ones in cartoons when they were young. Anyway, he did. Lin Chen had always envied the mounts of the characters in cartoons when he was young. He even begged his father to sign him up for horse riding lessons. There was a time when he loved riding horses and wanted to gallop on the grasslands. But his father never allowed him to go out of the province. Carefully, Lin Chen sat on the Demon King's back, feeling excited, and said, "Let's go." Upon hearing the command, the Demon King dashed off. Lin Chen lay on the Demon King's back, quickly grabbing the fur on the Demon King's neck to prevent himself from falling. The scenery changed rapidly before his eyes, with the cold wind whistling in his ears. The Demon King's speed was extremely fast, and he could ignore the terrain, running on snow, crossing through the dry woods, leaping over streams, and skimming across lakes. Until the sky gradually darkened, they stopped by a frozen waterfall. "Is this the place?" Lin Chen got off the Demon King. The Demon King gave Lin Chen a look and walked towards the waterfall. Lin Chen followed. The frozen waterfall was adorned with icicles, arranged in a picturesque manner. As Lin Chen approached, he discovered another world. There was actually a cave beneath the waterfall. It looked like it had been carved out. The Demon King entered first, then turned back to wait for Lin Chen. The entrance to the cave had been concealed by the waterfall before freezing, and after freezing, it was blocked by rapidly formed icicles, hidden very well. Lin Chen walked to the entrance and looked at the Demon King with a puzzled expression. "How did you find this place? This guy had been messing around in the mountains every day?" The Demon King raised its head proudly, gesturing for Lin Chen to follow it inside. As it was getting dark, the cave was already dim inside. Lin Chen took out a headlamp and put it on, carefully following. The ground was not covered in snow, but with icy rocks, very slippery. However, the cave was not deep. After walking a dozen meters, light appeared ahead. Lin Chen followed the Demon King into a cave. Seeing the scene inside the cave, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with amazement. The cave was high, with rock walls on both sides, and there was a hole at the top, a huge rock lying across the top, with faint light shining through the cracks. Below the cave was a pool of water, but it had already frozen over. In the middle of the pool were a pile of rocks protruding from the surface. A strangely shaped tree grew on top of the rocks in the middle of the pool, with scattered faint light falling on it. The scene looked very peculiar, and at this moment, Lin Chen felt as if he had wandered into a scene from a fantasy novel. The tree trunk was twisted, with a trunk as thick as a water bucket, in a gray-black color. The roots of the tree were intertwined in the crevices of the rocks. The numerous branches and dense purple-green leaves formed a large purple-green canopy. The tree was about 5 to 6 meters tall. Just by looking at it, there was a strong sense of vitality. Hanging on the tree were green fruits, the same kind that the Demon King had brought back. And under the tree, a giant snake lay motionless, already gutted. The Demon King saw the snake's body and swatted it with a claw, sending it flying onto the frozen pool, then pointed at the tree. Lin Chen walked over to examine the snake. The snake was over 3 meters long, with a thickness similar to an adult's calf, and its body was covered in the same purple-green patterns as the tree. The snake's body was almost split in half, and its gallbladder was missing. Looking at the bite marks on the snake's body, Lin Chen knew it was the Demon King's doing. "Did you bite this?" He glanced at the Demon King, who licked its mouth and woofed. "Don't eat everything next time." Lin Chen's father sighed. What if this thing was poisonous? Seeing the Demon King frolicking around proved that at least the surface of this snake was not poisonous. Judging from the size and color of the snake, which he had never seen before, Lin Chen speculated that this snake had undergone some kind of mutation, as ordinary cold-blooded animals would find it difficult to survive in this temperature. Perhaps the tree had something to do with it. But when he approached the snake, the treasure basin did not indicate the presence of any unclaimed source power nearby. Lin Chen tried to place his hand on the snake, but still got no response. Could it be that the source power of this snake was in its gallbladder, which the Demon King had eaten, causing the source power inside the snake to disappear? Or had the source beast been dead for too long, causing the source power to dissipate? Lin Chen pondered silently. In fact, he had always had a question in his heart. That is, humans and wild beasts were both animals, so why did they evolve in different directions? Researchers in the previous life had proven that humans could hardly absorb source power autonomously like plants and animals. It was as if humans were not native animals on this planet. There has always been controversy in the history of science about how humans came into being. There is no evidence to prove that humans evolved from apes. Darwin's theory of evolution is just a hypothesis. Lin Chen walked towards the tree, suppressing bold guesses and calming his mind. The Demon King paced back and forth under the tree, looking impatient. As Lin Chen approached, he discovered the Demon King's tooth marks on the trunk. Given the Demon King's temperament, it wouldn't be surprising if he took the whole tree back. But now, he only brought back the fruit for Lin Chen to pick, indicating how tough the tree was. He picked a fruit and handed it to the Demon King. The Demon King took it happily, wagging his tail, then placed it on the ground and continued to watch Lin Chen. "You are getting smarter." Lin Chen patted the Demon King's head and climbed up the tree. When his body touched the trunk, the treasure-gathering pot appeared with a prompt. detected a large amount of source power in this plant, absorb it? Yes/no, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, not surprised at all. The treasure-gathering pot had been able to absorb source power for a long time. Lin Chen continued to pick fruits. In no time, more than a dozen green fruits had fallen, filling the space. Confirming there were no more fruits on the tree, Lin Chen said to the Demon King beside him, "Don't let anything disturb me." The Demon King immediately perked up and paced around the cave. Lin Chen placed his hand on the trunk, silently saying to the treasure-gathering pot interface, "Yes, absorb." Heist City, Shin Family Manor. Shin Fanrun, who was preparing to rest, sat on the edge of the bed, listening intently to the report from his subordinate Wang Ji. "Boss, those cops still refuse to cooperate with us. What should we do?" Wang Ji made a throat-slitting gesture tentatively. Shin Fanren stood up and paced around the room. The conflict with the official power from the Public Security Bureau started when Lin Chen killed Shin Jinbin and 3 bodyguards in the hospital. After Lin Chen killed Shin Jinbin's bodyguards, he didn't take the guns from them, causing trouble for Shin Fanrun. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that this incident caused not just a little trouble but a significant one for Shin Fanrun. In the previous life when the apocalypse arrived, Shin Fanrun relied on the network of relationships and good reputation he had built in Heist City over the years. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he established a cooperative relationship with the authorities and provided countless resources and manpower. This laid the foundation for the Shin family's position in Heist City, gradually weakening and absorbing the official power of Heist City, becoming the unofficial king of Heist City. However, in this life, because of Lin Chen's casual action, the police found a gun on Shin Fanrun's bodyguard. Shin Fanrun was already listed as a key target for investigation by the Public Security Bureau of Heist City before the apocalypse began. After the communication was cut off, Shin Fanrun found his manor surrounded by a group of special police, who discovered a lot of contraband. Shin Fanrun was taken away directly by the special police from the manor. Fortunately, it was the apocalypse, or Shin Fanrun would have been in big trouble. There were incidents of looting and killing happening all over Heist City. Shin Fanrun's men took advantage of the chaos to rescue him from prison. He returned to the manor, regrouped his forces, and confronted the official power. Later, he renovated the manor, sheltered refugees, and with crimes happening daily due to the collapsing order, the official power of Heist City temporarily let him off the hook. The official power of Heist City was led by the head of the Public Security Bureau of Heist City, who had gathered a group of law enforcement officers, special police, firefighters, and other public servants who were originally under the authority. During these days, Shin Fanrun had been trying to negotiate and cooperate with the official power of Heist City, but he had repeatedly failed. The strongest support he had in his previous life had now become the biggest obstacle to Shin Fanrun's rule over Heist City. Shin Fanrun furrowed his brows, not immediately answering Wang Ji, but asking, "How about the other thing I asked you to investigate?" Wang Ji replied, "You asked me to check on those unusually large wild beasts recently appearing in the city. I found out that these beasts didn't all come from the mountains, but escaped from the north. I consulted with an animal expert, and he said it might be because the temperature in the north is very low now, causing these beasts to leave as they cannot survive there, hence fleeing here." Here, Wang Ji glanced cautiously at Shin Fanrun and continued, "And he also said that the ones appearing in Heist now are the vanguard of the beasts, the faster ones, suggesting that a large group of beasts may still appear later." Another piece of bad news. During this period, dozens of source beasts and hundreds of wild beasts have appeared in Heist, causing massive casualties. Ordinary wild beasts are manageable, but those huge ones require firepower to kill. If more of these beasts appear next, without official cooperation in providing ammunition, their stockpile will definitely be insufficient. Without firearms and ammunition, Shin Fanrun's position in Heist is now in danger. Shin Fanrun's expression turned grim. "Do we have any news from the people we sent to investigate the situation up north?" "None. Currently, none of our people sent to investigate up north have returned," Wang Ji replied. "Since the solar storm erupted, the magnetic field of Blue Star remains unstable, and radio signals cannot be transmitted. Shin Fanrun's biological research lab is located in the north, but now all transportation is paralyzed, with no news, and he cannot access the genetic drugs he developed before the apocalypse." Shin Fanrun's face was beyond description. He closed his eyes, pondered for a long time, before opening his eyes and saying, "Pay attention to the beasts in the next few days, have the supplies concentrated by the subordinates, and prepare to evacuate Heist at any time. Let's not bother with Pang Jiangwo and his people for now." Pang Jiangwo is the current leader of the official forces in Heist. Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes flashed with a different color, and he responded, "Understood." Shin Fanrun's room had excellent soundproofing. While Shin Fanrun and Wang Ji were conversing in the room,
Two women were facing off outside Shin Fanran's door. One of them was LVCUA. At Shin Fanran's level, even the most beautiful women could be obtained. The more unattainable, the more he desired. LVCUA was like that in the beginning. Seeing LVCUA in the crowd, attracted by her ethereal beauty, but realizing she was already married, led to the plot to eliminate Lin Chen's father to win LVCUA. LVCUA was also very clever, knowing how to grasp a man's heart, not only catering to his preferences but also increasing her leverage in Shin Fanran's heart. She knew that once a man invested more in something, he would be reluctant to let go. Therefore, following Shin Fanran, she constantly made him spend time and money on her, even obtaining shares in Shin Fanran's new energy company. Originally, such good days would have lasted a long time. Although Shin Fanran later found many other women in his past life, LVCUA was irreplaceable to him. However, in this life, the incident of Lin Chen killing Shin Jinbin occurred. This made LVCUA suspected and neglected by Shin Fanran, leading her to seek new love. At this moment, the other woman facing LVCUA had a voluptuous figure, wavy curly hair, exquisite features, and a completely different temperament from LVCUA. She was Shin Fanran's new lover, the former A-list star, Hua Lingrong. Miss LV, the flower of yesterday, what are you doing here? Are you trying to provoke someone? Hua Lingrong twirled her hair, mocking. LVCUA smiled indifferently but with cold eyes. You don't call the shots here. Fanran likes you now, just for a change. Hua Lingrong rolled her eyes. Well, at least I'm still fresh, unlike some people who have gone stale. After finishing speaking, he covered his nose with his hand and looked at LVCUA, as if she really had a bad smell on her body. LVCUA's face turned pale with anger, wanting to retaliate. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion and gunfire near the estate outside. What's going on? The wolf pack is here. Stop them. Help! A wolf pack composed of over 100 giant wolves actually broke into the estate. Unlike the random scattered source beasts in the city before, this group of wolves may have smelled the strong scent of blood and flesh in the estate, and they directly charged towards the estate. The 3-meter-high wall built outside the estate to resist the cold wind was easily leaped over by the giant wolves. The estate's patrol team was no match for the claws of over 100 giant wolves. Among them, a wolf king larger in size than the other wolves, accompanied by several other wolves, came to a wall and swiped down with its claw. The several tens of centimeters thick cement wall was smashed, revealing the survivors inside who were scared out of their wits. They were torn open. LVCUA and Hua Lingrong, who were looking out from the corridor window, exchanged a glance and saw the panic in each other's eyes. At this moment, the door at the end of the corridor was opened, and Shin Fanran and Wang Ji walked out of the room and quickly headed towards the stairs. LVCUA and Hua Lingrong hurriedly followed. Shin Fanran and Wang Ji walked fast. Running and shouting, Hua Lingrong said, "Honey, wait for me." But Shin Fanran seemed not to hear, and even changed from a brisk walk to a jog. Suddenly, there was a sound of glass shattering. A giant wolf sprang out onto the path in front of Hua Lingrong and LVCUA. Both of them screamed in terror. Just as the giant wolf was about to pounce on them, LVCUA grabbed Hua Lingrong's hair and pushed her towards the wolf in her screams. She then ran towards where Shin Fanran had left. Finally, at the last moment, she ran to Shin Fanran, who was opening the door to the basement. "Jinbin, I want to be with you forever," LVCUA said with tears in her eyes. It was unclear whether it was superb acting or genuine fear. Shin Fanran glanced at her and ultimately took LVCUA with him into the basement. Throughout the night, there were bloody massacres all over the estate. When the three emerged from the basement the next day, the wolf pack had already retreated. The estate was completely destroyed, covered in blood and body parts, with not a single living person in sight. Shin Fanran, looking at the shelter he had painstakingly built being destroyed, almost collapsed on the spot. After recovering, Shin Fanran made up his mind and said to Wang Ji, "See how many people managed to escape yesterday, gather the manpower, and leave those survivors behind. Bring the snowmobiles you fixed last time, take what we can, and head south." In the cold cave, after absorbing the source power from the strange tree, Lin Chen felt that the source power in his body seemed to have reached saturation. There was a difficult-to-describe sense of fullness in his body, like being overstuffed. He touched his stomach, not a feeling of being full. The third-tier gene lock was not activated either. It was as if there was an excess of source power but lacking something crucial. At this moment, a breeze blew by. The dense purple leaves on the tree fell rapidly like snowflakes. The entire tree seemed to have lost its life essence, leaving only bare branches in an instant. Lin Chen and the Demon King were both stunned. The Demon King bit the tree trunk again in confusion, leaving another tooth mark, showing a grimacing expression. The Demon King's biting force was so strong that he could leave a tooth mark even when biting into steel, indicating the tree's toughness. Lin Chen felt that this tree might be a good material.
The tree roots were connected under the water pool and could not be taken into the space. After spending over 10 minutes and breaking 2 axes in a row, he resorted to using a chainsaw. Lin Chen cut down this tree and stored it in the space. He looked up at the sky outside, which had already darkened completely. The wilderness at night is even more dangerous, with many predators hunting at night. Lin Chen immediately decided to stay overnight in this water curtain cave and return tomorrow. He took out several moisture-proof pads from the space and placed them on the flat ice surface of the water pool, then set up the tent on the moisture-proof pads. He also placed blankets inside the tent. He and the Demon King's temporary nest were ready. The Demon King seemed excited, running in and out as if he had never lived in such a nest before. This was Lin Chen's first time spending the night outside since his rebirth. He checked the temperature inside the cave. Minus 61 degrees. The temperature seemed to be getting lower recently. After Lin Chen and the Demon King had eaten something, they got into their sleeping bags. The Demon King was very alert, but he still didn't dare to sleep too deeply. He couldn't fall asleep, perhaps due to unfamiliar surroundings. He began to think, many things have changed in this life. Shortly after the apocalypse began, humans and other creatures evolved on a large scale, and the source beasts and evolvers appeared early. The beast type in this life will definitely be more terrifying than the previous one. Now thinking back, building a safe house was his best decision. If he still lived in a regular residential building like in the past, a few tens of centimeters of concrete might not withstand attacks from powerful source beasts. His safe house was 3 meters thick, with walls made of steel plates and alloy structures, with 2 floors. Even if dinosaurs from the Jurassic era reappeared, his safe house's strength and structure would not be a problem. He had an ample supply of resources, and with the safe house as a shelter, all he needed to do in the future was to keep getting stronger. Moreover, after the beast tide appeared, places with more people were more likely to be discovered and targeted by sensitive beast groups. His safe house was relatively safer. It was just a pity that he still hadn't avenged his father in this life. Lin Chen closed his eyes. He was not the kind of person blinded by hatred. Otherwise, when he first found out in the previous life that his father did not die accidentally, he would have acted impulsively. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Shen Fanrun was probably developing his power in Heisher City as he did in the previous life, right? He just didn't know if things would go as smoothly as they did in the previous life. If one day he could subdue thousands of source beasts, perhaps there would be a day to return to Heisher City for revenge. Lost in thought, Lin Chen slowly drifted into a half-dream state. In his dream, he saw himself back in the struggles of the apocalypse from the previous life. He also saw himself and Zhao Xiao digging out that ancient coin, inadvertently activating the cornucopia. However, this time, when activating the cornucopia, he unhesitatingly killed Zhao Xiao. Watching Zhao Xiao's incredulous and unblinking eyes, he surprisingly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. When he woke up, Lin Chen was still reminiscing about this dream. If he had been as selfish and ruthless in the previous life as he was in this life, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Therefore, in this life, he would never trust anyone again. When the sky outside brightened, Lin Chen packed up his things and the Demon King and returned to the safe house. After having a warm breakfast in the safe house, Lin Chen set out again. This time, he was not prepared to laboriously search for gold in the surrounding cities. He had heard that survivors had organized a trading market in the eastern suburbs a few days ago, which might have taken shape by now. He decided to go and see today, hoping to directly exchange goods for gold. Lin Chen rode the Demon King directly into the town. The appearance of the Demon King unsurprisingly caused some panic. People who had long been frightened by source beasts and wild beasts during this period were fleeing in terror. The Demon King did not attack them but instead looked at these panicked humans with a contemptuous gaze. The patrol soldiers quickly ran over when they heard the sound, but the Demon King had already run away with Lin Chen. They arrived at the eastern outskirts, where Lin Chen finally asked the Demon King to stop. He grabbed a survivor who was trembling on the ground and asked, "Is there a trading market nearby?" The person, trembling in fear, could barely speak clearly and thought he was going to die. "There is. At the park 1 kilometer north of the apartment where supplies are distributed." After finding out the location, Lin Chen searched for about 10 minutes before finding the park near the bridge as the man had described. After instructing the Demon King to stay nearby and wait, Lin Chen walked into the park alone. The park, once full of greenery, was now buried under thick snow. Only some taller trees were partially exposed, indicating that it used to be a park. The park was crowded with people, and it seemed quite busy. There were 2 teams of soldiers maintaining order there. Lin Chen walked in and saw makeshift stalls scattered on the snowy ground in the park. Some stalls had wooden signs saying buying medicine at a high price. Some stalls had useless mechanical parts just to exchange for some food. Some stalls had fabrics and moderately warm clothes for sale. There were also stalls with torn cloth signs saying, "Please, kind people, give me something to eat, bless you with a long life," and so on. There was almost everything. There were more people selling goods than buying. Lin Chen walked around and found what he was looking for at one of the stalls. A thin, frostbitten boy was standing at the stall with about a dozen pounds of gold and silver jewelry. When Lin Chen stood in front of his stall, the boy was still eagerly looking at the food on other stalls, secretly drooling. He didn't notice Lin Chen. Lin Chen cleared his throat, and the boy looked back at him. "How much for this gold?" Lin Chen asked. Since the solar storm erupted and the extreme cold came, food was only consumed and not produced, and the food survivors could find was becoming scarcer. Wang Liang was originally a 9th grade student, living under his parents' care. Like all students, he used to complain about the hardships of studying and the heavy workload. He had even fantasized that if doomsday came, he wouldn't have to study anymore, and perhaps he could awaken special abilities like the protagonists in novels and do whatever he wanted. However, when the apocalypse really came, it was completely different from what he had imagined. His father never returned after going out to find food for him and his mother. His mother fell ill with a fever and lay in bed, with no food at home. Wang Liang had to take on the responsibility of finding supplies. But being young and inexperienced in society, he couldn't find food, only some unrelated items or things discarded on the streets. He thought that exchanging these items for contributions would be the same as finding food. The gold on the stall was something he had picked up from a house where it was scattered on the ground. In addition to the gold, there were used toothbrushes, a half-new towel, and similar items. However, he couldn't exchange these items for a packet of cold medicine or a steamed bun. Wang Liang had been at the stall for 2 days and hadn't exchanged anything. The supplies provided by the military had run out yesterday, and it would be 2 more days before they could get more. If he couldn't exchange for anything, he and his mother would have to survive on melted snow for those 2 days. He could endure it, but his mother. Wang Liang stared intently at the frozen steamed buns on a nearby stall. Although it was hard to chew the buns once they froze, they were a rare delicacy compared to the frozen vegetables and uncooked rice. He had confirmed this over the past 2 days. No one in this market was willing to exchange anything useful for his worthless gold. If he rushes over now, takes 2 steamed buns and runs away, can he escape? Wang Liang already had this idea in his heart. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his way. But he didn't care, thinking it was just a passerby. Until a voice sounded above his head, "How much for the gold?" You want gold?" Finally, someone showed interest after 2 days, and Wang Liang stood up excitedly. But due to low blood sugar from not eating, his vision darkened and he sat back down on the ground. Lin Chen frowned, waiting for the young man in front of him to recover. Wang Liang exclaimed excitedly, "These for 2 steamed buns." After some thought, he felt he had asked for too much and immediately changed his offer. 1 steamed bun. Or a caddy of rice is also fine. Although a caddy of rice can indeed make one feel fuller than a steamed bun, everything that can be used for cooking is too precious now. Even a few pieces of firewood would require a caddy of rice in exchange. Even the matches at home had been sold by him in exchange for food, and even if he got rice, he could only eat it raw. Lin Chen glanced at the gold on the stall. He had a whole bag of rice in his space, but he didn't have steamed buns. He took out 2 sealed packages of bread from his prepared backpack and asked, "Can I exchange with these?" When Wang Liang saw the bread, he couldn't take his eyes off it. His mother used to buy a box of this bread and keep it at home, letting him take a few to school when he was hungry. He had grown tired of it back then. Seeing the familiar color and packaging again, Wang Liang thought of his mother still lying in bed, his eyes reddened, and he momentarily forgot to respond. "Not enough?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Wang Liang came to his senses and nodded quickly, "Enough, enough." 2 loaves of bread didn't look like much, but Wang Liang knew that he could exchange these 2 loaves for at least 5 or 6 caddies of rice from the second-hand traders at the market. Wang Liang carefully took the bread, and only then did he notice that Lin Chen looked exceptionally clean and tidy. The eyes revealed by the mask were clean and sharp. He didn't seem much older than Wang Liang. Seeing that the young man in front of him was always in a daze, Lin Chen took matters into his own hands and put the gold from the stall into his backpack. Wang Liang lowered his head and saw many more loaves of bread, sausages, and even matches in the backpack that Lin Chen had opened. He felt envious but didn't dare to have any ideas. Deep down, he wished he could be as capable as this big brother. After collecting the gold, Lin Chen asked, "Besides the gold you have here, do you know where else there is?" Wang Liang's eyes lit up. Yes. I know another person who sells gold, but because no one was willing to exchange with him all day yesterday like me, it seems he didn't set up his stall today. Wait here, I'll go call him. With that, he quickly packed up his things and ran off. Lin Chen had originally planned to set up a stall to collect gold. Seeing the young man leave, he grabbed a plastic bag and sat in the spot where the young man had been. He took out paper and pen from his backpack, wrote, "Buying gold, exchange with goods, minimum of 10 caddies." He placed the paper in front of him and waited quietly. Soon, someone noticed what Lin Chen had written. They walked over and asked, "What are you exchanging for gold?" Lin Chen took out a loaf of bread, 1 loaf for 10 caddies. He had collected a whole container of this bread from the port before. There were tens of thousands of them. It was on the sweeter side, and since he didn't like sweet foods, he used some to exchange for gold. To prevent these loaves from being discovered as unusual, Lin Chen had stored them in his backpack in advance to make them hard. Seeing the golden bread, the person licked their lips greedily, staring at Lin Chen's backpack and said, "Wait here." Not long after, the person who had just left returned with a second-hand trader to Lin Chen's stall. At this time, several people saw Lin Chen's playing cards and gathered around his stall. However, they didn't have much gold, only a few hundred grams of jewelry, which Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to exchange. Li Wei looked Lin Chen up and down and asked, "Do you need gold?" Where there is a trading market, there will be middlemen. They buy low from survivors at the bottom, then sell high to those in need, making a profit from the difference. Li Wei is one of these middlemen in this market that he and a few others have established. "That's right, do you have any?" Lin Chen tossed the small loaf of bread in his hand. He only needed a little over 200 kilograms of gold to upgrade to the 10th item replication. He believed that many people must have stockpiles, especially the wealthy from before the apocalypse who would never want to part with their assets. "Let's talk somewhere private." Li Wei glanced around and suggested. Lin Chen stood up and followed Li Wei to a secluded area. "How much gold do you need?" Li Wei asked. 220 kilograms, do you have it? Lin Chen directly stated the total amount he needed. Li Wei was somewhat surprised. Now that it's the apocalypse, food is the universal currency, and gold is useless. "What do you need so much gold for?" Li Wei asked. He couldn't figure out why Lin Chen needed so much gold. With so many resources, does he want to make a statue for himself with gold? Lin Chen replied, "You don't need to know, do you have it or not?" Li Wei squinted and thought for a moment, "I do have it, but it will take me 2 days. Also, what will you give me in exchange? It will take me quite an effort to collect so much gold. I don't want your bread, I need some essential supplies, what do you have?" Li Wei stared intently at Lin Chen. He wanted to probe into Lin Chen's background. Being able to exchange so much food for gold, Li Wei's intuition told him that Lin Chen must have more resources. Lin Chen's mouth under the mask curled slightly. He knew that these middlemen were more cunning than a beehive. "Forget the bread, I can collect it myself," Lin Chen said casually, then walked away and returned to his stall. Now Li Wei was somewhat indecisive, standing still in place. The person who had previously informed Li Wei to come to Lin Chen's stall said, "Brotherly, are we not doing this business?" Li Wei smiled, a sinister smile, and said, "Have someone keep an eye on this kid, see if he has any companions. If he's alone, when he leaves the market later, we'll follow him, find out where he lives, maybe we can hit a big jackpot. If not, we'll do business with him properly." When Lin Chen returned to his stall, the teenager Wang Liang, who had been at the stall before, had already returned, pulling along a middle-aged man. Both of them were panting. "Look, he's back." Wang Liang didn't see Lin Chen when he returned, thinking Lin Chen had already left. Chen Xiaodong, who was hurriedly brought over by him, took a closer look at Lin Chen. "You want a large amount of gold?" Although Chen Xiaodong was dressed strangely and his nose was red from the cold, his long-term experience as a bank president set him apart from others. Lin Chen looked at him and nodded, "Yes, how much do you have?" Chen Xiaodong looked around, made sure no one was listening, and said, "How much do you want?" "I can provide tens or hundreds of kilograms." Chen Xiaodong was the former president of the Shushi Bank before the apocalypse, and he had the keys to the bank's vault. The vault had several ways to open it, and in the absence of electricity, it could be opened with special keys. Chen Xiaodong had a good relationship with Wang Liang's father, who had worked under him for many years, so he also knew Wang Liang and had given him some food in private. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and repeated what he had said to Li Wei earlier. "I can pay with bread, 220 kilograms of gold. I'll give you 30 loaves of bread, how about that?" Wang Liang looked excitedly at Chen Xiaodong. Chen Xiaodong, not as eager as Wang Liang, bargained, 40 loaves, you can have as many as you can carry. I can tell you, there is definitely more than a few hundred kilograms of gold where I come from." 30 and 40 loaves made no difference to Lin Chen, but he couldn't give the impression that he had more food than he could eat, so he replied, 35 loaves. After some bargaining, they finally settled on 37 loaves. Wang Liang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Lin Chen would not agree. On the way there, Chen Xiaodong had promised him that if the deal went through, he would give him a tenth as a reward. With 37 loaves, he could get at least 3 more loaves. Then he would have 5 loaves in his hand, enough to exchange for cold medicine for his mother. Lin Chen and Chen Xiaodong made a deal and left the market with the two of them. As they walked out of the market, Lin Chen whistled. The Demon King emerged from a snowdrift and ran to Lin Chen. Lin Chen instructed the Demon King to hide here and wait for him to come back, and to howl like a wolf if there were any source beasts nearby. Unexpectedly, the Demon King found a snowdrift outside the market and hid in it. Lin Chen could only laugh and brush the snowflakes off the Demon King. The appearance of the Demon King startled Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. Lin Chen casually explained that it was a pet he had raised before the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse was becoming more dangerous, having a Demon King with a keen sense of smell around could help detect the appearance of a beast tide in advance. Although it might cause panic or misunderstandings among other survivors, it was insignificant compared to the danger of encountering a beast tide. When the two men realized that the Demon King would not attack humans on its own, they relaxed slightly. Wang Liang looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. Lin Chen mounted the Demon King and left. He and Chen Xiaodong agreed to meet at the bank on the road to the eastern suburb college in the afternoon. He had to go back first to get the bread for the transaction, but this was just an excuse to find a secluded space. After parting ways with the two men, Lin Chen found an empty shop, took out 37 loaves from the space, and packed them in a large black bag. Then he waited for the agreed time in the afternoon. During this time, Lin Chen and the Demon King had lunch and rested for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Chen went to the bank on College Road as agreed. When he arrived at the bank's entrance, he sensed something was wrong. Lin Chen's range of perception for killing intent and the gaze of others had expanded to over 80 meters. Standing not far from the bank's entrance, Lin Chen felt a faint killing intent coming from the broken door of the bank. Was someone lying in ambush in the bank? Lin Chen signaled for the Demon King to stay tens of meters away from the bank, not to enter, and shouted loudly, "Come out!" There was no response. Lin Chen sneered and said, "In that case, the deal is off." With that, he let the Demon King retreat and leave. Of course, Lin Chen couldn't really leave. He was just one step away from obtaining the gold. Even if the old and the young from this morning wanted to ambush him, he could kill them and then open the vault. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that this retreat strategy unexpectedly attracted unexpected people. Li Wei, holding a pistol and accompanied by 2 knife-wielding accomplices, emerged from the shadows of the bank. Lin Chen didn't know that shortly after he and Chen Xiaodong parted ways, Li Wei and his 3 men intercepted the excited Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, forcing them to reveal their transaction. Li Wei had originally planned to follow Lin Chen to find out where he lived, but when he saw Lin Chen riding away on the Demon King, he immediately changed his mind and focused on the Demon King. Recently, the military had received reports of over a dozen scientists preparing to study the recent appearance of mutant wild beasts. Li Wei felt that Lin Chen's mutated and loyal dog could bring him endless supplies and perhaps even power if he could hand it over to the army. He dreamed of this, and his eyes grew greedy as he looked at the Demon King. Li Wei spoke loudly, "We meet again. I have decided what to exchange with you. I will give you all the gold in this bank vault in exchange for your dog. How about that?"